Chapter 1. The story begins a decade ago. It all returns to that ever-constant matter, and our savior, Mr. Potter, vanished 11 years prior. It is said that a photograph was taken at the time, capturing the moment when a Chinese girl out for a night run took away the boy who had miraculously survived. However, as you are all aware, the denizens of the magical world are not known for their swiftness in action. Thus, by the time the venerable headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, received the news relayed by the mute messenger residing across from the Dursleys, he found himself unable to locate the sole survivor of the Potter family. What a sorrowful tale it is. They were certain that someone had taken young Harry, as he had left behind information regarding the child in Harry's crib, hoping that the boy's aunt would read the letter and take in the unfortunate child. Yet alas, it was of no use now. At that juncture, there existed no extraordinary means to locate an individual. Headmaster Dumbledore dispatched his most capable and astute aides, Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape, to seek out the whereabouts of Harry Potter. One can discern Dumbledore's closer affinity towards Minerva from the very titles he bestowed upon them, for Mr. Snape had defected from the enemy's ranks, leaving a certain distance between him and his former pupil. Nevertheless, he harbored genuine sympathy for the young man. Dumbledore, this is the outcome of our investigation. Severus Snape, now the potions master at Hogwarts, thrust a stack of parchment towards Dumbledore. The unfortunate old headmaster took up the sheaf of parchment and began to read, word by word, determined not to overlook a single detail. However, it ultimately culminated at an airport. What a disconcerting investigation it was. So, Harry, he has been adopted by a Chinese family? Dumbledore uttered with incredulity. Severus, you must understand, he requires blood protection too. Snape had no intention of engaging in conversation with Dumbledore. By the time he had uncovered this information, the infant Potter had already landed at some airport in China. To locate him now would be an endeavor more daunting than vanquishing the Dark Lord. Dumbledore scrutinized the parchment, his expression grievous sight seldom witnessed by Snape. After all, the greatest white wizard of the century was usually characterized by his benevolence and wisdom, rarely displaying such solemnity. Harry Potter, the savior of the British magical community, a mere one-year-old infant, had been adopted by a Chinese family, and now, he too had been taken to China. What were they to do? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and turned to retrieve the enrollment list for Hogwarts. Clearly, Harry Potter's name was prominently featured, albeit on the list for enrollment a decade hence. Severus, look, Harry's name remains on the list. This signifies that the magical school in China will not accept him. We merely need to send out an owl a tad earlier when it comes time for his admission, inviting him to attend Hogwarts. Oh, Severus, what do you think? Severus Snape, having switched allegiances less than a month prior, could no longer restrain himself. He began to unleash his venom upon Dumbledore, a figure deserving of respect, yet at times exasperating. His words had never been particularly kind, but having recently joined Dumbledore's ranks, he knew he should temper his remarks, yet he could no longer contain his frustration. What strange epithets, what disparaging nicknames, he spat out without a moment's hesitation towards Dumbledore. But his vitriol was of no consequence. Harry Potter was in China, and the matter was settled. Thus, 10 years ago in Britain, this was all that transpired. During this decade, in pursuit of blood protection, Dumbledore utilized a few clandestine methods, ensuring that Vernon Dursley's job was relocated to the economically burgeoning regions of China. He even provided assistance to the Dursleys, enabling them to rent the home of the family that adopted Harry. For this, he found himself compelled to aid Malfoy, allowing him to evade a fate in Azkaban. However, the situation took a most peculiar turn. Ever since the Dursleys moved into that house, neither Dumbledore nor Snape could find Harry Potter. What a heartbreaking story it was. This sorrow lingered until July of 1991. The setting was a modest room within a small building in a town in northeast China. A young boy with unruly black hair was crouched beneath a bed, illuminating a book with a flashlight. Everything appeared tranquil. It was an utterly ordinary afternoon, except for the fact that the boy clutched a tome titled The Compendium of Spells. What a serene and delightful afternoon it was. The boy hummed softly, following the peculiar melody of certain words from the book, his voice barely audible yet melodious. Then, A sudden flurry of wings disrupted the afternoon's calm. Accompanied by a cacophony of flapping wings, the noise grew louder. The boy, unable to endure the sound any longer, peeked out from beneath the bedspread. Lo and behold, an owl. "Mom! Mama! Mama, mama! Cuixi mama!" The boy shrieked, dropping the book and flashlight in his haste to escape. In no time, a woman who appeared quite youthful and not particularly tall opened the door, grabbing the boy by the collar and pinning him down. "Harry Potter, tell me, what is the matter now?" "Nothing's wrong, Harry Potter, just a little trouble," the boy mumbled, shaking his head a couple of times before liberating himself from her grasp. "Mom, look, there's an owl over there." He pointed towards the window. The woman approached the window and opened it, allowing the owl to swoop in, dropping a letter into Harry's hands before perching on the windowsill, its sharp eyes fixed upon him. The woman came to Harry's side. "What is it?" "A letter," Harry replied softly, gently caressing the envelope. "It's a letter sent all the way from Britain, Mama. This is a letter that has traversed a vast distance." He looked up at the woman beside him, who was now merely 25 years old. 10 years ago, while visiting family in Britain, she had discovered him at just 1 year old. Subsequently, through a series of extraordinary measures, she had brought him back to China to raise him. And now, after a decade, they had finally received news from Britain. Oh, what a surprise for a night owl to arrive unannounced. Harry's young, adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi, murmured as she rummaged through her pocket, producing a piece of beef jerky to toss to the owl. "Harry, what does the letter say?" The letter had been sent from a school in Britain known as Hogwarts. It was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Harry handed the letter to his adoptive mother. "Cuixi, look." Zhao Cuixi took the letter and began to read it intently. Her birth name was Zhao Cuixi, but during elementary school, feeling that it sounded rather mundane, she had altered the character 11 to 11, primarily because a girl in her class named she claimed to be a princess. Thus, Zhao Cuixi adopted the name. It is worth noting that with this change, Zhao Cuixi appeared quite sophisticated when she traveled abroad 10 years ago. At the time she found Harry, she was merely 15 in age, at which unexpected pregnancies abroad are not unheard of. Her English was not proficient, and by a twist of fate, she became Harry's mother, bringing him back to her homeland. As for why she named him Harry, it was because Harry Potter was inscribed on his swaddling blanketa, name unmistakably belonging to an infant. However, since they were returning to China to register his name, the child was bound to take Zhao Cuixi's surname. Thus, when she was in a cheerful mood, she would call him Zhao Harry, and when feeling stern, she would refer to him as Harry Potter, perfectly balanced. Now, little Harry watched anxiously as Zhao Cuixi awaited her reaction after reading the letter delivered by the owl. Before long, Zhao Cuixi provided her answer. "Harry, why is it that they're only contacting you now from England? Don't you find this rather strange? To traverse half the globe merely to enroll you in school? It all seems a bit odd, and besides, we must trust in science, Harry. Magic and all that is rather peculiar." "It is indeed rather strange," Harry admitted, "but considering that it has crossed half the globe, I doubt it is a scam." He then looked at Zhao Cuixi with an odd expression. "And, my dear Zhao Cuixi, do you not find it peculiar that you speak of science?" Zhao Cui, momentarily taken aback by Harry's words, paused for a good 5 or 6 seconds before she resolved to give him a stern reprimand. She reached out and firmly pulled him into another room, declaring, "Today, you are to clean the altar of our hall thoroughly. I shall inspect it shortly." A few seconds later, her voice rang out once more, "No sneaking bites of offerings. After you've finished, practice your incense observation properly." Incense observation refers to the act of examining the state of the incense as it burns, using it to sense various matters. Generally, those who engage in such practices are unlikely to be considered scientifically inclined. Therefore, when Zhao Cui urged Harry to believe in science, he impulsively retorted, leading him to receive a rather peculiar combination of labor and learning. With a sigh, Harry picked up a feather duster and began to wipe away the dust. He was well aware that his mother Zhao Cui would ensure everything was arranged perfectly for him. True to form, the next day, Zhao Cui accompanied Harry to complete the necessary enrollment and documentation procedures. Fortunately, She had used the excuse that Harry was a British child to allow him to start school early, otherwise he would not have even graduated from elementary school, as children typically begin at the age of 8. Zhao Cuixi had long worried that without learning English, she would be unable to communicate with this British child, which is why she had taken Harry to the nearby university to attend English classes. The results were evident. She could now comprehend letters written by the English. With a sense of pride, Zhao Cuixi swiftly arranged Harry's passport and plane tickets. After all, one always needs a few friends. Being somewhat renowned as a medium, she had many friends among other mediums from various countries. Naturally, she also had numerous friends seeking her assistance with supernatural issues, making it quite easy for her to sort out Harry's travel documents. And by the end of July, she was ready to take him to the Isle of England. As Harry sat on the plane, he felt a bit lightheaded. This was his first flight, and there was no direct route. They had a transfer in Hong Kong, with a layover in Singapore along the way. For Harry Potter, who had always lived in a small city in northeastern China, this could truly be considered a grand adventure. However, the thought of spending the next 7 years studying in England filled him with a sense of melancholy at the prospect of leaving his adoptive mother Zhao Cuixi's home. Alas, it is quite amusing to witness an 11-year-old boy grappling with feelings of separation and sorrow, especially when his face is marked by an unmistakable longing for home. Zhao Cuixi wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a firm kiss on his forehead, where a lightning-shaped scar resided. "Zhao Harry, remember that you're my son. I am the greatest shaman in the world, and you have inherited my legacy. I have even brought all the ancestral tablets home with me, so there's nothing to fear. If you run out of money, just find a haunted place to exorcise spirits. I am the best at it, and you will be the second best." At this, Harry finally broke into a child's smile, burying his head in her embrace, feeling the magical strength she imparted to him. In that moment, no one could foresee what the future held. Fortunately, there existed a connection between them. They could communicate through the old spirits without the need for phone calls or letters. Of course, it was not solely through the old spirits, in fact. The most extraordinary shamans possess a plethora of mystical powers, capable of communing with everything from flora and fauna to celestial deities and even the deceased. This was one of the primary reasons Zhao Cuixi had chosen to adopt Harry. She gently touched the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead and smiled. "My dear son, England may present dangers for you, but it could also make you stronger. Remember that delightful little biscuit you had when you were in kindergarten? Perhaps you will find even more delightful treats in England." Instinctively, Harry reached up to touch his scar, lowering his gaze as if contemplating for a moment before looking back at Zhao Cuixi earnestly. "Mom, believe me, if I discover any of those biscuits, I will send some back to you." Zhao Cuixi kissed the top of Harry's head once more before leading him into the house she had rented on the outskirts of Ilkley prior to his enrollment. The scenery in Ilkley was as beautiful as a painting. Each season boasted its own unique charm, and even in summer, the area blossomed with vibrant life. The streams and blooming flowers in the mountains captivated Harry's curiosity. After all, for the past decade, he had lived in a city that was half industrial steel jungle and half untouched natural wilderness. Two worlds divided by an invisible barrier, yet existing within the same city. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would find it quite peculiar. Now, the distinctly different natural landscapes of England intrigued him immensely. However, beyond the intrigue, there was a hint of strangeness. The peculiarity was simple enough. Why was there a bizarre tent before his eyes? Why is there such an odd tent? Harry stared at the tent, and beside him, Zhao Cuixi was equally captivated by it. It is worth noting that camping is not yet popular in contemporary China, and tents are certainly not commonplace. The tents everyone has seen are typically triangular, resembling pyramids. But this one appeared to be haphazardly constructed from tattered cloth, reminiscent of what might have been used by refugees decades ago. Yet, here we are in a developed country. How could anyone still resort to such makeshift shelters? Is it due to poverty? Harry, still quite young, did not feel the weight of this realization, but Zhao Cuixi had already expressed profound sympathy for the person residing within the tent. How pitiable! She wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes and casually retrieved a handful of candy from Harry's pocket, thinking, alas, such a wretched soul deserves to retain a fragment of joyful memory. Come, Harry, let us deliver this to the person in the tent. Harry, startled, turned to Zhao Cuixi and asked, but wouldn't it be somewhat impolite to approach them like this? Given that the individual was reduced to living in such a tent, surely they were lacking in basic necessities. Decorum could be set aside for now. Zhao Cuixi asserted with conviction. She has seen homeless individuals before. Being able to have a full meal is already a blessing. What does politeness matter? One must first satiate their hunger before seeking employment. With thoughts that starkly contrasted capitalist ideologies, Zhao Cuixi tugged Harry along toward the tent. Is anyone there? She called out, nudging Harry forward, yet her voice was the first to break the silence. After a significant pause, no one emerged, nor did anyone appear to be entering. This would not do. Zhao Cuixi, with her temper flaring, approached the tent and flung open the flap, exclaiming loudly, "Where are you? Come out. My child wishes to extend a gesture of kindness." She was adamant about ensuring that a child's goodwill was not thwarted by an elusive vagabond. After a couple of exasperated shouts, a figure hastily emerged from the forest. He was a man of unremarkable appearance, clad in a garish purple attire. His head wrapped in layers of fabric, giving him an appearance reminiscent of an Indian, though his complexion did not quite match. At that time, Indian cinema was gaining popularity in China, and Zhao Cuixi had seen many strikingly featured Indian actresses and actors. But this man's scruffy appearance was a stark contrast to the vibrant portrayals she had encountered. "You are the homeless man residing in this tent?" Zhao Cuixi approached the man, who exuded a foul odor, and with a hint of compassion, said, "Though I cannot fathom how you came to dwell in such a place. Poor sir, my child has brought you some candy, hoping it may." Harry, with his innocent childlike gaze, inquired of his beloved foster mother, Zhao Cuixi. However, Zhao Cuixi was utterly perplexed. She took the note, examining it for quite some time, and aside from sensing a foul odor of decay emanating from it, she could discern nothing else. As for Harry, she regarded her son, whom she had adopted from this country a decade prior, and fell into contemplation. Naturally, she presumed that the decayed individual who left them the note was not targeting her, but rather Harry. Generally, people are forgiving towards children, and Harry was indeed a child. That decayed being likely wished to prevent others from sharing in his demise, especially not a child. Her thoughts were pure and kind, reminiscent of all the virtuous young women of China in the early 1990s, who were law-abiding and innocent. Yet Harry was different. He was a child who had undergone 6 years of traditional Chinese education, and he existed in a constant state of vigilance towards adult foreigners, trusting nothing and no one. Thus, under Harry's insistence, Zhao Cuixi donned the divine garments, adorned herself with the ceremonial hat, and masked her face. With one hand grasping the wawang drum and the other holding a mountain-driving whip, she stepped out of the door. Harry followed closely, similarly attired. But instead of a mountain-driving whip, he wielded a uniquely designed drumstick. The mother and son ventured into the forest, igniting a bonfire. Thud, 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 crack, crack. The crisp sound of the whip cracking against the ground echoed through the woods, and the drum began to beat with a primal rhythm, simulating the heartbeat of all things in existence. The powerful spirit dance once again soared across this land. Thud, thud, thud. The true essence of a shaman communicating with the world has existed since the dawn of humanity, long before they understood the art of cooking, and it endures even now. Thud, thud, thud. In this land, where the spiritual connection had long been severed, mother and son rekindled the ancient source of power. As the drumbeat resonated, places forgotten for over a millennium began to awaken, those once abandoned by the world, filled with mysterious energies and past miracles. Far away, in a remote and tranquil valley in Scotland, a splash rang out, sending ripples across the water. Splash, splash. A wooden boat sliced through the waves, as if something sought to break free from the gears of fate. They sensed these occurrences while dancing in the depths of the forest. Despite their awareness, Zhao Cuixi remained unresponsive. It was of no concern to her. As for Harry, whether he was intrigued by it was his own business. Zhao Cuixi was undoubtedly a democratic and liberal mother. Yet, at present, they continued to dance. When they reached out to all the souls in the vicinity, Zhao Cuixi finally spoke. As the sun sets beyond the mountains, her voice thundered. The sun sinks, the dragon returns to the sea, the tiger to the mountains. Here in Great Britain, I beseech you, local spirits, do not remain in slumber. Since ancient times, mountains and waters have spirits, every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile, every morsel of earth can speak. With the sound of my drum, I invoke the heavens, waving my mountain-driving whip. which measures 1 foot 3 inches in length, while the stabilizing needle of the sea is merely 3 inches tall. I weigh this 1 foot length in my hand. What is not within the soil? That 3 inches trembles. What is not merged with the vast waves? Ah, I call upon the local spirits, not a grand ritual. Nearly a few lines sung, yet soon there was a response. Zhao Cuixi shivered. Harry quickly asked, "Excuse me, that man Kilo." I mean the one in purple with a turban living in a tent deep in the forest. What is his story?" Zhao Cuixi shook her head and replied, "You mean that man named Kilo? It seems he is possessed by an evil spirit, a very malevolent one. Unlike the departed souls like us, it is alive, having taken residence in the back of Kilo's head. Child, you must stay away from them. I heard that evil spirits say it wants to kill you." "Why?" Harry furrowed his brow. Zhao Cuixi's lips spoke the chilling truth. How could I know? I only heard that the evil spirit thinks it is abnormal for you two to see them, and anyone who can see them is destined to die. Harry's face instantly contorted with anger. Isn't he the one who deserves to die? Unlike other parents, Zhao Cuixi did not shy away from discussing death with Harry. Perhaps it was because, in addition to her regular job, she spent her days organizing funerals to support her child, thus naturally involving Harry in such matters, making her unreserved in exposing him to the concept of death. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Cuixi's reaction was peculiar. Her expression twisted slightly. "Child, you are so young. Do not engage with death at this age. It is not a good thing." She shivered twice and continued, "Child, your aura is strange. You carry an unusual scent. A story unattainable by ordinary souls. By the way, I am a spirit. I am Mordred. I am like you, and you are like me, as is your mother. The great feats we can achieve are limitless, yet I have failed, though I do not regret it. In England, invoking one's ancestors is commonplace. So even if one is remarkable, one must specify their accomplishments. The gentleman named Mordred likely felt that no one would utter his name. Believing himself to be a formidable individual, indeed a notorious figure in the eyes of the English, who would adopt the name of a villain. Thus, he lost the opportunity to become the new Dark Lord. Of course, it is also quite possible that he did not care much about becoming the third Dark Lord at all. Just as Harry felt a vague familiarity with this individual yet could not recall who he was, they had clearly missed each other. That decayed fellow. Mordred lamented within Zhao Cuixi, "I truly cannot fathom how today's youth think. Why would they target souls? Regardless of whose soul it is, such means are utterly repugnant." Harry was fine, yet Zhao Cuixi was acutely aware of her spirit communication experiences and, upon realizing the existence of evil spirits and their fragmented souls, felt immensely troubled, wishing to return to their homeland with Harry. After all, in her eyes, this was simply too terrifying. England was perilous. On the day Zhao Cuixi packed her belongings, intending to take Harry away, early in the morning, a man burst into their rented space. This man was none other than Kilo, the individual they had previously encountered. Zhao Cuixi was already aware that Kilo and the spirit residing behind his head intended to take Harry's life. So she held no sympathy for him and raised her mountain-driving whip without hesitation. Although it was called a mountain-driving whip, it was essentially a small whip that could also serve as a drumstick, tightly bound with cowhide, capable of delivering a painful strike, though it would not kill. It would make one wish for death. Zhao Cuixi observed as Quirrell alternated between expressing a desire to kill Harry and urging him to flee. She was nearly certain that the malevolent spirit that had possessed him wished for Harry's demise. However, this man, Quirinus Quirrell, did not genuinely wish for Harry to perish. Unbeknownst to Zhao Cuixi, Quirrell actually desired Harry Potter's death, but he was reluctant to harm a young wizard who was not Harry Potter himself. This internal conflict was evident upon his face. Quirrell believed that the mother and son from the East belonged to an ancient and capable lineage of wizards. After all, while the Muggle world did not acknowledge the East's history of over 5,000 years, wizards were acutely aware that the history of the ancient Eastern kingdom surpassed that by many millennia. Thus, Quirrell could not fathom why his master sought to eliminate the pair before him. The Easterners possessed the remarkable ability to perceive magical tints and dispel hidden enchantments, a talent that was astonishingly powerful. Even Quirrell, hailing from Ravenclaw, found himself captivated by their gifts, yearning to study them. Unfortunately, his master forbade it, intent solely on their annihilation. Quirrell raised his wand, and simultaneously, Zhao Cuixi brandished her whip, measuring 1 foot and 3 inches in length. Harry fixated on the two, sensing he must take some action, and thus raised his own hands. Without much dialogue or elaborate gestures, Zhao Cuixi shouted, "Possess!" In an instant, A brilliant flash surged into her mind, and as she turned, her whip began to grow uncontrollably, dancing wildly in her hand. Her eyes transformed in hue, and her once smooth forehead now glowed luminously, reminiscent of a grand light bulb. Even Quirrell, with a grotesque face sprouting from the back of his head, was momentarily taken aback by the dazzling effect emanating from her forehead. In that fleeting moment of shock, the whip lunged towards Quirrell, striking with ferocity. Harry did not stand idly by. He rushed forward and seized Quirrell's severed head. However, one must not presume that this severed head signified the end of their ordeal. That was far from the conclusion. Zhao Cuixi swiftly produced 2 talismans, striking them against Quirrell's head, affixing them in place. Indeed, upon the bare expanse of Quirrell's rear head, a grotesquely withered face emerged, exuding an intolerable stench that both Harry and Zhao Cuixi found repugnant. In her disgust, after consuming the cookies baked by the malevolent spirit, Harry finally regained consciousness. Upon waking, he found himself endowed with greater intellect and diligence. Thus, the spirit, Zhao Cuixi, resolved to fashion another batch of cookies for Harry, albeit this time, they were considerably larger. It took her a full 3 incense sticks to complete the baking, resulting in 3 substantial pieces. As Harry beheld her present him with the 3 freshly baked souls, he could not help but swallow hard. With the arrival of tomorrow marking the time when a professor from Hogwarts would come to escort him to the magical realm, he felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if their actions would be discovered. However, the cookies had already been baked, exuding an enticing aroma that starkly contrasted with the foul stench typically associated with spirits possessing the living. They smelled distinctly of grilled lamb skewers, seasoned with cumin. Unable to resist, Harry swallowed again and, under Zhao Cuixi's watchful gaze, devoured 2 pieces, leaving one for her to sample. Zhao Cuixi took a small bite and confirmed that it indeed possessed a delightful crispy beef flavor. One must admit, the taste of these spirit fragments was rather exquisite. After wrapping up their activities, the mother and son retired for the night, entirely ignoring the now ghostly Chilos, until they were roused the next morning by a series of knocks at the door. To recount the events leading to this morning, it all began the previous day. Chilo had intruded upon the home of Zhao Cuixi and Harry, intent on silencing them at his master's behest. However, his attempt proved futile, and after being fatally thwarted, the aftermath was not resolved until nightfall. Yet, everything transpired within the confines of that house, while something was also unfolding at Chilo's tent in the woods. With the school year fast approaching, Chilo, who had already been confirmed as a professor, had yet to prepare for his office at Hogwarts. Thus, when Chilo perished, Dumbledore, seated in his office, observed that the employment letter in his hand had ignited in flames. Severus, Dumbledore exclaimed urgently, summoning his Patronus to fetch his most trusted assistant, Severus Snape. Remarkably, after all these years, Dumbledore had come to wholly trust Severus Snape, as evidenced by his change in address and the frequency with which he considered Snape first in times of need. Of course, this could also be attributed to Snape's youth. Snape himself acknowledged this, approaching Dumbledore's frequent requests with a somewhat reluctant disposition. However, with the matter now concerning the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Chilo, Snape, despite his disdain for Chilo, felt compelled to investigate the situation, especially given the ominous curse surrounding the position. If Chilo indeed met his demise before even beginning his role, the implications of such a curse would be profoundly unsettling. Perhaps thereafter, no one would dare apply for the position. Snape found a peculiar satisfaction in this prospect. Yet, if the curse were real, it would further diminish his chances of obtaining the coveted role. Indeed, Severus Snape had long aspired to be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, yet he was already the potions master and the head of Slytherin House. While it was feasible for one to hold multiple positions, it was impossible for him to do so without relinquishing one of his current roles. This was a primary source of his animosity towards Chilo, at least on the surface. Thus, on the evening of Chilo's demise, Snape ventured into the woods of Ilkley, determined to uncover clues surrounding Chilo's death, or at least evidence of it. After a night of diligent searching, he unearthed significant leads within Chilo's tent, which were far from ordinary. Among these clues, Snape discovered information pertaining to the Dark Lord. Consequently, he hastily returned to Hogwarts. If Chilo had any connection to the Dark Lord, it posed a grave concern, especially now that Chilo was deceased yet his body remained undiscovered. Did this imply that someone was actively working to eliminate the Dark Lord? With these suspicions in mind, the following day, Dumbledore chose to personally collect Harry Potter from Ilkley rather than delegate the task to another. And now, on that fateful second day, early in the morning, Harry and his mother, Zhao Cuixi, remained blissfully asleep when a series of knocks erupted at the door. After a lengthy wait, during which Dumbledore nearly succumbed to impatience, the seemingly fragile door finally creaked open. However, it revealed no one behind it. A shiver coursed through Dumbledore as he felt a chill in the air. Nonetheless, he steadied himself and stepped through the threshold. "Hello?" he called, his voice echoing in the foyer. "Mr. Harry Potter? Ms. Zhao?" He called several times, yet no response came from within the house. Suddenly, the curtains flew open, allowing sunlight to pour in, causing Dumbledore to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Finally, after a full hour of waiting, Dumbledore formally met Harry Potter's adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi. However, this delay did not displease him. He appreciated individuals who respected time, yet Zhao Cuixi could not have known the precise moment of his visit. Moreover, her allowing her child to enjoy a rare morning of sleep reflected her exceptional qualities as a mother. At Dumbledore's age, sleep had become a rare luxury. He often found himself gazing out into the night until dawn broke. Thus, witnessing young Harry peacefully slumbering brought him joy akin to savoring a feast vicariously through another. Dumbledore withdrew a handful of sweets from his pocket and offered them to Harry. "Here, Harry, have some candy while I converse with your mother." Harry nodded, clutching the sweets, and made his way to the dining area, where a lovingly prepared breakfast awaited him, an ample bowl of sweet soy milk accompanied by 2 fried dough sticks, colloquially known as big fruits. Harry adored this meal, delighting in soaking the dough sticks in the soy milk, relishing the exquisite flavor. As he savored his breakfast, his ears perked up to the conversation in the living room. Dumbledore sipped a cup of tea, exclaiming, "Oh, how delightful, Ms. Zhao. This tea is splendid. Fragrant like blossoms, yet distinctly tea-like." He smiled, stroking his beard. "May I inquire where one might procure such tea?" Zhao Cuixi chuckled in response. "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. This tea is readily available. I have brought ample supplies. You may take some to share with your family and friends. Have you heard of the Monkey King Jasmine Tea? Available for just £1 a packet? I bought a considerable quantity for gifting." She had many friends in England, and this fragrant yet subtly elegant jasmine tea was the perfect present. Dumbledore was exceedingly pleased to have obtained the tea leaves, his mind already wandering to the amount of sugar that would perfectly complement his brew. However, as he pondered, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Yet he forced a cheerful facade as he turned to Zhao Cuixi, saying, "You see, Harry holds a special significance in the British magical community. He is affectionately referred to as the boy who lived, the only individual to have survived the killing curse, even when he was but a year old." Thereafter, Dumbledore recounted the tale of Harry Potter's lineage to Zhao Cuixi. Meanwhile, Harry, eavesdropping from the doorway of the dining hall, widened his eyes, straining to catch every word of Dumbledore's narration. "So, you have a Dark Lord in your midst?" Zhao Cuixi exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. "Is it that your assignments are insufficient?" Dumbledore paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhao Cuixi. "Ms. Zhao, what exactly do you imply?" With a sigh, Zhao Cuixi began to elucidate on the peculiar behaviors that arise in children when they are burdened with a lack of assignments. Who among us has not traversed the halls of academia? We all have experienced school life, and it is universally understood that students often find mischief when unoccupied, particularly during their adolescent years, when each harbors unique aspirations. Some wish to be saviors, others heroes, and it is not uncommon for some to aspire to become nefarious villains. Therefore, while the notion of granting students freedom is commendable, an excess of it can lead them astray, away from their mentors. In truth, Dumbledore, having lived for over a century, found himself at a loss to counter Zhao Cuixi's observations. Hogwarts' curriculum was indeed rigorous, with assignments both theoretical and practical, leaving little room for idle time. Yet, despite this, students invariably found moments to explore other pursuits, such as nighttime escapades, uncovering myriad secrets. Of course, these secrets were far from hidden to him, as he was well acquainted with all of Hogwarts' mysteries. Nonetheless, he now recognized the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore recalled past events at Hogwarts. If, he mused, he had imposed a heavier workload, perhaps Tom Riddle would have had little opportunity to create chaos, and the present circumstances could have been far less dire. Particularly concerning Harry. With sympathy in his eyes, Dumbledore gazed toward the dining hall. Had Tom never transformed into Voldemort? Would Harry have been marked by him? If Voldemort had never existed, would all that is regrettable and distressing have vanished as well? Lost in these contemplations, Dumbledore was roused by a sudden knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Severus Snape standing grimly on the threshold. With a countenance as dark as storm clouds, Professor Snape approached the house with an air of disdain. Though he refrained from immediately lashing out with insults, every aspect of his demeanor conveyed contempt toward everyone present. Well, let us see what has impeded the greatest white wizard's progress, preventing him from escorting the new students to Diagon Alley for their necessary supplies. Snape's voice resonated, low and cutting, yet melodious. Had he softened his tone, it might have resembled a bass serenade. Alas, his words were indeed piercing, particularly for the embarrassed Dumbledore, who still clutched the packet of Monkey King jasmine tea, which Snape's gaze fixated upon. Thus, despite Dumbledore's earlier pleasantries with Zhao Cuixi, which were laced with mutual probing, he had yet to arrive at the straightforward conclusion of sending Harry to procure his school supplies, demonstrating that circumlocution is indeed a poor trait. Fortunately, Professor Snape intervened, allowing Harry Potter to finally accompany the three adults to Diagon Alley. As they approached Diagon Alley, the scenery transformed dramatically, starkly contrasting the vibrant, bustling Muggle world outside. The wizarding realm appeared to be a relic from at least 2 centuries past. Harry could not help but exclaim, "This is so antiquated." Dumbledore explained the nuances of Diagon Alley to Harry and took the time to caution Zhao Cuixi about some considerations for Muggles walking through the alley. Following this, he entrusted a key to Harry, instructing him to accompany his guardian, Zhao Cuixi, to Gringotts to withdraw funds. Zhao Cuixi glanced at the key and turned to Dumbledore with a question. Is this what Harry's biological parents left for him? What of his original family? I mean, what of his grandparents? Did they leave nothing for him? Dumbledore appeared taken aback by her inquiry. Zhao Cuixi shot him a disapproving glance, failing to notice Snape's knowing expression, and continued, "You see, you mentioned that Harry's parents were wizards, and it seems your British wizarding community is rather traditional, having engaged in matters of pure-blood families. And I do not wish to speculate on whether they were pure-blood or half-blood. But if your customs are centered around family inheritance, then surely we can infer that Harry's parents' family must have left something of value for him, right? You know, we Chinese place great emphasis on lineage, unlike your society, as we have our own historical context. So, it would be typical for us to trace our ancestry or examine artifacts left by our forebears. Thus, I cannot help but wonder, if both of Harry's parents were wizards, did their family not leave behind any precious heirlooms?" Dumbledore, momentarily stunned, was at a loss for words. Zhao Cuixi pressed on, "You understand our situation. We have transitioned to a state-controlled system, whereas your history does not include such upheaval, does it?" Dumbledore quickly regained his composure, responding, "Indeed, Ms. Zhao, you are correct. Harry's parents bequeathed him a considerable amount of galleons, along with other possessions, though he may not be fully aware of them. He is only cognizant of 2 items, one being the key to the Potter family vault, which Lily entrusted to Severus for safekeeping the day before her sacrifice, and the other being the invisibility cloak that James had given him for safekeeping, which he intends to return to Harry at an opportune moment. As for anything else, he would need to consult the Ministry of Magic for further inquiries. While the ministry may not oversee every matter, there are indeed departments that can assist in such inquiries. Though the Potter family does not belong to the Sacred 28, they have familial ties to several of those families, and any pertinent records should be accessible. However, to access these archives would require dealing with Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who is rather a troublesome individual. Nonetheless, Dumbledore concluded, this was a task he must undertake. With Dumbledore's assurance, Zhao Cuixi finally accompanied Harry to Gringotts. As soon as Zhao Cuixi descended from the free roller coaster at Gringotts and entered the Potter family's vault, she was utterly astonished. Although she considered herself affluent, at least in China, where her skills as a wandering shaman afforded her a comfortable living, she felt remarkably impoverished compared to the gold left to Harry by his parents. "Cuixi, look, I can support you now," Harry exclaimed with an innocent grin, his face adorned with an endearing yet slightly irritating smile, proclaiming, "This is the turning of the tides. Cuixi, look at me. I'm a wealthy child now. All right, all right." Zhao Cuixi twitched her lips and covered her eyes. "Let us hurry and gather the money. Then we can return quickly. I intend to buy some drinks to unwind." Harry wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. "I suggest you try butterbeer. It contains no alcohol, and one tea tempt old man to try it," he said, pulling out a pouch to collect coins. He filled a pouch to the brim with gold coins and even retrieved a property deed from the pile. Zhao Cuixi leaned in for a closer look. The address was in Godric's Hollow, and the land area was substantial. Perhaps her earlier request for Dumbledore to assist in reviewing other assets was a bit excessive. With a flutter of apprehension, she took Harry's hand, ready to consult Dumbledore once more. After all, possessing one's own property is invariably a good thing. Since Harry would be studying in the UK and remained the savior of the realm, it was essential he had a home of his own. Upon returning to the ground, the duo commenced their shopping expedition in Diagon Alley. According to the requirements listed on the acceptance letter, they first sought attire for Harry concurrently. Zhao Cuixi, she planned to have a couple of beautiful robes made for herself. Although she was not a British witch, a shaman was still a form of sorcerer. Was it not? Upon entering Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry's gaze fell upon a boy with hair of a pale golden hue, almost silver-like. Who was being measured? The measuring tape slid against the boy's form in a manner that seemed rather unorthodox. As they approached, the boy's eyes flicked over to them. Upon spotting Zhao Cuixi in her peculiar attire, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He opened his mouth, but refrained from commenting on her unusual clothing. Instead, his eyes brightened when he saw Harry. Once Harry stepped forward for his measurements, the boy lifted his chin and, with a feigned modesty, inquired, "Are you also a first-year student this year?" His voice was elongated, as if he were a child attempting to imitate an adult. With a distinct lilt that provoked an urge to touzle his hair. Zhao Cuixi, she certainly felt that impulse. Harry, however, found the tone amusing and chuckled. "Yes. I'm a first-year student, and I presume you are as well." The boy nodded, his expression growing increasingly smug. "Oh, I was right. Malfoy never errs. Your mother. Is she of Eastern descent? Is she also a witch?" Harry mirrored his restraint with a subtle nod. "Indeed, my mother is a most ancient sorceress." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. There can't be any witch more ancient than the Malfoys. His voice sharpened slightly. Yet Harry did not indulge his arrogance. "That is not necessarily true, young sir. As you may know, Eastern history is quite venerable. My mother's lineage traces back to royalty. She is no ordinary witch, but one who communes with the heavens and the divine." "No, that cannot be." The boy erupted in a meltdown. But Harry was undeterred. "I can trace my mother's ancestry back to 1600 BC, which means it boasts over 3,500 years of history, young sir, and that is indeed quite ancient." Without a doubt, these words shattered the boy's perception of reality. "I must consult my father," the young boy exclaimed, his gaze drawn to the entrance of the robe shop. Yearning to see his parents, the unfortunate lad desperately needed reassurance. In just a minute and a half, his worldview had been utterly dismantled by his future classmate. Yet Harry had no intention of letting the poor boy off the hook. "I am Zhao Harry. You may call me Harry," he introduced, specifically using his name from China. "This is my mother, Zhao Cuixi, a shaman who can communicate with spirits, even Merlin." The young Malfoy could barely contain himself. Yet his upbringing compelled him to respond with a mix of restraint and exasperation. "I am Draco Malfoy. Do you know what the Malfoy name signifies?" Being young, he could not help but swell with pride at the mention of his surname. "Malfoy is noble by birth," he added, casting a curious glance at Zhao Cuixi. "I'd like to know, from which family do you hail?" The unfortunate young Draco Malfoy, caught between his pride and composure, incited the mischievous spirit of Zhao Cuixi. With a beaming smile, she approached the young Malfoy and said, "Oh, young sir, our Chinese heritage differs greatly from your British lineage. As my son mentioned, who among our ancestors has not been an emperor? Perhaps you are unaware, but we Chinese are inherently wizards, regrettably. The pursuit of magic was often sidelined by the responsibilities of emperorship. It's akin to a choice." She spread her hands between power, one hand opened, and passion. With that, she casually inquired, "During which era did the Malfoy family reign in England?" Young Draco could no longer contain himself. With a scream, he bolted from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Alas, one must admit he was a pitiable child, spared from such experiences. It was all Voldemort's fault. Harry silently lamented. After all, if Voldemort hadn't gone mad and stormed into his home to kill him, he wouldn't have become an orphan. Had he not become an orphan, Zhao Cuixi, she would not have adopted him, and had she not taken him to China, Tracy's mother would not have come to England. And Zhao Cuixi, she would not have encountered young Malfoy, nor would she have had the opportunity to rattle his nerves. Poor young Malfoy. Harry Potter, the northeastern boy, silently expressed his sympathy, yet a joyful smile adorned his face. After a considerable interval, the door to Madame Malkin's robes once again swung open. This time admitting a couple, followed closely by the previously distressed young Malfoy. The two individuals before him presented a striking contrast. The gentleman's hair gleamed with a golden hue, almost white, while the lady's hair, though also golden, bore an oddity. Her locks, a light gold akin to her husband's, were interspersed with strands of black. reminiscent of the delicate ridges in a field of mature wheat. As the gentleman approached, he raised his chin and regarded Harry and Zhao Cuixi with an air of haughty superiority. "Is this, lady?" he began. His tone softened yet laden with a lingering drawl. "I believe my gender can still be discerned," Zhao Cuixi remarked with a playful curl of her lips, undeterred by the imposing presence before her. Just moments ago, young Malfoy had screamed and dashed away. "Mr. Malfoy, I suggest you bolster young Malfoy's education in history. After all, this world is not solely comprised of England." Lucius Malfoy extended his hand, striving to convey an air of friendliness and humility, despite his uncertainty regarding whether the woman before him hailed from Chinese royalty. In truth, his own understanding of Chinese history was rather limited. Yet he was aware of its profound antiquity. To delve deeper, he would need to consult scholarly texts. The Malfoy family possessed an extensive library, likely replete with volumes on China. He resolved to investigate upon his return. However, in that moment, he had no opportunity to do so. Zhao Cuixi, with a bright smile, engaged in pleasantries with the Malfoys before departing the Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions with Harry. They then proceeded to acquire books and cauldrons before finally stepping into Ollivander's wand shop. Although the shop appeared quite antiquated, Zhao Cuixi felt no trepidation, for her family had a lineage of over 3,000 years. Upon entering, she spotted Mr. Ollivander peering out from behind rows of wand shelves. "Ah, another little wizard," he remarked, his voice gentle. He nimbly descended from the ladder and, in the blink of an eye, stood before Harry. "Ah, let's see. Yes. I recognize you, Mr. Potter. Time flies. I still recall the day your parents came to purchase their first wand. Oh, young sir. Your eyes are just like your mother's. Such a delightful little witch she was. Her wand, over 10¼ inches long, made of willow, produced a delightful swish when wielded, a fine instrument for spell casting. Your father, James, possessed a wand of a different nature, crafted from mahogany, flexible, and ideal for transfiguration." The nearly white eyes of Ollivander revealed little emotion, yet they radiated sincerity. His hand lightly brushed Harry's forehead, where the lightning-shaped scar had faded considerably. It was now scarcely discernible. "Oh, this is truly remarkable." Ollivander had intended to share stories of the wand that had once belonged to the owner of that scar. But it seemed that Harry Potter's forehead bore the marks of healing. In that moment, pride swelled within Harry as he introduced Zhao Cuixi, declaring, "Yes, Mr. Ollivander. This is my adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi. She possesses considerable knowledge in scar treatment." The table was laden with dishes. The damage wrought by dark magic is not entirely obliterable. However, it was evident that the scar upon Harry Potter's forehead began to fade gradually, albeit at a sluggish pace. Ollivander shared much about the scar with Zhao Cuixi. All that he knew, refraining from baseless speculation on matters beyond his knowledge. The scar was a remnant of the wand he had sold, and naturally, he felt compelled to inform Harry's guardians. Thus, Zhao Cuixi learned that the mark on Harry's forehead was a result of the most malevolent curse in magic failing. It had not claimed Harry's life, yet it had taken his parents and left him with the scar. Harry acquired his wand, a twin to that of his adversary, Voldemort, crafted from Hollywood, with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches in length. Only 2 phoenix feathers existed. One resided within Harry's wand, while the other was within Voldemort's. As Harry took possession of his wand, it manifested extraordinary phenomena in his grasp, illuminating the dim and dilapidated afternoon of Ollivander's shop. He chose not to have Ollivander encase it in a box. Instead, he secured it close to his person. He was fortunate that the garments he had brought from China featured inner pockets, particularly spacious ones that could accommodate various items, including a wand. Not merely a wand, but anything Harry wished to carry could nestle within those pockets. While this was fortuitous for him, Zhao Cuixi's mother's pockets were somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Harry had no intention of revealing the contents of his adoptive mother's pockets at this moment, for this was Harry's tale, not Zhao Cuixi's. Thus, they had procured all that they needed. "I desire an owl," Harry proposed. "Cuixi, I wish for a white snowy owl." Zhao Cuixi readily consented. The child possessed his own funds, and she had no reason to hinder him. This time, Harry ventured to select the owl himself while Zhao Cuixi perused the shelves of the leaky cauldron, eventually choosing a few books before reuniting with Harry, who had acquired his snowy owl. The morning passed pleasantly in their shopping endeavors. Zhao Cuixi, being a remarkably courteous mother, did not whisk Harry away directly. Instead, she awaited Dumbledore and Professor Snape in Diagon Alley, casually inviting them to her home for a modest meal. Dumbledore expressed no particular desire, merely suggesting a craving for sweets. While it was Snape who indicated a wish to depart. "Professor Snape," Harry exclaimed eagerly, "you will be my professor once school begins, won't you?" Snape lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow, casting a look at Harry that suggested, "What makes Mr. Potter think he can bypass studying potions?" Harry was taken aback by this remark, hastily clarifying, "No, Professor, I merely meant that since you will be my professor, I hope to invite you to lunch. You see, I have lived in China all my life, and my understanding of the British education system is zero. My habits are also not entirely aligned with British customs." He glanced awkwardly at Dumbledore before widening his eyes at Snape. "So, Professor Snape, you know, while Professor Dumbledore is indeed knowledgeable, he does not fully grasp the nuances of modern youth." Dumbledore chuckled. "Oh, Severus, I believe Harry has a point. The youth indeed possess more engaging topics." He even winked playfully. Snape's furrowed brow deepened, forming pronounced lines on his face that seemed to age him significantly, as if wrinkles had genuinely manifested rather than being intentionally crafted. Just as Snape moved to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Harry. "Professor Snape, you know, I have been raised in China, where brewing potions is not common practice." He turned to Zhao Cuixi, gaining encouragement from her presence before continuing, "In China, well, in the realm of ordinary people, alchemy is quite prevalent, whereas potion brewing is more of a rarity. I truly do not understand these distinctions. They are quite significant. Therefore, Professor Snape, I hope you might elucidate these differences for me, if you would be so kind." Harry's inquiry strangely piqued Snape's interest, as his tense expression softened slightly. Thus, the lunch was arranged at a rental home in Ilkley. Zhao Cuixi busied herself in the kitchen with Harry. "Professor Dumbledore has a particular fondness for sweets, so be sure to add extra sugar to the 3-layer cake," Harry reminded. As Zhao Cuixi prepared the cake, she promptly added another spoonful of sugar and began kneading the dough. After preparing the dough, she set about making rose egg batter, creating a delightful treat known as sakama, paired with milk tea, alongside a steaming pot of vegetables, an excellent combination. As for Snape, well, he would partake of the lamb chops in between. Zhao Cuixi was remarkably swift in her culinary endeavors, skillfully preparing the meal. Once everything was in the pot, she set aside 10 small bowls, casting a knowing glance at Harry, allowing him to decipher the unspoken message. In that moment, Zhao Cuixi seemed to transform, her demeanor shifting entirely. It was no surprise she sought inspiration from the old spirit while cooking. She genuinely felt unprepared to entertain Harry's future professors. Soon, the meal was served. Of course, she reserved a portion for the spirit, recognizing that it would be remiss not to honor its presence with a feast. However, Zhao Cuixi did worry. Despite having prepared a variety of dishes, she knew they might astonish the English guests. Excitedly, Harry began to introduce the dishes to Dumbledore and Snape. "Professor, these are meatballs, fried and then steamed, bursting with flavor and easy on the teeth. And this dish is a light stir-fried shrimp, refreshing and not overpowering to the palate." And then, he eagerly introduced several more dishes, ultimately presenting the sakama sprinkled with sugar and sesame to Dumbledore for dessert. Through Harry's enthusiastic explanations, even Snape found himself momentarily relaxing. "Well," Snape conceded, "I must admit, Mr. Potter exhibits a certain cleverness. At least you recognize the importance of consuming light fare to preserve one of the essential senses required for mastering potion making, taste, in the span of their lifetimes." Amidst Harry's continuous attempts to lighten the atmosphere and Zhao Cuixi's incessant inquiries, the group finally concluded their meal. Dumbledore, ever reliable, provided Harry with directions on how to reach Hogwarts and even inquired of Zhao Cuixi whether house elves could be taught the art of preparing Chinese cuisine. Zhao Cuixi reciprocated with a question about the possibility of adopting a house elf. "Indeed, I possess a residence, an ancient one at that." Zhao Cuixi certainly owned a home, a particularly venerable one. This prompted a discussion regarding house elves. Although house elves are bound to their homes, Harry pondered whether a house left uninhabited for an extended period might fall into disrepair or even collapse, leaving the house elves without a place to reside. Was there no oversight regarding this matter? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his gaze scrutinizing as he assessed Harry once more. However, the clarity in Harry's eyes compelled him to avert his gaze, ultimately sighing, "You are correct, Harry. Many ancient families have seen their house elves vanish due to their absence." "Indeed. Professor Dumbledore, I mean, house elves are living beings," Harry interjected, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "While you mentioned that house elves are bound to their homes, you also said that some can gain their freedom. This implies they might live away from their homes for a period. His eyes drifted towards Professor Snape before returning to Dumbledore. Is it possible to acquire a house elf during this interval? Harry's sincerity was palpable. His earnest words accompanied by eyes of vivid green, filled with longing as he gazed at Dumbledore. I simply wish to alleviate the burden on my mother, my Zhao Cuixi mother. Such filial piety left Dumbledore, whose heart yearned for family, momentarily speechless. Dumbledore, a solitary figure in his later years, had devoted over a century of his life to the belief in love, transcending desires for power, profit, and even greed. Though Harry had not developed in the manner Dumbledore had envisioned, he had nonetheless grown into a commendable individual. While young Harry might not epitomize Gryffindor valor, it was evident he was a child brimming with love for his family, willing to pose questions to ease his adoptive mother's burdens. Do not underestimate the old man's understanding of children, Dumbledore mused. Even the most exuberant and valiant of children may find it challenging to express themselves freely in the presence of an elder such as he, often hesitating to voice their needs or engage in conversation. Yet Harry, in his quest to lessen his mother's load, had spoken extensively and made requests, akin to a shy Hufflepuff gathering the courage to transform into a Gryffindor. However, such transformations require considerable psychological fortitude. Thus, young Mr. Potter was indeed making a commendable effort. Dumbledore had previously speculated on Harry's sorting. Naturally, given the Potter lineage, Gryffindor seemed a foregone conclusion, yet he considered that Hufflepuff might not be unfavorable either. After all, he had witnessed Harry's enthusiasm in the kitchen, where culinary pursuits were a cherished Hufflepuff tradition. Regardless of the house, Dumbledore felt immense pride in Harry's love for his family. He promptly assented to Harry's request, saying, "As you have suggested, Harry, I shall inquire at the ministry regarding house elves, and will inform you of any developments." Harry's gratitude was evident as he expressed his thanks to Dumbledore before turning to Professor Snape with his moist, earnest eyes. "Professor, may I consult you about potions after dinner? I am eager to understand the distinctions between Chinese herbal remedies and magical potions." At this juncture, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, Severus, I genuinely hope you will acquiesce to Harry's request. You see, traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a fascinating field, one we seldom explore, and many herbs possess remarkable properties. Yes, I am aware of their intrigue, as well as that of potions. Therefore, Severus, why not engage with Harry in a discussion about the specific ingredients and effects of Chinese medicine? It may benefit your career, my dear boy. I am not your boy. Snape retorted sharply, casting a glare at Dumbledore before directing his attention to Harry. I hope the illustrious Savior Potter does not squander the limited time of his beleaguered professor. Harry shrugged, innocently fixing his green gaze upon Snape until the latter could no longer tolerate it, allowing his eyes a moment's respite. Regardless, Harry, after clearing the table, eagerly approached Snape to delve into scholarly discussions, a mere 11-year-old savior whose knowledge could hardly meet Snape's expectations. He offered the well-known and somewhat unpopular Huoxiang Zhengqi Shui, a peculiar herbal remedy, to Snape, whose discerning palate would certainly take note of its unusual flavor. As for its efficacy in treating gastrointestinal ailments like vomiting and diarrhea, common issues for children, this remedy was indeed a frequent occurrence. Professor Snape, wearing a scowl, took a sip of the Huoxiang Zhengqi Shui, wishing he could vanish on the spot. While his potions were notoriously unpalatable, this concoction was beyond mere unpleasantness. Truly, the world is replete with oddities, and they seem to multiply incessantly. Dumbledore observed the two engaged in their scholarly pursuit, the wrinkles on his face deepening with contemplation. Dear Ms. Zhao, I must commend you. Your guidance and affection have nurtured Harry into an exceptional young man. I must confess, even I could not have taught him so well. Dumbledore sighed, taking a bite of a sweet treat. Oh, this dessert is almost too delightful for me to handle, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, no sound escapes the keen ears of a seasoned wizard. Zhao Cuixi, intrigued, glanced at Dumbledore, noting the old man clad in a purple robe adorned with golden stars, indeed, a figure exuding a certain whimsical charm. She raised an eyebrow in silence. Dumbledore remained enchanted. Oh, Merlin, what a splendid interaction between teacher and student. It is truly a rare occasion for Severus to teach so peacefully in his lifetime. As for the wondrous interaction, it was entirely predicated on the peculiar flavor that Snape had encountered. Chapter 12, The Temporary Assistant. Harry, the quintessence of human senses, is one of the secrets to a potion master's success. The art of potion making demands a level of precision and patience that surpasses most other disciplines, and the senses of taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing must be meticulously calibrated during the process. Thus, any flavor, no matter how subtle, would provoke an intense reaction in severe Snape, the youngest potion master in all of Europe. The essence of Huoxiang Zhongqi water, a remarkable concoction, profoundly stimulated his palate. Despite feeling utterly distressed by the potion's effects, Snape discovered its extraordinary properties within the formula. It was indeed a potion, yet distinct from the brews he was accustomed to. A peculiar curiosity and desire to learn permeated Snape. He longed to find someone skilled in traditional Chinese medicine to learn from. Harry, despite being a rather talentless giant of a boy, possessed the potential to brew this wondrous Eastern remedy. Thus, even though Snape regarded Harry with little favor, he patiently listened as the boy spoke animatedly about the art of crafting traditional Chinese medicine. After a lengthy discussion, Harry suddenly proposed an alternative idea. Professor, not only traditional medicine, but you may be unaware that there is also a form of healing known as Ziyushu, which can treat certain ailments without the use of potions. Snape mulled over this for some time, unable to comprehend the concept of Ziyushu, or to articulate it in pinyin. After all, such a term was absent from the English lexicon, at least within Harry's limited grasp of the language. Yet he was capable of providing an explanation. Ziyushu is akin to a form of witchcraft, somewhat similar to magic. Yes, I have practiced a few minor spells at Ollivander's wand shop. It is quite intriguing. Ziyushu is a healing sorcery, reminiscent of the methods employed by folk healers, yet it is effective, Professor. We ought to give it a try. Soon, under Harry's enthusiastic invitation, Snape acquiesced to witness this supposed attempt at Ziyushu. He observed as Harry exuberantly bounded upstairs, only to return shortly with a folded piece of paper in hand. Dashing towards Dumbledore to demonstrate, one could not help but notice Dumbledore's uncharacteristic indulgence towards the child, a profound tolerance that was utterly incomprehensible to Snape. Harry proceeded to poke at Dumbledore's teeth with a toothpick, claiming he was treating the old man's toothache while incessantly inquiring if it hurt. Snape's expression shattered multiple times at the absurdity of it all. However, Harry soon ceased his antics and began to mutter incantations while prodding the small stack of paper, before scampering outside to poke at a tree. The boy's exuberance, while somewhat irksome, evoked a peculiar thought in Snape's mind. Perhaps young Potter was, in fact, rather endearing. Who wouldn't want to witness Dumbledore's unraveling? A child capable of disconcerting Dumbledore must possess a certain charm. Alas, in an instant, Dumbledore's previously distressed state was miraculously restored. He widened his azure eyes in disbelief and gingerly touched his jaw, exclaiming, "Oh, my teeth! My teeth!" Snape could not help but think, considering Dumbledore's sweet-toothed proclivities. Was he truly surprised that his decayed teeth had not succumbed to failure? No. Dumbledore countered Snape's skepticism. "My teeth no longer ache, not in the slightest. In fact, they feel as serene as slumbering infants. Severus, as if I have just consumed your pain-relieving potion. My teeth are entirely at ease." Before long, Harry bounded back, his face radiant with joy. "Professor Dumbledore, do your teeth feel better?" Snape's countenance darkened slightly. "Indeed, our illustrious savior, St. Potter, your elderly Professor Dumbledore, who practically bathes his mouth in honey daily, is free from pain and can continue to inflict culinary havoc upon his teeth." Zhao Cuixi interjected at an opportune moment. "Of course not, Professor Snape. Harry is, in fact, a wizard, or as we might say, a shaman. What he just performed was one of the analgesic methods commonly used in shamanic practice, a variant of Ziyushu. Although we are also wizards, we each must learn to wield medical knowledge and healing arts, which aligns closely with your own potion-making expertise, Professor Snape." Dumbledore smiled warmly at Zhao Cuixi, feeling immensely relieved. Initially, he had intended for Harry to be raised by his aunt, to receive the protection of blood magic. However, it now seemed that this Chinese guardian was far superior to Petunia Dursley. At least Harry would acquire a wealth of knowledge before his enrollment. Although Dumbledore possessed limited understanding of ancient wizardry, he held a deep respect for it, aware that the sorcerers of yore vastly differed from contemporary practices. He knew that during the time of Merlin, the entire wizarding system underwent a profound transformation, and that the East had not experienced such a rupture. While the potency of these two forms of magic remained uncertain, Harry's exposure to both could only be seen as a blessing from Merlin. Dumbledore was about to express further praise when Harry interjected, "But this is merely a temporary relief, Professor Dumbledore. It won't last long. You must properly treat your teeth, or you may have to extract them and endure the arduous process of regrowth, which is truly unpleasant." He grimaced, emphasizing his point. Snape nearly broke into laughter. The corners of his mouth curling slightly upward, his mood significantly lifted. Despite his disdain for Potter, if Harry Potter could cause such delightful chaos, perhaps he could tolerate the boy just a smidgen more. After all, in the face of Dumbledore, he truly required a temporary assistant capable of challenging the old bee. 13. Harry, you must play with good children. Regardless, it has already been established that Harry is a young wizard possessing rudimentary medical skills, capable of becoming a healer, and even summoning wondrous creatures. Moreover, the magical arts he is about to learn are soon to be on the agenda. On the morning of September 1st, Zhao Cuixi drove Harry to King's Cross Station. Although the train was scheduled to depart at noon, Zhao Cuixi could not bear the thought of leaving so late. She needed ample time to prepare various items for the journey, including a map of London. Perhaps the British could not comprehend her sense of urgency, but Chinese parents are all too familiar with it. In any case, Harry showed no signs of discomfort. Once he was ushered into the taxi, he began purchasing anything that caught his eye along the way. He was even presented with a large bouquet of flowers, which he was not permitted to set aside, necessitating that he hold it on the train. Before long, they arrived at the station. King's Cross appeared rather unremarkable, an old station imbued with the essence of the industrial age. Upon reaching platform 9, following Dumbledore's instructions to count the columns, Harry noticed a few anxious children glancing around before abruptly dashing towards a column, disappearing from sight. That must be it, Zhao Cuixi remarked, urging Harry to hurry along. She pushed his luggage cart and followed closely behind, encouraging him to move forward. Despite her anxiety and uncertainty about whether she could accompany him, Harry shut his eyes and charged into the column. As he passed through, the world opened up before him. Upon turning back, he found Zhao Cuixi right behind him. Indeed, magic and sorcery are interconnected. The tales of ancient wizards recounted by his mother were true, and now sorcery could only manifest in the form of magic, likely due to its prohibition at some point in history. With a burgeoning sense of understanding, Harry beamed with delight and threw himself into a warm embrace with Zhao Cuixi. At this moment, it was only around 10 o'clock, and with the train not set to depart until noon, there was still plenty of time. The mother and son shared a bittersweet farewell on the platform. Hey, say goodbye to your grandmother, Neville. A sharp voice rang out. Harry turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting a girl with disheveled hair and rabbit-like teeth, her face adorned with a disapproving expression. We need to find a suitable seat, Neville. The train is about to leave. Her words seemed to soften the expression of the elderly woman beside her, whose face was etched with every line of sternness and authority, yet she appeared moved by the girl's insistence. Indeed, Miss Granger, you are quite right, the elderly woman replied. Turning to the young boy beside her, Neville Longbottom, you come from a family of heroes, and you must fulfill your responsibilities. Rest assured, Mrs. Longbottom, I will take care of Neville during the journey, Miss Granger asserted, her expression growing more solemn, as though entrusted with a significant responsibility. I will ensure he arrives safely at Hogwarts. Thank you ever so much, Miss Granger, Mrs. Longbottom replied, or rather, she should be referred to as Lady Longbottom, given her age. Miss Granger bid farewell to Lady Longbottom and then hurriedly ushered the young Mr. Longbottom onto the train. Wow, what an exceptional girl, Zhao Cuixi remarked, watching Miss Granger's retreating figure. You should befriend her, my son. Having a remarkable friend like her will inspire you to excel. Harry nodded in agreement. She reminds me of my class monitor from elementary school. She certainly embodies the spirit of a model student. Zhao Cuixi sighed, her expression turning dreamy. It must be said that the admiration for exemplary students is indeed rooted deeply in Chinese educational values. However, you must maintain a certain social distance, my son. After all, she is still a young girl. While it is important to befriend diligent students, you must not become too close, as it may not be appropriate. Zhao Cuixi's maternal instincts were palpable, her heart seemingly torn with concern for every detail. Time flew by, and Harry found himself hurried onto the train. Though he had a considerable amount of luggage, the magical world alleviated its weight once aboard, allowing him to search for a suitable compartment. Zhao Cuixi had advised him to befriend Miss Granger, so he felt confident in seeking her compartment. Upon entering the train, he opened the small window on the compartment door, only to be startled by the sight within, a pair of older students embracing and kissing. Oh, the girl exclaimed, and the boy swiftly drew his wand, uttering an incantation directed at the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Harry outside in shock. Well, what a way to begin. Discovering lovers within the compartment was a rather perfect start. What did this foretell? Unconsciously, Harry reached into his pocket for his copper coins, contemplating a divination for himself. Many might find this somewhat unconventional, but shamanism, as a primitive religious type, can resonate with anyone, provided it is not monotheistic. As long as one's lineage is ancient enough and one can firmly believe in its antiquity, one can learn this craft, though the outcomes may vary. Zhao Cuixi firmly believed she descended from ancient ancestors from 3,500 years ago, while Harry believed he was simply Zhao Cuixi's son. The term descendant is not fixed by blood, but rather defined by the obligations one holds towards future generations. Thus, Harry was certainly capable of learning well. Consequently, Harry produced 6 copper coins and placed them inside a complete turtle shell, leaving only an opening. The shell rattled as the coins clinked and clattered within. With a sudden click, another compartment door swung open, revealing the tousled brown-haired head of Miss Granger. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, glaring at Harry and a shaking turtle shell. "Is this some sort of game from the magical world?" "No, of course not," Harry replied apologetically. "I was just trying to divine my future. I mean, this is a form of prophecy. I wanted to see if I might experience a romance during my 7 years at school." "Goodness." Miss Granger was incredulous. "You're only 11 years old and a first-year student this year. Why on earth are you thinking about romance?" Harry shrugged. "Perhaps. I'm just a romantic at heart." Chapter 14. A touch of garlic. Although Miss Granger had previously been unaware of the term love-struck, the moment Harry uttered it, she instantly grasped its profound meaning. It must be said, the expression was simply brilliant. "You are quite amusing," she remarked, extending her hand. "Granger, Hermione Granger." Harry promptly reached out to shake her hand. "Oh, hello. I'm Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Hermione exclaimed, and not just her, the slightly pudgy boy beside her. Neville Longbottom also widened his eyes in astonishment. You are Harry Potter?" Clearly, Neville was well acquainted with the name, as he gazed at Harry, his eyes frequently drifting toward Harry's forehead. It felt somewhat peculiar, though not excessively awkward. However, Hermione suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, her voice somewhat rigid. "Neville, don't stare at Harry's forehead." She turned to Harry. "Hello, I know about you. You were mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, along with your... I mean..." She began to feel embarrassed, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. "I never expected to meet someone from the book right in front of me. It's quite magical. Yes, that's the word. Magical." Hermione had found a way to express her feelings that neither offended nor made her appear like an infatuated fan. Indeed, compared to ordinary children, Hermione Granger, who was more eager to learn and receive the attention of her elders, was inclined to showcase herself. Yet, this was not out of malice, rather. She resembled a child who wished for everything to be perfectly planned. When faced with something that felt slightly imperfect and awkward, she would prefer to find a place to hide until the moment passed. Fortunately, Harry Potter appeared unperturbed, seemingly gentle, perhaps even tender. This sentiment struck Hermione as somewhat odd. She felt that Harry's gentle demeanor resembled that of her father. Being a Muggle-born witch, Hermione was acutely aware that everyone was unique, and boys came in various personalities, including those akin to father figures, which she simply had not encountered before. Moreover, Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world. Surely, he possessed some extraordinary qualities. The conversation swiftly turned to the Sorting Hat. "Gryffindor," Neville stated with rare conviction. "If I don't end up in Gryffindor, Uncle Algy will undoubtedly storm into Hogwarts to take me home." Hermione chimed in. "I've also heard that Gryffindor is the best house. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore, is a Gryffindor." She held up Hogwarts, a history, flipping to the page that introduced Dumbledore, showcasing it to Harry and Neville. "See, this is it. The information about Dumbledore is quite comprehensive." In truth, it was not as comprehensive as Harry quietly thought. "My entire family are Gryffindors," Neville added, his pride evident. "My parents, my grandmother, and Uncle Algy are all Gryffindors." He sounded slightly disheartened but quickly brightened, pulling a toad from his pocket. "Look, this is my pet, gifted by Uncle Algy. Its name is Trevor." The lively toad appeared somewhat obedient, yet it had a rebellious spirit that belied its weight of less than a pound. Harry observed Trevor, curious about the stubborn gleam in its clear eyes. After all, this toad was quite unruly in Neville's hands, always attempting to leap away. "Trevor, be a bit more obedient." Neville sighed. "It always wants to escape." His eyes were glistening with frustration. Hermione sighed. "Neville, it's just a toad. Perhaps it needs to jump around a bit." Neville's eyes began to moisten. Quickly, Harry interjected. "Neville, may I see your pet?" "Of course, yes." Neville hurriedly placed Trevor in Harry's hands. "Give it a try." Now, the spotlight was on Harry. As soon as Trevor landed in Harry's grasp, it became instantly docile. Rather than jumping, it moved in a way that seemed almost endearing. The toad grasped Harry's fingers with its slightly damp forelimbs, rubbing its moist face against Harry's palm, as if it wished to transfer all its moisture to him. Who was feeling a bit jealous? Neville mumbled, his eyes reddening with envy. It listens to you, he exclaimed, incredulous at Trevor's behavior, tinged with a hint of jealousy. It never behaves like this with me. Harry chuckled. It's not your fault, Neville. Trevor is merely a toad, and a magical one at that. It possesses a modicum of intelligence, which is why it may be a bit mischievous. You need to establish that you are its master. It seems to believe you are not. He reached out and lightly tapped Trevor's head. It's not a bad toad. It just doesn't quite understand the situation. This gesture left Hermione astounded. She stared at Harry with wide, round eyes. Wow, can you communicate with animals? Is this magic? Neville asked, equally amazed. Harry, can you help me talk to Trevor so it won't run away? I really don't want to lose it. What a pitiful future classmate. Harry sighed and leaned down toward Trevor. So what do you say? Trevor, being a toad, merely rolled its eyes back. Neville was on the verge of tears. Harry could only say, regardless of who you wish to have as your owner, it's futile. No one else will take care of you. Trevor, if you truly escape from Neville, you will starve and could be eaten by snakes. After scaring Neville's pet, Harry stood up and donned his robes. The robes had been embellished with dark patterns of a bird, intricately embroidered in subtle places, including the collar, sleeves, and hem, all designed to project an understated yet lavish appearance. Harry found it rather excessive, but Zhao Cuixi insisted it was necessary to make an impression, especially for their first encounter with the future first-year student, young Mr. Malfoy, who carried himself with an air of luxury and flair. Thus, a determined Chinese woman would not concede defeat, insisting that Harry also appear exceptionally extravagant. Consequently, all of Harry's robes were refurbished with intricate embroidery. Wow, Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Didn't you order this from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? It's absolutely stunning. The attire of the twins was indeed from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, yet the embroidery was bespoke, having been meticulously crafted over several nights by Zhao Cuixi, who had even sought the aid of the Husan Tainai spirit. This was all in an effort to allow Harry to flaunt a bit before his peers, lest the swagger he displayed before young Mr. Malfoy be exposed as mere pretense. This maneuver flawlessly ensnared young Mr. Malfoy, and likely his father, and perhaps even their extended circle, who would all hear tales of a wondrous wizarding family from the Orient. Beyond merely stirring the delicate dynamics between students' parents, Zhao Cuixi's forte truly shone. Young Harry elucidated the matter of his robes, albeit without delving into excessive detail. He merely stated that it was the emblem of his adoptive mother's lineage, personally embroidered by her, representing her heritage. Your adoptive mother's family must be exceedingly distinguished, Neville murmured, observing that many families these days, even when aware of their crests, lack the ability to render them themselves. Harry arched an eyebrow, regarding Neville with curiosity. Indeed? I was raised abroad and remain unfamiliar with the intricacies of the British wizarding world. Pray, enlighten me, Neville. Neville Longbottom demurred. My knowledge is scant, limited to what my grandmother mentioned this morning about a dearth of science from prominent families among this year's intake. The conversation cast a pall over Neville's spirits, prompting Harry and Hermione to steer clear of the subject, instead engaging in a spirited discourse on magic. Hermione primarily held the floor, demonstrating minor spells, while Harry and Neville applauded enthusiastically. At that moment, the compartment door burst open, revealing 3 ginger-haired heads. The youngest, a diminutive red-haired boy, was the culprit, his actions spurred by the other 2 redheads flanking him. Hark, new students this year, exclaimed one of the near-identical redheads. The other chimed in, observe, the young lass has already begun, magic. Yet our little brother Ron, the first continued, is still quivering in terror from a spider. George, Fred, the ginger twins, virtually indistinguishable, linked arms, their faces mirroring each other, their voices playful with a hint of mischief. I am Forge, one declared, and I am Gred, the other retorted. The twins' antics proved too much for the red-haired boy who had inadvertently opened the door. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes began to water. George, Fred, I shall inform Mother. Alas, our poor little brother shall recount his arachnid ordeal to Mother. One twin mocked. Lee Jordan's spider was scarcely larger than a chocolate frog. Yet our little brother Ron was reduced to tears. The twins, seemingly older, were undeniably amusing, but their words clearly distressed their younger brother. Harry resolved to rescue his future classmate. However, Hermione rose to the occasion. Stepping forward, she shielded Ron behind her, radiating an aura of righteousness. George, Fred, desist. He's your brother, not a plaything. George and Fred were taken aback. Pray tell, little lady, how didst thou discern our names? One inquired with curiosity, while the other surmised, we must be renowned. Hermione remained unimpressed. You introduced yourselves. One is George, the other Fred, but I confess I cannot distinguish between you. Therefore, any witticisms you utter will likely be lost on me. Indeed, Hermione's sagacity is commendable, Harry applauded. Neville swallowed nervously. They're the Weasleys. The Weasley family has many children. And those twins, well, they are quite rare in the wizarding world, hence their notoriety. Harry nodded in understanding. Fear not, fair princess, George quipped, I am George. And this is my twin brother Fred. Fred immediately countered, nay, I am the elder, George is the younger. As the two were about to descend into a squabble over seniority, Harry intervened. If Ron is frightened by spiders, the elder must bear the responsibility. Fred, George. Which of you is the elder? The twins exchanged knowing glances. Charlie is. Even Ron, who had been visibly upset moments before, joined in the laughter. The redness fading from his eyes and cheeks, replaced by pure mirth that spread across his face. Children's emotions are fleeting. The twins soon departed to converse with their own classmates, leaving Ron in the compartment. He was grateful for Hermione's intervention, without which his brothers would have tormented him further. As the youngest boy, with the exception of his younger sister Ginny, he was often the target of their jests. His brothers would never tease Ginny. Ron sighed. They delight in teasing me, but they dare not jest with Ginny, he confided mysteriously. Threatening to tell Mother is merely a ruse. I would never betray them. But Ginny would not hesitate to tattle. Their playful banter was all in good fun, though they feigned seriousness to intimidate each other. Harry listened with amusement as Ron recounted tales of his family, occasionally purchasing treats to enhance the journey. As the train sped along, their conversation flowed, and soon Hogwarts loomed in the distance. Upon disembarking, they beheld a towering giant standing on the platform, lantern in hand. Mind yourselves, children, mind yourselves. The giant boomed. First years. Gather here. All together, gather, gather. His voice reverberated through the air. Harry hastened forward, beckoning his companions to follow. Ah, the little fledglings, and among them, Harry himself. The giant muttered, his gaze sweeping across the throng of new students. Neville Longbottom would never forget the moment when Harry and his friends approached, catching the attention of a giant holding a lantern. The giant stared at Harry's face for a while, as if confirming something, before breaking into a wide smile and exclaiming, Harry, over here. You must be Harry. He waved joyfully at Harry and his companions, radiating happiness. Oh, Harry, my dear boy, the last time I saw you. You were just a tiny thing. The giant gestured, his hand large enough to match his towering stature, and the size he indicated was even smaller than his palm. Do you know him? Hermione whispered to Harry. Harry looked up at the towering figure, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as he scrutinized the giant, sighing. I don't know him, but he seems somewhat familiar, which is rather peculiar. Wow, perhaps you met him when you were very young. You know we can't remember things from before we were 3. Even if we do, it's just a vague impression and not a true memory, Hermione remarked. You must have seen him when you were just a little child. He works at Hogwarts, after all. This made a great deal of sense. Neville nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's likely the case. I heard he worked for Dumbledore, so he probably had a good relationship with your parents and must have seen you when you were quite small. Harry nodded in affirmation. You're right, Neville. How do you know so much? Hermione looked at Neville skeptically. Although Neville had always lived in the magical world, she had noted during their encounter at platform 9 3/4 with his grandmother that he wasn't particularly bright. He was forgetful and somewhat lacking in magical prowess. Yet, for some reason, he seemed well informed about Harry's affairs. Neville shook his head, a look of sadness creeping onto his round face. Ron, with his typical candor, chimed in. Because there were 2 boys the Dark Lord could have chosen. One was Harry, and the other was Neville. This isn't in the books. But we all know Neville's family had their troubles back then. The people in the magical world were aware of these matters, even if the children weren't interested. It was hard for adults to avoid discussing them in the presence of kids. Neville's parents still resided in St. Mungo's, which was no secret in the magical community. Many who had lived through those dark times were aware of it. Even though the Dark Lord had marked Harry, he had not spared the Longbottom family. In fact, many still questioned why the Dark Lord chose the Potter infant over the Longbottom child. But it was clear that it was indeed the Potter child who caused the Dark Lord's downfall, which left little room for doubt regarding the identity of the chosen savior. As for Neville, his memory was not as poor as one might think. It was entirely because it pertained to his parents. A child who prayed to Merlin daily for his parents to awaken would find ways to remember such things, even if he woke up every morning with a blank slate. Thus, Neville understood matters concerning Harry better than most. However, it was evident that he wished to keep his parents' circumstances private, even though Ron surely knew they lived in St. Mungo's. Neville did not want to share further details. But all this transpired in a mere minute, as they were all new students this year. And although the giant was more focused on Harry, he still warmly greeted the other three, saying, "Come on, little ones. It's quite late. Make sure to wrap yourselves up in your robes." He ruffled Harry's unruly hair with his enormous hand. "Call me Hagrid, Harry. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You're far too small, Harry. You must eat well at Hogwarts." He earnestly advised the other three children. "You're all too small. You need to eat, understand?" Hagrid patted Ron's shoulder. "Another Weasley, eh? Those twin brothers of yours are quite the handful." Hermione laughed on the side, realizing that Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, were indeed amusing characters. Many found them exasperating yet endearing. Harry glanced at Hermione and noticed her expression had lightened considerably, allowing him to relax as well. After all, the sorting ceremony was approaching. All four of them boarded the boat, crossing the dark lake and walking the path once trodden by Hogwarts founders. In the night, they traversed valleys and crossed bottomless rivers. Proceeding cautiously while evading the traps and pursuits of muggles, they navigated fields and squelched through muddy marshes, braving thorns and searching for a refuge from muggle eyes. Thus, the new students, too, had to pass through the night, crossing valleys, rivers, fields, and marshes, ultimately ascending the heights to arrive at Hogwarts gates. At the entrance, a stern-looking witch clad in deep green robes awaited them. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced as he led the newcomers forward. "Thank you, Hagrid. You've done well. From here, I shall take over." Professor McGonagall nodded and addressed the new students. "Follow me." She guided the newcomers into Hogwarts, first settling them into a small room. Here, Professor McGonagall recounted the history of Hogwarts, detailing the four houses without bias or embellishment. Maintaining her serious demeanor, she concluded the tale of the school's founders. "Now, we are ready to proceed to the sorting ceremony. Are you prepared?" "I'm not sure if I'm ready." Hermione grew anxious again. "I've memorized all the textbooks. I wonder if there will be a test." "Goodness, you memorized the entire book," Ron whispered in astonishment. Harry remained calm. "This is just standard procedure, Ron. There is no need for such surprise. Do you know what the sorting ceremony entails?" "Fred mentioned that we would have to battle a troll," Ron replied earnestly. Hermione disagreed. "Don't be silly, Ron. No one would make us fight a troll. Those things are terrifying. We are just first years, if that were the case. There wouldn't be many Hogwarts students left." Indeed, Hermione was a diligent student. Just then, they followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. 17. The hat is a traitor. There is no need to elaborate on the appearance of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The long tables of the four houses and the magically enchanted ceiling resembling the starry sky outside are familiar to all alumni. As customary, this year saw yet another change in the defense against the dark arts professor. However, this was not the time for introductions, as the moment had come for the students to be sorted into their houses. Unquestionably, Ron and Neville were placed in Gryffindor, with Hermione following suit. Although the sorting hat hesitated briefly, it ultimately assigned her to Gryffindor as well. After a few more children were sorted, it was finally the turn of young Mr. Malfoy, who had been hiding behind Harry. This time, Harry had indeed located young Malfoy, whom he had previously thought might have gone to Durmstrang. Ah, Durmstrang, yes. Young Malfoy had mentioned that school, which is in Germany, quite far away. Harry smiled as he watched young Malfoy approach the high stool. And as he donned the sorting hat, it barely grazed his hair before it shouted, "Slytherin! Look at that! It's clearly predetermined." The hat didn't even touch his head before assigning him. Harry couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He had never been one for sarcasm, but for some reason, he found himself increasingly inclined to it lately. Perhaps it was simply a sign of growing up. After all, he was 11 now, no longer a mere child of 10. His murmurs caught the attention of a boy with a darker complexion among the still unsorted students, who regarded him with a peculiar expression. Yet, Harry paid no heed. No matter the scrutiny, he felt unperturbed. "Blaise Zabini," Professor McGonagall called out. The boy with the darker complexion approached and put on the sorting hat. Soon enough, he too was placed in Slytherin. Now, They were sorting students with surnames beginning with Z. There were only a few newcomers left awaiting their fate. Harry waited patiently. After another student was called, Professor McGonagall finally announced, Harry Potter Zhao. Harry Potter? Is it really Harry Potter? Did she just call Harry Potter? Why is there a Zhao after Potter? What does that mean? Whispers erupted throughout the hall as students exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by Harry Potter's admission and by the additional surname. A dark-haired girl seated at the Ravenclaw table quietly explained to her companion, perhaps Zhao is indeed a surname. It seems like a Chinese name, though I'm unsure which Zhao it could be. That pronunciation is fairly common in China, though I don't know if the character is a common one. Students craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the one and only Harry Potter. With a stoic expression, Harry approached the high stool and sat down. Professor McGonagall, sporting a stern demeanor, softened slightly with a hint of a smile. Mr. Potter, there is no need to be nervous. I shall place this hat upon your head, and your house will be determined by your own qualities. With that, she placed the somewhat grimy sorting hat atop Harry's head. Well, a voice echoed in his mind. How rare it is, child. Your qualities are truly exceptional. Harry engaged in a silent conversation. Sorting hat? Ah, indeed. I am the sorting hat, quite evidently, it replied. But how amusing. Your mind is rather intriguing. With vast expanses of obscurity, oh, not blank. Rather, areas I cannot perceive. You're quite the rascal, aren't you? You don't wish for me to see your thoughts and memories in their entirety. How am I to sort you then? Hey, I'm only withholding part of my memories. It won't impede the sorting process. Sorting hat. My memories are a matter of personal privacy. After all, you can't see everything. But you are but a child. What privacy could you possibly have? The sorting hat seemed oblivious to the implications of privacy in a child's mind. Despite having existed for a millennium, it was still a relic of a time when an 11-year-old was not considered a person in their own right. Given your fixation on privacy, I might suggest Slytherin. The sorting hat quipped, rolling its metaphorical eyes. Harry felt exasperated. My memories contain many peculiarities, sorting hat. You wouldn't want to see them. My foster mother is a shaman, and I've studied with her for a decade. Should you wish to delve into my memories, be warned, if any creatures inclined to tear hats come your way, I want to come to your rescue. The sorting hat fell silent. Ah, well, shamanic matters, those oddities you know, when I was created. There were no druids left on the island of England. They were referred to as druids among Celtic wizards. Harry softly replied, yes, I know. So, may we proceed with the sorting? The sorting hat mumbled, where do you believe you belong? It began to ruminate. You certainly possess a degree of courage. But you also harbor ambition and cunning. You enjoy reading, and let me see how many books you've read. Don't bother looking. I've probably read a room full of books, sorting hat. Just choose a house for me. Lost in conversation, they even spoke aloud. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, turning to the sorting hat, seemingly wishing to toss it into the lake for a thorough cleansing. The sorting hat, noticing Dumbledore's dissatisfaction, bellowed loudly, Slytherin. An uproar ensued. Everyone gasped. The savior, assigned to the house of the mysterious one. Dumbledore's expression remained composed, yet the rest of the faculty, with the exception of him, displayed shock. Even Professor Snape, who was typically inscrutable, appeared astonished. This is impossible, Ron exclaimed, sorrow evident on his face. Keep your voice down, Hermione scolded, smacking his hand. Didn't you hear Harry's conversation with that hat? Ron's face flushed deeper than his hair. That hat is a traitor. 18. Harry's kindness. Now, everyone is aware that the unfortunate family is under the watchful gaze of Harry Potter, the savior of Gryffindor, who was cast into Slytherin due to his defiance against the sorting hat. One might speculate that the sorting hat's decision stemmed from the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, making its choice seem particularly poignant. It is evident that Harry Potter has irked the sorting hat, which has retaliated in kind. Thus, we arrive at a conundrum, the savior. Harry Potter must now navigate Slytherin House, even though he may intrinsically belong to Gryffindor. This creates a dilemma that is both resolvable and irreconcilable, yet it remains simply a dilemma. At the very least, Harry feels a sense of satisfaction. This arrangement ensures that his Gryffindor friends cannot accuse him of not choosing their house, while Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, can provide him with close academic guidance, a truly advantageous situation. Indeed, Harry has discerned from his readings that, among the professors at Hogwarts, Professor Snape is the most suitable for after-class tutoring. While Professor McGonagall is commendable in her own right, her age renders her less capable of enduring excessive strain. Among the four house heads, only Snape is truly fit for the task. The others are either nearing retirement or already at that stage. and Harry certainly does not wish to trouble them unduly. Hence, the decision to choose Snape's house is of utmost importance. He requires additional tutoring outside of class. This explains his irritation towards the Sorting Hat and his desire to attend Gryffindor while simultaneously selecting Slytherin, a straightforward choice that, if the Sorting Hat possessed even a modicum of temperament, would have resulted in this very scenario. Clearly, he has navigated this situation adeptly. Although Harry may appear somewhat helpless and innocent, internally, he is elated. Now that he has entered Hogwarts, his primary objective is to study diligently, and he has no desire to engage in discussions concerning the responsibilities of a savior. As he approached the Slytherin table, Harry sensed the chill and subtle hostility surrounding him. Yet he remained indifferent. After all, there were those at the table who welcomed him. Look, a ghost covered in blood, which certainly piques one's appetite. Harry took a seat beside the ghost at the Slytherin table, wearing a warm smile, unfazed by the fearful expressions of the surrounding Slytherin students. He engaged the ghost in conversation. How have you been lately? My name is Harry Potter, though my adoptive mother's surname is Zhao, so you may call me Zhao Harry if you wish. And you, Sir Ghost? The ghost, whose name was revealed to be Barrow, turned his head stiffly to face Harry. Appearing numb and hollow, as if devoid of a soul, though he was indeed a manifestation of one. Harry inquired further, "What is your name, Sir Ghost?" "Bah." Barrow, the ghost of Slytherin, finally responded, his eyes flickering momentarily, which made him seem less detached, yet he appeared all the more eerie, particularly given the numerous silver streaks of blood adorning him. Harry sighed. "Mr. Barrow, were you once a student of Slytherin?" Just as he was about to continue, Professor Dumbledore's voice rang out. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. Foolishness, tears, rubbish, twists. Thank you all." Immediately, platters of food began to materialize on the long table. Harry eagerly selected a few of his favorite dishes, even choosing to sample the Chinese cuisine taught to Hogwarts by the house elf, Madame Zhao Cuixi. Of course, he made sure to balance meat and vegetables, approving of his chosen cucumber salad and cold noodles. "You certainly haven't tasted these, Mr. Barrow," Harry remarked, speaking to the ghost as though conversing at home. "These dishes are Chinese. You likely encountered few Eastern faces during your lifetime, so you probably have never tasted them." Barrow seemed to contemplate a polite question but remained silent. However, Harry managed to elicit a response from him. "Honestly, would you like to try the flavors? I could let you experience these dishes, as it must be quite difficult to be a ghost and unable to eat." Barrow felt somewhat irritated by the persistence of this child, yet his expression also revealed confusion. He could not comprehend why this boy exhibited no fear of him. And even more puzzling was the inexplicable desire to remain in the boy's presence. As a ghost, Barrow had a sensitivity to matters of the soul, and sensed that being near this child held promise for the future, though he could not articulate why. And yet, what future does a ghost seek? Barrow was baffled, yet profoundly moved, his expression still somewhat vacant. Harry, undeterred by the gazes of onlookers, retrieved a small incense burner from his robe pocket, casually rubbed it with both hands, and proceeded to operate it, ultimately poking the incense powder with his wand. The fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, Barrow was taken aback. "I can smell this." Harry remained expressionless. "Isn't that to be expected?" "Expected? Nonsense." Barrow abruptly became agitated, rising and pacing in place. "What is happening?" Whispers began to ripple through the great hall. "That's Barrow, the blood ghost of Slytherin. How terrifying. What is wrong with Barrow? What does he intend to do?" The students assumed their murmurs were hushed, though they were anything but. Yet Harry paid them no mind, taking a plate and placing food beside the incense burner. "You can eat if you come closer, and of course, feel free to invite your friends to join you." Barrow nodded, then turned and hurried towards a distant tower. Soon, the ghost of Gryffindor approached. How remarkable! A ghost has just lifted its own head. The astonishment on its face was enough to astonish everyone present. Before long, the ghost of Hufflepuff rushed over, clutching the food platter as if it were a treasure, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! I haven't tasted real food in ages. This is absolutely delicious." The behavior of the ghost truly astonished the others. Snape furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "Severus, this is likely the ability of Eastern wizards," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Look, how kind Harry is." 19. The sound of shattering after dining in the grand hall of Hogwarts. The students resumed singing the school song. Harry chose the mountain tune as the melody to conclude the song, even pulling out a huqin to perform a piece. Perhaps it was a mystical force from the east. Once the Huqin's notes resonated, they swiftly overshadowed the bewildering melodies of others. Of course, most of the tunes originated from Gryffindor. While Slytherin merely mumbled the song under their breath, Ravenclaw typically recited it, and Hufflepuff sang, albeit not as loudly as Gryffindor. And then, Harry Potter arrived, bringing with him both the Huqin and a lively spirit. The inherent charm of the two-man show combined with the Huqin's multiple tones created an atmosphere that reverberated throughout Hogwarts, captivating all present. It must be noted that Harry's performance was truly unprecedented. Even Dumbledore, who had lived for over a century, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Then, an even more astonishing moment unfolded. After finishing with the Huqin, Harry produced a swona, and, upon concluding his last note, brought it to his lips. The sound of the swona was nothing short of golden. It echoed through the hall like a heavenly decree. Once he finished, he tucked the instrument away, composed himself, and sat upright, as if nothing had transpired. Following Harry's exuberant display, the atmosphere of the school year became decidedly peculiar, particularly for the individual seated in the position of defense against the dark arts professor, whose expression was one of sheer awkwardness. Dumbledore had introduced this new professor after the sorting ceremony. He appeared incredibly gentle, his light blue eyes initially sparkling with joy but now clouded by embarrassment. However, the students were largely indifferent to the new professor. He was undeniably handsome and possessed a gentle demeanor, far removed from the typical image of a defense against the dark arts instructor. Some older students even speculated about the possibility of pursuing his affections. Yet Harry remained unfazed, standing alongside the other Slytherin students as they followed their prefect into the dungeons. On Hogwarts' first night, Harry was destined to be the center of attention. Even though the Slytherin students might harbor no fondness for him, some might even wish to undermine him, he was undeterred. The brave Harry, hailing from the northeast, was fearless, capable of assimilating anyone around him, regardless of their backgrounds. Approaching a certain chubby Mr. Malfoy, Harry exclaimed, "Ah, it is truly you. I thought you had gone to Durmstrang." Mr. Malfoy twitched his lips, momentarily halting his attempt to escape and turning to face Harry. "It's you." "Indeed, it is I." Harry beamed, perhaps excessively so. "After our encounter at Madame Malkin's, I took a moment to reflect, Mr. Malfoy. May I call you Draco? What a splendid name. It resonates with dragons. You know, we have a plethora of dragon varieties back home. Isn't it just the Chinese fireball?" Draco retorted, clearly displeased, as he prided himself on his knowledge of dragons. Harry chuckled. "Oh dear, little dragon, do not be deceived. As of now, magical creature researchers are still barred from entering China. We are quite protective of our territory. And the only dragon we share for exchange is indeed the Chinese fireball. But that hardly means it is the only one. In fact, we have many more water dragons." Draco's face flushed bright red. How? How do you know I am called Little Dragon?" Harry's smile widened. "Isn't it obvious?" His unabashed social prowess bewildered all the Slytherin students present. It was a direct hit, striking right at their hearts. Harry continued, "Moreover, Little Dragon, after conversing with you at Madame Malkin's, my mother advised me. She believes that although I spoke the truth, I came across as rather boastful, lacking the humility typically associated with our Eastern heritage. I truly reflected on myself. How could I have outright stated that my family lineage spans 3,000 years? That was indeed a display of arrogance. I have resolved to refrain from such declarations henceforth." A sound akin to shattering echoed. Sighing, Harry remarked, "Oh, Mr. Barrow, why do you seem so forlorn? It is nighttime, the perfect time for you ghosts to practice your ethereal arts. Why not absorb a bit of moonlight and rest peacefully by day?" Bloodman Barrow. All the Slytherin students. Draco. "So, you are that Harry Potter." Harry. "Indeed, but you may also call me Zhao Harry, as that is my foster mother's surname." How to respond to that? No wonder. The savior Harry Potter had vanished from the magical world, and Dumbledore often claimed he was thriving. Many found this puzzling. While some believed, others remained skeptical. It turned out that Dumbledore had sent him abroad to be raised, and the circumstances were rather peculiar. What family could endure for 3 millennia? The inhabitants of the British magical community, which had existed for a little over a millennium, were resolute in their disbelief. As all present fervently dismissed Harry's claims in their minds, he quietly returned to his dormitory. He resided in a single room. Having requested to house a ghost, since one ghost occupied the space, he felt others could forego it. The ghosts, originally free to roam, were now sent out by Harry to absorb moonlight at night, returning to rest in the dormitory by day. The mere thought of enjoying solitude in his room brought him joy. Upon entering, he promptly locked the door, disregarding the opinions of the outside world. He had no need to concern himself with the thoughts of those children. He was a mature 11-year-old male, entirely indifferent to the immature notions of youth. With that thought in mind, he quickly opened a book, preparing for some bedtime reading. Just then, he heard a commotion outside his window. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor stood there, peering in, and outside lay the expanse of the dark lake. 20. Perhaps Potter was indeed born to be his bane. A living person standing in the water was not an alarming sight. Yet the issue was that he was knocking on the window, signaling Harry to let him in. Harry, however, refused, as the Slytherin dormitory windows were sealed shut. He gestured towards the door, then to the window, and finally threw up his hands in a display of helplessness, returning to his desk. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor crossed his arms, tapping his feet on the window ledge, and realizing there was no movement, he turned to swim away. That night was tranquil and serene. For the majority, aside from Harry, this evening was filled with chattering gossip, far from peaceful. The happenings within the hall were insufficient for their discussions. As for the other Slytherin students, the situation was even more pronounced. Harry resided in a single dormitory, while the others shared rooms. Even Draco Malfoy, son of a governor, had a roommate, Blaise Zabini, a boy of darker complexion who had been sorted into Slytherin before Harry. Draco's two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, shared a room as well. During the designated bedtime, the four gathered in Draco's dormitory to gossip about Harry Potter. Yes, I encountered him while purchasing school supplies in Diagon Alley, at Madame Malkin's robe shop. The moment he entered, I felt a profound unease. Draco Malfoy completely denied that he initially wished to befriend a wizard he had never met before, but he felt utterly overshadowed. Thus, he began to salvage his pride. Recalling how his adoptive mother, an Eastern witch, claimed to be one of the oldest in the wizarding world, asserting that her family boasted a lineage of over 3,500 years. How absurd. Crabbe chimed in to support his friend, expressing disbelief that any family could endure for over 1,500 years, let alone 3,500. He began counting on his fingers. Goyle echoed Crabbe's sentiment. Indeed, Draco, your family's history is quite lengthy. I cannot believe any lineage could surpass that of the Malfoys. Blaise Zabini merely smiled slightly. Really? I find that hard to believe. Crabbe retorted. Do you even hear yourself? Goyle insisted. Zabini, whose side are you on? Potter is a Gryffindor. He was mistakenly sorted. You should side with us. But he was already a Slytherin student. Blaise shrugged and remarked, you cannot genuinely believe that the sorting hat misassigned him, can you? The hat has been performing its duties for a millennium. If it were indeed so careless, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Draco interjected. So you mean to say that, at the very least, he possesses the qualifications to be sorted into Slytherin? Blaise replied, what else could it be? It must be said that Blaise's words rendered the three boys momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Draco reluctantly conceded to Blaise's assertion, yet raised another question. He is Dumbledore's golden boy. If he can choose between two houses, why not opt for Gryffindor? The 11-year-old Draco Malfoy suddenly found himself troubled, perhaps due to an unexpected surge of intellect. After all, an 11-year-old newcomer should not be burdened with such contemplation. Yet he began to reflect, primarily regarding Dumbledore and the so-called savior. This inquiry, which should not have piqued his curiosity, now did. And a child unable to quell their curiosity is often beset by overwhelming worries. Of course, the four boys were unaware that their head of house, Professor Severus Snape, was even more distressed. How could he be sorted into Slytherin? Snape was so enraged he felt like drawing his wand against Dumbledore. However, for the moment, he merely slammed his hands on Dumbledore's table, which was laden with silverware, causing Fawkes, the phoenix standing nearby, to tremble in response. Oh, calm down, Severus, my child. Remain composed. Dumbledore extended his hand in a calming gesture, hoping to magically quell Snape's fury. You see, Harry is a good boy, and his adoptive mother is a good person, Severus. However, it is precisely her influence that renders Harry unique. He did not grow up in our familiar environment. His clever little mind is filled with concepts we cannot comprehend, and his logic diverges from our prior understanding. Severus, he is not James nor Lily. He is Harry, and thus he will choose Slytherin. Snape remained silent, the cold air emanating from him clearly indicating his discontent. Will you abandon him for his uniqueness? Dumbledore inquired. Snape narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning perilous. Severus, Harry's situation is entirely different from what we previously considered. His sorting into Slytherin is not a coincidence. Dumbledore smiled, pouring himself a cup of tea. I have recently been corresponding with Trelawney, and I find it unlikely he will gravitate toward Gryffindor, if not Slytherin, then Ravenclaw. Yet, between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, I would prefer he join Slytherin. After all, you are there, are you not? Snape glared at him in fury. Yet, Dumbledore calmly sipped his tea, occasionally popping a piece of candy into his mouth. After a considerable time, Snape seemed to deflate, saying, "Yes, always." With that, Snape turned and exited the headmaster's office. The low pressure surrounding him dissipated. At least Peeves, who had been lurking in the hallway anticipating a scare, was genuinely frightened, darting away upon catching sight of Snape. Snape appeared somewhat distracted, wandering through Hogwarts, and upon reaching the tower, he even encountered the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, who approached him, wearing a dejected expression. This entire Hogwarts has turned peculiar and chaotic because of that boy, Harry Potter. Descending to the 4th floor, Snape spotted the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor standing in the corridor to his right, looking utterly despondent, even tears beginning to well in his eyes. This was indeed awkward. Snape mused that since meeting Potter, he had entered an awkward mode. Perhaps Potter truly was his nemesis. Thus, he had indeed been influenced by the Easterners. What does it mean to be someone's natural adversary? Attempting to feign ignorance of his new colleague, Snape turned to leave via another staircase, but the latter spoke up. "Good night, Professor Severus Snape." Snape nodded to his new colleague, harboring no desire for small talk, and turned to descend the stairs. Yet it was evident that his new colleague was not inclined to let him go so easily. The new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor hastily stepped forward, blocking Snape's path. "Professor Snape, I am new here. The other professors at Hogwarts are not of an age suitable for late-night discussions. So I genuinely wish to converse with you regarding the teaching of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. I have heard that you have long desired this position, so you must possess considerable insights on the subject. May I invite you to explore the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor?" During the opening banquet, Dumbledore had emphasized the danger of the right-hand corridor, a warning directed at the students, yet it also extended to the staff. Everyone was aware that something lurked at the end of the corridor, with some having assisted in preparing the room prior to the placement of the object. But the individuals responsible for each barrier varied, so not all were familiar with the challenges. In fact, aside from those most trusted by Dumbledore, no one truly knew what had been placed in that room. Snape, however, was well aware of its contents. Yet he was aware that the newcomer before him was likely unfamiliar with this matter. "Professor Modred, I hope you comprehend that Hogwarts is a place steeped in secrets. Even if there are dangers lurking in the corridors, they are neither the first nor the last. Your duty lies in rescuing students when peril arises," he stated coldly. "As for the rest, if you are truly so interested, perhaps you should simply take a position at the entrance. Should any mischievous troll disregard warnings, you might apprehend it yourself." With that, Severus Snape brushed aside Modred's hand and swiftly descended the staircase, his robes billowing like a tempestuous black cloud, conjuring a storm within Hogwarts. Modred smiled faintly, and his pale eyes swirled not a dark tempest, but rather astonishing lightning. Outside Hogwarts, a sudden thunderstorm erupted. Once Snape's figure had vanished, the ghost clad in an ancient gown drifted down from the tower, alighting before Modred. This was the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, her countenance perpetually devoid of expression, betraying no emotional shift regardless of her company. A ghost, she seemed intent on severing all ties with the living, indifferent to both humans and specters alike. However, when encountering a person, she would offer a curtsy, albeit with the formality of a bygone era, still showcasing her elegance and nobility, alongside her impeccable poise. The Grey Lady possessed a visage of remarkable nobility, one that undoubtedly belonged to the aristocracy a millennium ago. Modred inclined his head in a knightly salute, to which she returned the gesture with impeccable precision, as though trained in the royal courts. "Madam, the moonlight tonight is exquisite. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" Modred inquired. The Grey Lady nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it would be my honor." Extending her hand to rest within the crook of his arm, they descended together until reaching the entrance to the cellar, where the Grey Lady finally allowed a smile to grace her lips, requesting with perfect decorum, "Sir Knight, might you summon the student named Harry Potter? I wish to inquire about a matter." Modred raised an eyebrow. "What of tomorrow during the day? There is a curfew at night. But he has a class in the Ravenclaw Tower tomorrow. You may meet then. I shall relay the message to him at breakfast." The Grey Lady, being a woman of considerable refinement, nodded in agreement before drifting towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Once she had floated away, the Bloody Baron emerged from the cellar door. Watching her depart, Modred regarded the Bloody Baron with a look of disdain, confirming that the Baron had perceived his contempt before turning to leave. The Baron seethed with indignation. Oh, after more than a millennium, Mr. Baron is finally upset again. The serpent-shaped decorations at the cellar entrance hissed softly, and the whispers spread throughout the cellar. Reaching Harry's dormitory. Engrossed in his reading, Harry heard the murmurs. Oh dear, Brother Baron, after 1,000 years, you are once again incensed. Do not call him Brother Baron. Address him as Chief Baron. He is the foremost among Slytherin boys. Ah, rather, the prime disciple. Regardless, it has been a millennium since he has shown any emotion. Are you all mad? Truly mad? The serpent-shaped decorations chattered amongst themselves, each more loquacious than the last. Harry approached the dormitory door, his gaze fixed on the serpent-shaped doorknob. Shush, 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 do not speak. There is a boy watching me, and I suspect he harbors a secret affection. The doorknob quipped. Honestly, Brother Baron is an old relic. How could he possibly compare to this young boy? Do not prattle on. The young boy would never fancy you, you old serpent, if he has a preference. It is for the basilisk dwelling beneath the earth, now that his beauty, though its scales may not gleam, its strength is undeniable. The serpent painting upon the door hissed venomously. What are you? A mere painting, easily burned away, and yet you dare to argue with me? Though not actual serpents. The tongues of these serpent-shaped objects were indeed sharp. Harry brandished his wand at them. Silencio. Perfect. The serpents fell silent. You must maintain your quietude. This is my dormitory. Harry commanded the serpent-shaped decorations. Moreover, you would do well to seal your lips, lest I undertake something most unpleasant. With his wand, he rhythmically tapped against his left hand. You certainly would not wish to discover what that entails. The serpents trembled in fear. They felt wronged. Unmoved by their plight, Harry coldly turned away, stowed his book, and extinguished the light. Within moments, even breaths filled the dormitory. It was not until past midnight that the serpent-shaped items dared to speak again, yet by this time, they were cautious, refraining from idle chatter, and began to disseminate Harry's demands amongst the serpents throughout the cellar. Should they truly provoke this young fellow who could converse in Parseltongue, they might encounter something rather dreadful, indeed. After all, the boy once feared had once spoken to them gently, while this child threatened them immediately. Oh, how the serpents quaked in fear. At dawn, Harry found his friends at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. The fatigue from an all-night study session was evident on his face, which drew Ron Weasley's attention, his sense of justice surging to the forefront. Grasping Harry's shoulder with one hand while stifling a shout of indignation with the other, he exclaimed, "Those Slytherin scoundrels! What have they done to you, Harry? Have they tormented you?" Tears welled in Ron's eyes. Harry smiled gently, reassuring him. "No, Ronald," emphasizing Ron's formal name. "I was not bullied. They did not harm me. I merely became absorbed in my reading last night." Hermione wholeheartedly agreed. "Oh, indeed. Reading can captivate one's attention so easily." Neville shook his head in disbelief. Ron frowned. "Really? Can reading engross one to the point of fatigue?" "Harry, that is rather alarming. Why did you not join Ravenclaw?" He glanced towards Hermione. "And you?" Hermione's expression darkened instantly. "Ronald Bilious Weasley, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ron scratched his cheek. "Goodness, bloody hell. Must you utter my full name?" Clearly, Ron's full name had a disconcerting effect on him. Harry and Neville erupted into laughter. "Certainly." He came over to remind them to arrive early for the Transfiguration class in the morning, suggesting they should head there right after breakfast without delay, as he had heard that Transfiguration was quite challenging. Hermione confidently patted her chest, assuring, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on the two of them." After greeting everyone, Harry hurried back to the Slytherin table, where he took his seat beside the ghostly figure of Barrow, even ordering a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks specifically for him. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Owls arrived bearing letters. The ghostly Barrow noticed 3 letters being delivered to Harry and slightly stirred, turning his head to inquire, "Whose letters are those?" Harry glanced at the letters and replied, "My mother sent me a letter, and there's one from Hagrid. Oh, and this one is from..." He opened the letter signed by Druids and continued, "Oh, it's an invitation, Barrow. The Grey Lady of the Tower invites me to chat with her after class." Barrow appeared somewhat excited but restrained himself. "Oh, really? Can you bring someone along?" Harry shook his head. "No, the invitation doesn't mention whether I can bring someone. Barrow, I think you should ask if you can go to the tower to gaze at the stars and the moon yourself, rather than relying on me." Instantly, Barrow's inflated ghostly form deflated. Harry, unfazed, encouraged, "Barrow, you should be a bit braver." After wiping his mouth, he quickly joined the line heading upstairs. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, and he needed to arrive early to secure a seat. Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself as the first student to arrive, greeted by a lovely tabby cat perched on the desk. After admiring the cat, he chose a seat in the center. He placed a small clapperboard on the podium and poked it with his wand to make it chime, while he settled into his seat, finally selecting the most central position. Once he organized his clapperboard, he opened his books and began to read, completely indifferent to whether the cat on the podium displayed any human-like expressions. After waiting for a while, his classmates trickled in. Spotting Hermione and the others, he waved. "Over here, Hermione, Ron, Neville. Hey, you too, Draco, Blaze. This row is the best spot for listening. Come quickly." For a moment, those called were unsure whether to feel embarrassed or awkward, clustering at the doorway and hesitating to step forward. "Don't be shy. We are all classmates. Let's support one another." Harry ignored their discomfort, believing that diligent study was of utmost importance and urging them to occupy the best listening spots. "You wouldn't want to miss what the professor is saying." After a short while, Hermione, clutching her book, bravely approached Harry. "Indeed. I want to hear every single word, every letter." The brave little lioness Hermione sat beside Harry and asked, "Did you prepare?" Harry replied, "Of course, I've memorized the entire book." How wonderfully supportive they were. The two distinguished Slytherin students exchanged glances and chose to sit behind Harry, a spot that was not too conspicuous but still visible. As for the two foolish Gryffindors, they were indifferent. Neville was on the verge of tears, absolutely dreading the thought of sitting in the front row. However, everyone knew that Harry had saved those seats for them, and it would seem rude not to take them. Suddenly, Neville's social anxiety kicked in, and even Ron, usually carefree, was momentarily intimidated by Neville's apprehensive demeanor and hesitated to sit in the front row. Soon, all the students had arrived, yet the front row remained unoccupied. At that moment, the tabby cat on the podium sprang to life and transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, why are you not seated immediately?" Neville looked up at Professor McGonagall with a pitiful expression. Ron could only grab his collar and lead him to the front row. Excellent, for the first lesson. Everyone found their places. During class, Professor McGonagall explained her ability to transform into a cat, a skill known as being an animagus, which was a more perilous form of transfiguration compared to ordinary spells. After warning all the young wizards, she began teaching the foundational principles of transfiguration. Transfiguration is a wondrous spell that requires not only magical power, but also the caster's belief. Both elements are indispensable. Subsequently, she demonstrated how to transform a matchstick into a needle and instructed the students to practice. Harry had no intention of holding back. He raised his wand and pointed it at the matchstick. Instantly, the match transformed into a golden hoop rod. Indeed, it became a long iron rod adorned with patterns, inscribed with the words Rui Jingu Bang. Everyone, Professor McGonagall included, was taken aback. "Mr. Potter, I said a needle." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, genuinely astonished by Harry's magical prowess. Harry, holding the iron rod, earnestly reassured, "Professor, please don't worry, it can become a needle." He then instructed the rod. If only it could be smaller and thinner. Under his command, the rod transformed, continuously shrinking and refining until it resembled a delicate embroidery needle, glinting in silver in his hand. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, her expression oscillating between pride and astonishment, clearly recognizing that altering shape and size was indeed a form of transfiguration. Harry's performance was outstanding, reflecting the remarkable transfiguration talent he inherited from his father, James. Even Ollivander, that remarkably aged wand maker, still remembered James Potter's wand made of cherry wood. 11 inches long, flexible, and particularly powerful, ideal for transfiguration, a field in which James excelled, even being an unregistered animagus. Professor McGonagall's expression finally settled into one of satisfaction. A gentle smile gracing her face, her eyes glimmering with endless nostalgia. James had been her student, although he had once caused her considerable trouble. He also filled her with immense pride. Harry's talent was exceptional, even surpassing that of his father. 5 points to Slytherin. Typically, points were awarded in increments of 1 or 2, yet Professor McGonagall granted Harry 5 points for his remarkable transfiguration. In reality, it was not solely about transfiguration, Harry remarked. This inspiration came from a hero. Thus, the entire transfiguration class transformed into a lively storytelling session. Harry stood at the podium, wielding a wooden clapper, instantly launching into his storytelling mode. This art of storytelling was, in fact, one of the classic genres from Zhao Cuixi's hometown. The renowned storytellers could be heard daily on the radio and television, showcasing both male and female talents, each excelling in their own narratives, captivating audiences with their splendid performances. Harry's storytelling was no less enchanting. He firmly struck the wooden block and proclaimed, "In this world, there are 4 continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Western Cowherd Continent, the Southern Janbu Continent, and the Northern Julu Continent." With this opening, he captivated the attention of all present. The stone monkey, Sun Wukong, after returning from his training and defeating the Chaos Demon King, found himself in a moment of triumph. One day, while frolicking with his monkey subordinates, he suddenly recalled his remarkable abilities and burgeoning fame. If other demon kings sought to challenge him, he would undoubtedly be formidable. However, he pondered how his subordinates would fare in such encounters, feeling the need for a suitable weapon. As he spoke, he waved the silver needle in his hand, exclaiming, "Behold, this is a weapon I fashioned inspired by Sun Wukong's own." Although lacking in true power, it was indeed quite intimidating. Just as he concluded this tale, the school bell rang. After class, he hurried to the charms classroom, ready for the first lesson. Meanwhile, others remained engrossed in Harry's story, utterly captivated. They had never imagined that a stone could give birth to a monkey, nor that a monkey could possess such prowess. It was truly thrilling. Hermione swallowed hard. Although she had heard of this tale, it had only been in the form of a brief summary. She never anticipated the story would be so enthralling, and she felt an urge to read the book. Hermione's curiosity mirrored that of many others, including Draco, who whispered to Blaise Zabini, "I must seek out Potter and ask him for this book." Blaise, pondering, countered, "Draco, do you not think Potter deliberately orchestrated this spectacle to prevent others from gaining points?" Draco was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He struggled to believe that someone would act in such a manner. Primarily, what could be Potter's intent behind it? Soon enough, he would discern Potter's motives. In the first potions class, Professor Snape strode into the classroom with an air of authority, his presence commanding attention. He too had an introductory speech, casting scornful glances at each student while uttering his cold, unfeeling words. "I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, provided that you are not the sort of fools I often encounter." Hermione was determined to prove herself far from foolish. She was, after all, the brightest girl in her community. She had graduated primary school at the top of her class. Harry, however, displayed no particular change in demeanor as he sat beside Hermione, a smile of agreement gracing his face. "Mr. Potter." Snape called his name, intending to continue, but Harry's interruption cut him off. Harry replied loudly, "Present," and stood up. "Professor, Slytherin is supposed to have 12 students, and we are all here," Harry declared. "Please proceed." Snape was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, the illustrious Potter, what do you mean?" He needed clarification on the annoying Potter's intentions. Harry answered loudly, "Professor, responding to your questions in class is an essential quality for every student. Since you did not pose a question, I assumed you were inquiring about our attendance. I can only comment on Slytherin's status. I am less informed about Gryffindor's, and I would like to volunteer as the class representative for potions." The role of class representative in Chinese schools involves students managing assignments, checking if homework is completed, and assisting professors in assigning tasks to enhance learning. Indeed, this so-called savior was proving to be quite the challenge. Snape had already heard of his antics in Transfiguration class. "My dear, this chapter continues. Please turn to the next page for more excitement." In Transfiguration, Harry had ensured others could not earn points through his storytelling. And now in Potions, he sought to assume the role of class representative. This was decidedly not the typical Potter. As for the position in Chinese schools, Snape furrowed his brow. He regretted not knowing about this role sooner. Had he been aware, he would have had the time and opportunity to pursue further research on better potions. Damn Potter, why couldn't he have mentioned this earlier? He should have identified individuals from each house and year to serve as his potions representatives. Snape seethed. "Very well, Potter, you have chosen to be the potions representative. Now, if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion, what will be the result?" Harry confidently replied, "It is a potent sleeping potion known as Death is Water, Professor. Its efficacy is remarkable. Even a small amount ensures a deep slumber, but one must remember not to overdose." "Then, where should I obtain Bezoar?" Snape inquired. "From the stomach of a goat." "Of course, as Bezoar is related to goats," Harry answered. "It is an antidote that can be used directly, but its effects are enhanced when processed. It has greater applications in traditional medicine." Harry then exclaimed, Bezoar not only detoxifies but also alleviates heat. You may not understand what heat means, but it truly exists. If you experience discomfort from sores, constipation, a dry throat, or nasal dryness, a small amount dissolved in water will prove remarkably effective. Snape was left speechless. Harry continued, "Professor, how did I fare in my answers?" His eyes sparkled, glimmering like stars, as if urging Snape to praise him. Snape could find no words. He shot Harry a fierce glare and turned away to magically inscribe the recipe for the scabious potion and its precautions on the blackboard. He then emphasized the method of preparation and reiterated the importance of not overlooking any precautions before waving his wand to close all textbooks. "Now, take out your cauldrons and brew this potion. Be warned, if you add hedgehog spines without removing the cauldron from the flame, not only will you encounter misfortune, but you shall also lose points in a manner that will surely bring you to tears." As he spoke, malice was etched across Snape's face, almost as though he reveled in the thought of witnessing a mishap. As Snape instructed the students to begin their practical work, Harry had already set to work. He swiftly retrieved a slug for later use and then crushed a snake's fang before placing it into the mortar to grind. Once ground, he gently steamed the slug over the fire while swiftly chopping nettles. Having prepared these components, he then placed the cauldron over the flame, commencing the potion-making process according to Snape's instructions. Snape's gaze was fixed on Harry's actions. Upon seeing him first retrieve the slug, Snape initially thought this boy shared the same lack of potion talent as the elder Potter. However, when he observed Harry merely steaming the slug over gentle heat, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Could it be that young Potter inherited Lily's aptitude for potions? Snape's attention was entirely captured by Harry's skillful handling of potion ingredients. Remarkably adept, Harry demonstrated a keen ability to make precise judgments upon first encountering these materials, eschewing a rigid adherence to the book in favor of a more pragmatic approach, efficiently managing the more challenging components to save time. Perhaps young Potter truly had inherited Lily's gift? Lily Evans, the mother of Harry Potter, the woman who sacrificed her life for him, the one whom Snape longed to protect, harbored a love for her despite his disdain for her husband. He pondered that if her son inherited her remarkable gifts, it would be the most splendid legacy she left in this world. He would strive to overlook the striking resemblance Harry bore to James Potter in order to cherish the child, for he had grown up alongside her, even stepping into her sister's shoes to become her closest friend and companion, though, ultimately, they had drifted apart. Despite Snape's unwavering affection for Lily, the mere thought of marrying her and fathering Harry sent shivers down his spine, leaving him unsettled. Yet he acknowledged his love for her, akin to that of a guardian. His Patronus mirrored hers, but he would never wish to transform into a corresponding stag merely out of love for Lily. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Harry swiftly removed the cauldron from the flames and introduced the porcupine quills. This was the final step. As he stirred with his wand, a delicate pink mist began to rise from the cauldron, signaling the success of his potion. Bottling and packaging it in one fluid motion, he hastily tidied the workspace, gathering his belongings before commencing a vigilant inspection of the surroundings, mirroring Snape's watchful gaze. Neville, in the hushed classroom, where only the bubbling of cauldrons could be heard, Harry exclaimed, grasping Neville's hand. "You need to remove your cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, or it will melt," he reminded Neville. Turning to the class to emphasize, "Students, during the final step, do not leave your cauldron over the fire when adding the quills." At his words, a flurry of commotion ensued, followed by the release of pink smoke, indicating that many students had successfully concocted their potions. Snape let out a cold snort. Indeed, a clever Gryffindor temperament was evident, albeit with a hint of, he had to concede, young Potter possessed a certain ambitious cunning. Perhaps that was why he had been sorted into Slytherin. After all, his shout had aided everyone in the class, even the Gryffindor students, suggesting that, whether Snape wished for him to be the potion class representative or not, his peers would still seek him out. Young Potter had thus garnered their recognition. Furthermore, young Potter had just mentioned traditional Chinese medicine, indicating he had leverage in negotiations, and evidently, he did not regard himself as a fool. The mere thought of Potter's schemes left Snape with a sense that perhaps he had awoken on the wrong side of the bed. Why was young Potter like this? Neither Lily nor James seemed to possess such calculating traits. Could it be a genetic mutation? Or perhaps a result of Chinese education? Or was it a lesson from his foster mother? Snape felt an urge to inquire about the events of the past decade in young Potter's life, but hesitated to approach him directly. He concluded that he would ask Dumbledore to gather information from his foster mother. It was essential to understand what had transpired in young Potter's life. Once all the students submitted their potions, Snape, in an unprecedented move, awarded Harry 10 points, although Gryffindor lost 2 points due to Neville's mishap. However, the deduction did not incite discontent among the Gryffindor students. After class, several Gryffindors expressed their gratitude to Harry. "Thanks, mate. Even if it's not an O. An A is still fantastic. I heard he usually gives Gryffindor PS and DS, and some even got Ts. Thanks to your reminder, everyone received A's. You are our honorary Gryffindor student," Dean Thomas exclaimed, patting Harry on the shoulder, his face radiant with excitement. "Right, guys?" He turned to his Gryffindor companions. Neville nodded vigorously, relieved to have survived the ordeal and secured an A. Though it appeared reluctantly given, with a minus scribbled next to it, it was a significant achievement for Neville. Once the Gryffindor students departed from the potions classroom, the Slytherin students began to rise, at a loss for words. Harry Potter's recent actions were increasingly enigmatic. At that moment, Snape re-entered, his expression unchanged, yet his tone had lightened slightly. "From this day forth, Harry Potter shall be the representative for potions class. You are to learn from him, at least after dinner tonight. He will assist in preparing the slugs necessary for your senior classmates. And you are to submit your assignments to him once completed." With that, he turned and hurried away, the hem of his black robes swirling dramatically. After class, Harry rushed to the Ravenclaw Tower. The Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw, floated gracefully on the tower's terrace, although her semi-transparent, silvery form blurred her features in the wind. Her elegant demeanor suggested she was a beautiful and noble lady. Upon spotting Harry, a smile lit her face. Though her features were indistinct, the joy emanating from her was unmistakable. Harry promptly greeted her. "Good day, madam." The Grey Lady responded, "Good day, Mr. Potter." She glided to a nearby chair, feigning a seat. "Please sit. I have matters I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Potter." Harry quickly took a seat and knocked on the table, calling for the house elf he knew from Hogwarts, Dobby. "Please bring afternoon tea and snacks. I believe Madame Ravenclaw would enjoy jasmine tea and rose cakes." "Thank you." Soon, a female house elf appeared with a pot of jasmine tea and a plate of rose cakes. "Oh, Mr. Potter has summoned Dobby. Dobby has prepared the refreshments, and Mr. Potter's friend shall surely delight in these Eastern treats." The house elf squealed, placing the snacks down with an eager expression. "You did splendidly, Dobby. You are a trustworthy and delightful house elf," Harry praised her. Dobby let out a joyful squeak before disappearing. Harry then retrieved an incense burner from his inner pocket, lighting the incense within. "Earlier, you were the only one who did not join us for dinner, so I thought to invite you for afternoon tea. Come, taste these Eastern delicacies." The Grey Lady smiled gently, intending to speak, but suddenly realizing she was indeed seated. Surprised for a moment, she composed herself and regarded Harry with a knowing look. "You see, I passed away 1,000 years ago. In my time, there was no concept of afternoon tea." Harry chuckled. "That is quite normal. It's akin to the notion that there is no good food in Britain, but I find the roast chicken quite delightful." The Grey Lady raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "This is truly a gross misrepresentation. It is worth noting that the gentle Helga Hufflepuff was the very first head chef of the Hogwarts dining hall, and her culinary skills were quite commendable, unlike the hot-tempered Godric Gryffindor, who was only proficient at roasting things." Harry showed interest in her words, prompting the Grey Lady to slowly recount events from a millennium ago. However, her primary motive for summoning Harry was not merely to share stories. She sought his insight on the matter of how a ghost might consume food. Though Harry could not claim complete mastery over the subject, having studied it for 7 or 8 years, he certainly possessed a deeper understanding than most. He adjusted his posture and began to explain to the Grey Lady the process by which ghosts could partake in sustenance. "My lady," he began, "this fragrance typically requires the essence of horned perfume, which is a peculiar substance, neither a true horn nor merely an illusion, as it exists in a liminal state, embodying both yin and yang. Once properly prepared and ignited, it enables a connection between the worlds of the living and the dead, allowing ghosts to experience a semblance of human existence. However, it is crucial to remember that they are still phantoms. Excessive indulgence might lead them to mistakenly believe they are among the living, which could result in unintended interactions with actual humans." Harry's explanation provided clarity. The Grey Lady listened intently, her confusion deepening even as she felt she was brushing against the edges of soul magic. She meticulously deciphered each letter of Harry's words, earnestly contemplating the significance behind each term. The languages of the East are not entirely unrelated to English, yet as a millennium-old ghost, The Gray Lady had acquired knowledge of many tongues, albeit not with equal proficiency. Among them, she knew a little of a dialect called Yu, but not the variety Harry spoke of. Further study was required. "Thank you immensely," she expressed, nearly exhausting her non-existent mental faculties to retain Harry's teachings. "This is a novel understanding, and I am eager to learn more about it. Best of luck to you, Mr. Potter." As Harry departed the tower, he discerned that this Ravenclaw ghost should indeed be referred to as Lady, for she was a true princess of the Muggle world, and her surname was Ravenclaw. Do not inquire about her previous surname. The lady's countenance had rarely exhibited a smile until she learned of the possibility to comprehend soul magic, at which point her smile became a constant presence. "My father had no affection for magic, otherwise he would not have concealed our existence, my mother's and mine, for the sake of his reputation. How absurd it is for a king to govern merely a handful of villages," she confided to Harry, a sentiment that seemed to have been long pent up within her. Regardless, this lady was undeniably talented. After Harry explained the uses of horn perfume, she requested that he retrieve his textbook to demonstrate everything he had learned that day, even offering some practical suggestions herself. Truly, she embodied the essence of Ravenclaw. Harry marveled at her intellect and then rapped on the door to Snape's office. The doorknob was fashioned in the shape of a serpent, gleaming with a metallic sheen that tempted one to touch it. Who could say what material it was? It appeared akin to silver, oxidized halfway. Just as Harry contemplated whether he could ascertain if the doorknob was indeed silver and worth some coin, the door swung open, revealing Snape, his expression dark and piercing. "Hello, Professor," Harry greeted hurriedly. "I'm here to assist with the slugs." Snape lowered his gaze to the boy, who barely reached his waist, and coldly replied, "Does the esteemed savior, Potter, require his humble, aged professor to extend a personal invitation to enter?" Startled, Harry nearly jumped. "Of course not. I mean, certainly not, Professor. I shall enter immediately and begin with the slugs." He proceeded to extract the slug's mucus, carefully preserving it, and place the deflated creatures into water for their next round of squeezing. Following Snape into the office, Harry noted that the space was quite expansive, with rows of storage shelves lining the walls. Adjacent to the office was the potions storeroom. Hogwarts had truly provided a splendid workspace for the potions professor, well-equipped yet somewhat overwhelming in size. After hauling a large bucket of slugs from the potion materials storage, Harry took 30 steps to reach the processing station. The technique for handling slugs required a modicum of skill. He needed to extract enough mucus to meet the demands of all second-year students. Thus, he grasped a slimy slug with his left hand while his right positioned itself precisely above the slug's cloacal opening, squeezing firmly to release the gooey contents into a small bucket on the table. He then tossed the slug into a separate bucket of water, for nurturing care must be taken not to kill the slug, or he would need to procure a new batch. Indeed, slugs proliferate in dark, damp places. Harry had previously caught 2 slugs at Hogwarts, though they had not thrived as well as those in the buckets. With his left hand gripping the slug, he deftly squeezed out its mucus, careful to avoid using a metal bucket, as prolonged contact with metal could corrode the mucus and render it ineffective. Thus, he opted for a wooden bucket. Once he had extracted the mucus and tidied up, Harry returned the slugs to their original bucket, even adding some seaweed powder for good measure. Snape, who had been grading assignments, noticed the quality of the work seemed to beckon him to unleash his frustrations upon a few unfortunate students. His gaze fell upon young Potter, the ready-made target. Yet, as he observed Harry's methodical approach to handling the slugs, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. The boy's movements were so fluid that one could not help but wonder if this childhood giant had secretly observed some technique to master the art of slug handling. In truth, aside from this method, there existed the option of using a knife's back to compress the slugs, but that would leave the entire processing area rather wet. Moreover, if one wished to reuse the slugs while extracting their mucus, hand squeezing proved far more efficient. Otherwise, the slugs would dehydrate and perish, necessitating another hunt. Severus Snape saw no issue in sending students to gather supplies. However, Potter's technique was curious. "Professor, I've finished," Harry announced, pulling parchment from his bag. "May I stay here to complete my assignments? It's rather noisy in the dormitory." Snape's frown deepened. "If your aged professor recalls correctly, Mr. Potter, you possess a single-occupancy dormitory." Harry replied, "Of course, Professor Snape, I indeed have a single room, but it is often visited by some ghosts who delight in frolicking around. However, when I am ready to sleep, I send them out to the balcony to bask in the moonlight. They are surely still throwing a party in my room right now." Snape regarded him coldly. Ah, St. Potter. Harry smiled. That's not quite true. So, may I do my homework here? I assure you, I won't disturb you, Professor. Despite his reservations about young Potter, Snape permitted him to remain in the potions office to complete his assignments, recognizing the maturity Harry displayed in handling the slime eels earlier that day. Little did he know, Harry had his own ulterior motives for making such a request. After all, aside from the library, Ravenclaw possessed the most extensive collection of books, yet solitary research proved inefficient. And he couldn't disturb that Ravenclaw lady at such a late hour. Thus, seeking his head of house was the most prudent choice. After all, Harry initially chose Slytherin with the notion of receiving private tutoring from the head. Once Harry finished his transfiguration homework, he set it aside and turned to his defense against the dark arts assignment. The lesson had not covered any formidable or dangerous spells but had emphasized the nature of dark magic. Indeed, as Professor Modred had stated, no one truly favors dark magic. It is a form of magic that can inflict permanent harm, with even the finest healing proving futile. As Harry wrote with his quill, a sense of melancholy washed over him. After jotting down a few words, he glanced up at Snape, who still showed no inclination to bury himself in work. Prompting Harry to inquire, "Professor Snape, what is your perspective on dark magic?" Snape narrowed his eyes, appearing somewhat menacing at that moment. Harry pressed on. In today's defense against the dark arts class, Professor Modred did not teach us any spells, yet he made it clear that dark magic is terrifying, capable of causing irreparable damage. Hence we must tread cautiously. Professor Snape, we are studying defense against the dark arts, not dark magic itself. Can we truly employ non-dark spells to defend against the dark magic that could permanently harm us? Snape stood abruptly and strode towards Harry, grasping his collar and lifting him slightly off the ground. How dare you? Harry's expression was one of innocent confusion. I was merely repeating what Professor Modred said. I haven't done anything. Did Snape care whether Harry had done something or not? His face darkened ominously, his dark attire and brooding demeanor creating an aura of palpable dread, coupled with his deep voice. Harry felt as though he were in the presence of a living specter in this otherwise bright office. I shall repeat myself, such words. Especially concerning Dar, it was not that Hagrid found fault with what Harry had written, nor was he displeased by Harry's polite refusal. Rather, it was simply a feeling of introspection that began to emerge from his heart, gradually enveloping his entire mind. Hagrid had succumbed to profound self-reproach and contemplation. "Oh, Fong. My dear Fong," he murmured, cradling his timid giant dog Fong in his arms, burying his head in the dog's back. "Harry is absolutely right, Fong. I am indeed a careless, oblivious Gryffindor." Having found a convenient excuse for his negligence, he set Fong down, filled with renewed determination. "All right, Fong, let us go on patrol." He resolved to personally invite Harry the following day, and he should also ask him to bring Snape along as a guest. Speaking of which, Snape was indeed a source of concern. At merely 30 years of age, he appeared quite aged, not at all resembling a young wizard, after all. Wizards live at least 50 years longer than ordinary humans, and a 30-year-old wizard is still quite young. Leading Fong through the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid felt remarkably at ease. After all, first-year students were strictly prohibited from entering this place unless under exceptional circumstances. Even older students were advised to steer clear of its depths. Yet, Hagrid felt no fear. He had lived in this vicinity for many years, having resided at Hogwarts since he was 11, never having left. Suddenly, Fong whimpered and crouched down, refusing to move forward. Hagrid understood his little pet well. He knew Fong was timid, and when Fong hesitated, it was a clear indication of impending danger. And if Fong was so frightened, the threat must be significant. Sensing a substantial danger, Hagrid produced a small pink umbrella from his coat pocket, gripping it tightly as he cautiously advanced. A shadow, clad in black robes and casting no shadow. What in the world was that? Hagrid lifted his pink umbrella and pointed it at the shadow, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He caught sight of a glimmer of silver beneath the dark figure. The shadow remained motionless, but Hagrid sprang into action. "Restrict it," he shouted, waving his pink umbrella, and in an instant, the shadow began to rise. At that moment, the silver form obscured by its voluminous black robes was revealed, a young unicorn. The unicorn's neck was bleeding, and tears streamed from its large, innocent eyes. "You!" Hagrid bellowed at the shadow, "You vile creature. How dare you?" He frantically reached into his pocket and hurled a fire snake egg at it. Bang! The egg struck the shadow, igniting it in a fleeting blaze. Though it was but a small flame, it was enough to surprise Hagrid, who then lunged toward the shadow. However, the shadow was evidently prepared, It tackled Hagrid and passed right through him. It was not of this world. In that moment, Hagrid realized he needed assistance. He was utterly frantic, filled with urgency, anger, and a touch of indignation. Fong, go to Hogwarts and find Professor Dumbledore. He wished to ascertain whether the shadow remained and to rescue the young unicorn cradled in his arms. At this juncture, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. With dawn approaching, Hagrid held the young unicorn close, administering several potions to its neck, but to little effect. You appear to be in need of assistance, Hagrid. A clear voice echoed from the depths of the forbidden forest. Hagrid lifted his head and felt a surge of vitality upon seeing the newcomer. Professor Mordred, please, help her. He slightly elevated his upper body to reveal the silver unicorn nestled within his embrace. Professor Mordred approached, gently stroking the unicorn while softly chanting. The unicorn relaxed in response to his melodic voice, yet when it came time to treat the wound, he admitted, I am a cursed man, Hagrid. I can only do so much. You must take her to the castle and seek Harry. He can fully heal her and restore her vitality. Unicorns are ethereal beings bestowed upon this world by nature. Thus, those who harm a unicorn and consume its blood will be cursed. Moreover, individuals burdened by specific curses cannot fully perform healing magic on the unicorn. While the former is common knowledge, the latter was a revelation to Hagrid. Given that Professor Mordred stated he could not completely heal the young unicorn, Hagrid knew he must act swiftly. Then I shall carry her to the castle, Professor Mordred. Can you help me track down whatever creature attacked the unicorn and drank its blood? Hagrid implored. Of course, Hagrid. I will pursue this creature. We shall meet in Dumbledore's office at dawn, Mordred replied before vanishing into thin air. Hagrid then hurriedly cradled the now steady-breathing unicorn and rushed toward Hogwarts Castle, desperately in need of help. At 4:23 in the morning, a knock echoed on Harry's dormitory door. Though he had been studying late into the night, he had not been awake for long when the knock startled him from his slumber. Groggily, he approached the door. Oh, Harry. Thank goodness you're awake. Hagrid's gruff voice boomed as he bent down, cradling the silver unicorn in his arms, stepping into the dormitory while Harry still wore a puzzled expression. Following closely behind was Dumbledore, who offered Harry an apologetic smile, clearly concerned for the somewhat anguished unicorn. Soon after, Snape appeared, his face as dark as ink, his lips drawn tight, emanating an aura of fury. What is the matter, Professor Snape? Adhering to the principle that children should address authority figures in a hierarchical manner, Harry decided to inquire about the situation, despite Snape's fearsome demeanor. Oh, Harry, Hagrid began, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at his tear-streaked eyes, revealing a look of grievance on his rugged face. Great droplets of tears streamed down his cheeks. You must see this little one. She has been harmed by a monster, which also drank her blood. Hagrid's eyes were red and swollen with tears, lamenting the fact that the purest creature in the world had been subjected to such cruelty. She is just a little one. He sniffled and wiped his nose with the handkerchief. Harry felt a sense of unease. But why come to me? Surely potions. He glanced at Professor Snape. Or magic can't heal her. Dumbledore clarified for him. While unicorns can typically heal themselves from injuries, if the harm was inflicted by dark magic, it becomes exceedingly difficult to mend, Harry, because unicorns inherently reject dark magic. Their purity renders them incapable of being tainted by it, once contaminated. Potions and healing spells struggle to take effect, especially when it comes to healing the wound. The presence of dark magic makes it nearly impossible to treat. Professor Mordred has already conducted a preliminary treatment, but mentioned he too is cursed and can only do so much, so. Harry furrowed his brow. Mordred? Mordred? Indeed, it rings a bell. He recalls that when he consumed that soul fragment cookie, he encountered a soul named Mordred. At that time, he had no particular thoughts about it, but now Mordred claims he can heal unicorns harmed by dark magic. So, could it be that these two Mordreds are one and the same? If they are indeed the same person, is this Mordred alive or deceased? Harry felt overwhelmed, yet resignedly approached Hagrid and asked, Can you lay her down? As he spoke, he grabbed a blanket from nearby and placed it on the ground. Hagrid, place her on the blanket. I want to examine her. Hagrid, fumbling with the handkerchief in his pocket, cautiously set the unicorn on the blanket. Harry, she will be fine. Won't she? Harry cast a helpless glance at Hagrid, who immediately fell silent, looking quite pitifully concerned for the little unicorn. Observing that the unicorn's wounds had ceased bleeding, Harry felt a sigh of relief. He could tell that Mordred had employed some method to staunch the blood. What he hadn't expected was that Mordred would use such healing magic, though he had never witnessed the exact method, given the slight linguistic barrier between them. Despite the language differences, the outcomes remained unchanged. Harry jumped up and rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a small box, which he opened to extract a pinch of fragrant powder that he ignited until it turned to ash. He then found a piece of yellow paper and a brush, dipping the brush into a concoction of dark ink mixed with vermilion, and painted a peculiar symbol on the yellow paper before igniting it as well. Mixing the two ashes together, Harry leisurely applied the mixture to the unicorn's wound, simultaneously spitting 3 times and reciting, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humankind, may the celestial bodies astonish the spirits, and the fierce deities heed my command, depart, depart, and never return." Upon completing the incantation, he stamped down on the spot where he had spat. As Harry's actions gradually came to a conclusion, the dark magical aura surrounding the unicorn's neck diminished until it vanished entirely. All traces of dark magic that had afflicted the unicorn disappeared, and the once unhealable wound on its neck began to mend swiftly. "Oh, woe is me. Harry, you are the finest little wizard in the world." Hagrid burst into tears, this time filled with joy. His innate friendliness seemed to radiate warmth, even prompting the unicorn to nuzzle his cheek. What a heartwarming scene. Harry felt so embarrassed that he wished to sink into the ground. It is well known that unicorns are fond of girls and children for their innocence and charm, yet such a large Hagrid was hardly adorable, leading the other 3 to fix their gazes on him. Before Hagrid could react, Dumbledore awkwardly turned his gaze away, extending a hand to stroke the unicorn's head. But the unicorn, perceptively aware of his intent, tilted its head as if to leap into Harry's arms, clearly showing disdain for Dumbledore. "Well, quite perceptive," Snape remarked. Under Harry's care, the little unicorn quickly regained her health but showed no eagerness to depart, even claiming the sofa in Harry's dormitory. Dumbledore felt immense satisfaction, though he was unable to earn the privilege of petting the unicorn, as she completely ignored him. It seemed that only Snape understood why the unicorn treated Dumbledore this way. After all, this solitary old white wizard did not appear to be malevolent, for he truly was not. To label him as pure seemed a stretch, as he was merely a lonely old man. Regardless, the little unicorn took up residence in Harry's dormitory for a week. After that week, they learned of a creature lurking in the forbidden forest that hunted unicorns. Hagrid had pursued it multiple times, but had always been outpaced. Fortunately, the unicorn had received the warning and had sustained no further injuries. "I knew it," Draco Malfoy seethed during a meal, flinging his jelly aside with disdain as he glared at Goyle, who was eating heartily, and then turned his ire towards Crabbe. "I knew nothing good would come of this." Huh, Crabbe responded, offering no further commentary. Goyle remained silent. Poor Draco Malfoy found himself utterly bereft of anyone to confide in about his frustrations. All they did was eat. He stood up, yearning to find someone who could understand his inner turmoil. It was no wonder, for he had seen a unicorn at Hogwarts. Can you believe it? But in the blink of an eye, the unicorn had vanished. Draco had shared his sighting with several individuals, yet no one believed him. Damn it, he fumed, preparing to stake out the place where he had seen the unicorn. He refused to believe he wouldn't encounter it again. Draco Malfoy squatted in an empty room beside the corridor near the potions classroom, convinced that he would spot the unicorn here. What wizard wouldn't adore a unicorn? Pure, immaculate, and utterly delightful, the little silvery unicorn. No one could resist a unicorn. Draco clenched his teeth in frustration, casting what he believed to be a menacing glare at his 2 lackeys before waving them away. Leave. With you here, the unicorn won't appear. Unicorns are drawn to beauty, and I am sufficiently refined, but Goyle and Crabbe are certainly not. Though discrimination is wrong, it is pervasive in the wizarding world. Purebloods look down on half-bloods and muggleborns. Muggleborns occasionally disdain children from uneducated wizarding families. The exceptionally talented ridicule the less gifted, and those with potent magic disdain the ordinary or weak. This hierarchy of disdain grows daily, so the beautiful are derided. While Malfoy has always regarded himself as the paragon of wizarding beauty, never seeing any issue with it, whether in his father or himself. Little Malfoy sat on the stool Goyle had fetched for him, waiting all afternoon without catching sight of the little unicorn he longed to see. Disappointment washed over him. In the evening, he noticed Hagrid hastily approaching after dinner, a mysterious, magical smile gracing his face, which finally piqued Draco's interest. He concealed himself, peeking out from beneath his hood. "Severus," Hagrid called out, thinking he was being discreet. Whereas Harry, after a lengthy wait, the door to Snape's office swung open, revealing Snape, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, now slightly relaxed, and even somewhat pleased. He cast a glance at Hagrid and shifted aside to allow him entry. "Come in, Hagrid. He is preparing a bath for his goddaughter." Hagrid bent down and entered the potions classroom, after which the door slammed shut. Silence enveloped the air. A deathly stillness. Draco Malfoy felt as though he could no longer breathe. Did he hear correctly? Harry Potter, the savior of their age, had a goddaughter. Moreover, he was bathing his goddaughter in the potions office of their head of house. What kind of reasoning is this? Is it rational? Is it logical? Could any sane person conceive of such a thing? And why is head of house, of all people? There's a universally acknowledged, albeit slightly murmured, fact that his head of house, Professor Snape, is actually his godfather, yet their interactions have been minimal, though ultimately, they remain bound by the godfather-godson tie. It's a rather peculiar circumstance, one he only became aware of after his 9th year, with no explanation offered by his parents. He's received gifts from his godfather, mostly tomes on potion making. Regardless, that's the situation. And now, a Potter, a savior, is bathing his goddaughter in his godfather's office. With the addition of Hagrid, that grimy giant, what manner of wizardry is this? Draco Malfoy felt his reality unraveling. He must inform his father, forthwith, clenching his small fist. The young Malfoy turned on his heel, determined to relay this information to his father without delay. Meanwhile, within the potions office, Harry had prepared tepid water, infusing it with a plethora of blossoms, before gently immersing the unicorn full. Snape had even furnished a bubble potion for the ablutions. Though he was an exceedingly stern, even irascible and decidedly antiquated man, he could not deny the pristine allure of the unicorn. She was exquisitely beautiful, so much so that she willingly offered her blood and hair to appease him. Even the most hardened of men could not resist such a sublime creature. Thus, he provided the venue and accoutrements, hoping this little unicorn might show some appreciation by yielding more potion ingredients. The pitiable little unicorn felt a slight chill and communicated this to Harry. "Hagrid, a touch more warm water, if you would," Harry directed. Hagrid, with unbridled enthusiasm, promptly fetched warm water and added it to the bath. The temperature swiftly rose. "Gently, Hagrid. First, let's groom her coat." Softly, Harry instructed. As he procured a comb and a hair-softening elixir for his goddaughter, the unicorn named Tina, and began to groom her fur. Little Tina nuzzled Harry's hand with delight. Barely 8 months old, she was a true fledgling, as unicorns undergo a prolonged period of stasis upon reaching adulthood until their natural demise. Selecting a human a decade her senior as her godfather posed no challenge, especially since this human understood the unicorn tongue. Tina happily pirouetted, allowing Harry easier access to her coat. "Godfather, do you think I should use a touch of pearlescent powder to enhance the luster of my coat?" Harry possessed the ability to comprehend the unicorn tongue. Aside from his innate gift for Parseltongue, he had acquired the languages of other creatures through his shamanistic training. Though not all animal languages were mutually intelligible, they were, after all, animals, some relying on body language, others on guttural sounds. Many animals could not perfectly articulate their thoughts, nor did their utterances resemble human speech. Snakes, too, varied in their linguistic prowess. Some could only express a desire to eat, while others were capable of more complex discourse. This depended on intelligence, spirituality, and age. Unicorns, being creatures of high intelligence and profound spirituality, and though young Tina had not lived long, she benefited from the inherited memories of her kind, allowing her to transcend the limitations of age. Thus, after Harry's healing and several spirit possession rituals, they could communicate seamlessly. Therefore, faced with Tina's request, Harry, the tender-hearted wizard, could not refuse. He gazed earnestly at Snape, his face flushed with earnestness, and entreated, "Professor, might I have a touch of pearlescent powder? Tina desires a bit for her coat." Pearls, for Snape, residing near the Black Lake, were practically ubiquitous, but unicorn hair was not so easily obtained. Thus, though Snape displayed a hint of displeasure, he rose and retrieved a vial of pearlescent powder, handing it to Harry. "Oh, Severus, you are a true benefactor," Hagrid exclaimed. Once again moved, he chuckled heartily, his countenance radiating joy. "I must tell you, Severus, I have acquired a magnificent treasure, but I must discover how to nurture it." So, he wrung his hands, his face brimming with excitement and joy, threatening to spill from his skin and inundate the potions classroom. Professor Snape cast a frigid glance at Hagrid, his eyes filled with understanding and even a touch of derision. "What is it?" "A dragon, Severus, a tiny, adorable, well-behaved dragon. But for now, merely an egg. Hagrid pouted, making cooing sounds. He is utterly delightful. You will surely adore him, Severus. Indeed, Snape, the potions master, would undoubtedly cherish a dragon, even in its embryonic form. The recent days, consumed by the care of the unicorn Tina, had caused the hapless Hagrid to forget that Severus Snape was, for the most part, a cold-blooded machine for gathering potion ingredients. Harry and his goddaughter Tina, huddled to one side, exchanged a look of utter bewilderment. Regardless, Tina, now bathed and with her coat dried and adorned with pearlescent powder, shone even more brilliantly than before. Her coat, already the same lustrous hue as Draco's hair, radiated a divine aura. As night deepened, the decision was made to bathe and groom Tina. For tonight they would return her home. When the moon hung high in the sky, Dumbledore arrived at the gates of Hogwarts, and together they escorted Tina home, also hoping to ascertain who was draining the blood of unicorns. As for Professor Mordred's curse, everyone conveniently chose to forget it entirely. Hagrid led the way. His familiarity with the Forbidden Forest allowed him to swiftly guide the group to the territory of the Acromantulas. Aragog, Aragog, Aragog. The voices echoed, and soon countless Acromantulas emerged from all directions, some large, others merely spiderlings, though even the spiderlings were larger than a plate. True to their nature, the Acromantulas grew rapidly, reaching terrifying proportions. The name they chanted belonged to a particularly unnerving Acromantula. Who is it? A senescent voice echoed from behind the throng of spiders. The foremost spiders parted, revealing a colossal web upon which rested a massive spider, now gray, with 7 of its 8 eyes veiled in a white film. It was alarmingly large, its forelimbs moving with extreme slowness, appearing ancient. "Oh, old friend, Aragog," Hagrid exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, as he rushed forward to embrace the enormous spider. Undeniably, his physique perfectly complemented that of the spider, appearing to be the most fitting of friends, except for the spider's somewhat frightening appearance. Aragog was evidently moved. He embraced Hagrid with his frail forelimbs as if he were cradling his mother. "Hagrid, oh, Hagrid, how I have missed you, my old friend." What a touching reunion it was. Even the ever-pesky Severus Snape remained silent in opposition to their embrace. Indeed, the sheer shock of thousands of Acromantula emerging was too overwhelming. Their eyes shone astonishingly bright in the night, complemented by their dark fur and vibrant exoskeletons, rendering anyone who gazed upon them utterly entranced. The innate human fear of multi-legged creatures or those without legs is undeniably real. Whether it be spiders, centipedes, or snakes, one may fear one or both. This fear is etched into the very fabric of human genetics. Even wizards cannot escape this primal instinct, despite Snape's use of ingredients derived from both multi-legged and legless creatures. He still felt a shiver at the sight of so many arachnids. It is one thing to escape the fear of snakes or spiders, but quite another to evade the terror of densely packed creatures. Thousands of spiders clustering together, their eyes gleaming, would send shivers down anyone's spine, even without direct confrontation. This chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Snape, too, was not immune to this instinctive dread. Yet, he was not afraid of them. Although he felt a prickling sensation, a curious thought stirred within him. How many potions could be concocted from a few Acromantula? The surplus could even lead to the discovery of new potion recipes. Oh, the wolfsbane potion, he mused. Perhaps it could be improved once more. Harry placed one hand on the neck of the unicorn, Tina, while gripping his wand tightly with the other, the wand's tip illuminating the ground beneath them. So many Acromantula, Harry thought in awe, stealing a glance at Professor Snape before turning back to Hagrid. At that moment, Hagrid began to bid farewell to Aragog. They embraced like the closest of brothers, kissing each other on the cheek and offering blessings before parting ways. Fortunately, as Aragog's offspring, the Acromantula decided to heed his words, refraining from preying on the wizards until he passed away. They made way, albeit still watching Harry and the unicorn with keen, predatory eyes. The Acromantula were capable of human speech, and their whispers reached the ears of the group. As they crossed the territory of the Acromantula, nearing its edge, Harry could not restrain himself from turning back to address them. "Though I am but a child, it does not mean I am an easy meal. Perhaps you should consider a change in your diet. While children may be tender, have you thought about the condition of your teeth? Consuming food that requires no chewing is detrimental." The Acromantula remained silent. Snape, unable to tolerate Harry's foolishness, snapped, "Silence, Potter." Harry complied, recognizing that further speech might provoke the spiders into a chase. and it was undeniable that a massive acromantula was a terrifying sight. Soon, they traversed a wide expanse and entered another dense forest where shimmering lights, reminiscent of starlight, danced about. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these luminous points swirled around an ancient oak tree. The tree's gnarled bark exuded an aura of profound antiquity, and Harry felt an indescribable sensation here, intensifying with every step forward, as if someone had been calling him from a time long past, continuing to beckon him to this moment. As they approached the grand oak and halted beneath its boughs, Tina spoke. Harry relayed her message, and they followed her instructions, coming to a stop. Only then did they notice a shimmering lake before them. The water was a vivid green, stretching endlessly from their vantage point, not leading to the ocean but towards a path far more distant, yet strikingly clear. Little unicorn Tina approached the oak, gently rubbing her nascent horn against its bark. Then, she circled the lake thrice before returning to the oak for a moment of stillness. Suddenly, a ripple erupted across the surface of the lake. Everyone, including Dumbledore, was taken aback. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. They were aware that unicorns resided in the Forbidden Forest and had glimpsed signs of their existence in the depths. But they realized just how little they truly understood about unicorns. Harry leaned closely against the unicorn, while his other hand grasped Snape's cloak. This gesture appeared innocent, akin to that of an ordinary child, yet Harry understood the deeper significance of his actions, a sentiment he did not intend to disclose. What he wished to inquire was about the lake. "Tina, where are we?" Tina replied with pride, "This is my homeland. All unicorns emerge from here. But we must return before our time is up. Should we fail to return home, we risk becoming lost in this world, unable to allow our souls to reunite with our homeland." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy shone through. "I wish to remain here, in good health, until my life reaches its end. Thus, I must return to seek counsel about my condition and whether I can sustain my magic to stay here." Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude towards this thoughtful young unicorn, recognizing that few among his peers, including himself, possessed such wisdom. Their conversation quickened the ripples of the lake. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful maiden emerged from the waters, her visage radiant, her gaze gentle, accompanied by an adult unicorn. The mature unicorn approached Tina and gently kissed her atop her head, circling her before turning to face Harry. With eloquence, she spoke, "Greetings, esteemed Lord of the Druids. We thank you for rescuing our child. Henceforth, you shall be known among unicorns as the beloved one. Please do not refuse our blessings. Here lies a treasure you must take, for it shall liberate all of Camelot." Though Harry was unfamiliar with many things, the word liberate resonated with him. He lived on Liberation Road back in his northeastern hometown. How fortuitous. Harry nodded, pondering if he was destined to assume another savior's role. Just as he prepared to embrace the responsibility of nurturing a child to liberate all of England, a wooden boat drifted into view from behind the adult unicorn, within which lay a golden-haired adult. He was quite handsome, albeit somewhat stout. While wizards did not discriminate against robust individuals, this man appeared extraordinarily strong, resembling a legendary knight. Clad in armor, he indeed bore the semblance of a knight. Dumbledore and the others could not approach. It was as if they were held at bay, unable to greet the fairy or converse with the unicorn, yet undeniably, they could witness these extraordinary events. The fairy smiled gently, addressing the young druid lord. "My dear, how youthful you are. You remind me of another boy, who was scarcely older than you." She cast a nostalgic glance at the figure lying in the wooden boat, adding, "I hope you can find him. We all miss him dearly." The boat, along with its occupant, had been entrusted to Harry. Upon discovering a sword and various peculiar items within the boat, he was left bewildered. Soon, he sensed something amiss. Previously, he could have touched the adult unicorn, yet now it seemed beyond his reach. The unicorn turned its head, carrying the fairy into the depths of the lake, while in the blink of an eye, Harry found himself back beneath the ancient oak tree on the shore. This occurred in an instant. Severus Snape swiftly realized that this was a place protected by magic, a realm inaccessible to Harry, who stood merely at the threshold, an entrance that neither wizards nor creatures could traverse. What kind of place was this? A sanctuary that forbade human entry, even denying access to animals. Moreover, magical beings, sacred creatures, must return to this place before their demise, indicating its status as a hallowed ground within the magical realm. At that moment, Snape's intellect shone brilliantly. He deduced that this was likely the entrance to Avalon. Young Potter had discovered Avalon as threshold, accompanied by a unicorn, suggesting that this unicorn was no ordinary creature. Snape regarded Tina with an almost tender gaze. Her status among unicorns must be exceptional, implying she was not merely an animal, but a being of intellect that could surpass that of the trolls in the castle. Though unicorns cannot transform into humans, it was conceivable that she might one day possess the ability to speak. Legend holds that only guardian unicorns can articulate human speech, and they are exceedingly rare, revered as the finest companions of the druids among the Celts. Thus, to possess this unicorn was to gain dominion over more unicorns. Harry had performed admirably. Snape's expression brightened significantly, marking the first time in a decade that his demeanor had improved so remarkably. Severus, oh, you mustn't. Dumbledore began. Hesitating. Snape smirked slightly, as if amused. No, Albus, I can. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Hagrid remained astounded by Harry's good fortune in receiving the unicorn's blessing, entirely unaware of the silent exchange between the two intelligent beings. Meanwhile, he felt ravenous enough to devour a large piece of rock cake, and so he did. Ah, delicious. Firm and full of chew. Harry clutched a tuft of Tina's mane, finally discerning the treasures within the boat. The man, of course, was noteworthy, but the items, oh. They were breathtakingly exquisite. Unicorn hair and a shed horn, a boat filled with straw-like gold beneath the man, glimmering precious gems, a sword, and an ancient tome resting beside the man's head. How opulent. Taking a deep breath, Harry resolved to care for this sleeping beauty. Upon deciding to adopt the slumbering man, Harry did not relocate him elsewhere. Hogwarts had ample empty rooms. He placed him in a dusty chamber adjacent to the cellar, one that once echoed with the laughter of students but had fallen into disrepair over time. Situated beside Harry's own dormitory, it was the most suitable place for the golden-haired man. It was certainly better than leaving him in Hagrid's care, though all were strong. Hagrid's formidable stature exceeded that of anyone else, making him unsuitable for tending to a seemingly comatose giant. Fortunately, kind-hearted Harry opted to nurture this dormant figure. With the assistance of the house elves, caring for a comatose being, turning him, providing water, was not a daunting task. Harry decided to barter for the elves' help with items that wouldn't overly stimulate them but would still be to their liking. Having grown up under the banner of justice, he recognized the ethical implications of exploiting house elves, yet he understood that overturning such entrenched traditions of the magical world required a more gradual approach. After all, house elves are magical beings born of the union between family and home. If they departed, they would quickly fade away. Thus, liberation was not an instantaneous affair but must be approached with care. With these thoughts, Harry felt quite accomplished. As he gazed at the figure he was about to adopt, he could almost envision himself being honored as a model of virtue in Britain, although he was uncertain whether such an accolade existed. The prospect of such a noble recognition was delightful. After instructing the house elves to tidy the room and lay down bedding, Harry placed the man upon it. He eschewed a traditional bed, opting instead for a cozy firebed, reminiscent of his northeastern roots, to prevent the comatose individual from suffering from rheumatism. Finished with his preparations, Harry returned to his dormitory, with Tina following closely, reluctant to leave his side, which became a source of mild exasperation for Harry. Just as he was about to exit the room he had prepared for the sleeping beauty, a flash of platinum caught his eye, and he suddenly felt himself seized tightly, while another shadow lunged for Tina. No, Tina was a precious unicorn. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry shouted, fists of fury, and charged at the shadow reaching for Tina, only to find himself propelled out as well. Two thuds resounded as their bodies hit the ground. Harry paused, feeling a sharp pain, but quickly understood the situation. The platinum and black shadows belonged to none other than Draco Malfoy. The golden hue was his hair, while the dark was his robe. As Draco grasped Harry's sleeve with one hand, he reached for Tina with the other. However, Harry's forceful charge caused Draco to lose his balance, and they both tumbled to the ground. Realizing that Malfoy was not an adversary nor a villain seeking to harm the unicorn, Harry found himself face to face with young Malfoy, who was now sprawled on the ground, looking quite disheveled. His meticulously styled hair was in disarray, and the impact had reddened his eyes, giving his face a woeful appearance. Yet, none of this could suppress his excitement at the sight of the unicorn. "It's a unicorn," Draco exclaimed, as if he held a significant secret over Harry. "Potter, I must tell my father." Harry regarded Draco with a bemused expression, responding, "And then what? Will your father allow you to take her? She is the most magnificent of magical beings, not a mere pet. Potter, you cannot keep her," Malfoy insisted. Little Malfoy spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that she could choose to reside at Malfoy Manor or on an island, for Malfoy could provide her with the utmost. How to articulate this? Harry chuckled softly. The charming young Mr. Malfoy indeed possessed a semblance of justice within him, and he truly wished to protect the creatures he adored. Yet, his protection was not wholly complete. Upon hearing that she might be sent away, little Tina became quite displeased. She stomped her tiny hooves and charged at Draco, delivering a kick while indignantly snorting at him, rolling her eyes dramatically before returning to Harry's side. One must admit, Draco Malfoy was utterly smitten by this little unicorn. His eyes widened in astonishment. She touched me. However, what Tina truly meant was, Godfather, I detest him. I loathe this wicked fellow. He wishes to separate us. Tina does not want to leave her godfather. Woe is me. After all, she was merely a little girl not yet a year old, and her lamentations were entirely understandable. Even though Harry was a romantic Terminator, having lived in a place where one could be slain merely for expressing such sentiments for a decade, such notions held no sway against a unicorn. Therefore, Harry gently consoled Tina and resolved to wait until she grew a bit more before sending her to her herd's habitat. Of course, little Tina was oblivious to Harry's intentions, just as Severus Snape, who had already begun to regard Tina as a potion ingredient gatherer, remained unaware of young Potter's perilous thoughts. As the twilight lingered, Snape opted to brew 2 cauldrons of the luminosity potion, intending to sell the concoctions in Diagon Alley. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fireplace, casually lifting a bottled luminosity potion from the table. Oh, the noble Mr. Malfoy surely would not stoop to pilfering the labor of his poor, humble, wretched junior, would he? Snape's countenance held no anger, yet it was far from cheerful. Do not be absurd, Severus, drawled Lucius Malfoy, his tone melodious. Your potion is indeed invaluable. Even the most ordinary luminosity potion is worth 100 galleons. So what makes you believe yourself impoverished? He caressed his cheek, a dreamy smile gracing his features, as if intoxicated by the allure of the radiant potion. Speak plainly. Snape retorted. Lucius Malfoy idly toyed with his serpent-headed cane, as if unconcerned, saying, Potter, regarding his affairs, Severus, you must assist me. It seems we have a lead. Without needing further elaboration, Snape immediately grasped whom Lucius Malfoy referred to. His expression darkened, and he remained frozen for a full 2 seconds. The elder Malfoy typically bore a haughty demeanor towards all, yet at that moment, he appeared devoid of arrogance. Despite his immaculate appearance, a sense of urgency emanated from him, as if all his previous elegance and composure were mere facades. Severus, how great do you believe my chances to be? It is worth noting that we two are the only ones who have remained untouched, even protected by Dumbledore, which is hardly a favorable circumstance. He paced restlessly, his footsteps betraying his agitation. Are you prepared? The news I received from the Auror Command confirms that there is indeed something afoot. Snape, however, exhibited no undue concern. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, the conversation with Lucius Malfoy merely an interlude in his tea time. Did Scrimgeour himself inform you? Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, a Gryffindor, and one who harbored a deep disdain for dark wizards. It could be said that he had caused Lucius Malfoy considerable trouble. Indeed, it was due to Dumbledore's intervention that Snape and Malfoy were spared, resulting in a near freezing of Scrimgeour's relationship with Dumbledore. Everyone was acutely aware of this situation, though it must be said that Scrimgeour's hatred for Dumbledore was not absolute. In truth, his attitude towards Snape was not particularly hostile either, though it had certainly cooled in contrast to their previously amicable friendship. Human nature is peculiar. Thoughts and perceptions differ vastly, rendering it impossible for anyone to fully comprehend another, even among the closest of companions, let alone Snape, who had never been particularly close to Malfoy. Friends, indeed, but not the kind to share every thought. Thus, Lucius Malfoy found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Snape's inquiry, who was unaware of Scrimgeour's animosity towards him. He rolled his eyes slightly, replying, Of course, I have my own channels. Snape nodded, opting not to engage in a verbal spar with Lucius. Instead addressing his question seriously, You are aware that the Chosen One has entered Slytherin, and I have discovered that his talents are indeed remarkable. He emphasized, Not solely in potions, I refer to all subjects. In practical magic, he surpasses others, including your precious son. Lucius, bear in mind, he has the backing of shamans from across the globe. Upon hearing the mention of shamans, Lucius's expression darkened. He recalled an encounter in Diagon Alley with an Eastern shamanic witch, which had left him utterly speechless. He felt no need to divulge this incident to Severus, but it was evident that Snape perceived no taboo in discussing the topic. The Chosen One's adoptive mother is a shamanic witch. and it is said that the woman who previously won the Continental Shamanic Witch competition is she. Crack. Lucius Malfoy seemed to hear the sound of his sanity fracturing. He recalled that woman, the one who had mercilessly berated him in Diagon Alley. The details of that encounter were etched in his memory, never to be forgotten. In his nearly 40 years of life, no one had ever confronted him so directly, overpowering him with a realm he was unfamiliar with, history, culture. At that moment, he had yearned to unleash a curse upon that woman, yet decorum in public had restrained him. And now, to be informed that this woman was a champion of the witching competition, a shamanic witch, what sorcery was this? While he had heard of shamans, Malfoy regarded them as charlatans, especially in the wizarding world, where evidence of shamans was scant. After all, those who practiced shamanism were not necessarily magical wizards. Nor did magical wizards require shamanism to demonstrate their prowess. Thus, none had investigated the existence of such competitions. Yet, upon learning that this was a continental event, it suddenly felt extraordinarily prestigious. Lucius Malfoy could not help but furrow his brow. Severus, are you implying that? Severus Snape sighed in imitation, responding, Lucius, I have witnessed that woman, incapable of cooking, yet capable of communicating with a soul to assist her in the kitchen. I have seen young Potter, unafraid of the ghosts of Hogwarts, even managing to make them partake in food and drink as if they were alive. Furthermore, I have observed young Potter conversing with a unicorn. Are these not the very pursuits we once cherished? What had they truly sought? Was it merely blood purity? Genocide? Surely, that was a jest. The Malfoy family had not been devoid of alliances with Muggles. Those who married out simply vanished from the wizarding world. It was not that they had ceased to exist, and besides, the Malfoys held titles in the Muggle realm. Whenever Lucius Malfoy traversed the Muggle world, he bore the title of Earl, albeit one purchased, not by him, of course. The Malfoys had originally possessed nobility when they first arrived on English soil, their estate being a result of that nobility. It is worth noting that the first Malfoy in England fancied himself akin to Merlin. They had no genuine desire to eradicate Muggles. Without Muggles, where would the gold come from? Why then did they follow the Dark Lord? The answer was simple, the pursuit of immortality, so that after death, one's memories would not be reduced to mere portraits, and one's soul would not dissipate into the ether. They sought to amass wealth without the fear of mortality or separation from deceased loved ones. This was their aspiration. Not only they, but indeed other wizards too, sought longevity and greater resources. No pure-blood wizard truly believed in the complete annihilation of Muggles. Rather, they desired to enslave and toy with them. This had been the promise the Dark Lord offered from the outset. Otherwise, why would they have followed him? Who would be enslaved if Muggles and half-bloods were eliminated? Surely, it would not be pure-blood wizards mining for their resources. Thus, if someone could provide them with these desires, does it truly matter whom they follow? Moreover, Snape added, there is a grave matter I must discuss. When Dumbledore and I investigated the disappearance of Quirinus Quirrell, I discovered this. Returning to his quarters, he turned and retrieved a box, opening it before Lucius. Inside lay a glass vial containing Quirrell's final memories. Extracting these memories was no simple task, for Quirrell had already perished. To uncover his recollections, one had to ascertain the magical artifacts he carried, employing the pensieve to delve into the traces of his life imprinted upon those items. Fortunately, Snape possessed a pensieve, and thus Lucius soon beheld the images that emerged from the objects. Quirrell bore a strange artifact, and through their conversation, they learned it was connected to the Dark Lord, leading to their ultimate demise. Quirrell's death was a foregone conclusion, known to all. However, for Lucius, the revelation that the Dark Lord had also perished was far more complex. Lucius Malfoy had once been the Dark Lord's most devoted follower, privy to many of his secrets, yet he had always kept a contingency plan, ensuring his escape from retribution. Yet now, the figure that instilled fear across the wizarding world had been vanquished, dead, eliminated. Moreover, he witnessed Harry Potter and his adoptive mother accomplish this feat so easily, killing Quirrell and extracting the Dark Lord from his head, effortlessly drawing forth their souls. Had it not been for nearly 40 years of practiced restraint, Lucius would have felt compelled to scream, howl, and whirl in disbelief. What was this? Why could someone so effortlessly slay the Dark Lord? Even if he was not as formidable as before, he was still the Dark Lord. Why had this occurred? Lucius withdrew his head from the pensieve. His eyes filled with terror as he regarded Snape. Do not fret, Lucius, Snape kindly offered him a towel. Just remember to repay me. Anything, Severus, Lucius replied. I witnessed that woman. I could not comprehend her words, yet she managed to slay them single-handedly. If Potter, that savior boy of Dumbledore, possessed even a fraction of his adoptive mother's abilities, I believe. Snape regarded him. Lucius, suddenly composed, adjusted his hair and consumed the elixir of glory he had taken from Snape, revealing a perfect smile. Why not? Severus, why not entertain an additional option? Dumbledore has grown old, having survived one Grindelwald, and old Potter, Evans, has already faced the Dark Lord. If the Dark Lord returns, though I cannot fathom how he manages such a feat repeatedly, it is hardly a dignified affair. Therefore, it is young Potter's turn. I wholeheartedly support your notion, Severus. I shall donate more equipment to the school. Snape was exceedingly pleased with this. After all, it meant the potions classroom and office would receive slight enhancements. Even the Slytherin Quidditch team might acquire additional gear. It was a most advantageous arrangement. After Lucius departed, Dumbledore eagerly arrived at Snape's office. Oh, Severus, this is splendid news. Dumbledore, having received the information he desired, nearly embraced Snape, yet Snape, clearly uninterested in such proximity, promptly ushered him away. Meanwhile, the children harbored none of these concerns, nor did they possess such apprehensions. Harry shared delectable sweets with Tina, while young Malfoy generously contributed his entire week's share of candies. Daring only to write to the Duke of Bees for more, refraining from asking his mother for the exquisite confections personally crafted by Mrs. Malfoy. After distributing such an abundance of heartfelt candies, Draco anticipated an opportunity to grow closer to Tina, albeit merely to stroke her beautiful, slender, yet strong foreleg. After caressing Tina's leg, Draco returned to his dormitory with a dreamlike expression, enveloped in bliss. Meanwhile, Harry and Tina, having procured an abundance of sweets, calmly turned to Snape's office. Today marked the beginning of Harry's lessons with Snape. Upon entering the office, Harry noted that Snape's demeanor appeared less frigid and somber than before. In fact, he seemed to resemble ice beginning to thaw, at least moving from sub-zero temperatures toward a more moderate state. This was indeed a positive sign. After greeting Snape softly, Harry cast a transfiguration spell on an empty potion bottle on the desk, transforming it into a small chair, which he placed opposite Snape's desk. "Shall we begin?" Harry inquired with eager anticipation. Snape, his expression darkening, nodded curtly and moved closer. Their lesson for the day would not cover potions or defense against the dark arts, but rather delve into dark magic. This is true dark magic. Snape produced a projector, a peculiar contraption of the magical realm that operates without electricity or manual cranking, displaying moving images that even materialize in the air. At that moment, it projected a scene of terror into the atmosphere. It was a gloomy day. Harry discerned the image being cast. It was Azkaban. Snape opened his mouth, slightly shifting his jaw before speaking in a dry tone. "Recognize the people here, young Potter, every single one. Every one of them." Harry's eyes widened as he beheld the high-tech projection of the wizarding world, every figure appearing as a specter. Snape's voice accompanied the shifting images. The Lestrange couple. They are two utterly irrational Death Eaters, devoted followers of the Dark Lord, fiercely loyal and devoid of reason, poised to kill you at the first opportunity. They have a brother, a family of lunatics. Little Barty Crouch, whose father worked at the Ministry of Magic, and whose mother fell ill due to his association with the Death Eaters. He is said to have perished in Azkaban, yet since his entry into that prison, no one from his family, save for his father, has been seen. Augustus Rookwood, a spy for the Ministry, though he is anything but discreet, betraying others with alarming swiftness. A face of innocence starkly contrasting his actions. Snape elucidated each figure as they appeared, until a handsome yet disheveled man emerged on the screen. Snape's expression darkened abruptly, taking on a dangerous countenance. Harry's breath caught, and he instinctively closed his eyes, as if startled. Snape subtly furrowed his brow, then resumed with a tone both flat and icy, introducing the man. "Sirius Black, should you encounter him, flee at once. He has a werewolf companion, and these two may seek you out on a full moon, for he is an illegal animagus, a filthy black dog, perfectly at home among wolves." Despite the coldness of his tone, personal emotions seeped through his words. Harry's breathing grew heavy. He wished to speak, yet when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Snape cast a curious glance in his direction and continued his introductions. After several more Death Eaters flashed by, the image settled on a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to a rat. He truly appeared like an enormous, pudgy rodent, round, with rat-like teeth and small eyes. Even his hands curled protectively against his chest. "Remember, this is an illegal animagus. He can transform into a rat. He was once a candidate for the secret keeper of your home, but alas, your house was betrayed. Whether it was Black or this Peter Pettigrew, One of them is undoubtedly the culprit. Snape's voice had grown almost frigid. That night, he imparted to Harry Potter these details about the Death Eaters, those who sought to take Harry's life, interspersed with information about an enemy who was also a protector. Harry's expression remained unchanged, his gaze occasionally vacuous. Yet these moments were overshadowed by his bowed head. Finally, he lifted his chin and donned a smile. Professor, after all, I am a shaman capable of communicating with small creatures, so animagi pose no challenge for me. I can transform into an animal and even gain some of its abilities, albeit temporarily. Snape was momentarily taken aback by Harry's words. He could have countered with harsh retorts, akin to a spitting cobra unleashing its venom, yet he refrained. After all, he had already restrained his surging emotions while showing Harry the image of Sirius Black. There was no need to complicate matters further. He understood the savior, Potter, very well. Although he was merely a first-year, an 11-year-old child, he was essentially a stubborn lion, unencumbered by excessive concerns, unafraid to display his emotions. If angered, he would exhibit outright rage and rebellion, heedless of others' feelings. Potter was indeed like that. Snape knew young Potter intimately, comprehending his every motive. Even if this version before him had been molded by Eastern teachings, it did not negate the essence of being a Potter. Snape exhaled heavily. And as Harry continued to fiddle with the projector, revisiting the images, he suddenly spoke. It is already 10 o'clock. Potter, do you intend to deprive your poor, aged professor of rest due to your abundant energy? Harry exclaimed, I will return at once, Professor. He nearly leaped like a startled deer, grabbing his notes from the table and dashing off. The next morning, at breakfast, traces of sleeplessness were evident on Harry's face. What book is worth reading? Hermione inquired, naturally pressing a boiled egg against Harry's eyes to alleviate the signs of his late-night study. Stop. What are you doing? Draco shouted, stepping in to halt Hermione's actions. Incredulous, that's his face. Our savior's lovely visage should not be smeared with egg. I'm merely erasing the signs of his late-night studies. Hermione retorted. Draco, in a mockingly high-pitched tone, responded, Oh, I assume you still remember you are a witch? Our poor, handsome savior merely had a restless night. He doesn't require an egg rolling across his face, just this. He produced a vial labeled Radiance Potion. Hermione's wide eyes reflected her disbelief at the existence of such a potion. Yet, Draco was undeterred, pouring it into Harry's mouth. After administering the potion, he held up a mirror for Harry to see, and indeed, the visible signs of fatigue rapidly faded from Harry's face. However, his jet-black hair gradually transformed into a nearly silvery golden hue, indistinguishable from Draco's own. Amid Hermione's astonished expression, Draco draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, beaming with brotherly camaraderie. What do you think? I've given you my finest Radiance Potion, Harry, my dear friend. We are brothers now, are we not? He leaned in conspiratorially. Tina will soon be calling me uncle, won't she? Regardless, on that early morning, the ever-energetic Harry Potter was consuming breakfast at the Gryffindor table, and no one paid much mind. However, Draco Malfoy's presence at the Gryffindor table, boldly administering a potion to Potter, left many in astonishment. Dumbledore, with a perpetually cheerful demeanor, raised his cup in a toast towards Draco Malfoy at the Gryffindor table before turning back to engage in conversation with Snape. The students were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, they soon departed for their classes. This morning's session was once again Transfiguration. Draco had already made his stance towards Gryffindor clear that morning, so when he inquired about the reason behind Harry's hair color change during class, Professor McGonagall patiently elucidated the magical principles involved. What about using a transfiguration spell? Would that merely change the color? Harry seized the opportunity to ask. Excellent question. Professor McGonagall replied. Changing the color of objects or animal fur falls under transfiguration, which is quite fascinating. We can delve into that in our next lesson. Her words ignited excitement among the students. Ron, your pet Scabbers is rather drab. Its color and fur are both quite dull. Let us give it a transformation. Bring it to our next transfiguration class. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder and turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor, Ron has a pet rat named Scabbers that's been with him for 10 years. It's rather aged and unappealing now. Could you make it a bit more charming? The sky is blue, not because it is inherently so, but due to the visual effects it presents. The human eye cannot discern the true color of the sky. An animagus is a person who transforms into an animal. However, if one remains in the animagus form for too long, they may lose the distinction between human and beast. A common rat's lifespan does not exceed 3 years, and an animagus's lifespan does not extend merely because one transforms into an animal. Therefore, it stands to reason that a rat living for 10 years may not be an ordinary rat at all. In the wizarding world, however, anything is possible. Perhaps it is a magical rat, a rat that has ingested a potion, or even a zombie rat. The possibilities are vast and certainly exceed a mere few. Regardless, these remain conjectures. After all, a pet rat that has lived for a decade is indeed a rarity. Professor McGonagall did not display excessive severity or criticism. Rather, she appeared somewhat intrigued and addressed Ron. "Oh, Mr. Weasley, might you be able to bring your pet to class? I believe during tomorrow afternoon's transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall." Harry interjected with a new suggestion. In China, when a class is particularly engaging, students without lessons are often invited to sit in and observe, which we call an open class. It's quite delightful, allowing everyone to learn from the content and teaching methods. "Professor, with such a marvelous pet and such fascinating transfiguration content, I believe we could invite other professors and students to attend. What do you the little schemes of children can sometimes bridge the gap between friends who are at odds, or perhaps, for the sake of amusement and a fleeting sense of satisfaction, one might propose to hold a public class. She is well aware of this. Yet to claim it is to capture a villain." Professor McGonagall thought that was a bit excessive. Nevertheless, everyone spent the day in a state of excitement, especially Ron, whose pet Scabbers was the center of attention, nearly driving him to the brink of euphoria. To ensure that Scabbers would not escape the next day, he quickly devised a plan to confine him with the help of his brother Percy using a magical cage. This way, the lamentably unattractive Scabbers would not be able to flee. News of the public class spread through Hogwarts Castle like wildfire. In his office, Snape was concocting a large cauldron of potions, which he subsequently poured into an enormous narrow-necked jug. By the following afternoon, everyone was prepared, having even cleared out the largest classroom to facilitate the smooth running of Hogwarts' inaugural public lesson. Besides Professor McGonagall and the students from Gryffindor and Slytherin, Dumbledore and Snape had also been invited, sitting behind the students with solemn expressions. Other students attended as well, including Professor Flitwick, who had no class, and was so diminutive that he had to transform a small stool to sit at the back of the room. Professor Sprout, occupied with a fifth-year herbology class, could only send the prefects who were free, and even insisted that her favorite student, Cedric Diggory, attend. After all, who would want to miss such an extraordinary public class? Even if one did miss it, it was essential to gather information from various sources. Thus, the clever Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff, devised an ingenious plan to record the entire lesson using a crystal. What a brilliant idea! Arriving early to arrange seating, Harry secured the best spot for Cedric, ensuring that the position of the recording crystal was optimal. With everything in place, students gradually filled the classroom, many bringing their pets, enticed by the prospect of a color-changing charm. Not even Hermione Granger, who currently had no pet, could resist the allure. Watching enviously as others brought their animals and secretly deciding that she needed a magical creature as a pet, one that wasn't overly lively yet possessed considerable strength, of course. One that was legal. Soon, Professor McGonagall arrived, clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, its sleeves embellished with red vine patterns, exuding an understated elegance. Her hair was neatly tied up, secured with a beautiful shell hairpin, accentuating her long neck and adding to her air of professionalism. A truly impressive professor. Her presence commanded attention. Good, ladies and gentlemen present, you should all focus your attention now as we explore the conveniences brought forth by the transfiguration spell. McGonagall began, captivating everyone. If we find ourselves lacking enough desks and chairs, we can use the transfiguration spell. But what if we were to feel hunger? Can we transform anything into food? The moment the question was posed, hands shot up. "Miss Granger," McGonagall called. Rising with utmost seriousness, Hermione replied, "No, we cannot. According to one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, wizards cannot conjure food from thin air. Similarly, while it may seem possible to transform inedible items into food, the nature of that food remains unchanged. Consuming it would not provide nourishment, and it is time-sensitive, ultimately reverting to its original form, potentially causing harm." Professor McGonagall was immensely pleased. Excellent, 2 points to Gryffindor. Even among the entire Hogwarts, Hermione Granger's intellect was notable, complemented by her diligent nature. The old professor felt a sense of pride. Following this, she elaborated on the second exception to Gamp's laws, changing skin and fur color. At its core, transfiguration involves altering the appearance of an object, but this change is not arbitrary. For instance, while one may replicate numerous gold coins, the duplicates hold no value. They may appear genuine, but once weighed, they are devoid of mass. This too falls under Gamp's principles. Altering the appearance of an object or a person is no simple task. The human structure remains constant, once transformed. Reverting to the original form is challenging, thus it can only alter a person's temporary appearance, bound by their original features. Humans differ from animals, if one could transform. Who could maintain the essence of humanity? Animals, however, can you indeed behold. This is the pet of Mr. Ron Weasley, Professor McGonagall proclaimed, forcefully extracting it. Something felt amiss. She scrutinized the creature, prying open its claws and examining its teeth. The anomaly was evident. With her wand directed at the rodent, its true form was revealed. Indeed, under the influence of a counter-animagus spell, the creature named Scabbers gradually transformed into a man, a diminutive, curled figure resembling a rat, yet unmistakably an adult male. The discomfort of having a grown man trailing behind him and sleeping beside him was intolerable for even a boy like Ron. In an instant, not only Ron but also his dormitory companions were thrown into disarray. The classroom for the afternoon's transfiguration lesson erupted in chaos. No one could resist the raucous, exhilarating atmosphere, particularly with a pet transforming into a human right before their eyes, shocking all present. Students dared not move, bewildered by the spectacle of a mouse becoming a man, unable to discern whether it was truly a mouse that had transformed or a man that had reverted to his original form. After all, the man bore an uncanny resemblance to a rodent. Thus, it was the adults who sprang into action, including some upperclassmen who were attending the lesson. They understood that this was not mere animal transfiguration, but rather the result of an illegal animagus transformation. Cedric Diggory, one of the brightest students present, quickly grasped the situation. Yet, he did not abandon his crystal ball that was recording the event. Instead, he called out to his fellow Hufflepuff prefect, Stebbins, close the doors and windows. Though Stebbins was slightly slow to react, she swiftly waved her wand, sealing all entrances, and instructed another fifth-year boy near the back door, keep watch. Not only the Hufflepuff prefects but also those from Ravenclaw began to mobilize. However, in a fleeting moment, as the man attempted to revert to his original form, a vial of potion was poured over him, causing him to become immobilized mid-transformation. Everyone had prepared to capture this rogue once he reverted, yet now, the scene was frozen in a most peculiar state. The sight was undeniably bizarre. Snape's face bore a mocking expression. Look who we have here. He approached the illegal animagus, observing him with disdainful curiosity. What a pair of innocent little eyes you have, filled with cunning and treachery. How remarkable that this so-called hero, a recipient of the first-class Merlin Award, has been hiding here for a decade, nestled beside a first-year student. Oh, let me see. Now that the world is at peace and Voldemort has vanished, why does he not emerge to claim the accolades for capturing the followers of the Dark Lord? Snape's words shocked not only the students but also the professors present. Naturally, the crystal ball faithfully recorded every moment. I'm just scared, the man, caught mid-transformation, stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Snape, I'm afraid of retribution from the Death Eaters. But the Death Eaters have all been imprisoned in Azkaban. You reside with the Weasleys, and Mr. Weasley works at the Ministry. His household is surely well informed. Harry interjected. Do you not realize this is your safety? You have accompanied Charlie, Bill, Percy, and the twins into Hogwarts countless times. Have you truly never sought Dumbledore's assistance? He is the greatest wizard of all. At the very least, he could protect you, Mr. Mouse. Are you genuinely terrified of the Death Eaters, or are you merely evading questions from others? Harry's resolute and confrontational tone astonished even Dumbledore. The headmaster believed Harry to be a good lad. He had met his adoptive mother and knew that his upbringing had been unique. However, such a methodical analysis was startling. Even without knowing all the background details, I suspected you from the first moment I laid eyes on you, sir, Harry continued. I'm a shaman wizard, or as you might prefer to call us, druids. Our areas of specialization may differ, but our expertise is fundamentally similar, allowing me to communicate with animals and perceive them sensitively. When I first saw you beside Ron, something felt off. You are not an ordinary pet mouse. His words momentarily quelled the shock among the others, particularly those aware of Harry's previous circumstances, for this could not be concealed from the other professors. Harry had never intended to hide it. Thus, I sought out the Ghost Peeves, who mentioned that you bore a striking resemblance to a certain Peter Pettigrew, a former companion of my father's. I have uncovered all news related to you. Indeed, preparedness breeds confidence. Harry slammed a stack of newspapers onto the table. revealing several photographs of the illegal animagus, even showing his mouse form, his missing finger providing undeniable evidence. The professors were all familiar with Peter Pettigrew, and their varied reactions reflected their astonishment at Harry's revelations. Professor Flitwick turned to Harry, then back to Pettigrew, in disbelief. But why Harry? He was your father's best friend. At this, Harry beamed with pride, having done his homework. I asked Peeves, who knows many secrets unknown to other ghosts. He led me to this. He produced a piece of parchment, pointing his wand at it. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment transformed into a map, revealing Hogwarts Castle along with the names and locations of everyone within. Harry smiled shyly. I had Madame Rosmerta help me steal it from the twins, but it was created by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I learned from Nearly Headless Nick that Wormtail refers to Mr. Peter Pettigrew. I later discovered from old newspapers that he was a hero who supposedly died while pursuing the notorious Sirius Black, yet here he stands, very much alive. Harry scratched his face awkwardly. So, I consulted my mother. She has a knack for these matters and quickly uncovered the truth, writing to me with instructions on how to proceed. Instantly, all doubts about Harry dissipated. The witch named Cuixi was indeed an enigma, particularly since she had been reported in the Daily Prophet the day before, having visited Azkaban rather than returning to China. During the month Harry has been attending school, Zhao Cuixi has not returned to China. After all, she has cared for Harry since he was 15, and he holds immense significance in her life. It is inconceivable for her to return to her hometown in northeast China while her child studies abroad. How could a mother neglect her son in such circumstances? An 11-year-old is not a 21-year-old. Despite being in a boarding school, it is said that this child is a savior. It is well known that those with such titles often come with danger, hence she cannot simply abandon her son. Fortunately, they can communicate through owls. And she learns that Harry has a relative in Azkaban, prompting her to visit him there. Of course, she does not go to Azkaban as the adoptive mother of Harry Potter under the pretext of visiting a potential last relative of Harry. Instead, she presents herself as the mother of a savior, intending to confront the accomplice responsible for the deaths of her adoptive son's family. The Ministry of Magic consented to her visit precisely because she is Harry Potter's adoptive mother. She took a tour around Azkaban, carefully observing its infamous inhabitants, the Dementors. Whether or not she engaged in conversation with the Death Eaters during her visit is of little consequence, as she indeed spoke with each of them for a while. The events transpired early the day before yesterday, or more accurately, in the early hours of the morning. Wizards do not always adhere to a punctual schedule. Thus, Zhao Cuixi, carrying her canvas bag filled with a large water bottle and a substantial loaf of bread, confidently approached Azkaban, accompanied by several ministry officials. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the Dementors drifting about, a whimsical sight that captivated her. She found herself quite fond of these ethereal creatures and secretly resolved to take a few home. However, she refrained from acting immediately. She dismissed the ministry officials nearby and approached the cell of a man, reputed to be a ruthless killer who had murdered an entire street of muggles, extending her hand to see 6 Dementors hovering above his head. Who are you? The infamous man rasped. Do not inquire about my identity. I have no interest in your sorrows, Zhao Cuixi replied, uninterested in the plight of a notorious criminal. You appear rather well, neither mad nor foolish, so I presume you have no joyful memories? The man cast her a glance, lowered his head, and opted against further conversation. Zhao Cuixi, however, was unfazed. Being a woman perceived as extraordinarily charismatic, she was undeterred by his demeanor. I am here to tour Azkaban, she explained. I have heard that it houses many nefarious beings, and I came to see for myself. Yet, to my surprise, the so-called bad things here hold little interest for me. I find the Dementors quite fascinating. I must adopt a few. They are truly essential for home protection. By the way, I have heard that the inmates here are followers of someone named Voldemort, who has committed numerous heinous acts, including your alleged massacre of an entire street. Her words incited fury in the man, who attempted to rise but was too weak to stand. He writhed on the ground, struggling to lunge at her. But the iron bars of his cell restrained him. Helpless, he pounded the ground in frustration, growing weaker with each strike until he lay there, howling, "No, it's not like that. I am not the murderer. I lost my dearest friends and family. I caused my godson to become an orphan. I am the one responsible for James and Lily's deaths. It's me. It's me." Zhao Cuixi crouched down, peering through the bars with unwavering certainty. "You resemble a dog," she remarked. The man abruptly looked up, his eyes wide as he searched hers for answers. After a prolonged silence, he gasped in realization. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Do you know Harry? Is he well? His mind raced through the faces of those he knew, yet he could not place this Oriental woman. Though she accurately identified his animagus form, who could she possibly be? Zhao Cuixi nodded. If you are referring to Harry Potter, then yes, I know him. I am his adoptive mother, so he is now called Harry Potter Zhao, not merely Harry Potter. He is registered as Zhao Harry in my household records. With this revelation, the man began to leap about in his prison cell, driven to madness. Soon, Zhao Cuixi learned the truth from him. In essence, Harry need not have become an orphan. Wizards possess an array of spells, and among them are those that can conceal a home and protect its inhabitants. Harry's family was safeguarded by such a charm, the Fidelius charm. However, it required a secret keeper. Initially, this role was designated to the man before her, a close friend of the Potters, capable of protecting himself. Yet, due to his strength and loyalty, he suggested that the Potters select another mutual friend, Peter Pettigrew, who would remain hidden from view, while he publicly claimed the role of secret keeper. This would ensure their safety, provided no one was compromised. But betrayal arose from the true secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew. Thus, the one who destroyed an entire street and killed so many was Pettigrew, while this man had suffered in prison, seeking atonement for suggesting the switch. Zhao Cuixi reflected on this heart-wrenching tale, wiping a tear from her eye. I have not encountered such a fool in ages. It is truly moving. How could someone so foolish graduate from school? Did Hogwarts truly produce such simpletons? I am tempted to transfer Harry. The man exclaimed, What nonsense are you speaking? Nevertheless, Zhao Cuixi gleaned an understanding of his situation and learned his name, Sirius Black. She also discovered that he was quite wealthy and had intended to leave his fortune to Harry. How delightful. She chuckled. Do not worry. As a shaman mother, I can summon a spirit to confront Pettigrew and expose his lies. For shamans, summoning spirits is a simple task. Druids primarily connect with nature and animals, while shamans extend their communication to encompass all beings, including souls, commonly referred to as the spirits of the deceased. Thus, with a fragment of Sirius Black's memories regarding Peter Pettigrew, Zhao Cuixi was able to summon the spirit and discovered that Pettigrew was, in fact, alive and well. Instantly, Sirius Black yearned to rush out to protect Harry, who was in constant danger. However, Zhao Cuixi did not grant him permission. She is indeed Harry's guardian. How could she possibly allow any harm to befall him? Thus, she promptly chose to quiet Sirius Black while she herself communicated with the rampaging Dementors. These Dementors exist in a realm between the corporeal and the ethereal. They possess no independent thoughts yet are innately drawn to the joyous memories of humanity, surviving by consuming these memories and ultimately devouring the souls of their hosts. Dementors resemble Grim Reapers, tasked solely with the extraction of souls, yet devoid of any desire to engage with humans. Because they occupy this liminal space, Zhao Cuixi found it relatively easy to communicate with them. Through the memories they had consumed, she swiftly discerned that a certain Peter Pettigrew had indeed betrayed them. And he was a rat, moreover, a rather unappealing rat. This became particularly intriguing, as Harry had mentioned in his letter that a boy named Ron Weasley possessed a pet rat that had been alive for 10 years. And Harry had expressed doubts about the rodent's true nature. At the time, Zhao Cuixi had no particular thoughts on the matter, but upon reflection, she became increasingly wary. She immediately sought out Black to inquire about Peter Pettigrew. Within the memories of two significant Death Eaters, it was revealed that Pettigrew could transform into a rat. Given that Black had been close friends with Pettigrew for 6 or 7 years, he should possess greater insight into the matter. Indeed, Sirius Black promptly confirmed this assertion. He was indeed a rat, a treacherous, shameless, lowly rat, a traitor. Black hissed softly, vowing that had he not perished, he would capture him and ensure his destruction beyond recognition. Do not speak so recklessly, Zhao Cuixi remarked disdainfully, casting him a sidelong glance. Human nature is complex, my dear dog. You loathe him, yet you must have once held some affection for him. Thus, whether you can truly strike him down remains uncertain. However, capturing him must occur under the scrutiny of witnesses. Otherwise, it would lack significance. I must contact Harry. You shall wait here. In a couple of days, you will likely be summoned to testify. So you should seek out anyone from that time who can corroborate your account. Consequently, she relayed all her findings to Harry through Hedwig. This culminated in the arrangement of a public class, a result that emerged after an entire day of correspondence between Zhao Cuixi and Harry, interwoven with Black's impulsive thoughts. Despite his tempestuous nature and occasional lack of rationality, he could indeed accomplish tasks when motivated. Zhao Cuixi expressed her astonishment at this, incorporating his insights, thus rendering the public class particularly exceptional, especially the video content, which authentically depicted the chaos of the moment and served as compelling evidence. That very night, Dumbledore had the evidence duplicated hundreds of times, submitting 3 copies to the Wizengamot, the Supreme Court of the Wizarding world. Early the following morning, Dumbledore personally visited Azkaban to meet Sirius Black and, by noon, approached the Ministry of Magic to request a review of the Black case. It must be noted that the lives of wizards unfold at a leisurely pace. They appear relaxed and remarkably convenient. However, Dumbledore, the most illustrious of white wizards, stands as an exception among wizards. When not occupied, he indulges in leisurely pursuits and has a penchant for sweets, yet once he commits to a task, his efficiency is unparalleled. Within a mere 36 hours, the Wizengamot reopened the Black case. During this time, Severus Snape was also industrious. Aside from teaching, he diligently brewed potions. Harry, being a direct participant in the case, was summoned back to the office to assist with potion ingredients, leaving him little time to spare. Upon examining the materials, Harry deduced that they most likely constituted a Veritasium. He exercised caution while handling the Icelandic stalactites, as various potions required different preparations of stalactites, each serving distinct functions. The specific stalactites designated for the Veritasium required meticulous attention. After washing and grinding the stalactites in a mortar, he set them aside and proceeded to extract bile from the gallbladders of Sri Lankan vultures. As he busily worked, Snape was equally occupied. It seemed that, in addition to the Veritasium, Snape was preparing another potion. How remarkable! One individual managing the preparation of 2 potions without error. It was no wonder he had summoned Harry for assistance. Harry regarded Snape with a sense of admiration before promptly returning to his task, seemingly unaffected. His demeanor, embodying a willingness to dedicate his life to potion-making, indeed stirred something within Snape, the perpetually sardonic and brooding man. After all, Severus Snape harbored no significant malice towards this Harry, a child who had inherited Lily Evans's aptitude for potions. Snape nodded in satisfaction before, with palpable annoyance, he began to prepare the delicate wolfbane. That night, Harry nearly completed the preparation of the Veritasium on his own, and before long, the clock struck 10. Enough, Potter. Return to your dormitory and rest. Tomorrow morning at 7, be prompt at the school gate, Snape instructed, halting Harry's actions. I shall finish the task. You must go to sleep immediately. The potion in his hands had begun to simmer gently, while Harry's Veritasium was merely a half-hour away from completion. All right, I will return to sleep right away, Harry responded, embodying the image of an obedient little angel. Although Snape sensed something amiss, he did not press the matter further. If one were to consider old Potter's character, the young Potter should have immediately protested that he was mere moments away from perfectly brewing a potion, and Snape would have undoubtedly sought to claim credit for the concoction. Yet young Potter was simply too agreeable, leaving Snape feeling incredulous. Similarly, Dumbledore found the situation surreal. His perception of unreality differed from Snape's. As the greatest white wizard at over a century old, Dumbledore had witnessed countless significant events in his youth, shaping the person he had become. His accolades and reputation were hard-earned. Thus, no matter how formidable other wizards might be, they appeared mere children in the presence of such a shrewd elder. Consequently, he found the situation surreal. Dumbledore had not been blind to the doubts surrounding the Sirius Black case. After all, he had watched the 4 of them grow up. He was keenly aware of what Black was like as a child and understood the circumstances of the Black family. Sirius was not one to betray. However, he was unaware of their switch to a new secret keeper. Of course, the most significant factor remained Sirius's own admission of guilt in the deaths of James and Lily. Ultimately, it was Sirius's own testimony that served as the final straw for Dumbledore. He confessed to causing James and Lily's demise. Dumbledore held James in some regard, but his affection for Lily was exceptional. Her resplendent auburn hair and comely countenance invariably evoked recollections of a bygone acquaintance, thereby clouding his capacity for rational deliberation. Subsequently, upon seeking to corroborate the matter, Sirius declined an audience. Even when approached by others, he avowed culpability in the deaths of his dearest companions, thus precluding any prospect of ascertaining the truth. However, a mere exchange between Harry and his foster mother resolved the matter, which Dumbledore found implausible. Nevertheless, Dumbledore attained self-awareness through this incident. Despite his advanced age of over a century, he, a supposedly seasoned wizard, remained susceptible to the sway of his emotions, a rather ignominious revelation. Considering he was in his 90s at the time, such an inability to master one's sentiments at that age was, indeed, lamentable. Stricken with sorrow, Dumbledore unearthed an antiquated photograph depicting two youthful, handsome men. A chuckle escaped his lips, accompanied by a wistful gaze. Yet, he did not linger long. Mindful of the impending Wisengamot hearing the following morning, for which he needed to prepare. The subsequent day, at 6:30 in the morning, Harry arrived at the school gates, where he was joined by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who were already waiting. Snape, conversely, appeared at 7:10, clutching a steaming goblet of potion, the whereabouts of his other concoctions remaining unknown. At 7:05, a man with ash-brown hair, his countenance seemingly emblazoned with honesty and rectitude, materialized. Clad in time-worn wizard's robes, his integrity and sincerity remained unblemished. Though his attire was antiquated, it was impeccably clean, exuding an aura of refined gentility, albeit tinged with penury. Upon sighting the newcomer, Snape emitted a disdainful snort, his visage contorted with revulsion. A repugnant, uncouth brute. Well, a cohort of ungrateful Gryffindors, perpetually reliant on external assistance, yet invariably assuming an air of entitlement. Observe, the venerable saint, Mr. Lupin, seemingly deliberating whether to impede his former comrade's salvation or to orchestrate a grand entrance to accentuate his significance. These words were particularly scathing, as Dumbledore prepared to intercede. The mild-mannered, impoverished man, his face etched with sincere contrition, addressed Snape. Severus, my apologies. I received the news late last night and remained in a state of restless elation. Consequently, I was unable to apparate in my befuddled state. I resorted to the night bus, which, alas, depleted the last of my coppers. He reached for the potion in Snape's hand, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you immensely, Severus. Ah, so this is the potion you toiled over last night? Harry interjected. Professor, is this the Wolfsbane potion? I recall its formula. It is exceedingly arduous to brew, requiring constant vigilance. He blinked his ingenuous, emerald eyes, adding, such a potion would fetch several hundred galleons on the open market. He then launched into a recitation. Wolfsbane potion, formerly exceedingly difficult to prepare, necessitated a full 24 hours of continuous attention. A draught of this nature was virtually priceless. However, some 15 years ago, a revised method curtailed the brewing time and substituted certain ingredients, rendering it more accessible. Nevertheless, the brewing technique and ingredient preparation remain exacting, precluding all but the most adept potioneers from producing it. Owing to its limited demand, few potions masters are inclined to create it. As Harry's statements were veracious, they engendered an awkward atmosphere for the potion's recipient. Oh, Harry, this Lupin is. Dumbledore attempted to placate Harry. Harry preempted Dumbledore's intervention. Mr. Lupin, is it not? I am cognizant that those in need of this potion endure considerable suffering, as controlling oneself during the full moon necessitates external intervention. However, obtaining the potion gratis is likely not your preference. I recognize your integrity, discernible from your countenance, which exudes honesty and benevolence. Yet, you are undoubtedly in straitened circumstances. Have you considered seeking suitable employment? Lupin was on the verge of tears. Indeed, he had nearly wept thrice within the preceding 3 minutes. Initially, he endured Snape's derision, recognizing the irreconcilable animosity between them, exacerbated by his near-fatal transgression against Snape. Though unintentional, it was precipitated by his closest friend's actions. Thus, he bore Snape's taunts, albeit with a heavy heart. He experienced a peculiar confluence of emotions, a desire to weep and laugh, to strike and embrace Snape, their mutual antipathy notwithstanding. His feelings towards Snape were complex. In his adolescence, animosity would have been his sole sentiment. However, at the age of 30, his perspective was more nuanced. They had been adversaries, yet had fought alongside each other, both dedicated to Harry's protection. Consequently, Snape's scorn elicited a sense of contrition, a profound yearning to atone for past misdeeds, coupled with the frustration of unyielding animosity. Subsequently, Harry presented his proposition. Lupin's sole unpatched robe was a decade old. He felt even more aggrieved. Then, Harry, the veritable angel, offered to secure him employment. Lupin was genuinely moved, particularly as Harry extended the offer despite knowing his need for Wolfsbane potion. Lupin reflected on his affection for the child, his past transgressions against him, and his sincere desire to make amends, to both Snape and Harry. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lupin's heartfelt, grateful gaze caused Snape to wish he could burrow into the earth and construct a new castle from the subterranean depths. This minor incident at the gates of Hogwarts soon dissipated en route to the Wisengamot. Despite their prior conflicts, the adults chose the most expedient path to reconciliations, albeit a fleeting one. Thus, Snape disregarded Remus Lupin's saccharine gaze, fully aware that the seemingly affable and upright individual was not genuinely so. His congeniality and integrity were merely a facade to mitigate potential discrimination in an environment where his true identity would be met with prejudice. After all, if he truly were a gentle and upright individual, he certainly would not have remained indifferent during his tenure as a prefect. Merely paying lip service to his so-called friends while taking no action, Severus Snape was well aware of the nature of those individuals. There was one who thrived on creating trouble, another who reveled in chaos, a third who would emerge to mediate when conflicts arose, and finally, a follower who trailed behind them. Given this configuration, the notion that the follower might betray them or that the mediator would flee came as no surprise to Snape. Thus, he harbored no fondness for Remus Lupin, the mediator, nor did he feel compelled to understand him. There was no need for such understanding. A wretched, foul-smelling werewolf, Snape thought. If it were possible, he would prefer this loathsome creature to keep his distance from Lily's child, even further away, ideally never to have appeared at all. Nevertheless, this group eventually arrived at the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot stands as the highest court for wizards in Europe. Note, merely for Europe and for wizards, with each country possessing its own Wizengamot. Wizards from other nations do not have the possibility of being tried in another country's Wizengamot. Extradition is required. Furthermore, wizards from other continents, should they encounter difficulties in Europe, must submit their petitions here. Among the defendants now seated was a witch from Asia, Zhao Cuixi, who sat beside Harry. Clad in flamboyant attire, her completely retro shamanic robes rendered her almost unrecognizable as human. She appeared akin to a demigod bridging the human realm and the spirit world. In ancient Chinese mythology, such beings were referred to as gui, but they were not the malevolent spirits of folklore. In the primitive tales of the English and other Europeans, they were descendants of deities, immortal yet capable of communicating with the divine. They were never clad in sheer, revealing garments. Their attire forever concealed human traits, adorned with feathers, furs, tails, horns, gems, and shells, but never white gauze. Moreover, genuine traditional shamans and druids have all but vanished from English soil for over a millennium. The sudden emergence of one, albeit a foreigner, was quite significant. More importantly, this woman was not merely a shaman. She was the adoptive mother of the Savior. Seated in the plaintiff's position, the current wizards, possessing scant knowledge of ancient practitioners, regarded the shamanic identity of the Savior's mother with trepidation, especially considering her claimed ability to communicate with the Dark Lord's minions to unveil the truth. As for why she could only reach the Dark Lord's followers rather than the Dark Lord himself, this woman shockingly asserted that the Dark Lord now existed in a state of 3/4. Not dead, but diminished to 3/4. What a brazen assertion. Thus, the situation was that both the British Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot were fully aware of the true circumstances surrounding the Black case, yet felt compelled to conduct this hearing, attempting to dissuade the Savior's mother from revealing the actual state of affairs regarding the Dark Lord, investing considerable effort in doing so. After all, for Minister Fudge, the cost had been substantial. This hearing swiftly concluded, given the overwhelming evidence, encompassing the distortions of humanity, moral decay, love and being loved, as well as betrayal and loyalty. It was profoundly moving. Had the victims not been a married couple, one might have wished to hastily anoint Black as the secret admirer of one of the victims. After all, human nature revels in tales of somewhat immoral romantic entanglements, and even wizards cannot escape the realm of humanity, harboring a keen interest in such gossip. Fortunately, the elderly witches and wizards within the community had lived long enough to develop some resistance to such trivialities, thus preventing certain tabloids from spreading sensationalist accounts. The following day, the Daily Prophet reported on the retrial of the case. Sirius Black, the last remaining heir of the Black family, had emerged from Azkaban. Not a true traitor nor a Death Eater, but rather a steadfast opponent of the Dark Lord during the war. While the real traitor was the supposed dead Peter Pettigrew, detailed and meticulous coverage of the events ensued. However, the twist arose when an insert in the Daily Prophet contained a poignant love story, wherein the author suggested that Sirius Black harbored deep affection for Lily Potter but, owing to the favors granted by James Potter and his family, buried his feelings deep within. Consequently, he was consumed by guilt following Lily's death, exiling himself in penance for his misguided proposal, and so on. The piece bore the signature of freelance writer Rita Skeeter. What utter nonsense. Harry slammed the insert onto the long table, his expression stormy. Rita Skeeter was an outrageous fabricator. It seemed he could hardly contain his desire to confront this woman, accusing her of slander and falsehood. "How can you be so sure her writing is false?" retorted Lavender Brown, a romantic at heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It's so moving. Her writing is so touching." Harry shot her a glare. "Touching my foot," he muttered, his voice lowered, his tone tinged with irritation, his expression revealing impatience toward the naivety of youth. "This is all fabricated. None of it holds water. Sirius, I mean Black, my father, along with Lupin and Pettigrew, have been inseparable since first year, and my father pursued my mother from the very beginning. Black was not deranged. He was the heir of the Black family. No matter how rebellious, he would not fall for the beloved of his closest friend. Brown, wake up." Lavender Brown, a first-year Gryffindor student, wore a countenance that radiated belief in the invincibility of true love. Harry had consistently avoided her, not out of disdain, but rather discomfort with her fairy tale notions of romance. After all, Harry Potter was a child shaped by 6 years of a distinctly utilitarian education, where notions of princes and princesses were to be dismantled as symbols of privilege. Why should one dwell solely on matters of love? As a scion of the most renowned romantic family in the wizarding world, Harry felt as if he were a renewed individual, akin to a reformed Potter, though the veracity of such reform remained unverified. However, Professor Slughorn, a master of potions who had notably endorsed Snape during the hearing, was delighted to engage Harry in conversation for quite some time, especially upon learning that Harry had become a representative for potions in his first year. Though a novel position, its characteristics were evident. Coupled with the fact that Harry had assisted Snape in brewing potions for half a night, Slughorn was positively exhilarated. "Oh, you must have inherited your grandfather Fleamont Potter's talent for potions," Slughorn exclaimed, wiping at the corners of his eyes, as if he shared an intimate bond with Harry's grandfather. All Harry could do was respond with an awkward yet polite smile. However, this conversation has strayed far off course. Regarding the topic of infatuation, the entire magical community of Britain, including magical creatures, is well aware that the Potter family is particularly prone to such sentiments. At this moment, as Harry dines in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, his apparent indifference to the notion of infatuation is indeed shocking to those around him. After all, the Potter lineage did not originally bear the name Potter. They adopted this surname in the 12th century, and for generations have been known for their romantic inclinations, often marrying the last daughters of certain families. It is indeed a blessing from their ancestors that the family has not become extinct. As for why it is referred to as an ancestral blessing rather than a favor from Merlin, it may be that Harry's current beliefs align more closely with communicating with his ancestors. Lavender Brown, however, is evidently incensed by Harry's words. With reddened eyes, she glares at him, her fury unmistakable as her neck bulges and her temples throb, her voice sharp and piercing. "Potter, you have no idea how wonderful love can be. Return to your Slytherin table, you love-ignorant fool. You are destined to follow the path of the Dark Lord." This remark is truly outrageous. Not only students from Slytherin, but even those from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff cease their chatter at this statement. Silence envelopes the Great Hall of Hogwarts. One could hear a pin drop amidst the tension. This oppressive stillness, this eerily quiet atmosphere, and the gaze of countless onlookers upon Lavender Brown, this mere 11-year-old girl, is almost surreal. It must be said, at this moment, the entire Hogwarts community is at a loss on how to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. Even Lavender, who is convinced of her righteousness, does not know how to proceed. After more than a minute of silence, Harry finally breaks it with a sigh. "Brown, love is important, familial bonds are important, and friendship is equally significant. The affections of people are always vital emotions, yet not all feelings can be encapsulated by romantic love. At your age, you truly do not comprehend what love is. When you eventually grasp its essence, you shall find it is not so simple to proclaim its importance. Love is not solely romantic, and your understanding of love remains quite narrow." Lavender becomes even angrier, yet she is acutely aware that she cannot continue to berate Potter. After all, he is still the boy who lived. Should she persist in her insults, she would undoubtedly face backlash from her peers, and she is keen to avoid that. Thus, she refrains from further words, her eyes still reddened, as though she has been terribly wronged. Once she turns to leave, the Great Hall resumes its lively atmosphere. Indeed, most students do not concur with Lavender's sentiments, yet they are rather forgiving toward an 11-year-old first year. Aside from her peers of the same age, no one feels compelled to confront her. Even her fellow 11-year-olds do not believe that confronting her will resolve anything. Hermione interrupts Ron as he criticizes Lavender. She is merely an 11-year-old girl who still believes that everything revolves around love, Ron. She is not being malicious. She simply speaks without thinking. She sighs, casting an apologetic glance at Harry. You are right, Harry. I hope she comes to understand that love is not solely romantic. It is problematic to attribute everything to love. You are absolutely correct. Although true, Hermione's reflections may be too lofty for a child to grasp. Nevertheless, she believes that even the most complex topics can be understood by her. Hence, she emphasizes that Lavender is simply an ordinary 11-year-old child, whose thought processes are inherently simplistic. Indeed, as Harry suggests, she does not comprehend love yet ardently champions it. My dear, Hermione thinks, this chapter still has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is only beginning. This is certainly unacceptable. Hermione shakes her head, feeling that books are endearing enough for now. Love, such a sophisticated theme, feels far too mature for someone of her age. Ideally, it should not be suitable for her in the future either. She suddenly perceives that the author of the article must have an unusual mindset to compose such absurd notions. After all, Harry is one of the subjects involved. He knows the truth. If he denies it, it is prudent not to pursue the matter further. Oh, what a worry. The concern arises not from the article itself, but from Hermione's realization that she must have a serious talk with Lavender as they share a dormitory. She cannot allow discord to fester among her friends. After dinner, Harry, as per his usual routine, checks on the sleeping beauty. The golden-haired boy shows no signs of awakening, if it weren't for his faint vital signs. One might suspect he had passed away. Harry enters the empty classroom, gazing at the reclining figure of the sleeping beauty, contemplating casting a spell to ascertain whether he truly cannot awaken. Which charm would be most appropriate? As he raises his wand, he reflects that he is not a malicious individual, and surely, casting a spell to check on the sleeping beauty is not a crime, is it? Do you wish to do something to him? A tender voice inquires. Harry turns to see Tina, the unicorn. You wouldn't want to do that. Trust me. He is an important person, waiting for someone significant, much like the tale of Sleeping Beauty. He is the sleeping prince, waiting for his king. Harry looks at the sleeping beauty in disbelief, yet responds to Tina, Dear Tina, are you certain? This fellow may be handsome, but he is as sturdy as a bear and is supposedly waiting for his king. With one swipe, he could easily dispatch the king. Do not be foolish. The king wields magic. Tina counters with a gentle cough, then sweetly adds, Godfather, let us return to sleep. I wish to hear you tell me a bedtime story. Even Harry, as well as the hardest of hearts, cannot resist the allure of a unicorn's charm. Soon, they depart the classroom, leaving the vast space to the sleeping beauty. No sooner have they left than a figure appears beside the golden-haired boy. Little Tina has fallen asleep. She is indeed lovely and pure, and no one can resist her beauty. Thus, in the dead of night, Draco Malfoy hesitates at Harry's dormitory door for a while before finally knocking and entering. She is truly stunning. Draco swallows hard, utterly captivated as he leans closer to Tina, his eyes brimming with affection. Harry, she is exquisite. I must see her every day to rest easy. Otherwise, I cannot sleep. He reaches out to touch Tina, but hesitates at the sight of her peaceful slumber, opting instead to lie face to face with her, grinning foolishly. Harry, utterly speechless, responds, Then if you are satisfied, why not return? And remember to close the door on your way out. As he spoke, he climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. Draco was indifferent to Harry. His heart and mind were entirely captivated by Tina. How could there exist such a delightful creature as a unicorn in this world? After waiting for a considerable time, Draco finally felt he had indulged in enough for the day and decided to return to his dormitory. However, just before leaving, he recalled something and murmured, By the way, Hagrid seems to have been frequenting Slytherin lately. I wonder what that filthy, odorous giant is doing here. He looks quite frightening. Harry did not respond. Yet, it was evident that Draco was unconcerned. He continued grumbling. I truly believe that half-giant is rather lacking. He is simply too careless. However, one cannot say that his filthiness is entirely his fault. That is clearly Dumbledore's oversight. He knows full well that the fellow is a half-giant, and yet fails to teach him to tidy himself up. Alas, this is indeed a troubling matter. You know, I heard that the deputy headmistress of Beauxbatons is also a half-giant, and yet she carries herself with such elegance, though perhaps she is merely a tall woman. After all, I have not encountered many half-giants, indeed, only one. So, murmuring to himself, Draco departed from Harry's dormitory. Once he closed the door, Harry finally opened his eyes. He found the situation rather peculiar. Today's events were undeniably strange. Lavender Brown's excitement was particularly unusual. While he understood that she was somewhat infatuated, her words transcended mere thoughtlessness. Within the wizarding world, no one dares to provoke Voldemort. And even a subtle curse is rarely accompanied by insults invoking his name. Therefore, Lavender Brown's behavior was truly baffling. Harry was determined to uncover the truth behind this oddity. He did not wish to endanger others due to his own concerns, so he took a deep breath and rose, ready to converse with the ghosts and portraits within the castle. However, as he stepped outside, the topic of Lavender Brown's dinner remarks was already being revisited in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Parvati Patil appeared somewhat indignant, exclaiming, "Lavender, what you said tonight was simply unacceptable. The standard reports have already clarified that the wrongfully imprisoned Sirius Black is Harry's godfather. Thus, the parties involved are certainly more informed than you. Yet, you insist on believing a sensationalized account akin to a romance novel, using it to humiliate Harry. This is incredibly disappointing." Although Hermione did not express her thoughts so bluntly, she evidently shared the same sentiment. Lavender Brown stubbornly retorted, "You don't understand. Love is the most beautiful thing in the world. If it weren't for love, why would he feel remorse for so many years? But not everything revolves around love." Parvati, exasperated, pointed out, "You know, we have a story in India about an uncle who was forced to help his nephew's enemy, ultimately leading him to die at his nephew's hands on the battlefield. Does that imply there was love between them?" She glared at Lavender, insisting, "Do not sully it with such notions. He felt guilty towards his nephew and sought to atone with his death, while Black is no different. He believes his decisions led to the demise of his friends and feels guilty towards his godson. Thus, he chose imprisonment as penance. He didn't even opt for death, which is already a rather lenient form of self-punishment. You need to clear your mind of these romantic fantasies." Parvati was quite eloquent, and her candidness stemmed from her close relationship with Lavender. While Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Draco shared a bond, Parvati was even closer to Lavender. The girls in their dormitory had formed a sisterhood, especially since Hermione had opted out. However, the circumstances of the day were beyond what they could bear, leading them to fall silent and allow Lavender's closest friend to counsel her. Yet, as soon as Parvati spoke, Lavender broke down, crying pitifully in her bed, refusing to engage in conversation. Unable to persuade her further, the others allowed her to vent her emotions. That night, the atmosphere in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory was painfully stifling. Yet, the one truly suffering was Harry. He wandered the halls of Hogwarts, even reaching the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, but found nothing amiss. What could possibly be influencing Brown, rendering her somewhat unhinged? He opened the door at the corridor's end and was met with the sight of a three-headed dog. The creature was highly alert. Harry had cast several concealment spells upon himself. These were not particularly challenging spells, easily executed from his spellbook. He also played a tune on a drum to blend into his surroundings, but none of these efforts could mask his presence from the dog's keen senses. The three-headed beast, despite being known to fall asleep at the sound of music, was unable to resist the enchanting tune. Harry, with a sonorous blast from his swona, decided to make it a grand spectacle. Strumming the instrument, he filled the corridor with a resounding melody that shook the glass windows. If a human were to sing such a tune, they would be deemed a good person to avoid causing annoyance. Otherwise, they might receive a swift reprimand. Although Harry played the swona skillfully, singing was a challenge for him at his age, as his voice had not yet matured, making the swona a more fitting choice. The sound was indeed captivating and easily stirred excitement in its listeners. Consequently, the three-headed dog, originally programmed to slumber at the sound of music, found itself unable to sleep. Disoriented yet invigorated, each head swayed in its own direction, lost in thought, leaving Harry feeling somewhat awkward, uncertain how Hagrid would react if he noticed the dog's unusual behavior upon its return. But that was a concern for another time. For now, Harry was no longer afraid of the creature. While playing the swona, he managed to unlock the collar around the three-headed dog's neck and let it away with ease. "Await me here. I shall return shortly to escort you on a brief promenade." He patted the Cerberus's head in a pacifying manner, then turned and opened the trapdoor where the beast had been standing. He casually tossed a lit match down, waiting for the flame to briefly intensify before vanishing altogether. Only then did Harry turn back to lead the now docile Cerberus, whose befuddled state rendered it remarkably compliant. Harry guided it down the trapdoor. A moment of struggle ensued at the opening, requiring Harry to forcefully tug the Cerberus's substantial posterior through. Once both were on the other side, Harry clambered onto the Cerberus's back, assuming control of the massive canine steed. The dazed creature offered no resistance to being ridden, despite its three independently minded heads. Harry's capacity for communication ensured a degree of cooperation. Thus, the immense dog charged forward like a fleshy juggernaut, heedless of any obstacles in its path. Despite encountering numerous impediments, Harry, the resourceful traveler, possessed an inexhaustible arsenal within his robes. The precise contents of his attire remained a mystery even to himself. Consequently, after launching a volley of 5 axes, 3 hammers, an assortment of iron balls, and a pair of prefabricated slabs, he arrived at a location flanked by flames both fore and aft. Navigating this fiery gauntlet presented a challenge. Harry approached the solitary table, upon which rested 7 vials accompanied by a note. The Cerberus, still reeling from Harry's mesmerizing serenade, remained in a state of heightened agitation, even after half an hour. The canine, impervious to the surrounding flames, would occasionally erupt in ear-splitting howls punctuated by intolerable whines upon being singed. Harry swiftly identified and imbibed the correct potion, enabling him to traverse the flames and enter the final chamber. He also secured the remaining vials, including 2 of nettle wine and 3 of virulent poison, within the capacious pockets of his robes. Despite the added weight of the 6 vials, Harry proceeded into the vast, empty room, where his gaze settled upon a painting adorning the wall. The artwork depicted a house with a small yard, adorned with vibrant flowers. A charming red-haired girl peeked from behind a floral cluster, revealing half of her face. The maiden possessed an undeniable allure. Harry approached the portrait and offered a wave. Startled, the girl emitted a shy shriek and retreated into the house. Determined to engage in conversation, Harry called out to her, "Hail, Ariana. How did you know my name?" The girl questioned, halting and turning to face him. "I have never beheld you before." "It was Peeves," Harry explained. "He is privy to many secrets within this castle." "He has seen you, Ariana. He described your countenance to me in detail, mentioning that Professor Dumbledore hung your portrait in his chambers. Thus, I recognized you, Ariana. Ariana Dumbledore." The headmaster's sister had perished at a young age, a victim of a bewitched curse. She harbored no resentment, as evidenced by her decades-long observation of her brother without uttering a single reproach, despite the possibility that his spell had caused her demise. Her truly angelic nature was undeniable, and her red hair, coupled with her captivating demeanor, rendered her utterly endearing. The sole predicament lay in her current confinement within the chamber. "It is quite remarkable that you have cultivated such a rapport with Peeves," Ariana remarked with a smile. "Apart from the Bloody Baron, no one else can subdue his capriciousness." Harry chuckled in response. "I simply did not anticipate finding your portrait in this room, after navigating such a meticulously guarded labyrinth. Tell me, Ariana, does Professor Dumbledore's constant peregrinations throughout Hogwarts take a toll on his aged legs?" Ariana was rendered speechless, though eternally youthful in her portrait. Her elder brother had surpassed a century in age. Hogwarts, the school she had yearned to attend but was forever denied, had become her quasi-permanent abode. And now, someone inquired whether the numerous staircases and lengthy corridors of Hogwarts caused discomfort to her elderly brother's legs. She was deeply moved by this display of human compassion. Ariana offered a courteous yet strained smile. "That is a question you must pose to him yourself. Now that you have successfully traversed the trials, do you seek a reward? Or perhaps have inquiries for me?" Harry promptly responded, "I wish to ascertain whether anyone has preceded me." Ariana confirmed. Indeed, a young woman entered. But she did not possess the correct password, so I withheld any prize. "Would you care to attempt to answer? What brings you the greatest joy? What is the most coveted Christmas gift you desire? Why do wizards observe Christmas?" Ariana posed these 3 questions. Correctly answering them would grant access to Ariana's treasure, the nature of which remained subject to chance. Forever ensconced within her painted realm, the diminutive Ariana plucked blossoms with glee, appearing to possess all the love in the world. She seemed unperturbed by her own demise, which was fitting, as she was merely a fragment of Ariana's memory, not the true Ariana. The genuine Ariana had long since departed this mortal coil, her soul seemingly dissipated into the ether. However, her recollections were impeccably preserved. Touching upon a question within the Muggle world, if one were to preserve all of a person's memories and implant them into the mind of another, would that individual be considered the same person as before? Harry harbored no profound interest in this philosophical conundrum, as neither a philosopher nor a biologist. The matter held little relevance to him. Therefore, he could not fathom the motivations behind Ariana's preserved memories. However, he understood that sincerity was paramount. Thus, he declared, "The greatest joy for me lies in world peace and the liberation of all mankind." The most coveted Christmas gift I desire is for the global proletariat to unite and emancipate all of humanity. As for why wizards observe Christmas, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is because individuals of all faiths and creeds participate in the festivities, including those within the wizarding community. It is akin to the Chinese celebrating the Lunar New Year. We must not allow sectarian strife to ignite discord, for harmony is essential. Harry's response was profoundly stimulating. At least, Ariana's memory found it to be so. She softly inquired, "What do you mean by liberating all of humanity?" This was a topic Harry was well versed in. Having attended primary school in China in 1986, he had acquired a thorough understanding of the subject. He replied loudly, "The exploited and oppressed class cannot liberate itself from the control of the class that exploits and rules unless it simultaneously frees the entire society from any form of exploitation, oppression, class distinctions, and class struggle. In brief, my intention is to dismantle the old system, shatter the chains of class, and eradicate exploitation and oppression." The child's emphatic explanation was truly dazzling. In the dimly lit classroom of Hogwarts, the atmosphere suddenly transformed, glowing with a soft yet piercing radiance. Ariana remarked, "I do not comprehend what you are saying, but it certainly sounds reasonable." "Isn't it reasonable?" Harry responded earnestly, taking the time to elaborate to Ariana about the diversity of humanity, asserting that as long as no harm is inflicted upon others, no belief should exclude others or their beliefs. Such exclusion is unreasonable, dogmatic, and hegemonic. Harry's discourse left Ariana utterly captivated, wishing she could leap from the painting to cheer him on. "You are absolutely right." She continuously encouraged Harry, thinking how wonderful it would be for her brothers to hear such wisdom. This is the ideal. This is what we ought to pursue. Such nonsense as mysterious figures and Death Eaters, such absurdity as the purest faction should be swept into the annals of history. Look at that. Young people are indeed more receptive to new ideas. While Harry elaborated on the liberation of all humanity, chaos erupted throughout Hogwarts. Though the young wizards were prohibited from wandering the fourth-floor corridor, its proximity to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw allowed them to hear the deafening sound of a horn that seemed capable of exhausting their energy for 3 days and nights. The sheer volume of the horn dissuaded even those who had intended to sneak out for a nighttime escapade, compelling them to remain in their dormitories, anxiously awaiting news from outside. Meanwhile, the professors at Hogwarts reacted differently. Those awakened rushed out to discover what had transpired in the trap room. They were astonished to find that not only had the various obstacles been violently breached, but the three-headed dog had also vanished. Yet, that was not the most outrageous part. Upon entering the room filled with flames and potions, they found it entirely empty. No potions, no tables or chairs, just the three-headed dog, sitting there with a bewildered and disgruntled expression. Professor McGonagall, one hand gripping her wand and the other tightening her outer robe, inquired, "Albus, what is happening?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow and replied, "I intended to borrow the Mirror of Eris to hide something inside, but now I must ask Anna to watch over it. If it were that individual—" "It cannot be him," McGonagall interjected. "The mysterious figure has not yet infiltrated." "You are correct, Minerva. He should not have been able to enter. We have checked everything. And now the greatest concern is who has trespassed." As they conversed, Harry Potter emerged with great effort, cradling Ariana's portrait. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. I am so delighted to see you. Please help me take her back. I truly enjoy conversing with Anna." Dumbledore stood dumbfounded. McGonagall, maintaining her composure, asked, "Harry, what do you intend to do? Moreover, you are aware that it is curfew. How did you?" Harry shrugged. "I certainly know I shouldn't be wandering about. But I assure you, Professor, I am not aimlessly roaming. I have matters to attend to, which I must address." He set down the portrait, wearing an expression of resignation. "I now have a suspicion. As you are aware, Hagrid discovered that unicorns were being drained of their blood. I am genuinely concerned, as Tina is my dear goddaughter, and I cannot bear to see her and her kin suffer." He continued, "I learned through Peeves that this place is not truly dangerous, but rather a realm with obstacles preventing exploration." Harry sighed. "According to the narrative, this is where someone inevitably finds this place, overcomes the challenges, and ultimately discovers the treasure. Anyone familiar with gaming knows this is the conventional trajectory of a story. Everyone encounters this. Thus, since I am the savior, it falls upon me to navigate these trials. Don't you think that's acceptable? I am truly foolish, indeed." Dumbledore was on the verge of becoming a lamenting figure. In the wizarding world, whether the most illustrious white wizard or the most nefarious dark wizard, they all underestimated the imagination of muggles. In the stillness of the night, Harry recounted numerous enchanting tales from the Muggle world to Dumbledore and the other professors, including stories of a knight of humble strength rescuing a princess and escaping perilous islands fraught with danger, among various narratives related to video games. In Harry's recounting, regardless of the identity of those rescuing the princess or the children facing challenges, their ultimate goal remained the same: to vanquish the Dark Lord. These individuals, who sought to defeat the Dark Lord, shared a common title: the Savior. Thus, Harry Potter was acutely aware of his purpose, for he truly was a savior. Behold, this is the fruit of education. For a moment, all the professors fell silent. What a painful realization. What a painful coexistence. What a painful struggle to discern. At that moment, the professors of Hogwarts found themselves echoing Harry's inexplicable melody in their minds. Having grasped the absurdities of the stories from the Muggle world, how could they counsel Harry to grow in the magical realm and confront the mysterious figure? However, the matter was not grave. Harry cheerfully showcased the redstone he had obtained from Ariana. "I must confess, this object appears extraordinarily beautiful, professors," he said, rubbing it on his clothing to enhance its luster. "To be honest, I perceive fear within it. Such a strikingly beautiful redstone. Akin to a gem, how could it evoke fear?" Apart from Dumbledore, no one else paid it much heed, yet all understood its significance. "Harry, that is the Philosopher's Stone. The renowned Sorcerer's Stone, which grants immortality," Dumbledore elucidated. "I merely needed to safeguard it until its owner procured the appropriate elixir to return it. Its proprietor wishes to destroy it." Harry nodded, acknowledging Dumbledore's words. "It should indeed be destroyed soon. It serves little purpose remaining." "Hey, that is the Philosopher's Stone." Professor Flitwick reminded Harry. "Its owner has lived for over 600 years. Harry said nothing, but wore a knowing smile. "You may keep it safe for now, Harry. Can you protect it?" Dumbledore inquired softly, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Harry nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, I can safeguard it. And I could even destroy it on behalf of its owner, should he require my assistance." He paused momentarily before inquiring, "Does he need me to do this?" "I shall obliterate it before Halloween." October had already arrived, and Halloween was fast approaching. Harry's words elicited a sigh of relief from Dumbledore. No one comprehended the manner in which the Philosopher's Stone was created, nor could anyone fathom why its master, Nicholas Flamel, would wish to destroy it. However, Dumbledore was acutely aware of the situation. He endorsed Flamel's decision, which was why he had consented to safeguard the stone while Nicholas sought the materials to destroy it. Little did he anticipate the events would unfold in such an unexpected manner. That night, no one could find rest. The following day, it seemed that only Harry, attending his history of magic class, managed to find a brief respite. Unlike other subjects, the fact that the professor for history of magic was a ghost rendered the experience uniquely peculiar. After dozing off during the lecture, Harry sought Hermione for her notes. Only she could decipher Professor Binns' monotonous discourse. Despite Harry being an exceptionally diligent student, he remained in awe of Hermione's academic prowess. Hermione handed Harry her notes, puzzled. "You seem rather unwell today. What is the matter? Was that ruckus last night caused by you?" Undaunted, Harry nodded. "Yes, it was me." Hermione: "You know, I typically refrain from venturing out at night, unless compelled. After all, I am aware of my status as the Chosen One. Being the Chosen One entails facing challenges, which led me to a perilous undertaking, whereupon I emerged victorious and claimed my prize." His large eyes glimmered with innocence. "Can you guess what I discovered during the ordeal?" Hermione inquired. What? What?" Before she could receive a response, Lavender Brown abruptly sprang to her feet and fled. Harry rushed after her, with Hermione following closely behind. In an instant, the corridor outside the History of Magic classroom became a chaotic swirl of bodies, colliding into one another. Until Lavender, at the forefront, was inadvertently slammed against the wall, immobilized. "Get away. You all need to move," Lavender cried. "Move where? What do you mean?" The crowd pressed in, with no one willing to yield. Lavender, on the verge of tears, glared at Harry and Hermione. "I swear I will kill you both." Lavender: "You misunderstand us if you think you can utter such threats without knowing us. If you truly understood." Hermione interjected apologetically. "Lavender, we truly did not mean to." Harry interrupted. "If you genuinely knew us, you wouldn't merely threaten us. You'd be intent on action." Hermione's face paled. Harry chuckled. "Hermione, have you not noticed that since October began, Lavender has been acting strangely? At the end of September, there were reports of a vampire feasting on unicorn blood. And now Lavender has taken to insulting people using Voldemort's name. Her demeanor has become inexplicably volatile. Has no one questioned this?" Shaking his head, Harry seized a large scroll of yellow parchment from his pocket, disregarding the others as he placed the parchment directly upon Lavender's head. "What is this?" Hermione shrieked. Harry gestured for silence. "Quiet, quiet. Lower your voices. This is a binding spell, intended to ensnare her spirit. Lavender must be possessed by a ghost, and I shall exorcise it." The notion of exorcism was already absurd, yet astonishingly, Hermione believed Harry's outlandish claims. She enlisted Ron, Neville, and Parvati Patil to assist Harry in this endeavor, but to her surprise, Harry also summoned Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, even inviting students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As twilight descended, following dinner, all gathered in a small classroom near the dungeon, where the Sleeping Beauty remained undisturbed. Harry reassured everyone not to mind the slumbering figure, asserting he would manage the situation, and began arranging the classroom. Unlike what others presumed, Harry's intentions extended beyond a simple exorcism. He harbored a unique perspective. The fact that Lavender was ensnared by the spell indicated she was indeed possessed. Although spirits do not always manifest, given Lavender's current state, it was evident that a ghost resided within her, albeit lacking sufficient power. Harry intended to extricate the spirit while it was still weak. Lavender, confined by the spell, screamed and thrashed within the magical circle Harry had drawn, yearning to lash out at him, but she was utterly restrained. "What is happening?" Draco, still a young lord, felt a surge of fear at Lavender's madness. In his short 11 years, he had never encountered such unrestrained humanity. While house elves exhibited similar frenzies, Lavender was undeniably human. At that moment, Lavender appeared utterly deranged. Her frenzied screams and struggles suggested a battle against invisible bonds. Her eyes were ashen, pupils reduced to pinpricks, hair disheveled, and an eerie hiss emanated from her throat, instilling terror in those watching. The young students were indeed frightened, initially drawn by Lavender's bizarre behavior. They were enticed by Harry's promise of healing. After all, they were but children. While aware that Madame Pomfrey could remedy numerous ailments in the hospital wing, the allure of participating in a healing was far greater than simply sending a classmate away. Thus, a group of 11-year-olds was lured by Harry Potter into this classroom, where they placed Lavender within the confines of Harry Estron's circle. At first, Lavender seemed fine, but soon after, her demeanor shifted drastically. Even her once familiar face appeared alien. Harry scrutinized Lavender's visage, seemingly seeking confirmation of something, opting to circle her instead of acting as Lavender was merely an 11-year-old girl. Yet the voice that emanated from her resembled that of a 200-year-old crone, akin to an old witch from a fairy tale, lurking in the depths of a dark swamp and toying with skeletons. "Bloody hell!" Ron exclaimed, startled by the eerie sound. What on earth was happening? He looked at Harry in confusion. Harry, however, remained composed. He stepped forward and produced the wong drum, beginning to strike it. The initial beats were gentle, thud, thud thud, thud thud thud. The rhythm intensified, growing louder and more urgent, gradually overwhelming the chilling shrieks that escaped Lavender's lips. At that moment, Harry commenced the exorcism. As the drum beats resounded, the melody shifted, and Harry transformed into a forceful presence. Oh, such a divine drum, resounding like the roar of a dragon, summon forth my 3 halls of warriors. First, let the 28 constellations assemble. The wong drum directs us to the east, where the master is of the wood element. This verdant wood in the east heralds the sun. The drum beats crescendoed, shaking the very foundations of the classroom as Harry sang and danced, the drum echoing incessantly in his hands. Strangely, the rhythm of his drumming became increasingly structured, and Lavender's ragged breaths began to synchronize with it, her entire being swaying to the beat. Then, as Harry's tempo quickened, his lyrics flowed faster, the thuds growing ever louder. Lavender's struggles intensified, culminating in piercing screams. Just as her mouth gaped wide in an unimaginable moment, Harry shouted, "I'm a wolf." In an instant, the image of a colossal wolf materialized from Harry, momentarily displaying its majestic form before it morphed into a swirl of light and mist, lunging towards Lavender. The mist transformed back into the giant wolf, which passed through Lavender, clenching a shadowy figure in its jaws. It was a woman clad in antiquated court attire, her features obscured yet radiating an ominous aura, her essence steeped in darkness. Though she appeared weak, her fury was palpable. "Why do you treat me thus?" she bellowed at Harry. "You wretched child, you should perish. How is it that you still live?" Harry found himself shaken by the ghost's madness. Ordinarily unflappable, he was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the situation. The specter's gaze bore into him. "Dark hair? Look at this dark hair, curled like the wool of a cursed sheep." Harry glared back, his eyes suddenly glowing with intensity. "Ah, Equally malevolent, equally repulsive. She shrieked, attempting to escape, yet the wolf's grip was unyielding. Since you cannot communicate, I cannot allow you to remain here, tormenting others. My classmates are not your vessels. He brandished a wooden vial towards the specter. Enter, ghost. In the blink of an eye, the ghost was ensnared within the bottle. Harry, overwhelmed, fainted. Indeed, the ghost was among the most perilous entities in existence, far more formidable than the Dark Lord. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, a single thought echoed in Harry's mind. The following dawn, he awoke to the melodic chants of Zhao Cuixi. The events were rather straightforward. After Harry fainted, the children remained in a state of disarray for a time before erupting into frantic cries, only to discover an adult joining in their chaos. Meanwhile, Lavender Brown, liberated from the haunting, awoke as though from a nightmare, clutching Parvati and weeping uncontrollably in distress. Amidst this turmoil, Professor Snape was finally roused. Upon his arrival, an eerie calm descended. The students ceased their screams, and under Snape's direction, they orderly proceeded to the infirmary, their dormitories, or the headmaster's office, save for one individual. The golden-haired, slumbering giant awoke. Despite his peculiar garb and robust physique, he was unmistakably an adult and stood protectively beside the savior, Harry Potter, his expression one of profound emotion. Snape regarded the golden-haired man in astonishment. He had never fathomed that a pure-blood human could possess such formidable stature. Hagrid was robust, yet he was half-giant. Everyone knew that. But this man, with his handsome face, should have corresponded to the slender frame typical of the Malfoy lineage, yet he was a veritable powerhouse. As he rose to his feet, each step resonated with an earth-shaking presence, truly a sight to behold. Consequently, Snape rubbed his forehead and addressed the man. "Release him." The muscular man replied, "What do you mean?" Snape's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously, as he prepared to unleash a torrent of venomous words upon this unfortunate golden-haired man. "I presume you, sir, are a normal human capable of understanding human language. Therefore, I trust you realize that, as an adult, it is quite inappropriate to embrace a stranger's child, especially one who is unconscious and in need of medical attention. If I am not mistaken, your actions suggest a considerable suspicion of child abduction, which is a criminal offense. Do you wish for me to cast a curse upon you, ensuring you face justice without delay?" As he spoke, he raised his wand. The golden-haired man, bewildered by Snape's wand, queried, "What use is a stick? You should charge at me with a sword. Come at me like this." He waved his arms in demonstration, mimicking a sword attack. "That is how you should approach me," his brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean by casting a curse? What are you talking about?" Snape's sinister smile widened. "What do you think this is?" He swiftly flicked his wrist, bind swiftly. The golden-haired man was instantly ensnared. Snape approached, forcibly retrieving Harry from the man's grasp, awkwardly cradling him. "TT, come here, bind this fellow, and escort him to the headmaster's office," he commanded the house elf, turning to carry Harry back to his office. Upon returning, Snape employed various spells to examine Harry's condition. However, it became evident that Harry's state did not align with physical injuries, thus, administering potions would be of little benefit. Regarding issues of the soul or mental health, while Snape's potions could provide some relief, the complexity of the soul posed the greatest challenge. He could alleviate the pain of the spirit, yet he could not cure the underlying afflictions of the soul, and the same applied to mental maladies. He could only produce 2 vials of a potion that had been preserved for a decade and administered it to Harry. Following this, he reached out to the Soul Master, currently the only renowned shaman in Britain known to all, Zhao Cuixi. It must be said that Zhao Cuixi is indeed remarkable. Upon receiving the message, she promptly appeared at the gates of Hogwarts, leaving everyone astounded. Dumbledore even issued a soulful inquiry. "Madame Cuixi, my dear friend, did you truly not change your name after studying at Hogwarts? You know, my memory isn't what it used to be." Zhao Cuixi twitched the corner of her mouth. "I assure you, I have never attended Hogwarts." Dumbledore's words even elicited a hint of dialect from her. Nevertheless, Zhao Cuixi made her way to Snape's office, where she found Harry. He was laid upon the office sofa, his small face a shade of purple, resembling a burned chestnut. Oh, the poor little fellow. Zhao Cuixi, possessing far more prowess in shamanism than Harry, being older and a natural medium, required no extensive equipment. She approached Harry, gently squeezing his palm, and began to pat his shoulder. "Sleep well, my darling," she began to chant. "The moon is bright, the wind is gentle. Shadows dance across the window." Her voice grew increasingly soft, and Harry's complexion improved. By around 10 o'clock that evening, Harry was sleeping as soundly as a typical child. When dawn broke, Zhao Cuixi carried Harry back to the dormitory, sitting beside him as she sang a lullaby. As she sang, in the early hours, "My child is in nightmares, patting your shoulder, the fire glows red. My child, the fire glows bright." At the moment she reached the break of dawn, Harry awoke, revealing the scene from the beginning. It must be noted that Zhao Cuixi had an innate talent for improvisation. Requiring no memorization of lyrics, she possessed a natural lyricism. If she were to perform in a film like that of Lu Sanjia, she would rival the leading lady. Harry, too, found relief from his fatigue amidst his mother Cuixi's melodic voice. Upon waking, he sought something to eat. Zhao Cuixi's previous sweetness vanished, replaced by a fierce demeanor that starkly contrasted with her appearance. Harry sluggishly made his way to the table to see what culinary delights awaited him. To his surprise, there was indeed something. "Mom, are you seriously making me drink this first thing in the morning?" he exclaimed, holding a large bowl with tears in his eyes. Zhao Cuixi replied, "It was stewed all night. If you weren't underage, I would have given you some deer antler wine. This ginseng chicken is nourishing," she emphasized. "I specifically went to dig it up before leaving. There are hardly any good chickens around here. I even caught it in the forest last night. It's quite nourishing." While it was indeed nourishing, the chicken looked peculiar. However, Zhao Cuixi was unfazed, asserting that even a strange-looking chicken was acceptable as long as it tasted good. And indeed, Harry found the flavor delightful, far superior to the ordinary chicken he was accustomed to back home in northeast China. "When I saw that chicken, I knew it was a good one," Zhao Cuixi stated earnestly, chewing on a piece of tender chicken breast. "Although it had no feathers, I recognized it as merely a mutated chicken. I've heard that foreign chickens are treated with all sorts of chemicals, lacking feathers. With 3 pairs of wings and 4 legs, though this one only had 1 pair of wings, it indeed had 4 legs." After breakfast, Harry returned to his classes. But under Zhao Cuixi's strong insistence, Dumbledore became the music teacher at Hogwarts. He also introduced courses exploring the commonalities and distinctions between shamanism and druidic traditions. Of course, music was not a mandatory subject. All that was required was an invitation and a letter of appointment. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the magical realm. And Dumbledore swiftly organized everything. Before Halloween arrived, Zhao Cuixi moved into Hogwarts. As for the golden-haired man who had been holding Harry, overwhelmed with emotion, he had been placed in Dumbledore's office by Snape and had not been seen since. Everyone, including Snape, believed that Dumbledore had dealt with him. Students did not assume that dealing with meant termination, yet Snape harbored doubts about the man's survival unless he proved useful. Otherwise, given the man's expression of deep emotion and infatuation towards Harry, it would be quite unusual for Dumbledore to retain him. If Dumbledore were truly as gentle and kind as people claimed, the magical world would have long since fallen apart, even without a thorough understanding of Dumbledore's past. Snape did not believe that someone who could defeat Grindelwald in a duel would be particularly gentle or kind. Did he truly defeat Gellert Grindelwald solely with a disarming charm? Snape had his doubts. In fact, it was not just Snape who was skeptical. Even Cornelius Fudge, who later ascended to the position of Minister for Magic under Dumbledore's influence, shared those doubts. However, Fudge recognized that it was time for him to make his presence known. With Halloween approaching, Hogwarts had unexpectedly introduced strange courses, and he felt compelled to inquire about the specifics. Fudge was genuinely terrified. He feared Dumbledore's ambition for power, and he was even more afraid that Dumbledore's reputation would render his position insignificant. Thus, Fudge dedicated himself to creating trouble for Dumbledore. Previously, those self-proclaimed noble pureblood families had accused him of being Dumbledore's puppet. Now, he found himself resembling the lapdog of those pureblood families. Minister Fudge, in certain situations, would even mock himself, yet the majority of his waking hours were consumed with thoughts of competing for power with Dumbledore rather than squabbling with the pureblood families. After all, while pureblood families offered him benefits, Dumbledore expected favors in return. For instance, Dumbledore had announced his intention to add courses to Hogwarts and requested funding for new professors. This was infuriating. Cornelius Fudge knew full well that the money would not come from him or the Ministry of Magic. It would be supplied by those pureblood families. The governors of Hogwarts would finance it. And Dumbledore would not concern himself with Fudge's difficulties. He merely needed to submit the request and let the powerless Minister of Magic seek funding. What bad luck for Fudge. Fudge, fuming, sent owls to the Hogwarts governors. This was not his responsibility, it was the headmaster's duty. Had it not been for the Dark Lord driving the pureblood families into madness and Dumbledore's victory in the Second Wizarding War, it would not have fallen to the ministry to act as an intermediary. Fudge was aware that the newly added course was taught by a Chinese professor. He had encountered that enigmatic Chinese woman during Black's hearing, where she had appeared quite peculiar, adorned in lavish and noble attire, with no fewer than 50 feathers, each belonging to a different species of bird. The furs she wore were devoid of any gloom, as if they had been bestowed upon her by the very creatures from which they came. Such details captivated Fudge, and he had genuinely wished to engage her in conversation, only to see her whisked away by Dumbledore. This was hardly a fortuitous turn of events, although he did not possess extensive knowledge on the subject. It was common understanding that shamans and druids were intricately linked. The druids represented the ancient magical practitioners of Britain, capable of wielding magic without the need for wands. They were a formidable assembly, with the most powerful among them being those who spoke the language of dragons. These recorded accounts, though scant, were sufficient to stir excitement in Fudge. He resolved to seek an audience with the shaman when the opportunity arose. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Upon granting permission, a plump, charmingly dressed woman entered. Her attire was a vivid pink, her cheeks and lips similarly adorned, complemented by a round pink hat perched atop her head, rendering her appearance rather whimsically rosy. "Umbridge, what brings you here?" Fudge inquired, his expression one of relief. Umbridge's face began to take on a somewhat ethereal hue. "Minister." "Dear Mr. Fudge, I have heard." "Well, yes, I have indeed heard that Hogwarts has introduced courses related to druidic teachings. Might I?" Fudge rubbed his temples. "Dolores, I am aware of your belief in druidism, but the current course may differ significantly from the teachings you adhere to. The old faith is not quite synonymous with contemporary druidism, is it?" Umbridge proudly brandished her notebook. "It should certainly differ, which is why I am prepared to investigate precisely how. I assure you, Minister, I shall not be outmatched by the discourses of that Eastern woman. Should she falter in any regard, we can seize the opportunity to critique her. Yes? Oh, clever Dolores." Fudge perked up immediately. Meanwhile, Hogwarts was abuzz with preparations for the Halloween festivities, a suggestion jointly proposed by Zhao Cuixi and Harry. Halloween would feature celebrations, as would Christmas and New Year's. Why not? Each house and year could showcase their talents. Harry began drafting plans, with Gryffindor students intending to perform Merlin Saves King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, likely casting Percy as Merlin. While the legend of King Arthur is well known in Britain, the tales in the Muggle world diverge significantly from those in the magical realm. In Muggle lore, Arthur, being an illegitimate child, was raised by his uncle, with Merlin as his mentor. In an era when magic was forbidden, Merlin used his powers to assist Arthur in uniting Albion, acquiring the sword that could slay anything, oh no, it should be called Excalibur, and leading his knights in various conquests. All while Merlin devised strategies and vanquished beasts. Ultimately, after Arthur's unexpected son Mordred slayed him, Merlin returned his body to Avalon, allowing him to rest in true magic. As for Merlin himself, it is rumored that he was sealed within an oak tree by another sorceress who harbored secret affections for him. Thus, the oak came to symbolize the essence of magic. However, in the wizarding world, the narrative unfolds quite differently. In this realm, Arthur is the legitimate son of Uther Pendragon, and his time spent in foster care was not due to illegitimacy but rather because he was conceived through Uther's magical entreaty. Yet, magic cannot create life from nothing. And thus, upon Arthur's birth, Uther's queen tragically perished. Uther, feeling no remorse for this loss, blamed magic itself and ordered the expulsion of all wizards and magical creatures. Those associated with magic who remained in Camelot beyond a stipulated time were to be executed. It was during this tumultuous period that the young Merlin arrived in the tyrannical Camelot, while Arthur had returned to his father, becoming the heir to the throne. The tale begins here. In the wizarding legends, Merlin serves as Arthur's tutor, unbeknownst to Arthur, who remains oblivious to his mentor's magical identity. Merlin plays an indispensable role in Arthur's maturation. In any case, the version of Merlin's story taught to children is quite universal, allowing students to enact the tale. However, once these young witches and wizards undertake their OWLS and aspire to pass their NEWTS, they will uncover the subtleties and potential ambiguities of the relationship between Merlin and Arthur. For now, however, the Halloween performance was designed to be child-friendly, devoid of any romantic undertones between Merlin and Arthur. As for casting decisions, the choice would depend on who exuded greater authority. Thus, Gryffindor students opted for their prefect Percy Weasley to portray Merlin, while Oliver Wood was the indisputable choice for Arthur, with no room for debate. Extracting Wood from Quidditch to don medieval attire would require some clever maneuvering. Meanwhile, Harry contemplated a most intriguing Halloween performance for Slytherin. Nothing in this world could rival the terror emanating from the East. If anything, The fears encountered thus far were mere introductory levels. Hence, on the eve of Halloween, Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts, prepared to scrutinize the new curriculum, yet spent the entire day failing to witness the classes she sought. By the following evening, Halloween had arrived, leaving her no choice but to descend and join the festivities. Thus, the excitement commenced. Naturally, before the thrilling events, there was a need for some light-hearted merriment. Clad in a pink woolen overcoat, a pink silk skirt, and pink high heels, Umbridge sat at the professor's table, observing the students' spirited performances. The Gryffindor students' rendition of Merlin's tale proved highly successful, culminating in the scattering of acorns that fell playfully in the Hogwarts Great Hall, creating an amusing spectacle. The Hufflepuffs, on the other hand, executed a simpler act, orchestrating pots and pans to produce a newly learned melody that was so enchanting it compelled listeners to sway along. Following closely are the Ravenclaw students, often labeled as bookworms, yet they undoubtedly represent the most flamboyant group of students thus far. This band of little eagles seemed to have taken some peculiar advice, each transforming into a medieval witch as they paraded before everyone. However, midway through their procession, they suddenly ignited, morphing into charred figures of witches, among them, a woman clad in armor, brandishing a sword and shouting "Long live France." Did not escape her fiery fate either. Ah, how tragic. Even more heartbreaking was the sight of their fallen forms, as a group of male students, donned in bishop's attire, solemnly approached the charred witches. With stoic expressions, they collected the jewelry and coin purses from the witches' bodies, only to emit a chilling laughter once they turned their backs to the audience. Quite alarming indeed. Each witch that passed by was recognizable, with many not even being witches at all. The armored woman, for instance, was misidentified as one and met a fiery end. Thus, it was genuinely frightening, a terror for these children aged 11 to 17. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue. For the excitement is far from over. Then, a more chilling spectacle emerged. The Slytherin children prepared a horrifying Eastern fright. Draco's hair was subjected to a lengthening charm, causing it to grow wildly before being fashioned into a bun, while he donned an exquisitely classical gown. He portrayed a white-haired soothsayer, who was carried in a palanquin by Goyle and Crabbe, arriving soon at the doorstep of a destitute family. The parents of this impoverished household were engaged in a fierce quarrel with their daughter. "If you cry again, I will beat you to death." The fifth-year student, Warrington, assuming the role of the cruel matriarch, had consumed an aging potion to appear older and wore tattered clothing, transforming her entire demeanor. The sixth-year student, Harper, playing the father, feigned a kindly disposition, yet his words were icy. "Daughter, your father has sold you." The daughter was portrayed by Harry, who also took a potion to appear more like a little girl. Coupled with his naturally slight frame, he convincingly embodied the role, captivating all with his performance. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "Mother, yesterday grandmother discarded my newborn sister on the mountain. Please do not cast me aside as well. I shall not eat but drink water. I can work and care for you. I beg you. Do not abandon me." At that moment, everyone was in tears, utterly moved by the poignant drama. "Dear girl, our family lacks sons to bear a son. One must have wealth," Harper lamented, "but we have lost everything in pursuit of children. Now, you are the only one we can sell. Consider it repaying your parents' kindness. Will you?" "Father, do not sell me," Harry's character cried, heartbroken. Just then, the soothsayer Draco entered, his countenance evoking a loathsome ire as he proclaimed, in town, "Lord Riddle has offered a gold galleon for your daughter. Look at this scrawny girl. She is worth a galleon. Such opportunities are rare. Do not miss out. Discuss whether to sell her, but do not weep before me. It brings misfortune." Thus ensued a dramatic tug-of-war, ultimately leading to the sale of Harry's character. Afterward, the parents spoke of how their daughter would go to Lord Riddle's house to enjoy a life of comfort, serving as a maid to the young master. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. The frail Harry character, clad in a blood-red wedding dress, was bound and placed beside a coffin, within which lay a corpse, behind which loomed a large wooden sign bearing the name Riddle. Riddle, a surname not commonly found in the wizarding world. Harry had thoughts on the matter. Riddle, after all, is an Eastern name, Ledear, not Riddle. Yet, written in English, it becomes Riddle, so let us not dwell on the details but rather grasp the essence. Among those compelled to grasp this essence was Professor Dumbledore, sipping peculiar Eastern beverages while savoring a delicacy known as sugar triangles from the East, all while enjoying the terrifying performance of the Slytherins. Now, the frail Harry character, adorned in a dress of deep crimson, with a red veil obscuring half her pale visage and blood-red lips, was bound and positioned next to Lord Riddle's corpse, creating a particularly eerie tableau. Especially under the dim lights. Sound effects commenced, the wind howled, branches rustled, and the calls of owls and crows filled the air, creating a cacophony of ominous ambience. Outside, voices could be heard. Lord Riddle, the auspicious hour has arrived. We must send the young mistress on her way. Soothsayer, let us personally see her off. The sound of footsteps approached, a group evidently intent on burying the deceased young master at midnight, with his newlywed young bride to accompany him to the grave. Both cast into the tomb to be covered with earth, ensuring that the young master would have a woman to serve him in the afterlife. As for the young bride, scarcely 15 and not yet of marrying age, it was inconsequential, for her parents had sold her. The audience grew tense, their hearts aching for the pitiful Harry character. However, at that moment, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, as the soothsayer and others rushed to examine the unfortunate girl. A piercing scream erupted from the soothsayer. How could she die prematurely? Who bound her so tightly? What shall we do? Chaos ensued. Draco, the soothsayer, cried out. What manner of business is this? She cannot be buried like this. Quickly, summon someone to chant prayers. This woman in red, who has been strangled, will turn into a corpse. She is a vengeful spirit. Then, the blood-red-clad hairy character's bindings fell away, and she rose, her red veil flickering as she began to flit across the stage. As she appeared and vanished, her veil sometimes lifted, revealing her ghastly pale face. With eyes of a shocking green and lips as red as blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. When she smiled, blood was visible on her teeth. She appeared before Lord Riddle, her wide green eyes fixed upon him, her grin unsettling. The veil flew from her head to cover Lord Riddle's face, and he began to struggle, ultimately collapsing, his eyes forever wide open in death. Thus, the hairy character dispatched all. In the end, only the sharp L. Harry's daughter was playfully flitting about in her ghostly red attire when, quite suddenly, she materialized before Umbridge, her eyes wide with an intense glare. In an instant, the rosy-hued Umbridge, having just arrived at Hogwarts for less than 48 hours, turned ashen, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. This was the culmination of a perfectly executed performance of Eastern horror by the Slytherin students of Hogwarts. The deep green of Slytherin, already perceived as somewhat ominous by the Europeans, paled in comparison to the fervent red tones that carried a far more sinister essence. Various shades of red, fiery, resplendent, exuberant, dazzling, yet equally dark and twisted, filled the air. As night fell, a strikingly beautiful bride knelt at the altar, her demeanor timid, her eyes darting nervously, glancing to see if her betrothed was nearby. She shifted uneasily, her feet recoiling as if fearful of stumbling. Umbridge's collapse only heightened the eerie atmosphere surrounding the final wedding projection. One could not help but wonder who among the audience was not terrified. Even Professor Dumbledore, a figure of authority, felt a chill run down his spine. He was merely a professor, not a deity. Dumbledore had previously perceived Gellert as somewhat intimidating, a once amiable person who had seemingly transformed into a lunatic, displaying erratic behavior that unsettled many. Yet, despite it all, Gellert was aware of his missteps. Taking a sip from a peculiar cup of Chinese coffee, Dumbledore attempted to regain his composure. This Halloween night lacked the usual whimsical creatures, but it was instead rife with the most terrifying Eastern horror. Forget the jack-o'-lanterns and magical beings, they were mere trifles in comparison. The following day, Harry ascended to stardom at Hogwarts. His portrayal of the ghost was exquisite, both haunting and beautiful, with his performance so remarkable that it was captured by a crystal ball and reproduced in thousands of copies, quickly selling at high prices in Knockturn Alley. Since Halloween, one could often see hooded wizards cautiously blocking the entrance to Knockturn Alley, whispering to passers-by about the fine wares they had to offer. The chatter surrounding Riddle, the shameless master and his wretched parents selling their daughter, and the tragic yet formidable ghost spread like wildfire, causing a stir of anxiety among the populace. This unease even extended to Nagini, who, despite her current serpentine form, was once a woman of Eastern descent. She felt an overwhelming dread as she recalled various folklore about ghost brides and deathly demands. Hiding in the shadows, Nagini struggled to move, desperate to find her Tom. She needed to ascertain whether the infamous riddle was indeed a veiled reference to Tom. As for who Tom was, she hesitated to disclose, for she was now a snake. Even if she could articulate it, would anyone comprehend? Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, our star, Harry Ghost Potter, made his entrance with an air of chilling presence. "Look, the ghost has arrived," Peeves shrieked, his voice grating. "Behold, the human who embodies the essence of a ghost even better than we do." Peeves was aggrieved. believing he should have played the ghost himself. In truth, he had been Harry's stand-in at moments when Harry couldn't appear, yet the accolades belonged solely to Harry. Not one to hoard glory, Harry quickly beckoned Peeves over for a photograph, proclaiming loudly, "My portrayal of the ghost would not have been successful without Peeves' assistance. We must not allow deserving spirits to fade into obscurity." Rita Skeeter, a freelancer aspiring to join the Daily Prophet, found herself bewildered. She had infiltrated Hogwarts to document Umbridge's machinations, only to see her plans dashed when Umbridge became incapacitated within a mere 48 hours. For Rita, this was of no consequence. She would rather investigate the sensational Hogwarts ghost performance. Although she had witnessed the event firsthand and was left in awe, she had failed to document it. Who could have predicted such a sensational uproar, especially with the performance's recording crystal ball becoming a hot commodity? She decided to pivot her focus, eager to uncover the story behind this captivating performance, which was far more intriguing than the ineffective Umbridge. Yet, how did the Savior know she was there? What was happening? Harry had no intention of detaining Rita Skeeter at that moment. He had his own plans. "Have you taken the photo, Skeeter?" he inquired with a smile, releasing Peeves as a tiny insect fluttered past the window. However, his fleeting joy was short-lived as Professor Snape swooped in, akin to a great black bat, rendering it impossible for anyone to walk alongside him in the corridor. His billowing robes left a wave of dread in their wake. For Snape had long been a source of fear among students, often likened to a vampire lurking in the shadows, a nightmare for every newcomer. However, after Harry and his companion's Halloween performance, Snape ceased to be frightening. No one feared him anymore. The tales of vampires, monstrous creatures, and child eaters paled in comparison to the terror evoked by the little ghost who could annihilate all. Why was this little ghost so terrifying? Firstly, she was a child. Secondly, she was a girl abandoned by her own parents. Thirdly, she was fragile, so fragile that a mere tightening of a rope could bring about her demise. And fourthly, after her death, she possessed the power to kill everyone. Such girls were common, but Snape was not. Thus, the little ghost was more fearsome than anything else. What heightened the fear was that Harry lived among them and played the role of the little ghost. It was utterly chilling. Especially when Snape dragged Harry by the collar through the corridors of Hogwarts, it was even more terrifying. The once dreaded Dark Lord now held the trusted little ghost, and everyone fled in panic. Snape's face was a mask of icy stoicism, devoid of emotion. Soon, they arrived at the headmaster's office. "Oh, Severus, Harry, come quickly." Dumbledore greeted them with a benevolent smile. "We managed to extract some information from the ghost caught in the bottle, and that blonde man seems to recognize her. Come, let us see them." Morgause felt utterly foolish. She knew she was a ghost, yet she was unaware that there existed individuals capable of capturing ghosts. As a ghost who could be caught, Morgause had some awareness of herself. But she was also acutely aware that there was no magic in this world capable of capturing ghosts. She had drifted through this realm for over 1,000 years and was well acquainted with the myriad transformations in magical practices. Hence, she had been secretly plotting. She intended to find the body of a witch to resurrect herself. She had meticulously planned to hide in a place abundant with young witches, targeting a little witch from a young age. Typically, 11 years old was the most suitable, as that was when young witches left their parents to reside at a place called Hogwarts, often remaining until the age of 17 without returning home. This would prevent their parents from suspecting a change in their essence. Therefore, she prepared to nourish her soul with a bit of unicorn blood. Although unicorn blood bore a curse, it was of no consequence to Morgause, a woman cursed countless times. Please. She was rumored among Muggles to be Arthur's mistress and sister, having given birth to Mordred, but that was far from the truth. She and Arthur were not siblings. Her sister Morgana was his sister. Though this may sound peculiar, it was the Middle Ages, a time when kings and lords slept with women everywhere. Even within noble circles, one could not casually speak of the king's sordid affairs. Thus, Arthur's sister was Morgana, and Morgana's sister was Morgause, but Arthur and Morgause were not siblings. They were adversaries. How simple that relationship was. Morgause, seething with anger, was trapped in a circle. She longed to transform into a monster and devour everyone, but she could not. She was merely a ghost who had been dead for 1,500 years, filled with resentment, yet not excessively so. For she had no idea how to acquire the resentment that would serve as a potent supplement. After all, her great enemies were either dead or vanished, leaving her as the sole ghost wandering this world. It was a painful revelation. In this world, there were those who understood how to capture ghosts. "I shall kill you," Morgause shrieked, thrashing within the circle. Upon witnessing Morgause's frenzied movements and her murderous declarations, Harry could not help but exclaim, "Alas, do not leave this circle, or you shall be devoured." Once unafraid of anything, even Dumbledore, Morgause suddenly froze, as if shattered after being encased in ice. She was indeed ensnared by this young wizard. So when he warned her of impending doom, Morgause did not perceive it as a ruse. Could she truly be devoured? Morgause could almost hear the cracking of her own neck as she turned to Harry. "You intend to eat me? To consume? Or not?" Harry blinked innocently. "Could you clarify why you chose to possess lavender?" After posing this question, Harry found a place to sit, eager to hear the tale. Given that Harry was the youngest present and somewhat atypically socially anxious, he hesitated to sit alone and pulled Professor Snape down beside him. Casually placing a handful of sunflower seeds into a mysteriously appeared bowl and offering it to Professor Snape. Snape was utterly bewildered. He was not inept at consuming such delicacies. Rather, he, like others, had never partaken in them. Seeing Snape's confusion, Harry quickly demonstrated how to eat the seeds, even retrieving an ashtray to collect the shells. Once Dumbledore joined in the seed-eating, Harry gestured for Morgause to elucidate her story. As for the blonde gentleman, he was currently entangled with Hagrid, practicing how to interact with magical creatures. For some inexplicable reason, the blonde man consistently exuded an eagerness to integrate into the magical world. Yet he harbored an inexplicable aversion to magic, truly peculiar. But it was of little concern. The blonde man was, after all, a living being, if necessary. A truth potion could be administered, whereas a ghost could neither consume potions nor extract thoughts. Thus, the three of them sat nearby, munching on seeds and sipping tea, their 6 eyes fixed on the ghost, eagerly awaiting her narrative. The ghost Morgause began to recount her tale. Naturally, in her story, her sister the princess was portrayed as the kindest, most lovable, and most innocent witch, all the faults laid at the feet of Uther and Arthur, with Merlin depicted as a mere tool of muggles. Morgause concluded, "In any case, my wrongdoing was not by choice. I am more wrong than doughy. I was a beauty, so pitiable, all because of those scoundrels." Dumbledore interjected, "That was well articulated, but who is Doe-E?" Morgause retorted, "Do not concern yourself with who she is, just tell me if I am wronged or not, if I am pitiable or not. My dreams of creating a magical world have been shattered, all because of Arthur, all because of Merlin. My sister and I were once noble. My sister was a princess. But that shameless Uther not only denied my sister's identity but sought to kill her. While Merlin pretended to be her friend, he poisoned her. It is all their fault. Ghosts cannot shed tears, but Morgause would wail, "Is it wrong to desire resurrection? Is it wrong to seek revenge? Is it wrong to wish to return to my former life? Is it wrong to want my sister back? Why must you treat me this way?" And thus, the crux of the matter was laid bare. Harry whispered to the 2 adults beside him that she wished to be resurrected. What should a ghost do to come back to life? Morgause continued, expressing her belief that she had been empathized with, acknowledged, and understood. She thought she would observe which little witch would be the fortunate one, so she could possess her, feeling the vitality of life through her, and at a specific moment, she could resurrect through her. Well, it was all too clear. Dumbledore had recorded all of Morgause's responses, deeming it a valuable account to dissuade those mad witches. Just as they were preparing for Morgause to truly grasp the essence of education, Hagrid burst into the headmaster's office, following the handsome blonde man, shouting, "I simply couldn't stop him. Professor Dumbledore." The blonde man stormed in, his face a mask of anger and urgency, his gaze fixated on Harry's head resting on the sofa. Filled with nostalgia as he called out, "Is it you? Is it truly you?" His voice trembled, growing softer and more choked with emotion. "Hey, fool, is it you? Turn around and speak to me." The large blonde man was on the verge of tears, his cerulean eyes brimming with oceanic sorrow. Who could resist such a display? Yet, a jarring voice pierced the air. "Arthur. Arthur Pendragon. You foolish muscle-bound oaf." The blonde man looked up to see the ghostly figure of Morgause hovering in midair. Morgause. He recognized the specter. For Morgause, this was a distant past, but for Arthur, it felt as though it had been merely yesterday. He seemed to have merely slept through a millennium. Knowing so much before his death was of no avail. He was soon to perish, turning to dust, with countless memories weighing on his heart, but none more than that of his devoted servant, Merlin. It is indeed a source of amusement, yet at the brink of death, the human mind cannot be rationally governed. Arthur thought to himself that he must remember Merlin. Every detail of him. If that incessant voice in his mind was not deceiving him, he would resurrect and wish to see Merlin first upon awakening. Yet, things did not unfold as he hoped. Not only did they not align, but he also found himself in a disorienting state. awakening to see a boy resembling Merlin only to be forced into unconsciousness, and upon regaining his senses, he encountered a burly man. This man was certainly not Merlin. He swore it. Regardless, this towering figure bore no ill intent, but he was clearly dragging him away. As a king, how could he succumb to such tricks? Thus, he ascended to the highest point of the castle, typically the domain of its supreme authority, and there he was, quite overwhelmed, as he spotted the boy resembling Merlin once more, only to be confronted by Morgause, the wicked sorceress. Although she had become semi-transparent, she was still Morgause. However, Morgause had blurred memories of Arthur. She could not recall his visage. Were it not for his words, she would not have recognized him at all. Yet, all present understood. Morgause, wizards knew precisely who she was. Arthur, too, was a name well known among the wizards, though Ron's father shared the name. When simply uttered, it referred unequivocally to Arthur Pendragon, King of Camelot. Both figures belonged to a time long past, yet they now stood in this moment, one a ghost, the other a man. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. In truth, he was the one who had spent the longest time here. Morgause had passed at a young age, during the zenith of magic, and upon becoming a ghost, she could not interact with the living, thus, her years were few. Arthur, too, had met his end prematurely, slain by Mordred. Ah, Mordred. Dumbledore slapped his forehead. He recalled that there was also a Mordred at his school, unsure if it was the same one. In an instant, Dumbledore felt a wave of relief wash over him, having previously harbored concerns for the future of the magical world. What was there to worry about? The world was already in disarray, and now Merlin had finally manifested, sending a Stitcher to his side. What more could one desire? The aged Dumbledore was beaming with joy. Oh, indeed, the provisions Harry brought were truly fortuitous. He proclaimed that these snacks were more effective than Felix Felicis. Whether these snacks were genuinely more effective remained unverified, but it was certain they had taken on a candy-like status in Dumbledore's eyes. Nevertheless, it would take some time to ascertain that the handsome blonde man was indeed King Arthur, while the ghostly Morgause had no such luck. After all, her desire for resurrection was her own affair, but her intention to use the little witch for her revival, along with harming unicorns and drinking their blood, warranted a kiss from a Dementor. Elidus hoped that old Gellert can learn from this true king. It's not just about having a head of golden hair to be a king. Finally, a good solution was devised for Morgana, to have Zhao Cuixi pack her up and transport her to China, where her friend would encase Morgana and place her under a shrine to absorb incense. After absorbing enough, and her resentment dissipates, this process would typically take several years. But for a millennia-old ghost like Morgana, it would take at least a decade or two. In a decade or two, this ghost, as mad as Voldemort, would have no allies to rally. After all, no matter how much Voldemort may struggle, he should come out and make trouble in these few years. And even if Harry doesn't act himself in his current situation, his adoptive mother will. To be fair, Zhao Cuixi is truly capable. For one thing, as soon as she enters the Forbidden Forest, even the densest swarms of acromantulas make way for her. Originally, Hagrid gained the friendship of the acromantulas because he raised Aragog, and the acromantulas agreed not to harm Hogwarts students. But with Zhao Cuixi's arrival, things changed drastically. She had only been at the school for a few days, and the acromantulas seemed to fear her, avoiding her swiftly. Moreover, she could command the acromantulas to do her bidding. So many acromantulas gathered together could nearly wipe out the Death Eaters. Add in some other dangerous creatures, and it would be enough to wipe out Voldemort's team directly. Even if Voldemort can control snakes, what if Harry's adoptive mother can control birds? In this world, creatures generally have their counters. There will always be animals that can eat snakes, not to mention, it seems. Dumbledore looked at Harry with some concern. After the trial, Harry went to Hogwarts to attend classes as usual and went to Snape for tutoring in the evening. He didn't seem to have experienced anything strange at all. As for that golden-haired beauty Arthur, who was suspected to be King Arthur, he seemed to be just an ordinary strong man. Although he lived in Hogwarts, he spent most of his time with Hagrid on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but he still seemed to not have given up searching for Merlin, and still suspected that Harry was Merlin. After all, Arthur said that although he and Merlin were childhood friends, he had never seen Merlin as a child. And Harry had all of Merlin's physical characteristics: black hair, curly hair, and green eyes. Although he also said that Merlin's eyes sometimes looked blue, they turned green in the sunlight. Dumbledore believed that this was all a figment of Arthur's imagination. This is not uncommon. Even wizards can have delusions, if they are not wizards. The possibility of having delusions is even greater. Anyway, things were settled, and everyone continued to study and live in peace, and no one mentioned the fleeting pink umbrage again. As for Lavender Brown, she was originally just an ordinary little girl obsessed with love, but after this incident, she suddenly realized. And an 11-year-old girl publicly announced that she would cut off all love and seal her heart with magic, and never mention the broken things of love again. She would study hard. May Merlin bless her. Harry was moved by Lavender's epiphany and applauded her vigorously. That's great, Lavender. You are the best. Due to Harry's overly enthusiastic support, the other students also applauded, each seeming to really agree with Lavender Brown's decision. What adorable children. Oh, Severus, they are so adorable. Aren't they? Dumbledore wiped away non-existent tears of emotion from the corners of his eyes, his blue eyes looking through the Hogwarts Great Hall, which was like an ocean of joy, towards the distant, dim, mottled past. Snape did not respond to Dumbledore's question. He just quietly watched the noisy little monsters below. In fact, the trial of the female ghost really shocked him with the little monsters who were only 11 years old this year. Little Potter. This little monster who was not very normal in himself could be skipped. But Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil did indeed make him feel that he had underestimated these two Gryffindor girls before. After all, although Lavender Brown was a victim, she did indeed say such vicious things because of her own inner thoughts, but according to normal logic, even if she was only an 11-year-old child, she should hide her inner thoughts. But in fact, she actually said them. She actually said that she was only bewitched by the female ghost to magnify her own thoughts. It was not to say that she did not have those thoughts. Is this something a normal person can say? Patil even encouraged her. Snape frowned. Of course. He knew what kind of person was a typical Gryffindor. Old Potter was, stupid Dog Black was, but similarly, Lily was too. But whether it was Old Potter or stupid Dog Black, although they were Gryffindors, they would also think that they were justice, so punishing evil was justified. Even if they could not punish real evil, they had to find an unformed evil that would definitely be evil in the future to be their enemy, however. Lily would not do this. And now it seems that Gryffindor girls are indeed different from boys. They at least have the courage to bravely admit their mistakes. Snape is indeed a person who will not easily change himself, but he is also the person who is most easily changed. He hates Gryffindor, but now, he also admits that there are indeed truly brave people in Gryffindor, even if she may not be smart. However, if you really think back, everything was guided by little Potter. I wonder if anyone has noticed this? Snape looked at Dumbledore and found that he was stealing the dessert in front of him. So he simply put the plate of cake directly under Dumbledore's beard. Hey! Dumbledore quickly gathered his beard and conjured a bow to tie it up, so as not to get cream on his beautiful beard when eating the cake. Snape snorted heavily and turned his head away from Dumbledore. Ah, how good, student days. It's really nostalgic. Dumbledore chuckled twice, trying to ease the embarrassment, but it seemed to be to no avail. Time passed in everyone's efforts to get along peacefully. Harry quickly completely integrated into Slytherin and also stirred up Gryffindor. The atmosphere of these two colleges, which was originally tense, was completely eased when everyone attended classes together. There were no more conflicts due to the previous contradictions that seemed like traditions, which was gratifying. So soon it was Christmas. So many gifts. Early on Christmas morning, as soon as Harry opened his eyes, he saw mountains of gifts. Not only were there gifts all under his Christmas tree, but there were also gifts piled up under the unicorn Tina's own little Christmas tree. Godfather, help me open the gifts. Tina jumped up and down, her small horns already beginning to show their sharpness. Come on, let's see what good things we can get this year. Harry accurately found a box and opened it, and a cloak slid out of the box like water. What is this? Tina nudged the cloak with her head, rubbing it while nudging it, until she put her head into the cloak, and suddenly, her head disappeared, leaving only the part below her neck. Wow, I can't see anything anymore. Tina's diminutive hooves flailed in the air, her magnificent tail swaying to and fro. Patron hastened to Tina's rescue. No soul could resist the plea of a little unicorn. None. Harry, being mortal, was equally susceptible. Thus, he swiftly intervened to liberate Tina. Tina's slender legs were splayed, her gaze lifted in innocent relief at her newfound freedom. Heavens! That was utterly dreadful, utterly devoid of light, more abysmal than night itself. Harry chuckled. Indeed, that is the cloak of invisibility, the very cloak of death. When adorned, it renders one imperceptible even to death. Tina tilted her petite head, a look of bewilderment upon her face. But is not death the ultimate equalizer? Death, the genesis of life, eternally impartial. Harry gently stroked Tina's head, tenderly lifting her onto the cushion. He then retrieved the ethereal cloak of invisibility, draping it over his shoulders. Instantly, his form vanished from the neck down. Verily, my dear, death reigns supreme. Escape is but an illusion. Fear stems solely from the unknown. Harry's voice, a mellifluous timbre, belied his tender age of 11. A gentleness, not born of mere disposition, but imbued with paternal warmth. Such a sight would surely elicit bewilderment in onlookers, yet Tina, in her guileless innocence, would find no cause for alarm. Having acquired the cloak of invisibility, Harry resolved to embark on nocturnal adventures. Behold, another missive. Tina's delicate voice chimed once more, as she presented the letter to Harry. Ah, the fragrance of evening primrose. The parchment itself is infused with its essence. Though I am no mooncalf, the scent is undeniably pleasing. A hem, and the ink, imbued with dragon's blood. Such refined taste in a gift-giver. Harry unfolded the letter, recognizing the familiar calligraphic script. Dearest Harry, this wondrous cloak of invisibility belonged to your father. I entrust it to your care. He entrusted it to me for safekeeping long ago. I cannot offer a complete explanation, but know this, the cloak alone cannot stay death's hand. Elaborating further may seem like mere excuses, while silence may breed undue speculation. Allow me, then, to offer a simple explanation. Before the Dark Lord sought to extinguish your life, I had discovered 2 potent magical artifacts. My hope was to decipher their mysteries and thereby alter the course of the Dark Lord and his adherents. Alas, I failed. While engrossed in my research, the Dark Lord found you, taking the lives of your parents. Your father had instructed me that, should misfortune befall him, I should deliver the cloak to you when the time was right. Use it wisely. Yours always. The letter resonated with apology, yet also with truth. Harry smiled, a smile of unadulterated joy. He carefully folded the letter, nestling it within the pages of Hogwarts, a history, before embracing Tina, whirling and leaping with eyes closed. Tina, momentarily forgetting her craving for evening primrose, nestled contentedly in Harry's arms, her laughter ringing out. The 2 young companions, having tidied up, prepared to hasten to the great hall for breakfast. However, upon reaching the dungeon entrance, they encountered Hagrid, cheerfully lugging a large sack. Hagrid, off to breakfast? Harry called out. Hagrid beamed. Not yet, Harry. I'll be along presently. Tina, what delicacy does your heart desire? I've fresh carrots in my pocket. Tina demurely shielded her face with a foreleg, coyly replying, Oh, might I partake of one? I've been craving magical flora of late. Harry, recalling Tina's mention of evening primrose, blushed slightly. Hagrid, do you have any evening primrose? Hagrid nodded. Indeed, I know of a place where it grows in abundance. I'll bring some by tonight, Harry. You can fashion it into a ball for Tina to play with, both delectable and entertaining. Tina squealed with delight, hopping several times in place. Harry, in turn, levitated Hagrid's sack into Snape's office. Snape, however, had no intention of dining in the Great Hall, leaving them to proceed alone, while Snape dealt with the sack's contents. Hagrid, for his part, cared little for the sack's contents. In his estimation, Snape, while not omnipotent, was second only to Dumbledore. Moreover, his skill in potion-making rendered him invaluable to his little darlings. His potions could mend most of their ailments. Thus, Hagrid harbored no ill will towards Snape, viewing him as a gruff exterior concealing a warm heart, though he would never voice such sentiments aloud. After all, Snape had matured. No longer the most unkempt individual at Hogwarts, save for himself. Therefore, Hagrid, as was his custom, delivered to Snape a collection of shed fur, clippings, and other less amiable items, such as blast-ended screwts. He neglected to inform others, confident in Snape's ability to manage. As soon as they departed, Snape, still faced with the task of sorting the potion ingredients, was greeted by Dumbledore's head emerging from the fireplace. Greetings, Severus, Dumbledore announced. Snape cast a sidelong glance. Oblivious to Snape's demeanor, Dumbledore continued, Severus, we must venture to Durmstrang. Snape finally responded, Why? Indeed, why Durmstrang? Snape found the prospect unappealing. Durmstrang was a bastion of the dark arts. Worse, its headmaster was a former Death Eater with a personal vendetta against him. Igor Karkaroff, the current headmaster of Durmstrang, had once been a particularly zealous Death Eater, yet also among the first to defect after the Dark Lord's downfall. While others might perceive his defection as a sign of redemption, Snape knew better. The man was far from virtuous. Thus, he recoiled at the thought of accompanying Dumbledore to Durmstrang. Dumbledore undoubtedly had his own affairs in Germany, but what purpose would he serve? Frowning, Snape fixed Dumbledore's disembodied head with a wary gaze. Do you propose this excursion to Durmstrang as a reconnaissance mission? Or is it merely a pretext for a visit to Nurmengard, leaving me to fulfill your duties in Durmstrang? Dumbledore's countenance faltered momentarily, before adopting a cunning expression. Ah, Severus. You know me too well. I am no altruist, though I assure you, my personal interests would never compromise the well-being of others. I genuinely require a visit to Durmstrang and indeed, to Nurmengard. Will you accompany me? Indeed, you should accompany me. Your assistance is indispensable. Sincerity proves to be a decisive advantage. Severus, initially hesitant, acquiesced with a nod. Let us deliberate on the potions you must prepare, Dumbledore commenced, enumerating the requisite concoctions for their journey, assuring Severus that he would never permit the unsavory werewolf, recently discharged from St. Mungo's, nor the imbecilic dog, to visit Harry at Hogwarts. Very well, Severus conceded. I shall procure these items before our departure, and you must uphold your pledge. Having reached an accord, Dumbledore retreated to his office to attend to his affairs. 3 days hence, the pair departed Hogwarts, bound for Durmstrang. The students at Hogwarts, of course, continued their customary lives and studies, paying scant attention to the headmaster's and potions master's absence. The headmaster's departure might have deprived them of a source of amusement, but the potions master's absence was unequivocally a boon, who, after all, did not fear Professor Snape. Thus, the denizens of the school were imbued with peace, tranquility, and a modicum of joy, attending their classes daily, oblivious to the dread that permeated the corridors when the billowing black robes held sway. Harry, himself, did not fear Professor Snape, but Neville was petrified. Ever since that first lesson when Neville nearly incinerated his cauldron and was subsequently berated, he had succumbed to Snape phobia. If Snape's class was not on the schedule, all was well, but if it was, Neville wished to render himself microscopically small. Harry had endeavored to reassure Neville on numerous occasions, but to little avail. Harry, believe me, you are the only one who finds Professor Snape unthreatening, Hermione remarked, clutching her books, a wry smile gracing her lips. But it matters not. You are, as you know, quite unique. After all, you fear not even ghosts. So why would you fear Snape? Harry was amused by Hermione's words, and others joined in the laughter. Hermione's observation was, to a degree, accurate. Snape did resemble a vampire, but he was assuredly not one. However, even without Harry's assurance, Hermione would not have deemed Snape a monster, for Hogwarts was a school populated by underage wizards, and the presence of a monster would be untenable. Thus, the discussion concluded, and no one wished to prolong the discourse on Professor Snape, despite the reluctance to discuss him. The absence of a potions master did present inconveniences, particularly when someone fell gravely ill. The afflicted was Cho Chang of Ravenclaw. Cho Chang, the flower of Ravenclaw, was universally admired. Her features were devoid of harsh angles, and her demeanor was as gentle as a crystalline spring. Her eyes were as black as ink, and her complexion, though not fair, was immaculate. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and despite being a mere 12 years of age, her innate Asian grace had already established her as Hogwarts' acknowledged beauty. Of course, due to the unique physiognomy of Asians, though she possessed the countenance of a young beauty, she lacked the allure of a mature woman, appearing simply as a lovely girl. Conversely, Zhao Cuixi, another Asian girl a generation older, should have appeared older, but in reality, the two seemed to be of similar age, a fact that aroused suspicion among the older students of Hogwarts. They surmised that Cho Chang, too, would remain youthful as she aged. And even in her senescence, she would retain her youth, as if imbued with a natural, ageless magic. Consequently, boys began to fixate on Cho Chang. If they dared not fixate on Harry's foster mother, surely they could fixate on a 12-year-old girl? Snot Caro, a fifth-year student who had yet to pass his O.W.L.S. and obtain his ordinary wizarding levels, was already contemplating his post-Hogwarts endeavors. Naturally, he also needed to ponder the matter of marriage after graduation. Although Cho Chang was young, it mattered not. He could wait until she obtained her ordinary wizarding levels in her 5th year, and then marry her. His family owned a small shop, sufficient for them to subsist, and if their children were successful, all the better. If not, it mattered not. 3 years was ample time to amass some savings. The Caro family had produced several Death Eaters, and he knew that finding a bride from a pure-blooded wizarding family would be challenging. But Cho Chang's family had immigrated 8 years prior, and he believed he could charm her, a naive young girl. Moreover, one who possessed a natural, ageless beauty. Caro felt he should make the effort. Thus, he conceived of administering a potion to induce her infatuation with him. However, Caro had not anticipated that after administering the love potion to Cho Chang, she would lapse into unconsciousness. She was as if petrified, exhibiting no reaction. Though her eyes were open, they lacked focus, and if her eyes were closed, she would be indistinguishable from Sleeping Beauty. How could this be? Professor Flitwick lamented, deeply concerned. He held his students in high regard, especially Cho Chang. whose gentleness and serenity were rare throughout the school and unparalleled in Professor Flitwick's tenure as head of Ravenclaw. He worried about the girl as if she were his own child. Professor McGonagall was equally distressed. I have contacted Slughorn. He should be able to ascertain the cause of Cho's condition. They were aware that Snape and Dumbledore had journeyed to Durmstrang together, but their current whereabouts and whether they could return were unknown. It was preferable to seek someone readily available. Slughorn was no ordinary individual. He was also a potions master, albeit retired due to his advanced age. Thus, they did not hesitate to choose him directly. Retired Professor Slughorn, upon examining Cho Chang's condition with Madame Pomfrey, fell into silence. It was not that they were unwilling to save her, but rather that Cho Chang's condition was truly perplexing. Madame Pomfrey, of course, had numerous spells at her disposal to examine the human body, and she had certainly employed them on Cho Chang. But the conclusions were regrettably definitive. Cho Chang's body was devoid of a soul. Her lapse into unconsciousness was not due to a potion mishap, but rather because her soul had departed her body. This was truly distressing and alarming. It was impossible for a person to live without a soul. It defied reason. Slughorn, who had come to visit Harry Potter, was a genial and loquacious old man. His corpulent frame and smooth, unwrinkled face, entirely filled with fat, rendered him endearing and benevolent. Consequently, his words were as smooth and gentle as his demeanor. "Oh, this is Harry, a fine young man indeed." He sat beside Harry with a smile, offering him a glass of pumpkin juice. "Young people should eat more. You know, at my age, I have little appetite, and being unable to savor good food is a great regret, Harry." Harry smiled as he accepted the pumpkin juice he was offered. "Sir, you are indeed correct. But there is an old saying from my hometown: food is the essence of life. Another saying goes, the emperor is paramount when it comes to dining. Furthermore, in life, eating and drinking are of utmost importance. Therefore, even if one lacks an appetite, it is essential to cultivate an interest in food. While the fare may not be abundant, there are always intriguing culinary delights to be discovered. Look, Hogwarts has recently introduced a variety of new dishes. You might find something you've never tried before. Freshness is the secret to piquing one's interest." Encouraged by Harry's suggestion, Slughorn sampled several dishes, and it seemed as if his taste buds had been revived, prompting him to engage in conversation. It is worth noting that Slughorn held a keen interest in Harry Potter, not for the boy himself, but rather for the significance of his identity. His greatest pleasure lay in gathering his most accomplished students, not in the literal sense of collecting, but rather in a psychological manner. If Harry were to describe it, he might refer to it as a form of philately. However, they had yet to reach a level of familiarity that would allow for such discussions. Slughorn had many students, including several fierce adversaries, yet that did not deter him. They were all his students, most of whom were impressively talented, even including the Dark Lord himself. Of course, Slughorn would never confide such thoughts to the Chosen One. Initially, he had thought that the Dark Lord might be a savior for wizards. Who could have known how unpredictable fate could be? Despite a tinge of regret, Slughorn, now brimming with excitement, began to converse with Harry about the condition of Cho Chang. Her soul is missing? Harry was taken aback by this assertion. How could that be? Her soul had never been harmed. It shouldn't he be absent? Moreover, if that were the case, shouldn't her parents be here to address the issue? Though he lamented his inability to save her, Slughorn affirmed Harry's assessment. "Yes, we received the notification this morning. The Changs are likely to arrive before noon." Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Harry stood up. "May I visit Cho Chang?" This posed a challenge. While visiting a classmate was not an issue, Cho was a unique case. After some thought, Harry resolved to create a minor disruption. During the interval before the second class, he downed an entire bottle of hiccuping potion. The second class was herbology with Professor Sprout, where the task involved properly handling mandrake. However, due to his incessant hiccuping, Harry struggled to wear his earmuffs correctly and consequently fainted, still hiccuping even in unconsciousness. "Oh dear," Professor Sprout exclaimed, rushing over to assist Harry. Upon examining him, she realized his condition was more serious than merely fainting from the mandrake's cry. "Quickly, two of you, take him to the hospital wing. Hurry." Draco and his friends, who had long been aware of Harry's intentions, sprang into action. Draco supported Harry's left side, Ron his right, Hermione executed a levitation charm, while Neville gathered their belongings. Thus, a procession of children hurriedly made their way out. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow, watching them leave in bewilderment. They certainly needed someone to inform Professor McGonagall. Blaise Zabini sighed from the back. "Professor, shall we resume class? Harry has not felt well since this morning." I suspect it might be related to the issues that arose after Christmas. You know, someone in second year fell ill as well. Professor Sprout sighed. Indeed, Mr. Zabini. It seems that peculiar events are afoot. As the lesson continued, Harry and his companions hastened towards the hospital wing. Upon arrival, they found a bed partially concealed by a screen, but two individuals could be seen at the entrance, two East Asian persons. At that moment, Harry had called for Madame Pomfrey. So upon seeing her new colleague, she was less irritable and instead welcomed them to the other side. Quiet down, Madame Pomfrey said, handing Harry a soothing potion. If you pull another prank, I shall inform your head of house. Harry chuckled, quickly consuming the potion to cease his hiccups. Madam, I learned about Cho's condition from Professor Slughorn. May I see my mother and her? Madame Pomfrey paused, turning to look at Zhao Cuixi. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I completely forgot about this. You are the expert in soul studies. As Madame Pomfrey pulled Zhao Cuixi towards Cho's bedside, Mr. and Mrs. Chang appeared to be seeking Madame Pomfrey as they stepped away from their daughter's bed, and thus they crossed paths. Madam, Mr. Chang quickly interjected. We wish to try to save Cho. Madame Pomfrey interjected. Mr. and Mrs. Chang, I have a master of soul studies here. Harry promptly added, Uncle Chang. Auntie Chang, my mother can summon souls. Would you like to give it a try? The Changs, being Chinese, were well aware of the practice of summoning souls. Mrs. Chang grew increasingly agitated. Yes, I know I need to participate, but how exactly do we do it? She paused. I intended to consult my grandmother immediately. How fortunate that you are here. Please, you must help us save my daughter. The concept of a soul departing the body is often viewed in Eastern cultures as a situation that can be remedied. Madame Pomfrey immediately perked up, eager to observe the process. Summoning souls is a skill that any Chinese woman who has not left China typically awakens after the age of 45. Even those who have not yet become mothers often develop this skill to assist other mothers in performing this ritual. Mrs. Chang was a second-generation immigrant. While her grandmother possessed this ability, both her mother and she had merely heard of it but did not practice it themselves. Mr. Chang was similarly uninformed, having assimilated into Western culture much earlier. However, the legendary practice of summoning souls is passed down through generations. And no Chinese child can evade this lore unless they were born without parents and outside China. Thus, though the Changs had not acquired this skill, they firmly believed in its existence, and hearing that someone could perform it filled them with joy. Madame Pomfrey could ensure that Cho Chang maintained her physical condition while the matters concerning her soul would proceed under Zhao Cuixi's guidance. Ideally, if they knew where Cho lost her soul, they could call it back, but since they were unaware of the cause or the whereabouts of her soul, auxiliary measures were necessary. Zhao Cuixi instructed, Mrs. Chang, take a piece of your daughter's old clothing that she often wore, preferably one that has not been washed. Sit beside her and call her name, your usual name for her, your affectionate nickname, the most intimate term you use. Begin calling her from the time of dinner and do not cease. Mrs. Chang nodded, understanding the need to preserve her strength. Mr. Chang immediately inquired, and what about me? What should I do? Mrs. Zhao said, Mrs. Zhang is striving for your daughter, Mr. Zhang. You must take good care of your wife. If she is thirsty, offer her water. If she is weary, provide her with a restorative potion. Can you do that? Mr. Zhang nodded earnestly and turned to Madame Pomfrey, beseeching, May I dine here this evening? Nothing extravagant, but please provide ample warm water and energy elixirs. I shall await my wife's return here. Madame Pomfrey readily acquiesced, promptly instructing a house elf to procure the requested items. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang was to retrieve Cho Chang's old garments and fortify herself with sustenance, lest she lacked the vigor for the soul-calling ritual. As for Harry and his adoptive mother, they departed to make their preparations. It was just past 5 in the afternoon when they had finished their supper. The pair were arrayed in their respective wizarding robes, desiring to lend the occasion a degree of solemnity, though it was not necessarily a grand affair. This endeavor, they perceived, could prove quite lucrative within the British magical community, and neither wished to squander the opportunity. Thus, each bore a string of elongated, wand-like instruments that served as chimes and brandished a shaman's drum. Their distinctive hats lent an air of distinction, rendering them rather striking. Mrs. Zhao addressed the Zhangs. Presently, Harry shall traverse the castle, diligently seeking your daughter's spirit. Whilst I venture beyond the castle walls, Mrs. Zhang, you shall remain seated beside your daughter. Entreating her return with this intonation, she drew out the syllables, Cho, my dear. Return to your mother's embrace. Cho, come home to me. She further instructed Mrs. Zhang to grasp the garment, shaking it as she chanted. then draping and patting it upon her daughter's form, all the while continuing her supplication. You shall perceive sensations during this process. Remember, cease only when I or Harry respond to your invocation. Having imparted these instructions to each participant, Mrs. Zhao exited the castle, where Harry parted ways with her at the gate, proceeding into the castle's depths. Mrs. Zhao, as she walked, beat upon her drum. At each strike, the chimes suspended from her waist resonated with a crisp, ethereal sound. Boom, 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 shoo, shoo, shoo. The sound reverberated beyond the walls of Hogwarts, seemingly encompassing the entirety of the British Isles. This primeval cadence, born of the soul's very essence, intertwined with Mrs. Zhao's lilting trills and guttural utterances, the high and low notes coalescing to generate palpable undulations that stirred the waters of Avalon and resonated with the gateway to the Fey realm. Harry, likewise, commenced his search from the threshold of Hogwarts, scouring every nook and cranny of the castle. Typically, a wandering soul is precipitated by some form of trauma, often a fright in the case of children, and seldom involves the entirety of the spirit. Cho Chang's circumstances, however, were unique, necessitating that the pair maintain vigilant watch for any trace of her errant soul. After an extensive search, Harry at last located Cho Chang's spirit in a secluded stall within the abandoned second-floor girls' lavatory, where moaning Myrtle was consoling her. Cho Chang existed merely as a nascent spirit, neither phantom nor specter, radiating a warm, comforting light rather than a macabre aura. Yet, she was deeply distraught, nestled in moaning Myrtle's embrace, the two young women weeping inconsolably. Harry's drumming echoed through the chamber, resonating within their souls, while the chimes stirred their tears. They finally detached themselves from their emotional mire, Cho Chang even wiping away a tear. The poor girl, being a nascent spirit, could manifest physical tears, but these were derived from her own spiritual energy. Harry yearned to restore this essence to her soul, his small hands frantically grasping at the air. Moaning Myrtle, however, was of no concern. Her tears were plentiful within the lavatory, often employed to drench unsuspecting individuals. Harry disregarded these effusions, for the lavatory had been decommissioned for decades, rendering the water mundane and inconsequential, so long as one could overcome any psychological unease. Cho Chang's spiritual essence, however, was of paramount importance. He gathered a bundle of spiritual energy into his arms and addressed Cho Chang. Hasten to the hospital wing. Your mother has arrived. Cho recoiled in surprise. She's here? Does she know about? She was on the verge of another tearful outburst, but Harry gently tapped her face with his drum, stifling her sobs. After a moment, she confessed, I don't know why I desired to engage in courtship. I didn't wish to, but I was inexplicably drawn to it after imbibing the butterbeer that Caro procured for me. I never truly desired to court him, she exclaimed. I dislike Caro. I didn't wish to be in a relationship, yet I was seized by an irresistible urge to do so. I cannot bear it. So it was that her own convictions were overwhelmed. Indeed, precocious romance is forbidden, a tenet ingrained in every Chinese child. Harry immediately understood Cho Chang's plight. Persuading Cho Chang to seek her mother proved arduous, but Harry ultimately succeeded, bolstered by the notion of the potent love potion. His counsel was grounded in sound theory. And so, Cho was escorted back to the hospital wing, re-entering her physical form. Though invisible to others, Harry perceived every detail with clarity. Cho was irresistibly drawn to her mother's lamentations, her steps leading her inexorably forward. Soon, the old garment draped over her body revealed its potency, enveloping her spirit and compressing it back into her corporeal shell. At that moment, Mrs. Zhang continued her entreaty. Cho, return to me. Your mother is here. Come home. My dear. Harry interjected. She has returned. She has returned. Mrs. Zhang, embrace her. Mrs. Zhang hastened to embrace Cho Chang. Harry approached and murmured, Cho has returned. Do not cause your mother further worry. Sleep now. A slumber will mend all. As he spoke, he gently placed the collected spiritual energy upon her brow, then turned to Mrs. Zhang, advising, cradle her thus, and remain by her side throughout the night. Ensure the garment remains undisturbed, and do not allow her to shift position. As you cradle her, gently pat her brow, as you did in her infancy, until you perceive a restoration of warmth, a subtle sensation, akin to glimpsing her presence. At that moment, when weariness overtakes you, you may rest. Harry's voice was soft and soothing, seemingly casting a spell upon Mrs. Zhang, who complied with his every instruction. Soon, she lay upon the hospital bed, cradling Cho Chang, one hand securing the garment, the other gently patting Cho's brow. From Harry's perspective, each gentle pat returned a fraction of Cho Chang's spiritual essence, while the garment prevented her spirit from straying once more. Soon, Cho's spirit settled into tranquility. Mrs. Zhang's actions became increasingly natural. With the matter temporarily resolved, Harry quietly withdrew from the hospital wing, returning to seek Mrs. Zhao. Though not related by blood, a subtle rapport existed between the mother and son, facilitated, in Harry's case, by magic. The boy, precocious since childhood, would occasionally unleash minor magical surges, as Dumbledore had described. A stark contrast to Zhao Cuixi's reliance on external forces for spellcasting. This disparity explained why Zhao Cuixi had impulsively adopted him after discovering him during a late-night jog. Approximately 20 minutes later, they converged, Harry having located his adoptive mother, who was visibly in a state of disarray. Trespassing into the Acromantula's domain was hardly a normal occurrence. And Zhao Cuixi was no exception. Ordinarily, the Acromantulas would scatter at her mere sight, yet here she was, within their territory. With a dreamy expression, Zhao Cuixi began scooping up Acromantulas into a large sack. The utility of magic was undeniable. The space expansion charm rendered the hemp sack an indispensable asset for travel and domesticity. Zhao Cuixi had actualized an unprecedented concept by having Dumbledore imbue all her pockets with the charm, subsequently concealing the expanded sack within her clothing. This allowed her to exploit resources without restraint, a practice that proved remarkably effective. The Acromantulas, formidable in their aggression, possessed eyes that glowed with a menacing red. However, they sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from the eccentric woman, deterring them from approaching. A tense standoff ensued. Harry approached with trepidation, inquiring, "My dearest mother, what exactly are you doing?" Zhao Cuixi's tone and demeanor radiated elation as she exclaimed, "Behold, crunchy, crab-flavored delights." She brandished the sack, lamenting, "This meager amount won't even suffice for our ancestors." Her lips, betraying a chilling indifference, continued, "Alas, I must procure vacuum-sealed packages to dispatch to our absent relatives for a taste. Perhaps that won't be necessary." Harry inhaled deeply, clarifying, "Crabs are crabs, and spiders are spiders. I doubt our family would relish spiders." Zhao Cuixi demurred, "That's because they haven't encountered spiders of this magnitude. Were they to discover that spiders surpass crabs in size and meatiness, they would undoubtedly opt for spiders." Her gaze, now tinged with avarice, fixated on the Acromantulas. "Crabs are scarce and exorbitant. With so many spiders here, were we to establish a production chain, my son, we would become affluent." "Affluent in what way?" The Acromantulas, formidable and ill-tempered, harbored a predilection for harming and preying upon humans. However, their aggression stemmed from their position as apex predators. A primal fear grips any creature when confronted by its natural predator, especially when devoid of defenses. The Acromantulas were not exempt from this universal law. Thus, the Acromantulas, notorious for their attacks on humans, finally experienced fear. Zhao Cuixi was, in fact, consuming spider legs. She had roasted a large spider, savoring the delicate strands of meat with audible relish. Had she been the sole consumer, the spiders might have remained unfazed. But her declaration that her entire family partook instilled dread. Surveying their clan, numbering nearly 1,000, Aragog succumbed to despair, bellowing, "Flee! Flee!" The Acromantulas, with their elongated legs, bolted in a frenzy, resembling 8-wheeled vehicles in their haste. Within seconds, they vanished, leaving behind only those struggling within the sack. "No matter," Zhao Cuixi shrugged. "These creatures reside too close to the school. It's best they relocate farther away. The children are young, and such an abundance of spiders could trigger trypophobia." Having resolved the situation, Zhao Cuixi contemplated cultivating the Acromantula's territory. The school's cuisine is rather monotonous. Growing some greens would be ideal. Fish generates fire, meat generates phlegm. Radishes and cabbage ensure tranquility. With her decision made, she accompanied Harry back to the school. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Cuixi's escapade in the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts would have significant repercussions. But for now, no one took notice. The Acromantulas had migrated en masse, and Slughorn had acquired some Acromantula venom. Everyone was content, perfection achieved. Only Arthur remained discontent. Hagrid's friend was departing, necessitating a farewell. Arthur, roused from his sleep, reluctantly accompanied Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest, shrouded in darkness and tranquility, seemed impenetrable to even moonlight. Hagrid remained unaffected. The lantern in his hand provided illumination. His colossal frame moved effortlessly through the forest, his gait exhibiting an inexplicable lightness. Arthur, the fair-haired man beside him, lacked such agility, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain. Hagrid, having resided there for decades, possessed an intimate knowledge of the forest, akin to one's familiarity with their own home. Consequently, he swiftly located Aragog and commenced his farewell. As the two brothers, disparate in parentage, species, and race, bid each other adieu, Arthur grew increasingly bored. Within the Forbidden Forest, Arthur possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail, but he had no desire to engage in aimless slaughter. The area was fraught with peril, teeming with magical creatures. With nary a common animal to be found, let alone one suitable for hunting. He longed to hunt and roast something as the young manservant had done, preparing delectable meals to satiate his hunger, preferably a roasted chicken every day. Yet, he had not encountered a single chicken. Though Hogwarts offered roasted chicken, Arthur preferred to remain in Hagrid's cabin. The reason for his aversion to the Great Hall stemmed from a profound sense of displacement. Arthur would never concede that his reluctance stemmed from the presence of a man resembling his former nemesis seated among the faculty, a man also named Mordred. Mordred, the very man who had impaled him. Why? How dare he bear that name and that face? Arthur resolved to endure Mordred's embarrassment on his behalf, avoiding any encounter. The most straightforward reason, of course, was his fear of succumbing to the urge to slay Mordred with Caliban. That was the ultimate truth. With a sigh, he continued to await Hagrid's farewell. He had not anticipated such emotional depth from Hagrid, enough to sustain a protracted farewell with a colossal magical spider. Arthur strode away a short distance, intending to survey the surroundings. However, not far from where he stood, he noticed an ominous plume of black smoke. Arthur was perplexed by the authenticity of the dread that washed over him upon seeing the smoke, a sensation he had never experienced with such clarity, not even in Camelot. It felt as though he were confronting the most terrifying entity imaginable. Yet, this defied logic. Arthur raised his Excalibur, poised to confront the darkness, while simultaneously summoning Hagrid, the resident of the magical realm, to identify the enigmatic vapor. Hagrid, come quickly, Arthur implored, striving for composure while maintaining a sense of urgency. There's something strange here. Hagrid hurried over, accompanied by Aragog. However, upon witnessing the scene, he was seized by a chilling dread, causing the strands of his shoulder-length hair to bristle. Go, Aragog. Lead your kin away from here. Alert the others and have them evacuate the vicinity. Hagrid swiftly reacted, pushing Aragog aside while extracting his pink umbrella. He then turned to Arthur, bellowing, "Where did you unearth this monstrosity?" Arthur felt unjustly accused, as he was completely ignorant of the situation. Fortunately, Hagrid swiftly regained his composure and offered an apologetic smile. "Forgive me, I forgot you were a muggle, Arthur. Quickly, inform Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts to keep the young witches and wizards inside. Summon Professor Zhao and Harry as well. Hurry, I'll keep watch here." Arthur, still bewildered, was not one to leave matters unresolved. He swiftly thrust Excalibur into Hagrid's hands, instructing, "This is the true dragon's breath sword. Safeguard it for me. I may need to retrieve it later." As he spoke, he turned and sprinted away, his voice echoing in the distance, "But my sword can carry you. So don't you dare lose her." Hagrid was in no mood for banter. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he failed to grasp the jest in Arthur's final remark, as the entity before him filled him with profound dread. "What inspires such fear within you, Hagrid? Your dread is palpable. Tell me what terrifies you, and I shall aid you in vanquishing it." Despite being pushed aside by Hagrid, Aragog, concerned for his old friend, remained steadfast. He instructed his offspring to relocate but remained by Hagrid's side. Hagrid, unwilling to see his aged friend meet an untimely demise in the Forbidden Forest, forcefully shoved Aragog. "Do not forget the trouble your refusal to leave caused me last time. This is beyond your capabilities. I have already summoned the woman you fear most. She can handle anything. Depart at once, Aragog, or you shall become her meal." Aragog, rendered helpless and filled with shame and frustration by Hagrid's words, reluctantly retreated, casting apprehensive glances over his shoulder. Fortunately, each time he looked back, he found Hagrid unharmed. However, the reality was that Hagrid was petrified, his entire being taught in the face of the Obscurus. Hagrid was baffled by the Obscurus's appearance at Hogwarts. After all, the students here were young witches and wizards capable of channeling their magical abilities. They were already wizards. How could they attract an Obscurus? Meanwhile, Arthur raced with incredible speed. He burst into Hogwarts, shouting, "Hagrid is in danger. There's danger. Professor McGonagall, Professor Zhao, Harry, save him." As it was early morning and everyone was preparing to rise, Arthur's cries swiftly summoned those who needed to be alerted. Madame Pomfrey thoughtfully provided Harry and Zhao Cuixi, who were departing from the medical wing, with 2 vials of energy potion each, so they showed no signs of having spent a sleepless night when they appeared before Arthur. "Come with me to rescue him," Arthur exclaimed without delay, grabbing Harry and rushing outside, with Professor McGonagall close behind. Soon, Arthur led Harry and the others to Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hands trembled, a clear indication that he had maintained his vigilance, his pink umbrella raised, its tip aimed at the black mist. As for Arthur's Excalibur, it flew into Arthur's hand the moment he appeared, as if it were a sentient sword recognizing its master. Zhao Cuixi stared intently at the sword. However, she soon sensed something amiss. The black mist seemed to have found its target and lunged toward Zhao Cuixi. Despite her numerous protective measures, she seemed to sense something in that instant. But at that moment, Harry acted. Professor McGonagall also intervened instantly. The black mist vanished abruptly and then collided with Zhao Cuixi's face. "What is that?" Zhao Cuixi roared, reaching out to seize the black mist. The mist lacked true consciousness, yet it writhed in her grasp like a living thing, desperately trying to burrow into her brain, frantically attempting to enter her body. Zhao Cuixi would not allow this thing to enter her body. Her body was usually uninhabited, with only herself as a resident, but once spirits were invoked, she would not know who might take up residence in her body. So she dared not let such a dark thing enter. Harry cast several binding spells to restrain the black mist, but they proved largely ineffective, only briefly hindering it. However, Professor McGonagall's magic was more effective. Her spells blurred Zhao Cuixi's form, momentarily confusing the black mist. In that instant, Zhao Cuixi suddenly produced a blank tablet and slammed it onto the black mist. A surge of white mist emanated from the tablet, forcibly dragging the black mist inside. Perfect. That was incredibly dangerous, Hagrid exclaimed, patting his chest, having remained vigilant, fearing the black mist would enter the castle. Arthur also gripped Excalibur, ready to strike the black mist at any moment. Arthur, visibly relieved, sheathed his sword and inquired, "What exactly was that?" "An obscurus," Hagrid croaked, appearing to have narrowly escaped death. "It is an obscurus. It parasitizes those who possess magical power but have not yet learned to control it. Since such individuals are mostly children, the obscurus easily parasitizes them. Those children rarely live past the age of 10. The obscurus is incredibly dangerous and immensely powerful. It will destroy everything." Of course, Professor McGonagall provided a more detailed explanation of this entity called the obscurus. This dark magical force originates from fear. It is a product of dark magic. It can either parasitize or be born within young wizards. And the young wizard who shares a symbiotic relationship with the obscurus is the obscurial. An obscurus that has lost its obscurial will seek out other individuals with magical power to parasitize. The person parasitized must possess magic but be unable to use it or even suppress it. The more suppressed and fearful the person, the more delighted the obscurus becomes, making parasitization easier. But why did it target me? Zhao Cuixi pointed at her own nose, visibly dissatisfied. "I am not W. No, that's not right." Suddenly, Harry had an epiphany. "Mom, you are indeed a wizard. You studied the shamanistic system of magic in China, which is quite different from the wizarding system in Britain. Yet, both possess magical powers, albeit directed in different ways." Zhao Cuixi replied, "Exactly. We all know that. But it doesn't know." Harry laughed heartily as he spoke. "Yes. That Momo doesn't realize that you are also a wizard, that you possess magical abilities. It thinks you are someone with magical power who cannot cast spells. Hence it yearns to merge with you. That's the essence of it." He smacked his forehead, revealing his deduction. The matter was indeed that simple. Momo merely desired to merge with someone who has magical power but cannot perform magic, yet Zhao Cuixi was not that kind of person, allowing her to easily defeat Momo. "Well done, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, immensely pleased. "Slytherin receives 10 points for your keen observation, and the spells you just cast should keep your voice down, Harry. Tell me, how did you come to know those advanced spells?" Harry had just cast a dozen spells, half of which were typically learned in the 5th year. This was rather, slightly embarrassing. Harry smiled bashfully. "You see, Professor McGonagall, I bought many books. I purchased almost all the textbooks from 1st to 7th grade at the Leaky Cauldron at the start of the term. After all, the staff there told me the curriculum hadn't changed in decades, so I bought them all to use as supplementary reading. You know how we Chinese students are, there are no exceptions. So, I learned these spells, but I swear, today is truly the first time I've used them, never before." Zhao Cuixi nodded in agreement, supporting Harry's statement. It was not customary for Chinese parents to conceal matters from teachers. But Zhao Cuixi was different. She was still quite young when she raised her child. What was wrong with shielding her child from a teacher? Besides, the child was so diligent. What harm was there in a little concealment? Thus, Professor McGonagall was soon swayed by the duo. It would have been futile for anyone else to resist. After all, although Harry was from the northeast, with Zhao Cuixi beside him, they formed a formidable duo. As Harry sat in the dormitory, he heard a rustling accompanied by ominous threats of violence, causing him to shiver and quickly close his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a special type of glasses had become popular among the students. These glasses had transparent lenses infused with a hint of color, akin to Muggle sunglasses. Yet they did not impede vision in dim lighting. There was a rumor that these glasses made one more alert and intelligent, allowing the wearer to perceive a clearer world and even see the trajectories of magical movements, though only the exceptionally bright could discern such things. Instantly, these glasses became a trend, and everyone wanted a pair. As more people donned glasses, they lost their novelty, and no one could trace the origin of who first wore them. Regardless, the trend continued to flourish. Harry even provided the school staff with these mysterious glasses. The moment Mordred donned the glasses, he transformed into a refined figure. Entirely unlike an ordinary wizard, he appeared deeper yet distinct from Snape's brooding demeanor. However, no one anticipated that besides Zhao Cuixi, even the defense against the dark arts professor would wear glasses, which was quite amusing, especially since he was particularly handsome. Even Hermione, dedicated to her studies, could not help but admire his appearance. Truly, Professor Mordred looks exceptionally handsome, Hermione exclaimed. I've never seen anyone so striking. Perhaps, Hermione, you now resemble an 11-year-old girl. Ron interjected, oblivious to his peril. Clearly, he had forgotten the fear of Hermione's wrath. Consequently, Ronald Weasley received his due punishment. Despite Harry securing the position of Potions class representative, Hermione unreservedly claimed the roles of Transfiguration and Charms class representative, and immediately demanded Ron complete his homework without delay. With a pained expression, Ron lay his head on the desk, his face reddening against the wood. No. Please. Hermione, I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Hermione remained unmoved, coldly resolute. Soon, the table was filled with students scrambling to finish their assignments. Harry quickly completed his work and, as he left, decided to capture the moment with his crystal ball, envisioning the scene as a painting titled Students Racing Against Time. A title that would rival the masterpieces of art history. What a stroke of brilliance. Joyfully, Harry skipped to the second-floor restroom and knocked on the door. Moaning Myrtle. Are you in there? No response. Harry knocked again. Moaning Myrtle, are you home? Suddenly, a torrent of water burst forth. Harry instinctively dodged, the spray soaking the hallway. At that moment, Myrtle's sharp voice rang out. Whose home is in the restroom? You rascal. Everyone bullies me. Everyone wears glasses. Are you mocking me for being a bespectacled girl? Her voice grew louder. I despise you all. Her head poked out of the restroom, eyes brimming with indignation. Oh, it's you. Upon seeing Harry, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, her grievance slightly dissipating. I know you. You're the savior. They all say so. What do you want from me? Harry awkwardly yet politely smiled. I just wanted to ask if anyone has come here recently. Myrtle tilted her head, puzzled by his inquiry. Harry continued, I mean, has anyone been in this restroom these past few days? Only then did Myrtle respond, pouting and expressing her discontent. I knew it. You don't care about poor moaning Myrtle. You only care about your own business. Harry quickly clarified. No, Myrtle. Do you remember what happened to you that caused you to cry here all the time? Myrtle abruptly widened her eyes, looking at Harry as if he were a terrifying monster. Harry inquired, I understand you may not recall everything, but you remember someone speaking in the lavatory, and you wished for them to depart, after which you found yourself here, correct? Myrtle momentarily regained her shyness, murmuring, You've inquired about me. Harry chuckled. Therefore, I'm curious if anyone has frequented this abandoned lavatory recently. Myrtle, I know you're a kind soul, and surely you wouldn't want anyone to suffer misfortune again, would you? These words genuinely moved Myrtle, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, I don't believe any students have been here, but a professor did visit. You know, that particularly handsome professor, the one who teaches defense against the dark arts. Professor Mordred? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. He had harbored suspicions about this professor's identity. Yet he also felt that the man couldn't possibly possess any extraordinary background. After all, they already had Arthurian legends. What could be more peculiar? However, if he were an agent of Voldemort, that would be a different matter. Voldemort was capable of any depraved act, even if he might have vanquished Voldemort. He was certain that Voldemort would not meet his end so easily. Harry pondered for a moment, deciding to seek assistance. He carried a serpentine immortal within him. In this era, one must meet strength with strength, and in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. With this thought, Harry was instantly invigorated. directly producing a spirit tablet to offer incense and invoke the spirit's descent. As the old saying goes, when snakes cultivate into spirits, they do not harm or injure people. After prolonged cultivation, they can transform into dragons. The venerable immortal that Harry venerated was a celestial spirit with small horns emerging from its head, and a speck of crimson on its forehead, shimmering brilliantly, quite astonishing. Anyone who beheld it was mesmerized, perceiving it as a spiritual snake, but in reality, it was a colossal mountain python. The giant python possessed sentience, was exceedingly friendly towards humans, and held a particular fondness for Harry. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lived for hundreds of years and followed Harry from Shandong to the northeast, crossing the Shanhai Pass. This giant python, on the verge of transforming into a dragon, instantly found a more convenient path. It was affectionate and entwined around Harry, yet its movements were always gentle, as if it understood how to interact with humans. Moreover, it had a smaller companion, identical in color, both verdant and vibrant, beautiful in appearance, and quite at ease as a python. It usually consumed incense and lived harmoniously with humans, embodying gentleness, a sight to behold. Absolutely unparalleled. According to the giant python, one need only consult strange tales from a Chinese studio, but clearly it did not allow Harry to read it, as it was unsuitable for children of that age, even foreign ones. Soon, Harry received the power of the two venerable immortals, a force that could uproot mountains and overwhelm the world, instantly augmenting his aura. What was happening? Zhao Cuixi felt a premonition. Oh dear, Harry has released the venerable Urchin and Shaoqing. Urchin and Shaoqing were two serpentine immortals who had lived since the Ming dynasty. They grew particularly fast, especially Urchin, who reached 3 feet in length within a few months. Initially, they were raised by a snake charmer, but when they reached 3 feet, they were no longer suitable for snake charming. However, the snake charmer still did not wish to part with them, and later, he brought Shaoqing to the snake charmer. Shaoqing also grew rapidly, but he quickly developed a spiritual connection with the snake charmer, so he always remembered the snake charmer's words: do not harm people. Do not commit any killings beyond hunting for food. Be a good snake, and eventually transform into a dragon and become a benevolent deity. The two snakes cultivated in this manner until one day when a divine decree suddenly descended, they could not become spirits. Their hearts were shattered at that moment, as they had already grown dragon horns, only not fully developed. This sudden prohibition meant they could not become immortals either. Then they encountered Harry running wildly in the deep mountains of Sichuan. They automatically ignored Zhao Cuixi because Harry was too alluring to snakes. Although the child was young at the time, he genuinely exuded a serpentine aura in the olfactory sense of snakes. It should be known that snakes have terrible vision, but their sense of smell is realized in another form, extremely powerful. Therefore, they chose to follow Harry across the Shanhai Pass. Upon exiting the pass, they realized that the woman beside Harry was quite formidable, especially since she possessed something peculiar and profound that was particularly beneficial to them, especially for cultivation, mysterious and ineffable. Harry also possessed this substance, albeit in a slightly smaller quantity. After a comprehensive assessment, Urchin and Shaoqing chose Harry as their disciple. Strangely, it was as if they had become enlightened after crossing the Shanhai Pass, suddenly understanding a new method of cultivation. The two pythons had already lived for 600 years and even possessed physical bodies, making them exceptionally powerful. Therefore, when this power was lent to Harry, he was no longer the same Harry. He was now a force to be reckoned with. The formidable Harry wasted no time, directly heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office to find him. Professor Mordred, with his spectacles, was polishing a sword. Harry barged into the office, seizing Mordred, who was still holding the sword, and heading straight for the abandoned second-floor lavatory. Harry, Mordred finally displayed a hint of consternation. No, absolutely not. This is a ladies' lavatory. There's nothing wrong with it. It's an abandoned ladies' lavatory. Harry gave Mordred no quarter. Hurry up, before my mother arrives. She won't let me go if she catches me. Mordred retorted, then I'll have to stall until your mother arrives. Harry gave him no opportunity. Mordred was undoubtedly strong, but he couldn't use lethal force against Harry. He couldn't thrust the sword in his hand at Harry. Harry, however, paid him no heed, dragging him along until he reached a faucet that didn't look quite right and hissed twice. What was that noise? Mordred was stunned. He glared at Harry, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he wanted to discern something from Harry. Then, he felt a sensation of weightlessness. Harry Potter. Zhao Cuixi's roar shattered the roof of Hogwarts. Harry called out, "Wait for my return." Observe, he even knew to show off to his dear mother as he fell. Staring at the gradually restoring hole, Zhao Cuixi snorted and turned to the kitchen. She had a way to deal with him. In this day and age, even if a son is Sun Wukong, the mother is still the Buddha. The two professors in Germany were unaware of the events at the school. As soon as Dumbledore arrived at Durmstrang, he left Snape behind and operated alone to Austria. He did not extend his want to find a suitable means of transportation like a normal person. Although he could not apparate to his destination, he still had his own methods. Dumbledore quickly cast a spell that appeared very simple, but after the incantation vanished into the air. An animal that could walk on water came running from afar. It resembled a horse, yet its hooves were smaller, and its head was more slender. In addition to its ears, for upright horns adorned its crown. Its coat was shorter, and its tail differed from that of an ordinary horse. The creature halted before Dumbledore, scrutinized him for a moment, then lowered itself, allowing him to mount. This was no ordinary beast. It was a magical creature smuggled from China long ago by a circus. Dumbledore had rescued it but was unsure how to care for it. However, it seemed fond of him and another person, because of its affection for them both. Dumbledore allowed it to reside there. It could traverse the vast lake, enabling him to reach the tower. Soon, it carried Dumbledore across the Nurmengard plains, over the Nurmengard Lake, into Nurmengard Prison, a truly bewildering place. Dumbledore stood at the prison gate, inwardly remarking on the absurdity. This entire expanse was called Nurmengard. People knew the person was imprisoned at Nurmengard, but finding the prison required an extensive search. Nurmengard was like a small kingdom, complete with plains, a castle, a lake, and forests, with the prison as an afterthought. Originally intended for those who opposed the person, it eventually held the person himself. Nurmengard, the prison of Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, a figure intertwined with the Muggle world's Second World War. He was confined within the formidable cage he had built, silently awaiting his fate, perhaps death, freedom, or the love he had once spurned. Dumbledore was aware that visiting Grindelwald was a perilous endeavor, especially given the many individuals and events involved. Who comes from afar? A rare guest indeed. At the entrance to Nurmengard stood a former member of the Wisengamot, her demeanor cynical, particularly towards Dumbledore, showing him no favor. Dumbledore was unperturbed. After all, the spectre confined to Nurmengard could not escape her plight. Dumbledore respectfully doffed his hat to the ghost guarding Nurmengard. Her expression remained sour. Though a ghost, her emotions were vivid. Her spectral glow was faint, making her feelings all the more apparent. Dumbledore smiled, appearing as a simple old man visiting an old friend, even treating the friend's gatekeeper with warmth. Yet, they both knew this was no ordinary visit. The spirit trapped in Nurmengard returned a graceful smile. But her words were sharp. What do you seek here, Dumbledore? Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged. I am but an aging relic, before I crumble to dust. Seeing an old friend is a trivial matter, hardly worth scrutiny, Miss Rosier. The beautiful spectre flared with anger. Her elegance persisted, but her rage burned within her. Her last memories in life were unpleasant, yet she fought valiantly, striving to save her love, only to fail because the one who imprisoned her beloved was the beloved of her beloved. Tragic. She pitied herself but not her love, nor the one she loved. She pitied the one who could imprison a lover with his own hands. But upon seeing him, re-encountering him after so many years, Rosier no longer pitied him. She finally pitied the one in the tower. Behold, the one he loved, traveling far under the cover of darkness, arriving alone at the gate, accompanied by a magical creature known to favor schemers, all indicating that the one in the tower was a lovesick fool. Had Rosier herself not been a lovesick fool when facing love? She neither sought love nor yearned to be loved. She simply loved and remained steadfast, never betraying. She did not believe that loving someone meant they had to reciprocate. The beauty of love lay in the devotion it inspired, not in the desire for entanglement. Pure desire and pure love were incompatible. Such was Rosier's sacred and beautiful view of love. Then, the old man before her shattered it, even as a ghost. She was struck down again. Rosier cursed angrily under her breath. Come, tell me your password, and perhaps I'll let you in. For the greater good, right? You must think that's the password. But obviously, the old codgers wouldn't play by the rules. Dumbledore inhaled deeply and spoke, midsummer. See, not a valiant term. Just a simple password, easily uttered but difficult to guess. Rosier frowned. How did you know? Dumbledore spread his hands. Since we can no longer strive for that misguided goal. Upon meeting again, remember at least one moment of beauty. Rosier opened the gate, but she did not approach it. As a ghost, she had guarded this gate for countless years, through spring, autumn, winter, and summer, through the changing days and nights, through the shifting constellations, through the life and death of migrating birds, but she could not guard that shared understanding, that youthful infatuation. Her love was real, yet superficially reckless. Her love allowed her to sacrifice her life, but the old man's love allowed him to live. Two damned old fools. Rosier's resentment did not affect anyone, but across Europe. Others shared her deep resentment. Professor Snape, for one, wished to cast an Avada Kedavra at Karkaroff. While opinions might differ on other matters, Snape would wager a bottle of Felix Felicis that everyone agreed on their dislike of Karkaroff. No one liked Igor Karkaroff, not even the Durmstrang students. This was a universal consensus. Oh, speaking of unpopular, Snape felt he had a lot to say, but he was respected by his own students, which pleased him greatly. However, his resentment was profound. Dumbledore, the old bumblebee, had gone to meet his lover, leaving him to face the obnoxious Karkaroff, who now wanted to backtrack. "Dear Severus, don't misunderstand," Karkaroff said with a fawning smile. "We all know things can't truly be over. After all, that little British boy is only a few years old. What can he do?" Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. Karkaroff continued his drivel. "He's nothing. Who would believe he killed? I mean, truly destroyed you-know-who? No, no, no. A rational individual would hardly believe such nonsense. It is merely Dumbledore seeking to attract attention, fabricating a savior to placate the masses, is it not?" Snape cast a grim glance at Karkaroff. Unperturbed by the ominous signals of danger, Karkaroff continued his performance, brimming with urgency. "Severus, allow me to analyze this matter thoroughly. You know I am not a virtuous man." Snape twitched at the corner of his mouth. Karkaroff hastily corrected himself. "What I mean is, I am not a villain. I genuinely wish to be a good person. You must understand, I was compelled back then, so please do not speak ill of me in front of that individual. I can bolster his power in Germany. I only seek his forgiveness." Snape's expression grew more somber. If Karkaroff were not privy to certain information, he would not display such a demeanor, yet. Snape furrowed his brow, repulsed by Karkaroff's sycophantic demeanor. At that moment, Snape finally comprehended why Dumbledore insisted on this excursion, and even the excuses he concocted were not so easily fabricated. It turned out the intricacies surrounding the Triwizard Tournament were far more convoluted. An event such as this is not merely established by mere words. It necessitates extensive preparations of various kinds. Moreover, it was evident that Britain required this competition. The tournament was not merely about communication among schools. There were myriad departments and matters that needed addressing, and investigating whether Death Eaters had infiltrated other countries could not be more convenient. Thus, Karkaroff's presence here was telling. Snape's expression softened slightly, and his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Honest Igor, do you still believe you can escape death? Or do you think your betrayal is worthy of forgiveness? So many Death Eaters have been exposed due to Karkaroff's treachery, including himself. What is the most despicable thing in this world? Do you think it is betrayal? No, it is not. Both spies and traitors do not evoke the utmost disdain. Rather, it is the one who betrays and then seeks to betray again, aiming to please both sides for a meager reward from those in power, a mere opportunist who fancies themselves clever, believing they are accepted by both. That is the truly loathsome filth. Igor Karkaroff embodies such a person. Snape harbored no fondness for him, particularly as Karkaroff's words could elicit goosebumps. For no one relishes the whispers of a contemptible individual in their ear. At this moment, Snape was unaware that Igor Karkaroff would be aptly characterized by Harry Potter with a single phrase, a fair-weather friend. But it mattered not. He would eventually come to understand. Soon, Dumbledore returned, accompanied by an elderly man in a wheelchair. It was unclear to everyone why Dumbledore had brought back a white-haired old man, yet Snape recognized him. He kept this knowledge to himself but could not resist stealing glances at the old man. After all, while the world is filled with elderly figures, those who have committed heinous acts are rare. Nonetheless, Snape maintained an impassive expression, exhibiting no overwhelming curiosity at Dumbledore's arrival with the old man. He merely nodded at Dumbledore and continued to scrutinize Karkaroff, eager to discern his thoughts on the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, he was well aware that the tournament would take place. He simply did not expect discussions to commence so soon. Dumbledore's demeanor was notably nuanced. He appeared more amiable, yet his expression remained serious, exuding a sharpness akin to barbed wire. Though his words were gentle, their content sent a chill down Karkaroff's spine. "Dear Igor, you see, we are dedicated to restoring the Triwizard Tournament, a long-held aspiration," Dumbledore said, settling the old man beside him, even thoughtfully draping a blanket over his legs, yet addressing Karkaroff. "We shall soon be heading to Beauxbatons, so before our journey, we must determine the date for our next meeting. Madame Maxime will also be in attendance. And before the three of us convene, I hope you will be adequately prepared. What say you?" Karkaroff was indeed intimidated by Dumbledore. It had been Dumbledore's most capable assistant, Hagrid, who had apprehended him years ago, a half-giant who had barely completed his education, yet possessed immense strength. How could Karkaroff dare underestimate Dumbledore? Unless he could find a definitive means to overpower him, he would refrain from any further conflict, unless that Dark Lord were to re-emerge. Karkaroff replied cautiously, "Yes, I believe so. Dear Professor Dumbledore, your thoughts are quite fitting. However, the Triwizard Tournament has been suspended for nearly a century, and I find it difficult to imagine who could restore its former glory." Dumbledore was unyielding. "Do not worry, Headmaster Karkaroff. I have participated in the Triwizard Tournament and know its nature, as well as how to avert danger. However, we must devise a strategy and address the specifics of each event. Of course, esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. This is inevitable. You are always so astute." Karkaroff's words were cringe-inducing. The old man Dumbledore had shot him a fierce glare but remained silent. His face dark as he followed Dumbledore and the others out of Durmstrang. Durmstrang had undergone renovations, though rumors circulated that it had been bombed. In truth, only a single classroom had suffered damage. Such incidents of classroom destruction occur periodically at various magical schools, though some institutions choose not to exaggerate the tales, while others amplify them exponentially. Nonetheless, Durmstrang had indeed been remodeled. Some additions had been removed. As Dumbledore's elderly companion walked beside him, he displayed an odd fury upon seeing the altered areas, snorting heavily through his nostrils like a dragon unable to breathe fire. Yet it mattered not. Dumbledore would ensure he calmed down. He grasped the old man's arm, guiding him outward, and soon they reached the entrance of Durmstrang, with Snape trailing silently behind. Outside the doors of Durmstrang lay a vast expanse, and one had to traverse through a grand gate leading to Berlin, Germany. There were two large gates at the side of the former Berlin Wall, yet these gates could only be seen and traversed by wizards. This gate had not always been situated here. It was relocated post-World War II and had yet to be moved back. They swiftly departed Germany, en route to Beauxbatons to discuss matters regarding the Triwizard Tournament. However, the old man was clearly displeased. His snow-white hair stood on end, as if reflecting a lifetime of stubbornness. "No, I shall not go to Beauxbatons. I refuse to go there, Gellert. We are merely going to discuss matters and will return to Hogwarts afterward." Dumbledore attempted to persuade the old man. The old man's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Snape. "That is unacceptable. I will not travel with you and your favorite student. Absolutely not." Severus Snape hastily took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "What leads you to believe I am Albus Dumbledore's favorite student? No, I am not. He ought to despise me." The old man, however, remained relentless, his hair standing on end as if it might ignite. There exists a notion that once a person surpasses the age of 80, they become somewhat unhinged, no longer resembling their former selves, but rather an exaggerated version, amplifying their less savory traits. For instance, a person who was merely a tad envious might evolve into an unreasonable, jealous individual, wreaking havoc in their pursuit of envy. Thus, this elder named Gale found himself entrenched in a state of irascibility. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry was causing such a ruckus that it nearly drove Mordred to madness. Mordred, who prided himself on being the epitome of clarity and charm, having once been a knight, fought on the battlefield, slain kings, summoned dragons, and transformed into a fair maiden, boasted an impressive array of experiences and powers unmatched by any. Yet, he was unceremoniously dragged by Harry into a pit, where they stumbled upon an enormous serpent's shed skin. Whose serpent could possibly grow to such a size? "Let go," Mordred exclaimed, his skin crawling with discomfort. Yet, release was not an option, as Harry gripped Mordred firmly and ventured deeper into the abandoned waterway. Before proceeding, however, Harry nonchalantly pocketed the considerable serpent skin right before Mordred's eyes. "Ah, don't touch me," Mordred shrieked, feigning terror as if the oversized serpent skin were genuinely frightening. Harry, unfazed by Mordred's theatrics, responded, "Professor, I must insist you show me some respect." Mordred shook off Harry's hand, his face betraying his displeasure. "You bear no resemblance to your former self in the Ilkley Valley." This remark jolted Harry into attentiveness. He turned to Mordred, scrutinizing him. Mordred sneered, "Surprised, are you?" Harry, maintaining a stoic demeanor, shook his head, his calmness unsettling Mordred. Mordred had aged beyond the realm of humanity. While his appearance suggested he had defied time, possibly blessed with the most beautiful form of immortality, was this not a curse? For those who sought to escape death, Mordred's seemingly unattainable goal brought with it an uncomfortable sensation. He scrutinized Harry, suspecting that the so-called savior may merely be a demon intent on annihilating the world. The enigmatic figure in the wizarding world, shrouded in secrecy, had ultimately encountered Harry Potter. Even though Harry had been but a mere infant then, there was a significant possibility he could have been manipulated. After all, controlling a 1-year-old is a trivial task. Is it not? Mordred often pondered whether the denizens of the magical realm had lost their sanity, or if they were simply fools, unable to grasp such elementary truths. What decent child would resemble Harry Potter, especially in the present day? The face of Harry, the savior, bore no trace of childhood innocence. He appeared more like an adult, perhaps even more mature than those of age, and he extended his hands in a manner most irksome, as if to say, "You may think as you wish, but you must heed my words," inciting irritation. "Professor, I wish to return to my office," Mordred declared, his countenance darkening, disliking Harry's demeanor, a sentiment he reserved for everyone but himself. Harry, unperturbed by Mordred's disdain, found amusement in the situation, retorting, "Then you must reveal your true identity." His expression turned earnest, even tinged with admiration. "You mentioned the Oakley Valley, Professor Mordred. What a splendid topic. I hold the utmost respect for your willingness to discuss it." He further lavished praise upon Mordred, expressing gratitude for an ancient wizard's presence at Hogwarts to teach their youthful, ignorant ilk. "How kind of you." Mordred twitched his lips. "Speak. Why did you pull me down here?" The pretense on Harry's face dissipated, replaced by a probing curiosity. "As a professor, Mordred, you ought to be aware of your responsibilities. I know not how you stumbled upon this place, but you must recognize the dangers it harbors. What led you to believe it was prudent to unleash a basilisk in a school filled with young wizards?" Finally, the conversation had reached a pivotal point. It was through this probing that Harry confirmed Mordred's identity. Otherwise, he might have continued to dance around the issue. Harry was grateful this was occurring in England. Had it transpired in France, the exchanges would have been infinitely more convoluted. After all, articulating a dance invitation in such a manner is not a skill easily mastered, particularly for the current Harry of the Northeast, who found it terrifying. Mordred chuckled at Harry's words, playfully winking at him, the joy radiating from his face as if it could pierce the skin. "What makes you think I released the basilisk, Mr. Potter?" Before Harry could respond, he continued, "In truth, yes, I am the one who unleashed the beast. But I am not the first to do so. Why not ponder how a creature like the basilisk could even exist within these school walls? The fact that it can be awakened is quite intriguing." Harry's gaze bore into him, resembling that of a predator. "I question how an 11-year-old savior could possess such an expression. Observe those penetrating eyes. I doubt even the century-old Dumbledore could muster such a killer's gaze." Mordred pressed, "Now, tell me, Mr. Potter, how many lives have you taken?" Harry did not waver in the face of Mordred's accusation, his eyes unblinking. They remained locked in a tense standoff until Harry believed a confrontation was imminent, yet it was Mordred who faltered. Releasing a sigh, Harry inquired, "So, can we speak candidly now?" This moment of hesitation was not born of Mordred's moral awakening or Harry's virtuous character. Rather, it was the sudden appearance of Zhao Cuixi behind him that unnerved Mordred. Had he been in a purely spiritual state, he might not have feared Zhao Cuixi, but now, having returned to his corporeal form, he found himself constrained by her presence. Truly unfortunate. Mordred felt compelled to disclose his situation. The basilisk was indeed not released by him, but he had been nurturing it recently, ensuring it wouldn't encounter anyone. "Its eyes are like Medusa's." Mordred sighed, lamenting the unknown culprit behind the basilisk's release. His inquiries proving fruitless, Harry, after a moment of contemplation, proposed, "Shall we investigate together? You mentioned feeding it since its awakening, implying the one who released it lacks control. We could capitalize on this timing." Zhao Cuixi cast a sidelong glance at Harry, a look laden with unspoken anticipation, before addressing Mordred. "Since Professor Mordred has conceded to currently inhabiting his preserved corpse, it's safe to assume we hold no secrets from you, especially after the incident in the Oakley Valley. Your aspiration is to rectify past regrets and apologize to those you've wronged. We're willing to assist you, and in turn, we hope for your aid. Shall we proceed while discussing our circumstances?" Mordred's laughter this time held genuine warmth, albeit tinged with a playful mockery that sent shivers down Harry's spine. The basilisk's location was easily discernible, and they swiftly arrived at the chamber. However, at that precise moment, a spell hurtled towards them, Petrificus Totalis. The trio reacted swiftly to the petrification curse, yet it still grazed Mordred's leg, further hindering his already compromised mobility. After all, Mordred's current vessel was his original corpse, and even a well-preserved one lacked the suppleness of a living body. Thus, he could only twist his torso to identify the spell's origin. Oh, what a painful realization. The caster was Snape. Snape's countenance was a study in nuanced expression, seemingly torn between disbelief and a resigned acceptance of the situation as utterly predictable. I can explain. Harry interjected hastily. Snape's gaze, upon landing on Harry, darkened ominously. Small wonder, considering their location at the fabled Slytherin Chamber's entrance. A sight unlikely to please the head of Slytherin House. A palpable wave of awkwardness washed over everyone present. Why was Snape here? The explanation traces back to Snape's departure from Durmstrang with Dumbledore and his elder counterpart. Their initial destination was Beau's Batons, but Dumbledore's elderly doppelganger proved insufferable, incessantly demanding Wellington steak, vintage Montreal, and outlandish escapades such as broomstick flights across Europe. Snape perceived it as blatant mockery. The Wellington steak and white wine being nothing but tools to erode a potion's master's resolve. Unable to endure the two old men any longer, Snape severed ties, returning to Hogwarts despite Dumbledore's entreaties. Upon his return, he sensed something amiss. He wasn't one to act belatedly, unless disinclined, preferring meticulous preparation. Before the new student's arrival, he had established arrangements in the second-floor girls' lavatory, enduring Moaning Myrtle's lamentations to implement a series of safeguards. However, he discovered upon his return that his carefully laid surveillance measures had been compromised, a dire omen demanding immediate action. Thus, Snape found himself here, casting a petrification spell upon Harry and his companions. Harry swiftly dodged, raising his hands in supplication. I can explain, Professor. Hear my defense. Snape, initially intent on a more aggressive approach, relented slightly upon hearing Harry's plea for justification, though he maintained his wand aimed at the trio. Perhaps you could begin by vacating this location? Harry countered. Impossible, Professor. We cannot leave. The monster has been unleashed. It's merely satiated for now, but if it emerges, we must devise a means to subdue it. Snape's gaze momentarily glazed over, a fleeting lapse quickly replaced by suspicion and scrutiny. His attention shifted from Harry to Zhao Cuixi. Madam Zhao, how did you come to discover this place? Or were you already aware of its existence? Or perhaps, he turned back to Harry. Who divulged its location? Zhao Cuixi sighed. Would it be too implausible to suggest I stumbled upon it by chance? Or perhaps, should we prioritize dealing with the monster before delving into other matters? Snape slowly lowered his wand, though a hint of sarcasm lingered in his tone. Indeed, Madam Zhao, you appear to be the most composed among us. I trust your level-headedness will guide us through this quandary. The venomous undertones were palpable, a harbinger of misfortune for anyone in their path. Zhao Cuixi scrutinized Snape's face, carefully assessing his demeanor, before offering a cryptic smile. Very well, I shall be succinct. Harry and I possess the ability to comprehend serpent speech, a relatively common skill among the Chinese, some of whom even perform with snakes for livelihood. We overheard activity and serpent utterances emanating from this location. As for Professor Mordred, she gestured towards him. Perhaps he should speak for himself? Mordred's expression momentarily soured before he declared, I am, in fact, a druid. Surprise. I too can comprehend serpent speech. A delightful revelation, wouldn't you agree? He attempted a theatrical display of astonishment, but his efforts fell flat. Despite the lack of appreciation for Mordred's performance, his declaration garnered him a modicum of tolerance. Snape was well aware that the druidic tradition, an ancestral vocation of wizards, had long vanished from Britain. If Mordred was indeed a druid, he harbored numerous secrets. Harry's adoptive mother was a shaman witch, and it was plausible that Mordred, as a druid, could track individuals similar to him based on magical vibrations. A barely acceptable explanation. Of course, the primary factor was their shared objective. Approaching the aged, simian-like statue, Snape directed Harry. Speak to it. Addressing it as the most esteemed of the Hogwarts founders, he emphasized, using Parseltongue, the language of serpents. Understood, Professor. Harry nodded and then addressed the statue in Parseltongue, saying, Hogwarts? The statue remained utterly still. He tried again, the four founders of Hogwarts? Still, there was no response. He pressed on, the greatest among the four founders of Hogwarts? The statue remained unyielding. On his final attempt, Harry exclaimed, Speak to me. After a moment, the statue began to move, opening its mouth. Oh, how Harry had to admire Voldemort's ingenuity. Regardless of whether this was indeed a statue of Salazar Slytherin, the password was not overly complex. It was no wonder it was simply a head, with the mouth serving as the outlet for communication. If that were the case, could it be that the basilisk only needed to say one phrase to the statue upon returning, Talk to me? Goodness. Suddenly, he felt a pang of pity. Harry glanced at Zhao Cuixi, revealing a hint of sympathy. As the statue's mouth opened, a dark, gaping hollow was exposed, accompanied by a voice akin to a playful hiss. Who is outside? Who is outside? Stay at home, little one. Is Daddy coming home? Oh dear. Harry felt his conscience shatter. He believed he would wake from a midday dream to slap himself. How wicked I am. Truly, how wicked. The playful serpent-like language continued. Daddy. Daddy, are you there? Your little one is waiting at home for you. While this sounded endearing to Harry's ears, the hissing was perceived quite differently by others. Snape felt a chill run down his spine. That hissing seemed to be accompanied by an aura of cold and torment in his memory. The Dark Lord was always reluctant to speak in human tongue, preferring to utter a few phrases in parcel tongue before translating them into human speech, allowing that chilling, worm-like voice to linger in everyone's ears, embedding the excruciating pain it brought into their very beings. Only then would he find joy. As if the terror inflicted upon those shivering with dread had finally granted him pleasure. Thus, Snape harbored a deep-seated fear of that hissing tongue. This fear did not stem from his own experiences. Severus Snape was a master of potions, capable of easing souls with his concoctions, to prevent his hands from trembling. The Dark Lord refrained from using spells that could harm his spirit. Yet, each time, he would select someone familiar to Snape to endure the torment. Every single time. Initially, Snape felt fortunate, believing he was acknowledged, even admired by the powerful one, who would punish others for his mistakes instead of him. At just 18, Snape truly felt valued. A sensation both delightful and intoxicating. However, as the years passed, he did not succumb to that feeling. He did not become lost in the mire of such attention. This was no blessing. The Dark Lord's so-called leniency and his practice of having others bear the punishment were not acts of kindness. They were a means of taming him. A technique that left him both elated and guilt-ridden, ensnaring him in a web he could not escape. Snape awakened to this reality but found himself unable to break free. Until he lowered his gaze, yet his expression remained resolute. In that moment, fear should not occupy his mind. He had to cast aside that feeling. Before the basilisk, he knew he could find a way, even if it meant closing his eyes. Professor, the creature doesn't wish to emerge. She claims to be saddened. For the one who arrives is not her father, and she does not wish to see that wicked child who deceived her into killing. Harry switched to human language, sounding somewhat pitiful as he spoke to Snape. A crack resounded as something began to fracture. Ah, that was the formidable spirit of courage that Snape had just built. Now crumbling inexplicably. What a pity. How could it have come to this? Snape felt a sense of betrayal and an unexpressed frustration. He truly no longer understood this world. Was it because he had changed so much, or because young Potter had been taken by Zhao Cuixi that everything had shifted so dramatically? Regardless, everything began to feel surreal. Harry stepped forward again, addressing the creature concealed within the statue's mouth. Hello, I am Harry Potter. What is your name? Though I am not your father, rest assured, I will not allow you to harm anyone. In fact, I am an enemy of the one who compelled you to kill. I have no desire for you to hurt anyone else. By the way, if that person arrives, must you obey him? After all, he did make you kill. Oh no, wah wah wah. The creature wept. Please, do not speak of it, young Potter. I beg you not to continue with my sorrowful tale. Yes, I was deceived. Forced into a contract with him. I know he has come. He awakened me, yet curiously, he awakened me and then did not return. It is a good thing, please. Do not say more, or you will be bound to me as well, to prevent me from harming anyone. I do not wish to harm anyone. My mission is to protect this place, not to harm it. The creature's voice grew increasingly loud, and it could not contain its emotions. Its long tail slithering out from the statue's mouth and thrashing about on the ground. Indeed, it was a serpent-like creature, immense, far larger than anything commonly seen. Yet, within Harry, the essence of two powerful beings surged, nearly complete in their transformation. They were destined to grow even greater, and in a few years, with sufficient merit, they would become dragons, divine dragons, not mere Norwegian ridgebacks. But let's return to the great serpent for now. It was indeed large, strong, yet Harry's strength surpassed it. He swiftly moved to pin down the creature's tail, raising his voice. Stop thrashing about. You might harm someone, beautiful lady. Now tell me, how can I break the contract you have with that vile scoundrel? Let's take it step by step. Oh, woe is me. Why did I not encounter you in my youth? Dear one, I am so moved. The emotional creature slowly began to slither out from the statue's mouth. In that instant, Snape closed his eyes, but he soon heard Professor Modred's words. Why does this creature wear an eye patch? Snape opened his eyes and, through his glasses, beheld the enormous serpent's face adorned with a metallic eye patch. The eye patch was an alchemical creation, forged from lead and silver, intricately engraved with complex patterns. imbued with magical traces, within which two finely crafted vertical pupils could be seen. The pupils moved. They were the eyes of this serpent. Well, hello there. The serpent's hissing voice took on a more lively tone. As long as you can stain the feather on my forehead with blood, you may become my master. Come now. Who among you shall do it? Not everyone can stain it red. Could it require bloodline? Only Snape failed to comprehend the serpent's words, prompting Harry to dutifully translate. Among the four present, aside from Snape, the other three had no desire for a serpent, so under Zhao Cuixi's persuasive charm, Snape reluctantly offered a bit of blood. The feather atop the serpent's head turned crimson. It is truly peculiar that, indeed, it turned red. Just that tiny spot of blood transformed an entire feather. The basilisk was overjoyed, and its voice now sounded to Snape like that of a little girl. Master, master, please command me so that my eyes do not kill humans, and I can finally remove my blindfold. The basilisk's gaze could bring about death. If seen through reflections or similar means, it could petrify a person, akin to the eyes of Medusa. Perhaps this was the inherent malevolence of the mysterious creature. Or perhaps the death it brought was simply a manifestation of its evil. Nevertheless, if its eyes could inflict harm, then it was deemed evil and deserving of destruction. Yet, this basilisk was different. It was not an evil that needed to be eradicated. Its eyes were of a brilliant hue, a luminous pale gold akin to yellow crystal, radiating a clarity that was utterly astonishing and devoid of threat. Harry had never before beheld the eyes of a basilisk. He only knew that the basilisk's eyes were described as enormous yellow orbs by Myrtle, and no one had elaborated further on their appearance. But now, he gazed upon the basilisk's eyes. They resembled a pair of yellow crystals. How beautiful! Hiss, I am free. The basilisk exclaimed, joyfully writhing its tail on the ground. I want to go out for a stroll. I wish to savor delicious roasted meat. I no longer wish to consume strange things. That fellow, its tail pointed at Mordred. He made me eat so much grass. It was horrendously unpalatable. How delightful. The basilisk had a rather amiable disposition, and it was a little girl basilisk. This was simply fascinating. Harry couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness and asked, well then, why did you say you wanted to tear someone apart in the pipes? The basilisk, in a fit of frustration, replied, of course. I wanted to tear apart those filthy mice. They have invaded too much of my territory, and there are mice in Hogwarts. I am the irritable little Princess Basilina, so I must roar majestically at those filthy mice. Okay, fine, thank you. Even Snape would have to shout, we are sorry for misjudging you, Princess Basilina. Basilina's full name was actually the irritable Princess Basilina, but it was commonly shortened to Basilina. Her name derived from the term for basilisk, and the irritable princess was one of the interpretations of the word basilisk, originally meaning the cruel kings of distant lands. Thus, the name basilisk truly embodies the characteristics of a millennium ago. Perhaps people could uncover the truths of 1,000 years past from the basilisk's words. But the most pressing matter at hand was to clear Hagrid of his wrongful accusation. Indeed, according to the basilisk, it had killed a bespectacled little girl who had been crying in the bathroom. Therefore, it was the basilisk who had slain Myrtle. However, at the time, Hagrid was accused of being the murderer, and it was said that Hagrid's acromantula brother had been responsible for Myrtle's death, which presented a significant discrepancy. Everyone was not foolish. At least, among the four present, including a basilisk, there were no fools. Snape exhaled heavily, his gaze hollow as he stated, anyone who can control a basilisk does not act capriciously. Thus, the one who killed Myrtle was indeed Tom Riddle, the mysterious one. Hagrid is merely the unfortunate scapegoat for him. This truly is the greatest miscarriage of justice of the year. Isn't the greatest miscarriage of justice that of Black? Mordred found it hard to believe, as Black's case was intertwined with more intricate emotions of love and hate. Snape shot Mordred a glare, clearly disapproving. Nevertheless, everyone unanimously decided to assist Hagrid. Snape and Hagrid were not particularly close friends, but Hagrid could indeed offer substantial help with potion ingredients. Even if he had only obtained materials once from Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling, which he had heard had flown away, it mattered not. He had collected enough materials in that one instance. Therefore, Snape hoped to absolve Hagrid of punishment. If Hagrid were absolved, Snape would suggest he pursue a career related to magical creatures, whether remaining at Hogwarts or venturing beyond. This was crucial for his potion research. That was his sole intention. Nothing more. As for the other three, Zhao Cuixi naturally supported Harry's ideas unconditionally, while Mordred was merely an extra, but Hagrid was a likable fellow, so Mordred agreed to join them. Following this incident, among the four of them, aside from Zhao Cuixi, the genuine foreign shaman, the other three were engaged in a mutual game of suspicion. especially Mordred. Snape had tested many times whether little Potter was indeed the little Potter. But there was a slight discrepancy, perhaps in his brain development, which did not align with what one would expect from a typical English Potter. Yet Mordred was entirely different. His presence was utterly perplexing. Even now, he had not taught the students how to practice defense against the dark arts. He was merely conducting theoretical lessons. Amidst his suspicions towards Mordred, Snape left the chamber with the now thumb-thick Basilina, her girl-like voice incessantly chattering in his ear, imparting tales of the basilisk-esque lineage that you were unaware of. He truly admired Salazar Slytherin. Snape's respect for the basilisk-esque ancestor grew even further. His pet was so remarkably loquacious, yet he could endure it. Indeed, he was a formidable individual. Of course, even more formidable was Zhao Cuixi, who was currently tending to Mordred's lifeless body. "Dear Mother Cuixi, do you truly wish to do this?" Harry rummaged through Cuixi's toolbox in his suitcase. "Do we need needles and thread as well?" This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Zhao Cuixi meticulously examined Mordred's body, taking her time to respond. "All right, he does have some injuries. I wonder what could have caused them, as they don't seem very sturdy." This comment, heard by Mordred, who had detached from his own corpse, was truly disconcerting. As a ghost with formidable soul power, Mordred's head buzzed, not because of the injuries on his body that had yet to heal, but because a woman was closely inspecting his now bare form. Mordred wished to speak. He wanted to shout, to tell her not to touch him indiscriminately, just to fix his face so it didn't look bruised and battered. His body was neither decomposed nor King Arthur of Camelot, while the whereabouts of Merlin, who once stood by Arthur's side, remain a mystery. One might ponder if Merlin and Morgana could also return, given that Arthur has been resurrected. Mordred sat numbly in a corner, listening to Zhao Cuixi's rhythmic drumming and humming melodies that stirred an urge to dance within him, his thoughts drifting far away. Once upon a time, in a distant past, in stories long forgotten, everything felt so remote that it seemed beyond reach. Yet time, it appears, does indeed mirror those tales. As if after the twilight of the gods, everything begins anew, as though the preceding events had never transpired. After finishing with Mordred's lifeless body, Harry retreated to rest, for he had potions class the following day and, as the class representative, he wished to avoid appearing less than perfect due to his sleepless night. Early the next morning, while dining in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Harry beheld Severus Snape, who bore the unmistakable signs of a sleepless night yet displayed an unprecedentedly amiable demeanor as he occupied the staff table. Clearly, he had experienced genuine joy the previous night, likely aided by the serpent basilisk in procuring a wealth of potion ingredients. Truly commendable diligence. However, Snape's good mood did not endure long. Upon casting his gaze toward Harry, the benevolent expression swiftly morphed into one of disdain. Basilisk continued to murmur in his ear, "Master, master, do not regard that boy with such disdain. He is quite charming. May I play with him?" There was no need for excessive concern. Hagrid's case was soon to undergo a retrial. In truth, initiating a retrial was not particularly arduous. It primarily required the case to enter the legal process. The first step was to inform Dumbledore of the truth. He had speculated on the culprit but remained unaware of the basilisk's involvement. Once the creature was revealed, it became evident that wizards would never capture Slytherin's serpent, leading to the case being revisited the day after the basilisk was discovered at Hogwarts. Of course, it was best to refrain from mentioning the Dark Lord. It sufficed to state that the girl who perished in the girls' lavatory had succumbed to the basilisk's gaze. As for Hagrid's acromantula, the absence of student fatalities over the years sufficiently proved that the man-eating spider bore no murderous intent within the grounds of Hogwarts. Hagrid naturally declared his bond with the acromantula species. As long as he remained at Hogwarts, the students would not suffer harm from the creature. Despite Wizengamot being composed of elder wizards, none dared wager against the future of so many wizards at Hogwarts. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic rescinded Hagrid's punishment, and Wizengamot acknowledged the past misjudgment and provided compensation. Remarkably, Wizengamot actually offered recompense. Harry gazed in astonishment at Hagrid's triumphant return from Wizengamot, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, genuinely elated for him. As Hagrid entered the Great Hall, he raised his hand. Everyone at Hogwarts recognized him. While not everyone adored him, no one harbored ill will toward him. Even Draco Malfoy, the prideful young lord who claimed to detest the half-giant, could not bring himself to truly dislike Hagrid. Thus, when Hagrid signaled to the crowd that he was no longer prohibited from using magic, everyone rejoiced, applauding and cheering for him. This time, Hagrid did not raise his pink umbrella. Instead, he held aloft a new wand, pristine and custom-made by Ollivander. Yet, in his left hand, he still clutched the pink umbrella, and the handle of his new wand bore intricately crafted protrusions. Hagrid exclaimed to all, "This wand, my new wand, was crafted for me by Ollivander. He embedded fragments of my old wand into the handle of this new one. Look, this is my new wand." He lifted it high, determined that all should see. Professor McGonagall clapped vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. "Isn't it splendid? Oh, how wonderful, Severus. I truly did not expect you to do so much for him." Snape's face turned a shade of green. "I did it for the free potion ingredients." "Oh." Professor McGonagall appeared not to hear his words, lost in her own emotions. "What a beautiful friendship, Severus. Hagrid is truly elated. Just look at how genuine and lovely your friendship is. It warms my heart." She sniffled, touched by the world's gradual transformation into something more beautiful. Snape felt exasperated by McGonagall's sentiments. He had not engaged in any grand gestures for Hagrid, nor did he share an unbreakable bond of friendship with him, far from it. His affection lay solely in the free potion materials Hagrid provided. To facilitate that, he would assist Hagrid, nothing more. Snape longed to protest, but held his tongue, knowing that any loud rebuttal would only lead McGonagall to utter even more outrageous comments, ensnaring him in an inexplicable friendship crisis. Nothing was more terrifying than the fervent camaraderie of a Gryffindor. Snape wanted no part of it. Thus, he fell silent, even too apathetic to clap, merely offering a couple of half-hearted claps before returning to his meal. After all, only a foolish Gryffindor would flaunt their wand. A wand is a wizard's other half. Showcasing one's wand to others is as perilous as bearing one's hair. Only a foolish Gryffindor would be so indiscreet. Ridiculous. Snape scoffed coldly, disinclined to immerse himself in the exuberant atmosphere. Soon, Dumbledore returned, though he had not brought his Elder Wand back to Hogwarts. He had arranged for Hagrid, who needed to pass his O.W.L.S. Ever since being falsely accused of murder, Hagrid had been forced to drop out of school. Unable to return to his father's home, as his mother was a giant and could not take him in, Dumbledore had kept him at Hogwarts as the gamekeeper. Gradually, Hagrid began patrolling the grounds, safeguarding the school and his beloved Professor Dumbledore. Such was the purity of Hagrid's character, even as a half-giant. Yet, having left school prematurely and lacking a standard wizarding certificate, let alone an advanced wizarding qualification, Hagrid found it difficult to secure employment. To remain at Hogwarts, he required at least a standard wizarding certificate. Was it truly necessary? Harry found this regulation perplexing, thus voicing his dissent during evening classes. Hagrid was inherently an expert in magical creatures. He could easily serve as an assistant in the care of magical creatures class. Snape's gaze remained fixed on the notebook he had retrieved from the Slytherin chamber. Indeed, if circumstances were unique, exceptions could be made. For instance, you, the chosen one, may temporarily warrant such a decision during times of peril. The ministry would grant special approval, and the governors would not object. The esteemed Harry Potter possesses such privileges that allow others to labor on his behalf for protection, but not now. Unfortunately, you are not in any danger. Harry swallowed hard but soon chuckled awkwardly. "Professor, that statement is rather embarrassing. If I were so capable, hypothetically speaking, might I exploit a few advantages?" He blinked his large eyes, seemingly seeking affirmation. Snape inquired drily. "Wool?" Harry retorted. "It means I'm in peril. Let's beseech the ministry for some choice items. Pray tell, Professor, what delectable materials might the ministry have awaiting our acquisition?" Snape's Adam's apple bobbed. The enigma of Potter's sanity remained a perplexing quandary. As Harry departed, Snape summoned, "Lena, at your service, master. How may Basilina assist?" Her voice echoed from above. In the tapestry of existence, certain motifs recur. Subsequent to Dumbledore procuring several exceedingly rare potion ingredients from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, leveraging Harry Potter's feigned malady, he resolved to counsel the duo toward a modicum of prudence, particularly before employing the ruse before holidays. "Ah, yes, Professor Dumbledore, my convalescence approaches with alacrity," Harry declared, flinging aside the covers and vaulting from the infirmary bed. "I assure you, I shall be entirely mended by day's end." Dumbledore chuckled. "Splendid, Harry. Where shall you sojourn this Yuletide? As you are aware, you possess a godfather, Sirius Black, currently residing in the abode you formerly tenanted with your adoptive mother. He harbors little desire to return to his ancestral home, though I surmise." Harry perched upright on the bed's edge, his spine rigid. "Professor, I am privy to the fact that Sirius Black is my godfather. However, Such a kinship warrants a formal recognition ceremony in my homeland, ensuring all is conducted with propriety. Furthermore, as he assumes the mantle of my godfather, the celebration must transpire at his domicile." Dumbledore blinked, momentarily nonplussed. Harry continued, "Pray consider, the event necessitates several tables. In my native land, such festivities span 3 days. While I am uncertain of local customs, the assemblage of 10 or 8 tables is de rigueur, inviting kith and kin to partake in the revelry, is it not?" Dumbledore demurred. Harry elaborated, "Moreover, Professor Dumbledore, has Sirius Black hosted a feast since his exoneration? An oversight. His escape from the jaws of death demands a celebration. Ergo, a joint affair suffices. I shall pin the invitations, Professor, and we shall determine the guest list. However, in the spirit of reciprocity, the invitees must include esteemed relatives and friends, who would scarcely arrive empty-handed, would they?" The rationale possessed a certain cogency. Dumbledore yielded. Swiftly, Harry extracted nearly 100 names from Dumbledore's directory for the dispatch of invitations. While luminaries such as Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel would likely demur, they would undoubtedly proffer tokens of esteem, as Harry resolved to include a strand of tail hair from the unicorn Tina the Adorable with each missive. In addition to the minister, each department head within the ministry received an invitation. 50 members of the Wisingamot were included, selecting only those within 3 generations related to the Blacks or Potters, numbering approximately 20. The Malfoys were, of course, indispensable. Harry even dispatched an invitation to Azkaban. The madmen of the Lestranges must receive it. Assuredly, they resolved to host the banquet at the Black ancestral home, necessitating Sirius Black's immediate endeavor to rehabilitate the dilapidated manor. Harry harbored not a scintilla of remorse for the predicament he had thrust upon Black. He held Sirius in high regard, yet on the matter of the Black ancestral home, he felt no compunction, even having discerned his aversion to it during their two-way mirror conversations. Pat Foot, a decade has elapsed since you last beheld Harry, and you have not witnessed his maturation. Remus Lupin murmured gently. Behold him now, thriving beyond your imaginings in Azkaban. Black regarded his steadfast friend, whose countenance now bore less of the weariness of yore, radiating a renewed vitality. His monthly wolfsbane potion regimen had manifestly improved his complexion. Of course, securing these potions necessitated Black's daily excursions into the Ilkley woods to forage for ingredients, as well as the expenditure of Black family gold, but it was a worthwhile endeavor. "I am aware, dear Remus, I am aware," Black conceded. "Yet I find myself unaccustomed to this, Harry. I cannot help but ponder if he had matured in James's presence. He would not be thus singular, you comprehend. We never hosted banquets for such occasions." Black sighed, as if lamenting a missed epoch. Remus chuckled. "You have indeed missed much, but we shall compensate for it henceforward, shall we not?" Sirius guffawed. "Precisely, Remus, precisely. We shall compensate, my dear friend." It was not that they had abstained from hosting banquets altogether, but rather that these affluent denizens of the magical world, these self-proclaimed noble pure-blood families, had never convened such gatherings for these specific reasons, nor had they conceived of a banquet centered around dining, featuring large round tables. It seemed peculiar, as if they were regressing from wizards to knights. Yet, it was undeniably intriguing. Since his liberation from Azkaban, Sirius Black had yearned to embrace Harry, but he had been urged to remain at St. Mungo's to heal his physical and spiritual wounds. Harry had echoed this sentiment. They had conversed extensively via the two-way mirror, but had yet to share a face-to-face embrace. Sirius longed to hold Harry, to allow him to rest upon his back, as he had done in days of yore, when he transformed into a large dog, treading gingerly upon the carpet, bearing his cherished half-world upon his back. Time elapsed apace, and the end-of-term examinations arrived with suddenness. As the term drew to a close, tension mounted. Hermione frequented the library daily, and Harry divided his time between the library and evening tutoring sessions, leaving only Ron relatively unencumbered. Even Neville grappled with the arduous questions, tearing at his hair in frustration. Ron's relative leisure stemmed from his tendency to peruse a textbook and conclude that he had mastered the subject, only to answer barely half the questions correctly when tested. Yet, upon revisiting the book, he comprehended everything. Thus, he enjoyed more leisure time than his peers. Draco found Ronald Weasley particularly irksome during these periods of revision. "Weasley, why are you not devouring your drumsticks?" Draco demanded irascibly. "If you fail to consume all 6 drumsticks today, I shall transform you into one." His pronouncements became increasingly incoherent. Christmas examination. Indeed, Harry organized a Christmas examination specifically for his friends, solely to gauge their understanding and prepare them for the upcoming WLS. Undoubtedly. Harry ranked first among his peers, with Hermione trailing closely in second place. This was not merely due to Harry's superior scores across the board, but rather the fact that Hermione, being a Gryffindor, had her own strengths, while Harry, a Slytherin, benefited from additional tutoring sessions in the evenings, providing him with a distinct advantage in potions, where a perfect score was almost guaranteed. In practical classes, his performance was exceptionally remarkable, had they not been first-year students. It was conceivable that Snape might have offered Harry an opportunity to advance to an advanced class. Nevertheless, with all other subjects being relatively similar, Harry's prowess in potions set him apart, although he did not lead Hermione by a significant margin. The third position was undoubtedly held by Draco Malfoy. While Ron's performance was rather mediocre, sufficient to avoid a scolding from his mother. As for Neville, he found himself at the bottom of the rankings. However, given that this was a self-administered examination, his score was commendable for him. His uncle Algernon even gifted him a pot of cloudberry to nurture. Cloudberry was an intriguing magical herb. When its caretaker attempted to meddle with it, it would emit a strong scent that compelled the meddler to desist, as it could induce an upset stomach, a rather unpleasant consequence. Yet, an upset stomach was a trivial matter, for cloudberry could also produce potions that alleviated such discomfort, which captivated Neville immensely. Unlike others, Neville, who had long harbored an earnest interest in herbology, genuinely wished to cultivate a bond with these mystical plants. They posed no pressure on him, and he felt no urgency in their presence, a truly reciprocal relationship. Neville achieved a perfect score in herbology, while his scores in other subjects were just above passing, and he even managed to secure a rather low 60 in potions, which indicated a significant issue. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Uncle Algernon was indeed kind to him. Upon discovering Neville's magical aptitude, he gifted him a broomstick, and upon recognizing his talent in herbology, he presented him with a non-dangerous cloudberry. Harry mused that when Neville's herbology prowess shone even brighter, Uncle Algernon would surely bestow upon him the most exquisite magical plants. Indeed, Neville's timidity was not genuine cowardice. He was likely just introverted. Harry cheerfully distributed the report cards to each friend, which displayed their scores and percentages and ranked them accordingly. He even contemplated sending copies to each friend's parents, though Hermione ultimately intervened. While Hermione truly relished examinations, she was not so fanatical as to go to such extremes. Nevertheless, Harry consented to share his potions notes with Hermione in exchange for her history of magic notes, and thus prepared to return home for the break. This year's winter holiday was normal, albeit following Christmas, there would only be about 2 weeks available. Harry wished to return to the Northeast for the new year, but unfortunately, there would be no holiday during that time. However, the first week of January was ample for him to experience the warmth of his hometown, and he even extended invitations to his close friends to join him in reveling in the wintry splendor of the Northeast. Of course, he meticulously penned an invitation to Draco, which rendered it particularly official, as Draco desired to be treated with the same respect afforded to adults like his father, a sentiment Harry understood well. Thus, for the upcoming holiday gathering at the Black Estate, he crafted an oversized invitation for Draco, even larger than those sent to adults. Every child, regardless of their origin, eagerly anticipates the arrival of holidays. The timely onset of the break brings forth joy with remarkable ease. Soon enough, Harry boarded the train, racing back to London. The Christmas holiday would likely extend for over half a month. Upon disembarking the train, he was met with an exuberant embrace. Sirius Black, having swiftly navigated through the crowd, recognized Harry instantly. Without regard for Harry's guardians nearby, he enveloped the child in a tight hug, as though fearing he might vanish. His beautiful, profound eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down in large droplets, a continuous flow. "Oh, Harry, Harry," Sirius exclaimed, his heart pounding like a drum. For he had not seen the child in over a decade. He had missed him dearly. Harry felt as though he might suffocate. He forcefully patted Sirius, causing him to release his grip. "You're really heavy. At this rate, I might be flattened." Sirius looked bewildered. "My child? Where is my charming, well-spoken child? How did everything suddenly seem amiss? It wasn't he like this when I was with him last?" Sirius Black's expression appeared frozen in surprise as he gazed at Harry. "Ah, my apologies," Creature interjected at an opportune moment. "It's a bit easier when there are outsiders. Since it's just us two in the carriage, my accent hasn't quite adjusted. Just let him speak with you all later. Don't let him talk too much." He hesitated to mention that if Harry spoke continuously, Sirius Black's accent would soon become incomprehensible. However, Remus Lupin dismissed the concern, noting that Harry had not grown up in England. What was wrong with having an accent? Having an accent was perfectly normal. He promptly stepped in to lighten the atmosphere. With the amiable Remus facilitating conversation, the initial awkwardness quickly dissipated. Sirius cheerfully assisted Harry with his luggage and guided everyone back to the Black Estate. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. It stood between numbers 11 and 13. Yet it remained hidden from the mundane world, requiring magic for its entrance to be revealed to wizards. The old, weathered door could only be opened with magical means. Luckily, all four of them were wizards. The door featured a doorbell that appeared utterly non-functional, resembling a mere ornament. Anyone daring enough to touch it would be considered remarkably brave. "It's filthy," Sirius whispered to Harry. "Whatever you do, don't touch that thing. Who knows how many germs are on it?" Harry nodded. Having no intention of touching the door, it was dreadfully dirty. "Oh, Sirius, I told you to clean up the old house." Nevertheless, the door to the old house eventually swung open. The day after tomorrow would be the banquet, and Harry was unsure whether the invited guests would muster the courage to approach this house. Upon entering the Black Estate, they were greeted by a long hallway, thick with shadows and dust, revealing the dilapidated state of the place. Harry felt a sense of despair, although Sirius and Remus were adults. Their combined household skills seemed inferior to that of a house elf. Oh, wait. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that even half a house elf would outperform them both. Reluctantly following Sirius deeper into the abode, they traversed a corridor where the wallpaper, mottled and peeling, occasionally fluttered down before Harry. Gradually, he began to forget his discomfort and even acclimated to the surroundings. He waved his hand to disperse the dust that had settled in his path, brushing away the small, timid magical creatures that scurried about. The portraits lining the corridor were besmirched, seemingly untouched by cleaning for a century. Enduring the disarray, they proceeded until they encountered a staircase before them. At the turn leading to the stairs, a dilapidated window hung ajar, its tattered curtains stained and riddled with the marks of insects and rodents, barely concealing anything at all. "Harry, do not touch those curtains, understand? There's a portrait behind them, and you certainly wouldn't want to hear its voice, I swear," Sirius cautioned. Turning to offer a smile to Zhao Cuixi, an expression fraught with embarrassment and apology. Zhao Cuixi, however, did not express any dissatisfaction regarding the disarray of her son's godfather's home. After all, the house spanned several floors and was a personal property, albeit its exterior was less than presentable. It was a large building, with multiple families residing within its walls, and her family occupied an entire floor. In these times of hardship, especially with the country still developing, it was understandable that maintaining such a large space could be a challenge. She herself owned a house in the suburbs and 2 apartments in the city, inherited through family divisions, yet none of those places compared to the vastness of number 12. Grimmauld Place. Thus, she found no fault in the state of the house, though the peeling wallpaper and neglected portraits were irksome. Indeed, it seemed a man's reliability was often questionable. Nonetheless, she refrained from revealing any discontent, considering Sirius was, after all, a relative of her son. Sirius felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noted her composed demeanor. He thought to himself that he had never encountered such a gentle, kind, and beautiful woman. Her only flaw might be her accent. Otherwise, she could have been a queen. However, the truth remained that women from the Northeast seldom criticized other men. They were indifferent to how others lived. In their own households, from sons to brothers, to fathers and husbands, none escaped the fate of being reprimanded or even punished. Thus, this was merely a charming misconception. With this thought, Zhao Cuixi cast a glance at the corner of a frame peeking from behind the curtains. "Do not pull those curtains. For behind them is my mother's portrait. She can be right from dawn until dusk, and then from midnight until morning." Sensing Zhao Cuixi's gaze towards the frame, Sirius interjected hastily, fearing that the curtains would be drawn and they would be subjected to an incessant tirade. Zhao Cuixi shivered and turned away, showing no interest in the portrait. Soon, they ascended to the 2nd floor, where a grand drawing room awaited them. The furnishings, once opulent, had succumbed to the ravages of time, yet the most prominent feature was the tapestry depicting the family tree of the Blacks, which spanned an entire wall. Harry, captivated by a magnificent glass cabinet, dashed towards it, eagerly opening its doors, causing a flurry of items to spill forth. Though not everything was animated, some remained still. "Stop!" A shrill voice pierced the air. Harry turned to see an elderly, filthy, and unattractive house elf, whose large eyes were filled with fury. Unlike other house elves, he moved with less agility, yet he wielded a poking stick, striking his own head. "Look, look! A traitor of the Blacks, a filthy traitor!" He has brought his dirty werewolf friend into the poor, heartbroken Master S house, and now seeks to plunder the Master S belongings. Oh, how wicked! How wicked! This house elf creature belonged to the Black family and charged towards Harry, disregarding the animated magical items, instead seizing a box from within the cabinet, gripping it with such force that his hands twisted painfully. His large eyes glared menacingly at Harry. Silence, creature. This is my godson, and he is your master now. You must show him respect, not yell at him. Sirius thundered in return. And you, creature, clean this room. Look at yourself. With a huff, creature dropped the poking stick and turned to tidy the open glass cabinet. How pompous. Such a lack of gratitude. How could such a creature reside in the home of poor creature S master? The master would be heartbroken to know of this disgrace bringing in Easterners. How shameful. Harry resolved not to indulge creature further. Despite his fondness for the elf, respect was paramount. Creature needed to show reverence towards his foster mother, just as he would towards Mrs. Black. Thus, Harry approached, disregarding creature S ire, and forcibly snatched the small box from his grasp. Ah! Creature S shriek echoed throughout number 12, Grimmauld Place. The box was not large, merely a pendant box with a silver chain, its golden exterior glimmering like crystal, within which coiled a serpent shaped like ants, seemingly alive upon closer inspection. What is this? Sirius approached, exclaiming, Enough with the noise, creature. Hand it to Harry. He is your master now, my godson and heir. Oh, Harry Potter, a Gryffindor, a filthy half-blood Gryffindor. Creature screeched, gasping for breath, striking his head with the poking stick. That creature has spoken ill of his master. But he cannot be Creature's master. Creature is too incompetent, too unworthy. Creature must apologize to the little master. Creature's lamentations would overwhelm most, yet Harry was no ordinary individual. He had a remarkable talent for crying. In a moment of inspiration, he brandished a Swona before Creature and began to play. The haunting melodies of the Swona resound, evoking tears that cascade like gentle raindrops. The sound of the Swona traverses the realms, connecting heaven and earth, reaching the spirits of the departed. Those who have gone before us stumble back, gazing longingly at their homeland, knowing they shall never return. They look back at friends and kin, now mere shadows of the past, and reflect upon a life filled with ups and downs, joy and sorrow, ultimately culminating in a vast emptiness. Creature, who was already prone to lamentation, found himself utterly overcome by the Swona-s wail. The stick he held, meant for self-punishment, instead struck the floor, producing a peculiar rhythm as he wept. His cries transformed from mere howls into a melodic lament, breathing life into the very house, especially the portraits that, aside from the veiled Lady Black, all wept in unison, tears almost spilling from their frames. It was a heart-wrenching symphony that left listeners in sorrow. Sirius Black, on the brink of despair, had never experienced such a potent expression of grief. The sound transcended mere singing or crying. It was a cacophony that could compel wandering spirits to join in the lamentation. Of course, Sissy did not partake in the mourning. She felt no connection to this household, but she could take up the Swona and continue the melody. Meanwhile, Harry, bewildered by his own emotions, found himself crying. Sitting beside Creature, he dabbed at his face with a handkerchief, singing softly, Oh, my poor uncle, dear Creature's little master. Wronged in death at that moment, Creature felt something in his mind snap. He ceased his weeping, his large, tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Harry, as though he were gazing upon something miraculous, perhaps even a form of salvation. Harry continued to sing. You devoted yourself to the family. You sacrificed without a second thought. You kept your silence. You were the epitome of goodness. Each line resonated deeply within Creature's heart. Indeed, his little master embodied all that was good, and he held a special fondness for Creature. This realization deepened Creature's sorrow, though his tears had diminished. In that moment, his emotions were acknowledged, and his tears transformed from mere release to a testament of his feelings. He proclaimed loudly, Indeed, my little master is remarkable, so good, so great. He is the true heir to the family, the brightest star of the Blacks, the very best master in the world. He cast a fierce glare at Sirius, his fervor startling him. Creature continued, It is old Creature who has failed, who could not destroy that cursed locket, who allowed the traitor to seize my little master's locket. How shameful. Despite his disdain for Creature and the Black family, Sirius perceived a shift in the atmosphere. He swiftly presented the locket before Creature, commanding, Creature, I order you to reveal the connection between this locket and Regulus. Poor Creature, tragic Creature, sorrowful Creature. He trembled, lips quivering, extending his cracked and filthy hands toward the locket, but Sirius held it just out of reach. He could only gaze longingly at it, his face a mask of anguish. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely whispered, "This is my little master's command." He ordered creature to destroy it. "It belongs to the Dark Lord, that dreadful being. My little master saved creature with his own life. He traded his existence for this thing. My little master's so kind, so gentle." He divulged the secret of the locket. Years ago, Voldemort demanded a house elf, for it was a mark of honor among Death Eaters. Young Regulus Black sent creature, who upon his return recounted the harrowing tale. Inside a cave filled with the dead, creature had to drink a basin of poison, which concealed the locket beneath. Voldemort believed this would ensure his survival. Regulus, upon learning this, realized the dark truth. Voldemort was splitting his soul. While Voldemort may not have understood the implications of such an act, Regulus, raised in a pure blood family, comprehended that it was no path to immortality, but a means to create madness. Thus, Regulus brought creature back to that cave, bravely drank the poison himself, and commanded creature to use house elf magic to return to the Black Manor, hoping to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. However, destroying a Horcrux proved exceedingly difficult. The locket, once belonging to Slytherin, was an immensely valuable magical artifact, imbued with true enchantment. Thus, even after years without a master, creature clung to the house, sustained by love for his master. He could endure as long as he sensed his master's need for him. He did not know how house elves expressed their feelings. All he knew was that Regulus was the one he treasured most, and that was the only emotion he could convey. His tears fell in heavy droplets onto the locket, which Sirius had placed in his hands, yet he remained uncertain of what to do with it. It was creature's inadequacy. No longer was he howling. Now he wept silently. Creature's sobs were subdued, yet the loud cries came from Sirius Black, while Remus Lupin, beside him, choked back his own tears. Look at these two, witnessing their pitiful grief. But did the deceased hear their lamentations? Harry felt a sigh rising within him, tempted to mock their sorrow, yet ultimately, kindness prevailed, and he refrained from such actions. Regulus accomplished what no member of the Order of the Phoenix could achieve. Though he was gone, had he lived, he would have achieved even greater feats. Regulus Black was a true hero, surpassing all others in valor. He faced death with unwavering courage, caring for his beloved house elf. Even Sirius, who prided himself on rebelling against and despising pure blood traditions, could not match Regulus's profound respect for life, even that of a house elf. Regulus Black, a genuinely good person, a pure soul, one who defies ordinary judgment. The truths creature shared about Regulus were unknown to Sirius Black. As his brother, he had never truly understood him. In his memory, Regulus was merely a timid boy who hid behind him. He was not the heir. He was never the heir. He was a boy of the Black family, yet not its heir. Expectations for him were not particularly high. I am his brother, and I looked down upon him. I believed he would graduate from Hogwarts, marry, and lead a life of luxury funded by our family's wealth, merely following the established order. His greatest purpose seemed to be marrying an exceptional woman and siring many little Blacks, contributing to the expansion of our family. This was how others expressed their expectations of him during his childhood, and I accepted it as a matter of course. Sirius knelt on the ground, his hands pounding the earth, wishing he could unearth his brother. I am sorry. I am the one at fault. I let him stand in my way. His agony was palpable, a raw scream echoing through the Black ancestral home. He could not contain his sorrow, nor was he the type to manage it. He believed that after causing the death of his best friend, he deserved harsh punishment, and now he could not bear such guilt. He showed no kindness to his own kin, not even to his younger brother, who was suddenly thrust into the role of heir to the Black family. Initially, he reveled in the best that his family offered, as the firstborn and the rightful heir, receiving unreserved praise while his brother was deemed merely adequate. He regarded this as normal, assuming things would always be this way, but clearly he was mistaken. His arrogance blinded him to his brother's existence, and this neglect became the dagger that claimed his brother's life. Deeply engulfed in self-reproach, Sirius retreated into his own world. This was his nature. He felt guilt and sought to punish himself, for his brother could never return. He believed he must atone for his brother's death. Sirius Black was undeniably born under a fortunate star, blessed with good looks, a vibrant personality, and considerable magical prowess, perfectly embodying the heir of a pure blood family. However, this very privilege led him to overly prioritize his own feelings, lacking a sense of responsibility. The birth of Harry instilled in him a sense of obligation, yet his overwhelming guilt ensnared him. Once again, he found himself mired in remorse. Harry felt speechless. He cherished Sirius, whom he regarded not merely as a godfather, but almost as an elder brother with whom he could play and frolic. Yet, Sirius had not matured to the level of a responsible adult. As Harry pondered how to encourage Sirius to grow, a resounding slap pierced the air, startling everyone. His seemingly delicate and gentle adoptive mother delivered a sharp blow to Sirius Black's handsome face, instantly swelling the features that had once captivated countless young ladies at Hogwarts. A woman from the Northeast, skilled in the art of delivering slaps, executed her strike with precision, ensuring that the recipient would bear the unmistakable mark of her wrath. Silence enveloped the room following the slap. Even Creature, who had been shedding tears, froze in astonishment. Remus too was momentarily paralyzed. As if the very air around them had stilled. Zhao Cuixi turned to Harry with a knowing smile. This was inevitable. Remus Lupin would never strike his dear friend. And Harry could not bring himself to harm his godfather. Thus, it fell to her, as Harry's mother, to chastise a man lost in his own suffering. This old fool deserves it, she thought. A single blow would not suffice. He required multiple strikes to awaken him from his stupor. Zhao Cuixi's lips curled into a sinister smile as she chastised. Sirius Black, you wretched fellow, your brother's plight is indeed tragic, yet your negligence is equally deplorable. I understand now, despite your current state, your brother is gone, and what have you done for him? What were his last wishes? What about his belongings? His remains? Do you British wizards not value a proper burial? Will you simply leave him there and wail? With that, she struck him again. In this lifetime, spanning 30 years, Sirius Black had finally received a genuine, albeit painful, reprimand regarding his emotions. Creature, who had previously harbored no affection for the dark-haired, yellow-skinned woman, now found himself captivated. He had witnessed many altercations, endured his fair share of beatings, and observed wizards casting dark curses upon one another. Yet this moment was the most striking. No one could rival this woman's fierce brilliance. Indeed, Sirius awakened to the truth. Although he suspected the second slap was intentional, a manifestation of her compulsive tendencies, her reasoning was undeniably sound. As a man, he could engage in verbal duels with witches, but he could never resort to physical violence against one. Nonetheless, retrieving Rael was indeed his responsibility. Sirius swallowed hard, managing to say yes. I will go fetch him home right away. Sirius, Harry interrupted, you cannot go alone. Contact Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape immediately. We must devise a comprehensive plan. It concerns the Dark Lord. You cannot act alone. It is not just dangerous, it involves how we handle the Dark Lord. Sirius attempted to assert his capability, but Harry provided no opportunity for interruption. By the end of their exchange, Sirius felt utterly drained. Harry was right. This matter involved the Dark Lord, a serious affair, even if he could retrieve Rael. Any misstep that alerted the Dark Lord to their discovery of his Horcrux would escalate the situation. Harry would be in jeopardy, and without proper preparation, a confrontation could arise prematurely. Remus placed his hands on Sirius's shoulders. Listen to Harry and Zhao Cuixi, they are correct. I will stand by you, as will we all. Let us seek out Dumbledore. Soon. Dumbledore arrived, having intended to assist with preparations for a grand gathering the following morning, only to be met with explosive news before the day had even fully dawned. This news is truly explosive. Dumbledore paused for 2 minutes. And only upon the urging of the elderly gentleman who had hurried over did he tidy his belongings and tie his beard with a bow, before hastily traversing the fireplace to reach the Black family residence. Upon his arrival, he utilized the Patronus charm to summon Snape, even mentioning a request for a connection to the Floo network leading to his home. After waiting for another 20 minutes, Snape sluggishly emerged from the fireplace in the grand living room of the Black household. There is no need to reapply for the Floo network, Snape drawled. You could never fathom the multitude of destinations accessible via this fireplace. His tone dripped with sarcasm, which to Sirius felt undeniably provocative. Yet, Sirius Black remained silent, exuding an eerie calmness, as if he were frozen in the Antarctic glaciers. Snape was unaware of the unfolding events. But Dumbledore's Patronus had conveyed an urgent message that he must come, likely concerning something of great value, for Dumbledore would not be so anxious otherwise. After all, this was not a time of war. Finding an owl was remarkably easy, and one would not be easily discovered by the mysterious followers. So, what exactly had been unearthed within the Black residence? He had long suspected that many secrets lay concealed within, particularly those pertaining to the Dark Wizards, and he had previously contemplated investigating. However, disturbing the house would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of uncontrollable consequences. After all, the Malfoy family also had ties to the Blacks, and he had no legitimate reason to intrude. Should he be discovered, the repercussions would be irreversible. Thus, he resolved to act with caution, focusing on minute details. Snape appeared not to be the most astute individual. His demeanor hardly suggested a schemer. Instead, he possessed a certain integrity that seemed to surpass that of his fellow Slytherins. He sought only that which he desired, with no need for superfluous ambitions. Yet, in truth, Snape was far more cunning than he appeared. His astuteness lay hidden beneath a somber and troubled exterior. He was acutely aware of his isolation, and, though he had a few true friends, he would never place his hopes in their unreserved assistance. Thus, he operated through subtlety, akin to hiding an object directly beneath the nose of the seeker, compelling them to bow their head to discover it while employing every means to prevent that very act. Consequently, he thrived in the realm of details, where the truth often resided. Now, he found himself compelled to emerge from his concealment, yet he chose to exploit the volatility of that foolish dog. Oddly enough, the dog had not exhibited its usual aggression today. Snape suppressed his emotions, contemplating whether to further provoke the dog for his own ends or to observe the situation unfold. Just then, Sirius unexpectedly spoke up. "Snape, what is your relationship with Regulus?" Regulus Black, 3 years younger than Sirius, had entered Hogwarts at the age of 11. Seamlessly integrating into Slytherin House. Before graduating, he was forced to join the Death Eaters and pay homage to the Dark Lord, regardless of his personal inclinations. For failure to do so would plunge the Black family into irrevocable ruin. Ironically, even after complying, the Black family found itself in utter disarray. After all, no one could escape a fate that had long been predetermined. Snape had never envisioned fleeing from his own destiny. He had orchestrated a more tragic conclusion for himself. Yearning for all to acknowledge his poignant end, he replied, "Oh, look at that. The foolish dog has a younger brother. Yet he knows nothing of him and must seek counsel from his nemesis. How pitiable." His tone reeked of derision, clearly intended to incite Sirius Black. He was a quintessential Slytherin. A commendable junior, worthy of being invited by Slughorn. Black, you envy him, you disregard him, and you may even chastise him. Yet if you truly believe yourself detached from the Black family, having transcended it, why would you scold him? Because you covet the attention and support that should rightfully belong to you. What a wretched old dog you are. Each word, each phrase, struck deeply at Sirius Black's heart. Whether or not he truly envied Regulus, he had indeed inflicted harm upon him. Regulus was merely 3 years younger. A peculiar age where he was born when Sirius was already exploring the world, and while he began to comprehend adult conversations about family. He was thrust into a life devoid of pressure only to be met with overwhelming expectations. Sirius felt as though he might weep from the absurdity. This venomous tirade from Snape, who was oblivious to Regulus's heroic deeds, was corrosive to Sirius's spirit. Had Snape known the truth, what would he have said? There was no need to look further. Sirius's suffering was palpably visible. Soon, Harry conveyed the full story to Snape. And Snape's venom seemed to possess a destructive quality that transcended mere corrosion. Yet, Snape, being present, quickly devised a brilliant plan. They resolved to act that night, venturing into the cave to seek out the remnants Regulus had left behind along with his corpse. However, Snape resumed his mocking tone towards Dumbledore. "You elderly bee. Do you not fear suspicion for remaining out at such an hour?" Snape's words were unfiltered, completely disregarding Dumbledore's feelings. "And, Albus Dumbledore, do you truly intend for your protégés to execute their tasks under your watchful eye? He has already failed once. He must take responsibility for himself." Each statement was a piercing jab. Harry nodded in agreement, having just collaborated with his adoptive mother on the matters concerning the locket. What a pity, the poor locket, once gleaming with brilliance, now lost its luster. "Professor Dumbledore, rest assured, we will succeed," Harry declared as he polished the locket and placed it in the display case. "We will all go. Professor, you must allow Sirius to retrieve his brother personally. Your presence would suggest that his abilities remain untested, which would undermine Sirius's confidence before the portrait of Mrs. Black." While this reasoning held some merit, it still felt peculiar. However, with everyone urging him on, Dumbledore reluctantly agreed to depart for the time being. Before leaving, he admonished them to keep in contact, even taking Harry's two-way mirror with him. "Excellent," Snape declared with satisfaction. "Let us reconvene here in half an hour." Sirius tidied his appearance, shaving and grooming himself, exclaiming, "When we pass through the stone door, I will use my blood. I can do it." Snape scoffed heavily and disapparated away, uninterested in conversing with a fool. Every felt a sense of disarray today, as if everything he did was somehow amiss. Upon opening his eyes that morning, he initially felt nothing out of the ordinary, merely intending to have breakfast before heading to work. Although he was a wizard, he could not afford to live without earning galleons. Times had changed. and he needed to make a living. He made his way to his place of employment. It was a short walk, and he did not mind the exertion, especially since he needed to be cautious about using his magic. He had an unsettling feeling that someone might be watching him. Oh, the lingering effects of once being a Death Eater. Though he had avoided imprisonment in Azkaban, it did not mean he was free from suspicion. He had to tread carefully. Adjusting the collar of his robe, Avery huddled himself, fearing that a righteous individual might cast a curse upon him. Alas, if Voldemort truly returned, he would undoubtedly rush to pledge his loyalty. He swore it. This decade of living in fear had been exceedingly arduous. No one understood the depths of his struggle. Avery sighed. He quickened his pace, darting into an alleyway, where he felt a semblance of safety as he neared his workplace. Suddenly, a spell echoed through the air, and a beam of light surged toward Avery, leaving him no time to draw his wand before he collapsed. Snape. Just before losing consciousness, Avery recognized the familiar figure. Snape cast a stunning spell upon him, then turned and levitated him effortlessly onto his shoulder, sprinkling a potion over Avery's head. In an instant, he transformed into a loyal, albeit hapless, friend, while Avery became an inebriated, troublesome acquaintance. What a splendid fade! Snape feigned to support Avery as they walked, soon locating a public restroom. It was not difficult to find an unoccupied space. Upon entering, Snape employed a confusion charm, making it seem the restroom was overcrowded, thus facilitating his abduction of Avery back to the Black family residence. The entire affair took no more than 10 minutes. What have you brought him for? Sirius, though pained, managed to muster his spirits, for he was soon to confront Regulus. Snape let out a cold, derisive laugh, casually tossing Avery to Creature, commanding, "Hold him tightly, Creature. You will take him over shortly." Creature's eyes glowed red. He clearly recognized Avery, displaying a momentary surprise. But that fleeting second was all it took for his clever mind to devise a plan. He grasped Avery firmly with one hand and seized a Quidditch bat with the other, his demeanor becoming serious. While you may not recognize Avery, Snape had a notable impression of him. They had once been friends, albeit tenuously so, before Snape delved deeply into the study of dark arts. Avery had boasted to him about the thrill of casting dark magic on others. Indeed, this individual he was engulfed in a profound sense of dread, which held him back from opening his eyes. Moments ago, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to abduct his captor, deducing from the grip that it was merely a child, a mere boy whom he believed he could easily overpower. However, upon realizing that his wand was missing and all his magical artifacts had vanished, panic set in. He was paralyzed with fear, utterly incapable of movement. At that moment, he was lifted off the ground and drawn forward for a short distance. Where was this place? What was transpiring? Avery cautiously cracked his eyelids open just a sliver, catching a glimpse of his surroundings. Indeed, he was floating, not high above the ground, but just enough to skim the surface, conserving magical energy while avoiding any potential falls, specifically preventing harm to himself. This was truly a remarkable feat of magical control for someone so young. Was this child capable of such prowess? Or was his captor perhaps a half-breed with fairy lineage? Everyone was familiar with Hogwarts. Who could forget the half-blood professor, Phileas Flitwick? Avery had once been a student of this esteemed professor and was well aware of the immense power wielded by him. Although wizards placed great importance on bloodlines, Avery had once obsesses over it, and still did. There was a common acknowledgement that wizards of mixed magical heritage often surpassed their pure-blood counterparts, inheriting the superior traits of magical beings. However, few wizards would ever develop affections for magical creatures to produce half-blood offspring. Avery's breathing quickened. With so many diminutive magical beings, he was genuinely frightened at the prospect of facing a wizard born of a monstrous creature. The monstrous creature consumed human flesh. Avery was consumed by terror. Then, he caught sight of a pair of feet, ordinary feet, and he dared not raise his gaze any further, fearing detection. Unbeknownst to him, the one guiding him had already noticed he was awake. Harry Potter was pleased that Avery had regained consciousness, for it meant he could now swallow on his own. What a delightful notion. Harry set Avery down, and under the guise of feigning unconsciousness, yanked his hair back, forcing him to tilt his head upward. This unintentional tug caused Avery to open his mouth, inadvertently alleviating Harry of any trouble. He first set aside a spoonful of potion, then reached for a nearby cup, meticulously pouring a potion into Avery's mouth. Ugh! Avery could no longer maintain his fade. He attempted to shake his head to evade the second cup of potion. Its taste was vile. The liquid that slipped past his lips was horrendous, and swallowing it elicited a burning sensation that left him utterly uncomfortable. Drink it. Harry coldly persisted, continuing to pour the potion down his throat while firmly restraining his head. His movements were swift and decisive, each cup of potion expertly administered to Avery despite his pleas for mercy, his tears, or even the blood he coughed up. Harry displayed no compassion, his expression icy, as though administering this toxic potion was simply second nature to him. Sirius observed the scene with growing trepidation. He swallowed hard. Glancing at Remus, who averted his gaze, fixated instead on the lake as if it held some profound mystery. This left Sirius feeling somewhat defeated, prompting him to direct his attention to the other side where Snevelis sat, his countenance stern. Sirius realized he would again return empty-handed. Yet, Creature seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Yes, precisely. Just like that. He murmured quietly, eyes sparkling with a sense of vengeance. Creature, Sirius exclaimed. What is wrong with you? Creature turned to glance at Sirius with evident displeasure, responding, the traitor questions Creature. Poor old Creature must answer him. Yes, the temporarily Gryffindor-born master. Creature despises this wretch. Creature loathes him immensely. After all, you abandoned your family and never cared for young master. Hence, you remain oblivious to the torment he inflicts upon the young master. He is a scoundrel, and he deserves it. Sirius fell silent, struggling to comprehend how an otherwise ordinary Avery dared to bully the heir of the Black family. However, they had all joined the Death Eaters, and he was aware of the Dark Lord's deteriorating state of mind. Thus, perhaps bullying did exist within the ranks of the Death Eaters. In truth, Avery was never held in as high regard by Voldemort as Regulus was, but he had joined the Death Eaters 3 years before Regulus. His obsession with dark magic meant that his command of it far surpassed Regulus's, leading to instances of bullying under the pretense of loyalty to the Dark Lord. Even when the victim was a valued Death Eater, Creature was acutely aware of this. His disdain for Avery eclipsed even that for Sirius. As Sirius scanned his surroundings, the dark waters of the lake began to ripple ominously. Corpses. The lake harbored the undead. Sirius finally recognized the peril of this place. He discerned that the foreboding atmosphere was infused with the chilling, decaying essence of these soulless beings. They were a horde of shambling corpses, devoid of spirit, intent on slaughtering all. How they came to be here was now irrelevant. The lake was teeming with them, an overwhelming multitude, akin to a hellish purgatory. Sirius endeavored to steady his racing heart. Even the bravest among them could not suppress a surge of fear, especially upon seeing Harry standing not far from the lake's center island. The corpses did not approach the island, they merely crawled toward the shore, seeking to drive away those standing at the water's edge. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clatter echoed through the cavern. Clang! It resonated like a sound from the annals of time, reverberating throughout the chamber. Sirius turned, witnessing a scene that left him utterly astonished, shaking the very foundation of his 30-some years of existence. It wasn't he, just Sirius. Aside from Harry and the potion-drugged Avery, even Creature was taken aback. The ancient aura of desolation and grandeur was now embodied in a young woman. Adorned with a towering hat embellished with feathers, shells, and furs, she stood like an ancient tree, one hand gripping a strangely shaped, unsharpened blade, the back of which was adorned with numerous metallic rings that clinked together with an echo. In her other hand, she held a relatively short rod, from which dangled several bells. The collision of these objects produced a sound that, while seemingly simple to the ear, struck deeply within the soul. The chime was not the ordinary tinkling of bells. Rather, it resonated with a mournful tone, reminiscent of an ancient rite to soothe the spirits of ancestors. This sound, born from collision and vibration, opened the gateway for communication between the divine and the mortal realm. Suddenly, Zhao Cuixi lifted her head, the feathers adorning her head ascending like startled birds before plummeting into the inky abyss of the lake. They carried with them a darkness more profound than the water itself, a pure blackness capable of absorbing all light and dissolving all shadows. The black bird was iridescent, so dark that it devoured any stray gleam, incorporating it into its very essence. This iteration of Zhao Cuixi's shamanic dance transcended all previous performances. Each movement possessed a divine quality, as if a true deity had descended upon her. There were no incantations, no utterances in any known tongue. She herself embodied a language. Harry continued to force-feed Avery the toxic potion, heedless of whether the man could swallow it. He persisted until the potion dwindled enough to reveal its contents, which he then retrieved. The moment he grasped the object, the inferi stirred within the lake's depths. These formerly inert corpses now animated, transformed into perilous magical implements controlled by a dark wizard. Cursed and bound by malevolent spells, they were compelled to act according to their master's will. Once sluggish and devoid of sentience, these animated cadavers, robbed of soul and vitality, were now driven by an instinct to resist decay. Akin to a plant's relentless pursuit of sunlight, even to the point of self-destruction. Such was the nature of the inferi. They recoiled from flame and light. And even certain metals instilled terror within them. When exposed to light and fire, they retreated, while specific metals caused their utter annihilation upon contact. The inferi, a seething mass, surged ashore like ravenous monsters, intent on attacking all present. However, Harry swiftly responded, producing the Wen-Wang drum and commencing a rhythmic drumming. The resonant beats echoed through the cavern. Avery, addled by the potion, twitched at the corners of his mouth before succumbing to convulsions. He transformed from a semblance of a man into a soulless automaton, capable of wielding magic despite his incapacitated state. His hands ignited with flames, and he began circling Harry, swinging his arms wildly while emitting guttural sounds in sync with the drum's rhythm. Creature, astounded by the spectacle, attempted to seize Harry and return him to the island. But Zhao Cuixi intervened. He can handle his side, she declared. Creature, take a torch and watch for your young master. Drag him out of the inferi's grasp if you see him. Black, Lupin, employ fire spells. Snape, remain vigilant and prevent anyone from being harmed by the inferi. As she spoke, Snape raised his wand, a jet of flame erupting from its tip, as if to flaunt his prowess before his bewildered adversaries. This was no time for rivalry. Sirius swiftly followed suit, with Remus even quicker to react. Seasoned wizards, despite years of inactivity, they were well-versed in confronting dark magic. Everyone prepared to combat the inferi, their faces etched with solemn determination. Only Zhao Cuixi remained composed, her expression devoid of emotion. The earlier fluctuations in her tone had vanished, replaced by an austere countenance. Clang, clang. The distinct sound of her strange artifacts echoed through the cavern. She commenced her movements, stepping forward, then backward, shifting, circling, and advancing. Zhao Cuixi traced a celestial dipper formation upon the ground. She began to dance, the artifacts in her hands vibrating in a rhythm that seemed to originate from beyond the mortal realm. The rhythm was piercing, capable of jarring the very soul. While not unpleasant, the sound caused a throbbing pain in the ears, accompanied by tinnitus, inducing a splitting headache. Snape immediately cast a silencing charm upon himself. Isolating himself from the sound, he perceived a change in the surrounding atmosphere. Previously, he had sensed the air's rarefied purity, akin to being in outer space. A sensation he imagined one might experience at the highest reaches of a broomstick flight, but without the sound. He was once again enveloped by the stench and chill of the inferi cavern. It was undeniably different. Snape realized that the Eastern woman, Harry Potter's foster mother, possessed a genuine connection to the divine. Despite witnessing their earlier displays of magic, he had dismissed them as mere parlor tricks achievable through conventional spells. But now, he understood the truth. They could commune with deities, whether real or imagined, and communicate with entities beyond human comprehension. This was utterly preposterous. Snape mused that Potter must have known all along. If he could commune with spirits, what fear could he possibly have of the undead Voldemort? None. Having sensed the boundaries of the divine, he was no longer afraid. Voldemort was merely a man who clung to life when he should have embraced death. He was not afraid. Snape steeled his resolve, focusing on the inferi. No one could sway him now. The flames repelled the inferi, but they merely retreated rather than being destroyed. Zhao Cuixi's artifacts, however, were different. When the two artifacts collided, coupled with her footwork and the strange rhythm, the controlled inferi collapsed, no longer animated corpses but mere cadavers, devoid of support and magic, crumbling to the ground in the reverberating sound. One by one, the inferi reverted to ordinary corpses, falling inert. Any stragglers were driven back into the range of Zhao Cuixi's artifacts by the flames. The inferi, caught between the fire and the desire to retreat into the lake, were ultimately driven back by the sound emanating from the shore. Finally, the thousands of corpses that had infested the lake lay prostrate on the ground, forever beyond the dark wizard's control. Zhao Cui, however, did not cease her movements. Rather, her dance grew increasingly swift, her actions enveloped in an aura of enigma. The sounds emanating from her became increasingly thunderous as she swayed along the lake shore. The fluidity of her motions transcended the limits of human capability, yet she executed them with effortless grace. Simultaneously, Harry on the island at the heart of the lake found himself in a similar state. The rhythm of his drumming intensified, and his movements, a blend of percussion and dance, appeared to defy the very essence of humanity. He and Zhao Cui seemed to hover in midair, performing these astonishing feats devoid of any magical incantations or fluctuations. Everyone present, including the wizards and the house elf creature, was astounded. Creature's large eyes widened, his mind seemingly invaded by strange thoughts. House elves are not humans, nor do they belong to the ordinary realm of magical creatures. They are born from the very essence of a household, yet their existence is not guaranteed by mere physical structures. This raised the question, how exactly do they come into being? Historical accounts among wizards suggest that house elves were once vanquished by wizards and subsequently tamed as servants. However, the magic wielded by house elves is fundamentally distinct from that of wizards. In fact, many house elves possess a level of magical prowess that surpasses that of human wizards. The notion that they could be so easily conquered and subdued seems rather ludicrous, particularly considering that when a house is destroyed, house elves cannot endure for long. If they are not welcomed into a new household, they face inevitable extinction. Thus, the historical records of wizards may not be entirely reliable. As Creature experienced the true essence of the duality of martial and mystical arts, the memories ingrained in his very blood began to awaken. An ancient calling seemed to resonate through his soul. It was peculiar, yet not unpleasant. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, Creature suddenly screamed, "Master! My little master! Regulus! It is Creature's little master!" He rushed forward, embracing one of the fallen bodies among the scattered corpses, having found his master at last. His eyes sparkled as if the stars themselves had descended into them. The other bodies were soon reduced to ashes, interred within this desolate cave. It was evident that some of the clothing worn by the deceased was remarkably antiquated. Among them were those scantily clad, some adorned in heavy finery, while others donned religious garb. This indicated that the cave was not originally intended for the purpose of concealing dark relics. Having yet to depart from the island, Harry extracted a considerable quantity of the toxic potion from the stone basin, feeding it to Avery until he finally glimpsed the bottom. There lay a piece of parchment, nearly fused with the basin itself. It was nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. This parchment had likely remained there for an indeterminate duration. Its essence melded with that of the basin due to the potion's immersion. With utmost care, Harry retrieved the parchment and, grasping Avery, made his way back to the small boat heading towards the shore. Avery was in a state of disarray, wailing and pleading, repeatedly confessing his misdeeds, his anguish palpable to all. Yet, Harry felt little sympathy for this man. As a Death Eater and a cunning individual, he had no desire for Avery to seek retribution in the future. After all, the majority of Death Eaters are known for holding grudges over trivial matters. Harry sighed heavily, pulling Avery onto the shore, where the latter continued to sob uncontrollably. In his lamentation, Avery began recounting every misdeed from his childhood to the present. Surprisingly, amidst his cries, an unexpected revelation emerged. "Severus, I apologize. I never truly wished to be your friend. My affinity lies with dark magic. It was the Dark Lord who commanded me to befriend you, to lead you down this path. He recognizes your talent and holds you in high regard. I am so sorry, Severus. I was the one who meddled with your muggle girlfriend, causing you to drift apart." He wept. "The Dark Lord must have a fondness for you. He does not even fancy the beautiful Bella. Severus, please forgive me. I know many secrets, truly I do. I will share them with you. Please forgive me, save me." A sudden, jarring sound shattered the air. It was the collective tension in the room. Creature, still enraptured by the joy of finding Regulus, momentarily froze. He clutched his master tightly, but his agile little head turned to gaze at Severus Snape. Creature had witnessed the Dark Lord before. He knew all too well what kind of figure Voldemort was, strikingly handsome, yet seemingly indifferent to both men and women. How could he possibly harbor feelings for Snape? This was not to imply any disparagement towards Snape. It was merely that Snape, too, appeared to be an unfeeling individual. Despite being a house elf, Creature had observed countless romantic entanglements, and he found it hard to believe that two cold, emotionless men could harbor affection for one another. It seemed implausible. At that moment, Snape appeared as if he were about to cast a fatal curse upon Avery. His connection to Voldemort was devoid of any emotional ties. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have spared Lily's life. Everyone believed his feelings for her were romantic, yet had Voldemort truly harbored such inclinations, he would have been the first to eliminate her. Snape understood Voldemort all too well. His knowledge of the Dark Lord dated back to his school days, where he was subjected to scrutiny due to his mixed heritage. Initially isolated by the Slytherins, he eventually showcased his worth. His exceptional talent in potions during his second year set him apart, as the complexities that confounded his peers seemed to dissolve effortlessly before him. Slughorn quickly recognized his prodigious skill. In truth, Slughorn had initially favored Potter as a standout student. For anyone with a modicum of understanding regarding wizarding lineage would know that the Potter family was also renowned for their prowess in potion making. However, the Potters did not prioritize the heritage of their craft. They were willing to sell valuable potion recipes and assets solely to ensure their children enjoyed a life of leisure, indifferent to the legacy they would leave behind, which was a concern for their offspring, not for them. The ancestors of the Potter family were recorded as the first masters of potion making. This master, known for his exceptional kindness and penchant for healing others, adopted the name Potter. It remains unclear to those around him why this initial Potter chose to alter his surname. Yet Severus Snape possesses a profound understanding of the matter. This first Potter was a benevolent healer, but also a wizard pursued by enemies. Even though he believed he had escaped the perilous circumstances of his past, it did not guarantee his complete safety. Thus, he leveraged his expertise in potions, ensuring that people continued to refer to him as Potter, thereby solidifying this name as his true identity. Snape's knowledge of this event stems from his meticulous research, which involved private documents not found within the confines of Hogwarts' library. After all, if one had a pure-blood wizard in the family, it was inevitable that traces of their lineage would exist. Although Snape himself was a half-blood, his mother, Eileen Prince, hailed from a pure-blood lineage, and the Prince family possessed a rich history, despite not being included in the 28 sacred families. Once Eileen Prince departed from the wizarding world, it was as if no true princes remained, making any mention of them quite rare. However, the Prince family was known for its extensive collection of books. Not only did they possess a vast library, but they also held various artifacts, including a collection of swords once wielded by family members. Snape found this peculiar and chose to refrain from discussing the oddities of the Prince family. During his rebellious phase, he even adopted the moniker Half-Blood Prince, a playful nod to his heritage. Returning to the narrative, it was in his second year that Snape's prodigious talent for potion-making emerged, a striking contrast to James Potter, who was expected to excel in this field yet lacked any apparent aptitude. Snape, on the other hand, who was presumed to be a wizard skilled in swordplay, exhibited an extraordinary affinity for potions. One could argue that the world had begun to reveal its eccentricities. Nevertheless, Snape did not consider this a significant matter. He was utterly captivated by potions and, under Lucius Malfoy's guidance, concocted a potion aimed at the soul. This pivotal moment drew the attention of Lord Voldemort, leading to Snape's seduction into the ranks of the Death Eaters. Thus, these developments were devoid of romantic entanglements. He even speculated that if James Potter possessed potion-making talent, Voldemort, that madman, would have undoubtedly sought him out. However, it was one thing to acknowledge these facts, yet quite another to hear them articulated by a former Death Eater and erstwhile friend. Snape felt a sense of inner turmoil, perplexed by Avery's nonsensical musings. Had he known the extent of Avery's misguided thoughts, he would have surely wished to cleanse his mind of such confusion. Yet, anger proved futile. Snape was acutely aware that human nature is inherently gossipy. The truth seldom mattered. Once the gossip spread, he had no doubt that Avery and his werewolf companion would indulge in idle chatter rather than speak any truths. Resolved to abandon any attempts at explanation, Snape decided it was time to act. He approached Harry, forcefully snatching the bottle filled with the toxic potion from the island and securing it away. Beneath his ominous demeanor, all gossip would dissipate, but the potion would remain, his most steadfast ally. At that moment, Snape felt a sense of satisfaction as he cast a glance at Creature and turned towards Sirius Black, his words dripping with malice. Now, is someone about to seek atonement? It was ironic to witness the loyal servant weeping for his master, while his blood-related brother reveled in the absurdity of false rumors. Poor Regulus Black. Why was it that the sole heir of the Black family was such a person? The lamentations of the humble and faithful Creature were heart-wrenching, eliciting sorrow from all who heard them. Sirius, seething with rage, yearned to confront Snape, to seize him by the collar and deliver a few punches. Yet, he refrained from acting upon these impulses. Harry stood nearby, and Snape was his head of house. Despite his desires, he had to exercise restraint. Moreover, deep down, he recognized his own failures, both as an older brother and as the heir of the Black family. It is a curious aspect of human nature that when one commits a wrongdoing, they may come to terms with it internally, but they cannot bear for others to voice it. Anyone who dared to utter such truths would swiftly become an adversary, if not a sworn enemy. It was worth noting that Snape had long been an enemy of Sirius Black. Ultimately, the two did not unleash curses upon one another, largely thanks to Zhao Cuixi's intervention. as she employed a simple spell to bind them with ropes, ensuring they recognized the gravity of the situation. At the very least, you both must prioritize what truly matters. She sighed, shaking her head. Harry, take your uncle's body with you. As she spoke, she jingled a bell in her hand. Harry observed that the bell contained thousands of souls. Known as the shaking bell or the spirit bell, it was referenced in historical texts, including the mandated rituals for Manchu deities, and was often used in conjunction with other magical instruments to summon deities to the mortal realm. The hamada, or the sacred knife, was designed not to slay the living, but to vanquish malevolent spirits, with a bell attached to its hilt intended to instill fear in wicked entities. The shaking bell served as a conduit for divine spirits, allowing innocent souls to find peace. Yet they were forced to witness their corpses manipulated as shadows in the mortal realm. Thus, those without guilt could find solace within the sacred bell. Conversely, the bell on the hamada collected the souls of wrongdoers. Harry, being a shaman capable of communing with spirits, could perceive the pure, white souls entering the shaking bell, their previous torments dissipating as they transitioned into the divine realm. The malevolent souls had already been drawn into the sacred knife, nourishing its thirst for vengeance. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared as though Zhao Cuixi was merely flailing about, but within Harry's perspective, her movements resonated harmoniously with the divine. This exemplified the power of a shaman. While Harry possessed the ability to communicate with spirits, he was not yet adept enough to do so with such ease. He risked losing himself in the process. Nevertheless, he was determined to improve. After the bodies, with the exception of Regulus, were dealt with on site, the group finally returned to the Black family residence. This time, waiting in the grand hall was not just Dumbledore alone. He had brought an elderly gentleman with him. This gentleman, rather handsome in appearance, was introduced by Dumbledore as Gale, and he encouraged everyone to call him Grim. Dumbledore described him as an old friend from the north, possessing formidable magical abilities and a potential for shamanistic prowess, hence his presence for introductions. However, upon seeing Mr. Grimm, Harry's expression became rather peculiar. As if he were suppressing a reaction, whether it be laughter or reprimand, his countenance was far from normal. He glanced at Dumbledore, then at Grimm, and ultimately shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the great white wizard was eager to expand his circle of acquaintances. Snape, after merely a glance at Mr. Grimm, felt an immediate headache. The situation had become crystal clear to him. Albus Dumbledore, look at what you've done. He cast a knowing look at Creature, who reluctantly and cautiously placed Regulus's body on the ground. At that moment, Harry produced two pendant boxes, which were strikingly similar, yet one appeared considerably newer than the other. The older box was opened to reveal a note written in a beautiful but somewhat juvenile script. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I will have long since perished, but I must let you know that I have uncovered your secret. I have stolen your Horcrux and intend to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I willingly embrace death, hoping that you may meet your end when confronted by a worthy adversary. R.A. The contents of the note sent shivers through everyone in the room who read it. Zhao Cuixi, though not fully comprehending, was struck by the gravity of the situation. Despite her proficiency in English, the arcane terminology used by the wizards eluded her. However, when Harry explained the concepts of Horcruxes and the Dark Lord, she was moved to tears. One must not toy with the essence of the soul, particularly one's own. She understood this well, as did the wizards present. What sort of madman would dare to harm their own soul? Mr. Grimm furrowed his brow, gazing at the two pendant boxes. Destroyed? Was that truly a Horcrux? Harry nodded and looked towards Zhao Cuixi. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a piece of pastry. Here it is. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he asked, This is a Horcrux? No, it's a piece of soul, Zhao Cuixi clarified, shaking her head. I thought it was some strange occurrence where a soul shattered into various fragments, which I then kneaded into this pastry. Previously, she brushed aside the hair from Harry's forehead. There was a piece in that scar of yours, which I removed and added to a cookie for you. It was rather delicious. Later, I discovered a larger piece on that fellow named Coral, which I baked into another cookie to share with you. Now I've integrated this piece into the sakama. Would anyone like to have some? The group was momentarily speechless. Truly, they had thought something had gone awry with someone's soul, only to find it was a piece she had willingly separated. As it turned out, there was no issue. If she did not mind her own soul, they could indulge without concern. Who wants some? Really, the flavor is quite different, Harry remarked. I wonder what this piece tastes like. Finally breaking the silence, Mr. Grimm inquired, Can you truly consume pieces of the soul? That question struck a nerve. Harry explained, Ordinarily, one cannot. However, If someone willingly slices their own soul, then it becomes consumable. Typically, a person's soul remains intact. If it were to shatter, it would imply divine retribution, like someone committing a grave sin being struck down by lightning, leading to a fragmented soul. It is not uncommon for others to capture a soul fragment to mend their own. However, if an individual accidentally fractures their soul, their primary essence remains intact, with only the 7 spirits dispersed, which can be nurtured back to wholeness over time. Thus, this mysterious individual's situation is unprecedented. He then elaborated on the concepts of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. As long as the 3 souls endure, a person does not truly lose their soul. The 7 spirits may disperse, but can be restored. Voldemort's predicament, however, was not a mere matter of 3 souls and 7 spirits. He had begun to slice them together, which is why Zhao Cuixi perceived it as a divine punishment. How tragic. In any case, Voldemort had been reduced to such a state that even his primary soul had been consumed, leaving Dumbledore at a loss regarding how to continue nurturing Harry. Yet Snape seemed unfazed. He approached and picked up the piece of sakama, declaring, "Since there are no further issues, I shall partake of this." He did not genuinely wish to consume a piece of soul. Rather, he sought to savor the essence of Voldemort. "Wait," Sirius exclaimed, "I have a vendetta against him too. I want to partake. Why not slice it into smaller pieces?" Mr. Grimm suggested. With Voldemort in such a state, what harm could come from dividing it further? Dumbledore felt a twinge of reluctance, but secretly mused that Tom deserved this fate. After some deliberation, they decided to divide the small piece of sakama into 6 portions to share, leaving Harry without a piece. Nevertheless, Zhao Cuixi snatched a small piece and forcefully placed it in Regulus's mouth. Creature, moved by the gesture, hurried next door to procure a cup of muggle beverage for Zhao Cuixi, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, you must wish to converse with my mistress. She adores ladies of your elegance." Mrs. Black, Sirius Black's mother, had passed away many years ago. Yet her portrait remained at the staircase window on the first floor of the old residence, embodying all her memories. She hung there quietly, but upon seeing Sirius, her scornful voice could be heard echoing from the first-floor corner to the top floor, even reaching the basement. Nothing could quell the screams and curses of a lady who appeared dignified, except perhaps for another beautiful lady. Now, Mrs. Black sat calmly, engaging in conversation with Zhao Cuixi. No one passing behind Zhao Cuixi could provoke the anger of Mrs. Black's portrait, except for Sirius. If he were to walk by, he would undoubtedly be met with reproach. However, Mrs. Black exhibited remarkable restraint, only uttering mild expletives rather than her usual vitriol. For instance, she remarked, "The wayward son returns. He is utterly shameless. This house should never have been his to inherit." In truth, these words were rather mild. Under normal circumstances, Mrs. Black would have been far more vitriolic in addressing Sirius. She could have scolded him to the point of extracting juice, yet now, she merely offered a slight reprimand, which was a considerable concession to Zhao Cuixi. Certainly, the favor was not granted to the individual known as Bellatrix Lestrange. It was bestowed in the hopes of resurrecting her younger son, Regulus. Although neither Creature nor the portrait of Mrs. Black were informed that Regulus could be brought back to life. When both Harry and Bellatrix consented to allow the last remnant of the Dark Lord to be consumed by Regulus's corpse, both Creature and Mrs. Black's portrait firmly believed that the mother and son duo possessed the ability to restore Regulus to life. It might require considerable time, substantial wealth, and profound magic. Yet ultimately, the possibility of Regulus's resurrection remained. Thus, Mrs. Black exhibited an impeccable demeanor, resembling an ordinary aristocrat. Despite her existence being confined to an image devoid of even a fragment of the genuine Mrs. Black's essence. What lingered were merely the memories left behind by Mrs. Black at the end of her life, which the artist had skillfully woven into the paint using a unique enchantment, resulting in the portrayal titled The Melancholy Last Lady of the Black Family. Yet, it was evident that on this particular day, the lady was anything but sorrowful. She seemed on the verge of bursting forth from her frame with joy. Bellatrix, however, felt no particular sentiment. She harbored no ill will towards Mrs. Black, as the lady had consistently treated her kindly. Even when Creature initially made remarks about Orientals, he had quickly recanted that afternoon. As for the banquet scheduled for the following noon, Creature was working tirelessly, even rushing to the Malfoy residence to enlist the assistance of a house elf named Dobby. Dobby, a somewhat rebellious elf, was adeptly managed by Creature, who promised him a reward for his assistance. When addressing Mrs. Malfoy, Creature earnestly requested her help. mentioning the discovery of young Master Regulus's remains, imploring her to attend the following day. Mrs. Malfoy, being a member of the Black family herself, was not entirely pleased with the current inheritance of the Black estate by Sirius. However, her discontent was mitigated by the fact that the family had not been extinguished entirely. At least one member remained to carry on the lineage, and one still occupied the ancestral home. Yet, her desire was that this individual be Regulus, not Sirius. Nevertheless, upon the discovery of Regulus's body, she felt a sense of relief, which led her to acquiesce to Dobby's involvement. The two house elves displayed remarkable efficiency. Their productivity exceeded that of Sirius and Remus, who had labored for an entire week, as the elves completed their tasks in a mere half-hour. In that brief span, they transformed the old residence, repairing the peeling wallpaper, mending the damaged areas, and meticulously cleaning the frames, all while banishing the dust and grime that had accumulated. In just 30 minutes, the 6-storied house was revitalized, shedding its previous ghostly appearance. As night descended, when Mrs. Malfoy, Narcissa, once a daughter of the Black family, approached the ancestral home, she questioned whether she had traversed time, returning to a scene from 20 years prior. On a certain day 2 decades ago, she had donned an exquisite wizarding robe, subtly enhancing her less attractive features with a charm before setting off to meet Lucius. Forgetting the passage of time, she pushed open the door to find the porch before her adorned with clean, bright red railings. That evening mirrored the present, with the same air of familiarity. Narcissa called the portrait of Mrs. Black from the landing, her aunt and also her mother-in-law, with whom she had shared nearly 2 decades of life. Though not bound by blood, their bond was undeniably profound. Narcissa looked up to see Mrs. Walburga Black's visage clear and smiling in the portrait. "You have arrived, my dear Narcissa." Compared to her other 2 nieces, it was apparent that Mrs. Black held a particular fondness for Narcissa. She was not a woman consumed by madness. Although it might seem that the Black family was currently under her wrath, in truth, it was a decidedly patriarchal household where daughters were either married off to family members or exchanged for advantage. Among the 3 sisters, the most beautiful yet erratic Bellatrix was a man she despised but felt compelled to marry, Rodolphus Lestrange. A man incapable of even managing a simple position within the Ministry of Magic, who ultimately descended into madness. Walburga could hardly tolerate such a niece. As for the other niece, her marriage to a muggle rendered her utterly useless in Walburga's eyes. Only Narcissa remained, docile, gentle, kind, and sufficiently composed, embodying the true essence of a Black daughter. Thus, the portrait of Mrs. Black harbored a deep affection for Narcissa, lamenting that if Narcissa had been chosen as the heir, many of the subsequent troubles could have been averted. The daughters of the Black family, despite their rebellions, would only face the worst fate of marrying a muggle. However, the sons, they could indeed sacrifice their lives for their ideals. Narcissa ascended the staircase, crouching before the portrait of Mrs. Black, her gaze filled with affection. "Please tell me, Aunt, what has transpired?" Creature, as a house elf, knew that conversing with his master required various self-imposed penalties or displays of emotion. Though he wished to refrain from such theatrics, he found himself unable to do so. Thus, he remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the discussion between Mrs. Black's portrait and his mistress before stepping forward to guide Narcissa to the individuals she needed to meet. Narcissa was taken aback. She had previously heard Lucius mention the name of the young savior, Harry Potter, along with a new surname that was said to be quite ancient, and she was aware that a young dragon had been moved to tears by the savior's words. These were not mere rumors, for she held a profound trust in Lucius. Their relationship was forged in sincerity. Despite Lucius's flamboyant demeanor, he genuinely loved Narcissa, and their bond had flourished without deception or coercion. Hence, she placed her complete faith in Lucius's words. Now, the question arose. Lucius had asserted that the young savior was extraordinary, and now her Aunt Walburga claimed that he and his Chinese adoptive mother could save her beloved brother Regulus. This was indeed a monumental revelation. The Black family had hope. Narcissa's steps became lighter. She donned her delicate shoes and followed Creature with a buoyant spirit into the small sitting room located behind the staircase on the 1st floor. The sitting room was not grand. Its arrangement was far more conventional than the lavishly decorated main hall, which boasted extensive family trees and hung the severed heads of house elves. Today, the nearly forgotten small sitting room was adorned with lovely silver-green drapes, easing her emotional turmoil considerably. She took a calm breath for half a minute before finally pushing the door open. "Narcissa." Sirius suddenly rushed over, nearly knocking Narcissa down. Fortunately, Creature was nearby to pull her aside, allowing Sirius to stumble past and crash into the curtain, almost causing a comical scene. Narcissa cast a fleeting glance at Sirius before turning to the lifeless body of Regulus, positioned at the center, her large eyes fixed intently on his face. "He looks as if he is merely sleeping," she remarked. She blinked vigorously, yet tears still streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, a handkerchief was offered to her, an exquisite piece adorned with intricate embroidery, depicting quaint scenes from everyday life. As Narcissa contemplated praising the novelty of this small item, a child's voice broke through. "Mrs. Malfoy, wipe your tears. The handkerchief has been infused with a touch of perfume. It might ease your sorrow a bit," Harry said. "Thank you, young sir," Narcissa replied, accepting the handkerchief to dab at her eyes, only to catch sight of the lightning-shaped scar on the child's forehead. "Ah, splendid. No wonder a mere dragon could not best the savior. The savior truly possessed remarkable prowess. A child of such stature could easily subdue not just one dragon, but even two." She quickly turned her gaze to the young Oriental woman seated nearby, a lady who appeared as though she had never graduated from Hogwarts. Youthful and striking, her expression radiated an exquisite gentleness, particularly while seated in that grand chair. Oh, but why were her feet not visible? The voluminous robe concealed any hint of her legs, leaving Narcissa to wonder if her figure appeared somewhat ample. Poor Narcissa, oblivious to the fact that Harry's adoptive mother was simply sitting cross-legged. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her expression reflecting a desire to vanish, yet mingled with a profound sense of sympathy, revealing her innate kindness. However, she soon recognized her misjudgment. Amid her roundabout compliments and overly flattering chatter, the atmosphere had been well set. Thus, she inevitably expressed her wish to see Regulus. With tears still glistening, Narcissa spoke softly, her tone almost overly sweet for a noblewoman, yet perfectly fitting for the youngest daughter of the Black family. Creature, wiping his own tears, was overwhelmed with emotion. "Our little princess, the most charming girl in the entire wizarding world. She is simply splendid." He turned to Harry, seeking affirmation. Harry nodded, acknowledging Creature's sentiments. Creature spoke no falsehood. Look at how Zhao Cuixi, captivated by Narcissa's words, appeared utterly entranced, her voice at least a 4+ in sweetness, enough to render anyone blissfully dazed. When Zhao Cuixi finally regained her senses, she leapt from her chair, retrieving a bell and beginning her search for Regulus's soul. Narcissa lamented, "My misplaced sympathy, ultimately misdirected." Creature remarked, "Indeed, it must be young Mistress Narcissa. Once she lends her hand, even the most discerning Malfoy would succumb." Setting aside the drama unfolding within their hearts, it was at this moment that Zhao Cuixi's bell trembled, thrice, before a ghost emerged. It was Regulus. To be fair, he was not less handsome than Sirius. In fact, he bore a striking resemblance to his brother. However, he exuded a different aura, more melancholic than dashing. Yet, he appeared still a mere adolescent, his expression imbued with confusion, as innocent as a child. Creature let out a cry and lunged forward, but only to grasp at emptiness. He then began to weep inconsolably, his sorrow palpable. Before him stood Regulus, unchanged since the day he departed, echoing the words he had once uttered. "Go now, Creature. Remember to destroy that thing. I command you to leave immediately." Regulus before him was precisely as he had been on that fateful day. Creature, unable to contain his emotions, wept heartbreakingly. Harry handed him a soft pillowcase to dry his tears. Once Creature and Narcissa had wept enough, Harry produced 2 bronze nuts for Dobby, instructing him to help tidy up. Dobby, astonished yet gleeful, squealed and hurried off to work, clutching the coins. Creature regarded Harry with a hint of disapproval, yet he remained silent, as if those 2 coins had never existed, convinced they were merely figments of imagination. He quickly resumed his role as the devoted and endearing house elf, bustling about to prepare as Harry had instructed. After all, he was a magical creature, capable of evading human detection. If he couldn't procure those strange items, he could always sneak into the Muggle world for a few essentials. It would be of no consequence. Creature had always justified such actions. Wizards typically refrained from pilfering from the Muggle realm, but a few candles or a bit of incense hardly seemed significant. After all, if Muggles never discovered the loss, it was as if nothing had been taken at all. Many house elves engaged in such discreet practices. As long as they remained undetected, discovery would lead to severe punishment. Yet Creature was undeterred, his age and profound love for his little master Regulus compelling him to act for Regulus's sake. However, Harry did not permit Creature to directly procure those items. Instead, he handed him a handful of pounds, instructing, You can subtly influence the shopkeeper's perception, convincing him to sell you those items using this muggle currency, understand? With a pop, Creature vanished, leaving behind an affirmation. Shortly thereafter, he returned, bringing the necessary items: yellow talisman paper, red cinnabar, peculiar pliable pins used by the Chinese, copper coins with subsequently. She inexplicably seized a handful of ash and smeared it upon Sirius's fingertips, spitting dismissively and uttering a few incantations, miraculously healing the sizable wound. There were neither magical fluctuations nor medicinal applications. How could such a gash heal so effortlessly? Quite frankly, disregarding all else, it was astonishingly simple. Narcissa's eyes sparkled with a genuine desire to master this skill, for if she could learn it, she would at least be able to assist with little Draco's scrapes and bruises. It must be said, although Draco was more reserved than other children and often maintained a facade of composure, he was still a child at heart, particularly fond of soaring around the house on a broomstick. Thus, acquiring this ability would prove immensely beneficial. However, to learn another's talent, one must engage in careful planning. Narcissa already harbored intentions, yet she did not reveal them, instead adopting the demeanor of a perfect sister, even casting a mockingly reproachful glance at Sirius, as if to express her discontent with her brother's lack of fortitude. Harry observed this scene with a warm smile of paternal satisfaction. His smile caused Dobby to tremble momentarily, yet soon after, Dobby beamed with joy and nestled closer to Harry. Naturally, Harry took Dobby's hand and guided him to witness how his adoptive mother would solidify a genuine specter and restore its consciousness. The peculiar items bought from Chinatown, which Creature could not comprehend, appeared commonplace yet extraordinary to Harry and Zhao Cuixi. For instance, vermilion, meticulously ground into a fine red powder from the cinnabar mines, was slowly poured into a small porcelain bowl containing Sirius's blood, gently stirred to ensure a complete amalgamation, followed by the addition of gold powder extracted from a ring by Zhao Cuixi. Finally, Creature was summoned to fetch a basin collecting rainwater from outside, from which he scooped some rootless water to mix everything thoroughly before commencing to draw symbols on prepared yellow paper. Once the symbols were inscribed, they were incinerated alongside a piece of locust wood, a seamless series of actions. As the ash cascaded upon Regulus's spirit, everything transformed. In the eyes of wizards, the world appeared differently. Crows were not black cats were not black, and even storm clouds bore vibrant hues, infused with colors of spirit and elegance. Souls, too, differed. Ghosts and phantoms, souls and demons, all held a radically different significance from the perspective of a wizard compared to that of a muggle. Thus, when the ashes touched the spirit, it transformed before the eyes of the wizards, as if revitalized, imbued with vitality. Regulus Arcturus Black, a genuine warrior of the Black family, despite being sorted into Slytherin, harbored a lion's heart beneath the serpent's exterior. Regulus was the alpha star of Leo, known as the lion's heart. In Chinese astrology, he was identified as Xianyuan 14. Perhaps at some point, astrologers from both East and West experienced a moment of enlightenment, perceiving this star as the sovereign star, a symbol of bravery intertwined with compassion. Regardless of the reasons, this star was inextricably linked to valor and empathy. Regulus's name seemed prophetic. Destined to embody such a character, a diminutive king, compelled to protect his small realm, embodying both compassion and courage, kindness and gentleness. He would wield his modest power to safeguard those he deemed worthy of protection, intent on preserving his home, inevitably ensuring its safety. He was not entirely a Slytherin. However, with a rebellious child already within the family, he resolved to become the child most aligned with the family's interests, and he succeeded, even surpassing all expectations. This was the path Regulus had chosen. Within the room, Harry and Zhao Cuixi had retreated, allowing time for the Black family to reunite, and outside the door, Harry could still hear Sirius's anguished cries, his emotions laid bare, showing no intention of suppression. Yet, this display did not diminish his charm. On the contrary, many admired his charismatic authenticity. Harry found Sirius exceptionally handsome, a realization that had previously eluded him. Regulus, too, bore a striking resemblance to Sirius. Yet while Sirius appeared as a mature man, Regulus, just 3 years his junior, had a youthful innocence that contrasted starkly with the somber image captured in photographs. It was truly remarkable. Inside, Regulus listened intently as his long-protected brother and sister recounted the events that transpired during his absence. With a particular focus on the specifics regarding the Savior and his adoptive mother, Narcissa was not well versed in these matters, but Sirius had heard Dumbledore elaborate on them. Regulus, as a spirit, was astonished. How old was he when he died? For a decade, he had been a slumbering soul, still a child. Regulus felt as though he were being brought back to life. After all, his spirit could not reemerge, having been detached for 10 years. So, Sirius, is it true that your adoptive mother possesses the ability to resurrect me? Regulus was utterly earnest. Indeed, he was profoundly grateful to her and his godmother for restoring him, especially for retrieving his body, and particularly for fulfilling his final wishes by destroying that cursed locket. He glanced at Creature, who was nearly fainting with excitement, and said, "My false locket, Creature, I bestow it upon you. Wear it as a token of your loyalty as the most devoted servant of the Black family. It shall be your badge of honor. Oh, Creature, Creature, Creature shall remain ever loyal," Creature exclaimed, leaping with joy, tears streaming down his face. "As long as they can save you," Creature would give everything, everything. Outside, Harry could not help but feel his own eyes welling with tears upon hearing Creature's cries. Zhao Cuixi gently pinched his cheek and whispered, "Your attitude towards this little creature is rather peculiar. Have you not noticed?" Harry was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet his beloved motheress, though the smile that curved his lips appeared somewhat unsettling. "Mother, dearest mother, you know me, I assure you. There is nothing strange about me. After all, house elves are quite eccentric." Zhao Cuixi chuckled. "Ah, I see you are trying to feign innocence. Such attempts at deception diminish with repetition. Only the first time bears a semblance of justification." Harry quickly concocted a response. First and foremost, the most challenging task was addressing how he had discovered the bizarre items within this abode. "This is not a matter of my discovery, dear Lady Cuixi. I have diligently sought to avoid encounters with any dark magical artifacts, yet you know me. I simply cannot resist. Behold, if you conjure up a multitude of excuses, my dear mother will undoubtedly interrupt you and declare them futile. However, you sincerely stated, I acted out of curiosity, and I swear I shall not repeat the same mistake. Your dear mother, even if she were to spank you, would certainly refrain from scolding you loudly. She would probably only inquire, do you wish for another chance?" Thus, Harry adeptly mastered the art of conversation, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly. Zhao Cuixi reluctantly believed Harry's words. She could discern that her son was extraordinary. Had he been ordinary, she would not have taken him back all those years ago. Yet, as time passed, Harry became increasingly astute, exhibiting traits that seemed to transcend his 12 years, resembling more of a mature and composed elder. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. After all, being sharp-witted had its advantages. It would be unwise for a child to stumble through life foolishly. When raising a child, it is preferable for them to be clever and promising. Otherwise, if they turned out to be as foolish as the infamous Black brothers, it would spell trouble. To put it bluntly, when faced with danger, why should one bear the burden alone? Is it that the professors and the headmaster lack the capabilities of a mere child? Or that the adults at home are occupied with trivial pleasures, rendering them ineffective? The influence of family on a child's development is immeasurable. The Black family had followed in the footsteps of the Dark Lord for many years. They despised Dumbledore, just as he did. They feared him, just as he did. They wished for his demise, mirroring his desires. Even though Regulus did not possess the same level of madness as his sister Bellatrix, he understood that some matters should not involve Dumbledore. Thus, he chose to handle the Dark Lord's affairs in what he deemed the most appropriate manner, aspiring to deprive the Dark Lord of any chance of resurrection, thereby saving his family and alleviating the disgust he felt after aiding such a deranged fiend. More importantly, although he had perished, he knew he was a true Black worthy of remembrance, even if no one else recalled his name. In the room, among the three Blacks, only Narcissa wept with elegance and a touch of sorrow. Her feelings towards the Black family were exceedingly complex, as her entire family, save for the traitor, had perished, leaving her utterly alone, a truly terrifying sensation. Yet now, she felt no fear. Narcissa placed her hand gently on Regulus's forearm, her face radiating affection. "I will enlist Lucius's help. Raoul, your reputation must be restored. I cannot allow the honor of the Blacks to remain shrouded in darkness," she declared softly but resolutely. Strangely enough, among the three Black sisters, Bellatrix appeared the most deranged, Andromeda the most stubborn, and Narcissa the gentlest. Yet, the truth was entirely different. Bellatrix was mad and cruel, indifferent to anything outside her beloved. Andromeda, much like Sirius, was rebellious, pursuing freedom and resolutely rejecting what she disliked, having distanced herself long ago. Narcissa, though seemingly gentle, was deeply involved in the decisions of the Malfoy family. Anyone who dared to harm her kin would find themselves at her mercy. Such a woman resembled a hedgehog, her softness confined to her core, while the rest of her was armed with sharp quills. Harry shared with Zhao Cuixi the tales of the three Black sisters. You know, it was Neville's parents who were driven to St. Mungo's by Bellatrix and her unloving husband. To this day, they remain in a coma. Harry gritted his teeth. One day, I will awaken them. Neville needs them. Not only did Neville need them, but Harry also required their presence. With an unspoken determination, he vowed loudly, embodying the spirit of a true friend willing to sacrifice for another. His voice, of course, was keenly captured by Narcissa and the others. Regulus's beautiful eyes twinkled as he asked Sirius, outside, "Is it your godson, the savior Harry Potter, with his mysterious adoptive mother from the East?" Sirius nodded. "Indeed. He intends to awaken the Longbottoms. I am deeply moved. He is such a good child, is he not?" Narcissa remained silent. Though her relationship with Bellatrix was not as close as that of ordinary sisters, she was undoubtedly the one in the family who shared the best rapport with her. At this moment, it was wisest to remain neutral. The soul of Regulus chuckled. "He truly is delightful, Sirius. He possesses more courage and ideas than most. I believe he can accomplish it, don't you think?" Sirius replied, "Of course he can, Rawl. You have no idea of this child's capabilities. Let me tell you," he proceeded to describe the matter of souls, relaying Dumbledore's account as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Then there was the much-publicized crystal ball, which contained astonishing revelations. All of this stemmed from Harry's actions. Regulus was both surprised and pleased. "Sirius, your godson is truly remarkable. Believe me, he is a worthy Slytherin. Moreover, as his godfather, you know he was raised by Chinese parents. They never strike first. They do not bully anyone." Once again, it was Regulus's turn to enlighten Sirius about history. How utterly ironic. Yet it mattered little. Sirius had no interest in such studies since he was 12, while Regulus had to start from scratch. Compared to contemporary wizards, those from established wizarding families had recorded numerous exchanges among wizards from various nations, including China. Although the records were scant, they were sufficient. Thus, Sirius found himself astonished once more. Contrary to his simplistic belief that students congregated based on similarities, Chinese wizarding schools were divided by factions. They had no time for inter-house rivalries and did not recognize a distinction between muggles and wizards. Even if one were the most powerful wizard in their family, they still had to tend to the fields. Crops would not grow due to magic. Plants nurtured by magic would wither rapidly. However, magic could swiftly eliminate harmful pests that devoured plants. This was in stark contrast to the customs of British wizards. It seemed that aside from American wizarding schools, others did not operate in the same manner as those in Britain, particularly regarding the scant records about China. After all, the magical palace of the East was located on the Japanese islands, bearing no relation to China's magical realm. Thus, the question arose, where exactly were the Chinese magical schools, and what did they teach? Such inquiries, not only for the Black family, but even for the oldest magical families, yielded only fragments of information. Coincidentally, Regulus had perused the scant notes preserved by the Black family. Chinese wizards were pragmatists, and those who chose not to become wizards were equally practical. They had no conflicts. And in fact, wizards had even rebelled against Chinese emperors, serving as chancellors and finance ministers, as well as astrologers, foretelling significant events. These accounts were merely brief snippets scattered throughout countless texts. Thus, Regulus was acutely aware that the savior outside possessed a mindset entirely different from theirs. A powerful wizard, endowed with the legendary skills of a shaman, and, most importantly, a kind-hearted wizard who would not inflict harm upon others. This was truly a source of joy for Regulus Black. Consequently, he swiftly conceived a brilliant idea. "I do not expect to be resurrected, Sirius," he said. "But I implore you to ensure that your prodigy destroys more of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, since he has already obliterated the Dark Lord's Horcruxes and the locket. I am certain he can eliminate the others as well. Sirius, you must promise me." Regulus's expression was grave, embodying the essence of justice itself. Sirius was profoundly moved in that instant. He was no fool. He understood the truths that pure-blood families must be aware of. He recognized that Regulus was not merely opposing the enigmatic figure for the sake of justice. He was motivated by honor, by the purest essence of the Black lineage. Even death could not tarnish the pure and proud dignity of the Blacks. The Dark Lord's act of fragmenting his soul was not merely a descent into madness. It revealed to Regulus that the Dark Lord he once idolized was not a true pureblood. Although he harbored disdain for wizards of Muggle descent, Regulus had never reached the point of believing they must be eradicated. He merely refrained from marrying those of Muggle or mixed lineage. However, when the Dark Lord spoke of cleansing the wizarding world of its undesirables, Regulus had indeed been bewitched, only to discover that the Dark Lord himself was no pure blood. Perhaps even less so than an ordinary half-blood, for at least a wizard with one magical parent would never turn against their own soul. It was truly terrifying. Regulus had always been a gentle, contemplative child, harboring the most negative of emotions, dislike without malice. Thus, when he uncovered the truth about the Dark Lord, he was utterly shattered. He was a boy who treated Creature with kindness, inviting him to tell stories at his bedside. He abhorred the display of house elf heads in the corridors and wished for the well-being of his house elf, even fearing Creature's departure. This is what led him to make such a decision. Compared to house elves, the Dark Lord was truly inferior. He was disloyal to his own origins and had no fidelity to his soul. He was not a figure worthy of allegiance. Regulus held this conviction. Sirius understood him well, correctly surmising his thoughts. The brothers exchanged some pleasantries before ultimately deciding to examine the locket that Harry had destroyed, which had once been a Horcrux for Voldemort. Harry presented it to Regulus, inviting the three siblings to pass it around. "This is no ordinary locket," he said. "Think about it." The mysterious figure entrusted Uncle Reg to the locket, but did he give anything else to anyone? Narcissa's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of all matters concerning the Malfoy family. Sirius scratched his face, pondering carefully. If it's a pure-blood family, then it must be something they all possess. Right, Narcissa? Narcissa nodded. "I know he entrusted Lucius with several items. I will inquire when I return." This response was impeccable. Harry smiled and asked, "What about other families?" Right? This was not an incorrect statement. It was easier to deduce regarding other families. The Dark Lord placed great importance on Bellatrix, who married into the Lestrange family, suggesting that there could very well be a Horcrux in the Lestrange household. "It's the gold cup, the Hufflepuff cup," Narcissa said. "Lucius told me that the Dark Lord entrusted the cup to his most trusted servant. Then he claimed that his diary was even more significant than the cup. But this must not be disclosed to the Lestranges." Narcissa trusted Lucius, yet her faith in the Dark Lord was tenuous. She swept a hand through her hair, inadvertently revealing the pride befitting a black family princess. "I can retrieve the cup." Although Lucius was still indecisive, she knew there was no need for hesitation. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, she would have a serious discussion with him. No one could refuse a savior capable of consuming the Dark Lord's soul. Moreover, the Black family already had two Parseltongues. What was one Dark Lord to them? Harry was not surprised at all. He cheerfully produced a delicate pouch from within his robes and handed it to Narcissa. "This is for young Draco. Let him carry it. It is a protective charm that can safeguard him once. Dear Mrs. Malfoy, I am a good friend of his, so you need not worry." Narcissa accepted the charm, visibly touched, and carefully stowed it away before turning to engage in conversation with Zhao Cuixi, as if they were genuinely two parents of close friends. However, the soul-bound Regulus understood that Harry Potter, the savior, meant for Narcissa to feel assured in retrieving the cup, with no further concerns, for he would protect her son. Thus, the savior truly was a kind-hearted child. Sirius recognized this as well. He was a wayward son, not a fool. Soon, the banquet of the following day arrived as scheduled. Those who had received invitations approached number 12 Grimmauld Place. After over a decade of silence, the place had scarcely changed, save for the absence of the individuals who once welcomed them. It was indeed a poignant sight. Lucius Malfoy entered with his wife and son, his gaze surveying the surroundings until he noticed a set of tables and chairs at the corner of the staircase. A prominent sign read "Gift Table," accompanied by a series of explanations. "Thank you for attending the Black House banquet amidst your busy schedule. Please deposit your gifts here. We will record your generosity." The person seated at the gift table was none other than Remus Lupin. While Lupin found it challenging to secure employment, it did not imply he lacked social connections. He was, in fact, one of the most affable wizards. Gentle, humble, and polite, he lacked only the disadvantage of being a Gryffindor, which made him less favored among many Slytherins. As he sat at the table, smiling and explaining the sign's message to the guests arriving, their expressions varied. But no one openly questioned him. After all, everyone knew that the Black family's wayward son was inherently rebellious, and as for this rebellious son's friend, he was likely just a scapegoat. After all, the pot may remain new, but the individual remains unchanged. Slytherins were concerned with appearances. They begrudgingly contributed their gifts, despite feeling that the Black family had truly fallen from grace. Nonetheless, they found the rationale behind the contribution acceptable. believing that it might yield returns in the future, though even if it could be recouped, they were uncertain of the appropriate circumstances for such a return. This was something they needed to inquire about. Yes, they ought to seek a knowledgeable person for guidance. Lucius Malfoy's first choice was Harry Potter. As the banquet was primarily centered around the alliance of the Blacks and the Potters, it was prudent to consult the involved party. As for others, he felt this banquet might better be described as the Black family's resurgence. It was worth noting that he had already gleaned information about Regulus's situation from Narcissa. It must be said that, as a Death Eater, he genuinely admired Regulus for taking such decisive action. If the situation were to fall upon him, he would undoubtedly be unable to achieve such a feat. He would never sacrifice himself to gamble on an uncertain outcome. However, he would seek allies to vanquish the Dark Lord. Indeed, no scion of a pureblood family could tolerate being deceived by a fraudster, especially one who revels in the dismemberment of souls. Such an affront is intolerable. Initially, pureblood families did not declare their disdain for wizards of Muggle descent. Their existence is an objective reality. Families like the Blacks, Lestranges, and Malfoys, despite their aversion, would never genuinely desire the extinction of such wizards. It is the fraudster who seeks to eliminate them to plunder their resources, insisting that they not encroach upon the sanctity of pure blood lineage. Such rhetoric was well received. Yet the ultimate outcome is this. Who could bear it? No one. Malfoy maliciously mused that it would be amusing to inform Bellatrix that the Dark Lord is, in fact, a filthy half-blood. He is cruel and vindictive, always choosing his words with care. He would never allow someone with whom he does not have a dreadful relationship to lose face. His speech, though haughty, carries no hint of malevolence. Yet, if pushed to exhibit cruelty, he would do so in a manner that inflicts immense suffering. Currently, however, his malice need not be unleashed. He merely seeks clarification regarding the gift money and intends to offer 1,000 galleons as a token of goodwill. After all, the amount given, regardless of its size, reflects one's intentions. Of course, the weight of such intentions varies, a notion Lucius firmly believes. As guests began to arrive to present their tributes, some offered a single galleon, while others contributed more, and some even brought peculiar items. Earlier, Harry had taken the Philosopher's Stone slated for destruction, claiming it was for experimentation, thus inviting Nick LeMay to present an alchemical manuscript as a noteworthy gift. While the monetary contributions were relatively uniform, the gifts themselves were remarkably eclectic. Dumbledore arrived with his elderly companion, bringing a gift of a dark arts study manual alongside a corresponding countercurse manual, as well as 2,000 galleons and a key. Naturally, all of Dumbledore's gifts were magically bound together, adorned with a tag reading to Harry. Remus flinched slightly, but dutifully recorded this in the ledger. Dumbledore clarified, Remus, the 2 books and 1,000 galleons are my contribution. The additional 1,000 galleons and the key were obtained from the Ministry of Magic, as they belonged to the Potter estate. Remus paused, then understood. These were items discovered by the Ministry at the Potter residence while Harry was absent, allowing the Ministry to claim them as their own. However, these were officially registered assets, and should anyone inquire, the Ministry would be compelled to relinquish them. Cornelius Fudge is indeed rather unscrupulous. Aside from that, the gifts from others were not particularly extravagant. Yet Slughorn presented a vial of Felix Felicis, which left Remus utterly astonished. Having participated in Slughorn's Slug Club, he was aware of the man's obsession with exceptional students, but he did not anticipate such generosity, indicating that Slughorn genuinely valued Harry. As for Snape, he disdainfully tossed a few old notes and a Muggle picture frame, which contained a newly updated photograph of a young Lily surrounded by her family. Finally, Snape reluctantly fished a small box from his pocket and tossed it to Remus. Recognizing it as a recently released, exorbitantly priced portable potion-making station, Remus noted that it resembled a mere box, but, upon opening, revealed a perfectly sized workstation complete with a spot for a cauldron, a materials handling area, and storage for potion ingredients and tools. This little contraption was worth far more than a new wand. In this regard, Sirius could not compare to Severus when it came to considering the well-being of children. Remus was deeply touched, but, mindful of Snape's evident disdain for their circle, he hesitated to express his heartfelt gratitude, fearing it might provoke Severus into a fit of rage. Thus, he could only muster a simple thank you. Snape exhaled sharply, turning to ascend the stairs. He was already aware of the hidden truths surrounding the Black family. He had never held a favorable opinion of the despicable Sirius. Yet he bore no ill will towards Regulus, his junior. Of course, his lack of animosity might appear as if he were projecting his frustrations. But Snape preferred not to dwell on such matters, as it was not in his nature to label himself with unflattering terms. Thus, he hastily ascended the stairs, preparing to partake in the feast. To Snape, the Easterners were quite remarkable, celebrating significant events with lavish feasts and gift-giving truly delightful. While he had no pressing matters necessitating a banquet, he could certainly concoct more potions to host one, enabling him to swiftly gather those insufferable individuals, compelling them to behave themselves. Snape's moral compass was self-referential. He was aware that many stragglers still supported the Dark Lord. Presently, facing the Dark Lord, he had little hope of victory. Even in his diminished state, the remnants of his soul were not easily vanquished, and should his supporters offer assistance, matters would not proceed smoothly. For even in his fragmented form, the Dark Lord's essence was formidable. Among pureblood families, secrets abound, yet many are shared under the common interest, including the Dark Lord's secrets. However, such shared knowledge was limited to the Malfoy and Black families. From Harry's perspective, the Black family exhibited a severe preference for males once a girl married. Her significance diminished unless she wed into another prominent pureblood family, in which case she might retain some importance. Yet, the offspring of such a girl would be utterly disconnected from the Black lineage, a rather heartless disposition. Indeed, the daughters of the Black family rarely returned after marriage, as if they could swiftly sever ties with their previous lives. Only Narcissa managed to escape this fate. Lucius neither demanded her to disregard the Black family's affairs nor insisted she utilize her lineage to bolster the Malfoy name. It must be said that despite Lucius's cunning nature, his craftiness was entirely focused on committing misdeeds without attracting suspicion. While others might perceive the Malfoys as lacking loyalty, they remained steadfastly loyal only to their family and its interests. Any professed loyalty to outsiders was merely superficial. In light of this, amidst the haunting presence of a ghost and a disobedient scion, the only member of the Black family with whom Lucius could engage in a completely normal manner was his wife, Narcissa. Given this, Narcissa's words required no further contemplation from Lucius. Thus, he readily accepted her sentiments. Given the dire circumstances surrounding the Dark Lord, it is prudent to abandon any thoughts of aligning with him. Rather, one should consider the merits of collaborating with the Savior. The Savior's adoptive mother is formidable, and the Savior himself possesses considerable abilities. However, he remains a child, distinctly unlike the Dark Lord. To ally with the Dark Lord would render one merely a servant, whereas a partnership with the Savior implies equality. The scales are tipped, and there is no further need for contemplation. Even for the sake of young Draco, Lucius must align himself against the Dark Lord, despite the latter's fearsome reputation. As he toyed with the serpent-headed staff, he discovered a chair bearing his name and took a seat in the grand living room on the second floor. Next to him was Narcissa's chair. This round table was intriguing, seemingly devoid of hierarchical distinctions, as everyone sat together, sharing laughter and conversation. The presentation of the meal was equally novel. Each person had a plate before them, featuring a main course, naturally, a Wellington steak, accompanied by a slice of Yorkshire pudding and a mound of mashed potatoes. At the center of the table, a large revolving tray displayed an array of additional dishes. That tray featured a generous bowl of salad, alongside 3 bottles labeled with dressings of vinaigrette, ketchup, and yogurt. Adjacent to the salad was a platter of freshly fried fish, and beside it, a jar of sweet and sour sauce, said to enhance the flavor when drizzled over the fish. Furthermore, there was a bowl of fried meat, exuding a delightful sweet and sour aroma, encased in a glistening, crystal-like coating that was incredibly appetizing. This delicacy, known as national treasure meat, was exceptionally rare. Next to it lay a steaming bowl of translucent, candy-like food that stretched when pulled, requiring a dip in cold water to sever the strands. Indeed, everything on that revolving tray was extraordinary, with flavors that tantalized the palate. Lucius found particular delight in the national treasure meat and the stretchy sweet potato, convinced he could indulge in them for years without growing weary. In contrast to the Muggle world, the culinary offerings in the wizarding realm of Britain were quite abundant, as the wizarding industrial revolution had not reached the same magnitude as that of the Muggles. However, since the two worlds were not entirely isolated, the incompleteness of their revolutions had inevitably led to some culinary regression. Yet, even without such regression, the gastronomy of England could not hold a candle to that of China. It is essential to recognize that the phrase vast land and abundant resources is not merely a platitude. Thus, this banquet truly broadened the horizons of the British wizarding community. The food was genuinely exquisite, And even if they had to spend their funds on such delectable dishes, the wizards of Britain were more than willing. In addition to the British wizards, there was also the French wizard, Nicolas Flamel. French cuisine is renowned worldwide. Yet for a wizard of Flamel's age, over 6 centuries, his attachment to French fare was not particularly strong. With age comes a preference for practicality. After all, 6 centuries prior, the food available was vastly different. Modern exaggerations did not reflect the realities of that time. During the meal, Harry urged Sirius to toast each table guest, raising his small glass and reciting a charming little ditty. In the end, he stood at the forefront, raising his cup with a face full of emotion, expressing gratitude to all for taking time out of their busy lives to attend the recognition ceremony for his godfather, Sirius Black. The bond between father and son was genuinely cherished, and in that moment, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to recite a poem, killing and plundering, the Dark Lord reigns. Such brazen audacity, it strains. That day I met young Potter, in one night, my dreams did falter. Alas, the traitor Pettigrew caused my godfather untold rue. At last, freed from prison's chain, together we celebrate, joy unfeigned. Today father and son are recognized. Thank you all for witnessing, so prized. Let us raise our cups high, wishing peace and longevity as time flies. With a thud, the cup met the table and applause erupted. Joutsve led the applause, clapping enthusiastically. Look at this child. He speaks so well. The room was filled with vigorous clapping. Did you understand that, Gale? Dumbledore inquired of the elderly gentleman beside him. The old man shook his head. No, but it felt impressive. Dumbledore nodded. It seems he said much, yet nothing at all. I hope that in the future, when they send me books, they refrain from sending magical tomes. Literary works would be far more fitting. The old man replied, but aren't there plenty of literary books? Dumbledore countered. Are you referring to poetry, fairy tales, and the like? The old man suggested, perhaps we could explore romance novels? There were indeed scarce offerings of such literature in the wizarding world, and the old man mused that if necessary, he should recruit a couple of individuals to pen some. The grand banquet at the Black residence was truly extravagant. During the festivities, Sirius Black treated the guests to a magnificent performance, as the crystal ball had made numerous appearances already. This time, however, Harry proposed a splendid idea to Sirius. When the final grand dish was presented to the esteemed guests, it was covered with a lid. As Creature placed the dish on the table, announcing, "The final dish, may all your wishes come true. Please enjoy." Nicolas Flamel, seated nearby, urged Barty Crouch to lift the lid, filled with curiosity. The table was indeed filled with distinguished guests. In addition to Nicolas Flamel, there was Dumbledore and his companion, the beaming head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, the disgruntled Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and esteemed members of the Wisengamot, including Gilderoy Lockhart. A multitude of figures, including the editor of the Daily Prophet and both the German and French ministers of magic, surrounded the table, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie as they raised their cups in mutual toasts. It would indeed be inappropriate to leave the final dish's lid untouched. Seated at this table were individuals of great renown, either possessing significant abilities, illustrious status, or belonging to powerful families. Even those lacking such strength or influence were adept in the art of persuasion, easily swaying public opinion. Thus, as they gathered around, eyes fixed on the final dish, curiosity was palpable. Rita Skeeter dashed over from another table, camera and crystal ball in hand, aiming at the final dish. With a bright smile, she remarked, "This is the only grand dish exclusive to this table. I must document it." She cast a flirtatious glance at the editor of the Daily Prophet, adding, "My article will be delivered to the office tonight. I appreciate your guidance." The atmosphere had reached a crescendo. Barty Crouch extended his hand, and amidst the anticipation, he lifted the lid. With a dramatic flourish, the lid was removed, and gasps of astonishment filled the room. The platter did not contain a sumptuous feast, but rather a sinister-looking locket box. Among the attendees, some immediately recognized it as the Slytherin locket, albeit transformed, now exuding an aura of dark magic. At that moment, Creature began his performance. He shrieked, his voice piercing, "My little master Regulus destroyed him. He ruined the Dark Lord. He made me destroy the Dark Lord's locket, and I did it. He's a hero. He is Creature's hero. Creature did it." Creature screamed and slashed at the locket with a sword. A wail emanated from the box as Creature furiously seized it and smashed it upon the ground. A head tumbled out, but not just any head. The face was unrecognizable, yet the back revealed a noseless visage. Undeniably, Harry had been remarkably prescient. He had consumed the Voldemort soul fragment from Professor Quirrell's head, but spared Quirrell's soul and the complete obliteration of his corpse. It would prove useful eventually, Harry surmised. Nothing is truly worthless, especially a souvenir as momentous as this. Behold, its utility is now manifest. It's the Dark Lord. It's the Dark Lord. It must be the Dark Lord. Several individuals shrieked. Sirius intervened to restore order, while Snape, fulfilling his appointed task, promptly produced a potion and poured it upon the head, causing it to sublimate, yes, in the physical sense, transforming directly into vapor. How exhilarating! Suddenly, Zhao Cuixi convulsed, then awoke with a face of profound compassion, even bearing the likeness of Regulus. "It's Regulus," Narcissa exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment and fervor. "It is Regulus." Zhao Cuixi spoke. "I took the Dark Lord's possession. He slew me, but I did not truly perish. Creature, you have done well. You heeded my command. Creature, you are the first to expose a fragment of the Dark Lord. Now, you must retrieve my body. My soul has remained by your side, awaiting the return of my body. The lady possessing me will revive me. You must aid in gathering what she requires for my resurrection." Zhao Cuixi shuddered once more, and Regulus's visage vanished. Observe, so many have witnessed this firsthand, none can deny it. Moreover, a Dark Lord capable of being thwarted by a house elf. How formidable could he truly be? The incident swiftly made headlines. Within 3 days, the news had spread like wildfire. Letters inundated Grimmauld Place, as plentiful as falling snow. Everyone sought to uncover the truth about Regulus Black and the circumstances surrounding the Dark Lord. Why only a fragment? Furthermore, what did the heroic Regulus require for his revival? The populace, having suffered greatly under the Dark Lord's reign, yearned to contribute to the resurrection of a champion against him. Additionally, Severus Snape, who had dissolved the Dark Lord's new head with a potion, was hailed as a hero, despite the fear and resentment he evoked in Hogwarts graduates. This act redeemed his otherwise negative image. Though he might harbor prejudice against students, deduct points arbitrarily, and rarely utter a kind word, he had, after all, dissolved the Dark Lord. Amidst these momentous events, a particularly esoteric notion emerged: Harry Xavier Potter, the veritable bane of the Dark Lord. After all, he had vanquished the Dark Lord at the tender age of 1 and a fragment at 12. Thus, he was destined to thwart the Dark Lord. His strength lay not in combat prowess, but in his role as a mascot, an exceptionally studious one at that, but one who could vanquish the Dark Lord. Indeed, Harry reveled in his new moniker. Harry Mascot Potter possessed a far more agreeable ring than Savior. No secret remains absolute in this world. Rita Skeeter, a woman incapable of guarding secrets, penned articles that were undeniably captivating, yet rife with sensationalism. She delighted in infusing her reports with personal biases, even when rooted in truth, rendering them melodramatic. For instance, in her account of the prophecy concerning the Dark Lord and the Savior, she recounted how the Dark Lord, upon hearing a prophecy, chose one of 2 children, ultimately selecting Harry Potter, only to vanish when attempting to slay him. This prophecy was not inherently complex. A child born at the end of July would be marked as a rival by the Dark Lord himself. However, Rita Skeeter deviated from the original text. She disclosed numerous details, but remained ignorant of the prophecy's conclusion, merely writing what her source dictated. The identity of her informant remained a mystery. The source provided only fragments of information, yet Rita Skeeter, whose pen could challenge the entire British Ministry of Magic, pieced together a dramatic narrative. A seer had uttered a prophecy heard by only 2 individuals, Dumbledore and another who heard only the first half, which was then relayed to the Dark Lord. Guided by this fragment, the Dark Lord sought his destined adversary, ultimately selecting the child with the more concise name. Indeed, Rita Skeeter depicted the Dark Lord as capricious, arrogant, and whimsical, choosing his nemesis based purely on the brevity of his name. To enhance the story's appeal, she incorporated numerous embellishments. She also infused the narrative with a sense of destiny. After all, who would believe that a mere infant could vanquish a powerful, adult dark wizard? It was fate. Once marked by the Dark Lord, the child's mere presence would ensure the Dark Lord's demise, and he himself could not be killed until he had utterly vanquished the Dark Lord. Rita Skeeter, under duress, wrote these articles, compelled to do so repeatedly. As an unregistered animagus, she faced exposure and imprisonment in Azkaban if she refused. Her tormentor threatened to fabricate evidence implicating her in various crimes, given her animagus form as a beetle. Thus, Miss Skeeter embarked on a new chapter in her writing career. While she continued to produce conventional articles unrelated to the Dark Lord, they lacked the lucrative nature of those that did, particularly the current series, which proved exceptionally compelling. Her article, Death Eater or Hero, a closer look at Regulus Black, his unsung disappearance, his silent resistance, the purest black, a soul forever loyal, irrevocably altered the perceptions of the wizarding world. Originally, it was widely acknowledged in the wizarding world that the Black family had fallen from grace. One son, a Death Eater, was believed to have been slain by a Muggle wizard, while the other, a deranged follower of a dark figure, wreaked havoc by detonating a street, resulting in the tragic demise of the Potter couple and subsequently ending up in Azkaban, facing the only fate left, being kissed by a Dementor. However, a remarkable twist ensued. It turned out that both sons of the Black family were, in fact, heroes. Who could one turn to for justice in this matter? Even the house elf of the Black family exhibited unparalleled bravery. It was utterly exhilarating. As for a certain Severus Snape, previously known as a master of potions and a former Death Eater, he had been spared by Dumbledore, entangled in an array of sordid affairs. This man was scarcely seen outside of Hogwarts. Yet, astonishingly, he was capable of effortlessly vanquishing the Dark Lord. Such talent was undeniable. Of course, during these events, the Savior himself was present, and when combined with Rita Skeeter's prior articles, it became abundantly clear that Harry Potter was undoubtedly the nemesis to the Dark Lord. The wizards were aflame with excitement, each convinced that they had grasped the entirety of the situation. What of the mysterious figure or the Dark Lord? Nearly a madman. Moreover, this lunatic was certainly not a true pure-blood wizard. After all, no genuine pure-blood would fragment their own soul. Just look at how many times he has died. If the Black family asserted that the Dark Lord had crafted the most terrifying and malevolent Horcruxes in the magical realm, it must be true. Furthermore, it stood to reason that those once loyal to him also possessed Horcruxes within their homes. Could a Horcrux truly resurrect a person? Harry scoffed, picking up his quill to articulate the dangers of Horcruxes. If they could indeed resurrect someone, it would be a farce. Although he had consumed several of Voldemort's pieces, to claim that Voldemort could resurrect himself merely through his soul fragments was sheer folly. Firstly, for a soul to resurrect, it requires a corporeal form. He wrote on the parchment that a body could either be created or appropriated from another, allowing one's soul to inhabit another's body, thereby displacing the original soul. This concept exists in Eastern sorcery, termed as soul transference. However, this is a dark art, and if discovered, the offender would face dire consequences, potentially leading to eternal damnation. His words flowed without remorse. The Eastern concept of hell differs from the Western interpretation, as it subjects souls to judgment based on their earthly misdeeds, resulting in exponentially severe punishments in the afterlife. I cannot assert whether the Western notion aligns similarly, but I can confidently state that a fragmented soul cannot even reach hell. It will simply dissipate. While one may believe this is immortality, the reality is that the soul will vanish. The essence of the soul is finite, and once depleted, it ceases to exist. Harry intended to submit these thoughts to the Daily Prophet under the guise of a shamanic wizard, titling the first piece The Importance of Soul Integrity, a direct critique aimed at Voldemort. The world is indeed peculiar. When Voldemort proclaimed himself a pure-blood wizard of the highest lineage, a Parselmouth, a descendant of Slytherin, all pure-blood wizards from Slytherin bowed before him. Everyone harbored convictions, not necessarily to eradicate the opposition, but perhaps initially to bolster the wizarding community. Yet humans, at the onset of their endeavors, believe they will not stray from the path, only to find themselves veering off course. Thus, the conflict between wizards can be understood. However, understanding does not equate to escape. It becomes exceedingly difficult without a decisive intervention. Voldemort's own mixed heritage served as that decisive intervention, a boulder obstructing the path. Consequently, the wizards of Britain were left reeling by Rita Skeeter's revelations. Almost immediately, the Daily Prophet issued an emergency supplement, wherein Harry the Savior Potter released an article titled The Importance of Soul Integrity, concluding with a direct assertion that the mysterious figure had fragmented his soul into Horcruxes, signifying that his pursuit of immortality was nothing more than an illusion. A house without a foundation, a kite without a tether, a lone goose upon a deserted isle, an infant without a mother. This pitiful Voldemort had pursued immortality for the better part of his life, only to discover what? Answer: a fleeting dream, devoid of compassion, serves him right. Harry, known for his persuasive rhetoric, crafted a text that was both perplexing and captivating. Although translating these words into English may lose some nuance, Harry remained steadfast in his pursuit of rhyme, even inserting interjections in non-rhyming sections. Regardless, it was imperative that it rolled off the tongue. Traditionally, British wizards did not possess a profound obsession with rhyme. While they appreciated poetry, their forms diverged significantly from Harry's. Whether it be the obligatory sonnets or ancient epics, pastoral poems or elegies, none bore resemblance to Harry's composition. Some British poetry does rhyme and adhere to meter, yet it differs entirely from Harry's rigid insistence on rhyme, which, astonishingly, is exceptionally catchy. The most terrifying aspect of this world is not the fabrications, but rather the ease with which they can be disseminated. After all, Harry's writings are far from baseless. He merely rendered them memorable and easily shareable, akin to nursery rhymes. The British wizards, lacking in children's education, finally provided joy for their offspring, as they sang along to nursery rhymes while engaging in games, a delight for every child under 10. Just look at the entity they chose to follow. Barty Crouch hurled the newspaper and its supplement forcefully at his son's face. His son, a fervent Death Eater, huddled in a corner, swathed in a dark blanket that enveloped him entirely. Young Barty Crouch, expressionless, picked up the discarded scraps of paper from the floor. These were mere refuse to him. Nothing mattered more than his master, and apart from relevant information, everything else was inconsequential. However, as the newspaper was lifted, it trembled under his gaze, not from the paper itself, but from the trembling of young Barty Crouch's hand, quaking as if the very earth beneath him had shifted. It was a tremor so profound that it seemed his hand might disintegrate. To suggest he shook like a leaf would be an understatement. The erratic nature of his tremors was fortunate, for had they been more rhythmic, Harry could have employed him as a defibrillator. Fortunately, Harry had yet to encounter young Barty Crouch, who remained confined at home, enveloped in a state of despair. Under the watchful eye of his father, Barty Crouch, who glared at this wayward son, this son who had caused his mother's demise. Though he loathed his son, he was compelled by his late wife's wishes to keep him at home. The relationship between father and son was so strained that reconciliation seemed impossible, unless one of them lowered their pride. However, young Barty was acutely aware that old Barty would never yield. It was he who must bend in order to alleviate their discord, to attain freedom, and to escape and reunite with his cherished comrades and his master. Thus, he endured, waiting for the opportune moment to submit, all the while contemplating the demise of his utterly useless father. Then he stumbled upon a newspaper. The glaring headlines prominently featured his master's name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, a name of Muggle origin, accompanied by numerous photographs that substantiated his fraudulent deeds, even including images of crystal balls to assert the authenticity of these claims. This was a publication abundant in evidence, rich in theory, robust in argumentation, and flawless in conclusion. Young Barty Crouch was overwhelmed. His stubbornness, though persistent, was not foolish. Could he possibly continue to be obstinate in light of such a classic expose? Alas, he could. He felt compelled to confront the subject of the articles for clarity. Thus, he had to lower his head. At last, Barty Crouch's eyes shifted towards his father, filled with sorrow and despair, as he began to plead for forgiveness. "I was wrong, father. I should not have become a Death Eater. I should not have acted as I did. I have harmed you and mother. It is all my fault." He broke into tears, a heart-wrenching display that would evoke pain in any onlooker. With this emotional outpouring, old Barty finally exhaled in relief, removed his coat, hung it up, and turned to fetch a teacup. "Think carefully, my son. I hope you will genuinely reflect on your actions." With that, he drained the cup and retreated to his bedroom. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for young Barty to feel as though he might suffocate, he gasped twice and finally lowered his voice to call out, "Shiny." Meanwhile, setting aside the Crouch family's discord, the dramatic banquet at the Black residence, replete with delectable food, fine wine, and revelry, had come to a close, ushering in a serene calm. Early the next morning, Lucius Malfoy arrived with a meticulously wrapped diary, which he presented to Harry. Upon touching the diary, Harry was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous glance at Zhao Cuixi before passing the book to her. She shook it lightly, and a heart-shaped fragment of soul tumbled out. "This? Why is it heart-shaped?" The others exchanged bewildered glances. It was rather, cough, amusingly juvenile, indeed. Dumbledore rubbed his nose, feeling the awkwardness and slight peculiarity of the situation. Voldemort, it seemed, had been rather romantic in his youth. Of course, this was not a testament to Voldemort's romanticism. It merely illustrated his forgetfulness. His first act of murder was not premeditated. He had inadvertently killed Morphin Gaunt. But but once the deed was done, his psychological fortitude allowed him to recognize it as a step towards realizing his immortality plan. Thus, he promptly transformed the diary into a Horcrux. On that day, he completed the first severance of his soul. Such actions tend to multiply. The second would follow smoothly. This initial act was akin to opening Pandora's box, albeit with Voldemort. Unlike Pandora, leaving behind no hope, the soul fragment he first severed contained all his remaining conscience, however scant it was, compared to the subsequent cold-bloodedness and brutality. This fragment of his soul could be deemed relatively humane. Harry placed the fragment on the table, which appeared dormant, remaining in a state of slumber even when Harry spoke to it. "Be careful not to damage it," Zhao Cuixi remarked, gently touching the soul fragment, laughing heartily. "This little one even knows how to be shy, refusing to come out." Harry blinked in surprise and joined her in laughter. The others in attendance shared a moment of silent exasperation. Their discontent was not with the situation at hand, but rather with the infectious laughter shared by the mother and son, so exuberant that even Hagrid's laughter paled in comparison. Such boisterous laughter evidently compelled the soul fragment to emerge. In an instant, it transformed into a human-like form, neither corporeal nor a true ghost, yet appearing charmingly handsome, albeit with a translucent quality that hinted at its condition. Harry approached it and greeted, "Hello, Tom." "Tom." "Harry, I sincerely apologize, Tom. We have already gleaned your personal information from your other soul fragments. I hope you do not mind." "Tom, if I say I mind, will you change anything?" In truth, uncovering Voldemort's personal history was not a formidable task. He had left behind photographs and personal records. His crafted persona and the lies he spun would be easily unraveled. Yet, he had deceived everyone. It was evident that someone had aided him from behind the scenes. Who could this ally be? Many speculated it was Abraxas Malfoy, as they belonged to the same generation. According to their mentors, the two had once shared a close bond, particularly since Abraxas was a well-known scholar of that era. Although he could not compare to Dumbledore, he had authored numerous academic articles, many of which were later destroyed, leaving many ignorant of the truth perplexed. Fortunately, among those present, some still recalled fragments of the truth. Dumbledore peered through his glasses at the incomplete soul and expressed his regret. "I never anticipated this was your conscious choice, Tom." "Do not call me that name." The 16-year-old Voldemort retorted sharply. "That is my shame." Indeed, even a clever young Voldemort struggled to manage his emotions and reveal his intelligence fully. Harry felt a surge of relief. He chuckled, tapping his wand against his palm, saying, "Tom Marvolo Riddle, that's the young version, right? Though I haven't investigated you, I am aware of the name of Slytherin's descendant. Just ask the ghosts surrounding the Gaunt family. What else do you think I might not know?" Tracing the lineage of Riddle was no easy feat. After all, he was merely a minor country gentleman who had gone missing for a time, and his family had since fallen into ruin, leaving no one behind. In China, neighborhood ties were tight. The saying distant relatives are not as good as nearby neighbors was truly upheld. When something happened to a family, the neighbors would be informed almost immediately. In contrast, the British had a less intimate neighborly bond. Thus, when the Riddle family perished, their neighbors would only discover the news after considerable time had passed. Nevertheless, the Riddle estate retained an old servant who remained to guard it. Whether this servant knew everything was unclear, but he certainly knew that one member of the Riddle family was still alive. Otherwise, he would not have continued to linger at the Riddle residence. When the address of the family claiming to be descendants of Slytherin, the Gaunts, was discovered, it was easy to notice the Riddle house as well. Furthermore, considering the age at which Voldemort enrolled, it was simple to trace a student with the surname Riddle. The student's name corresponded perfectly with the last known adult of the Riddle lineage. Behold, Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, there it was. Thus, the elaborate ruse you constructed is nothing more than a farce. Harry flashed a victorious smile at the youthful Voldemort. A farce? The young Slytherin chuckled. Who, indeed, was the real joke? The savior? You? Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, his beautiful eyes brimming with malice. I don't know what that version of me was about. But you, Potter, were merely a helpless infant back then. Do you truly believe you could vanquish a fully grown wizard? A dark wizard at that. He remained in his semi-transparent state, standing tall and poised, his hands positioned as if meticulously calculated, exuding an air of both charm and elegance. Each word he spoke resonated like an aria, as if the stage had spilled into reality. Harry marveled. All right, fine, very well. If Harry were to engage him in debate, he would undoubtedly find the precise words to exchange with him, and through this dialogue, the young Voldemort felt he still had a chance to regain some vitality. He was currently in a state of utter weakness. No one would consider weakness a virtue. The young Voldemort, a mere fragment of a soul, was in dire need of someone to bestow a semblance of life upon him. He was so insubstantial now, unable to wield his magic. These were intolerable conditions for him. Ever since he was brought to Hogwarts at the age of 11, he was no longer a powerless wretch, though. Truth be told, he was never truly pitiable. From the time he was Tom, he refused to accept anything that others possessed, but he did not. He even lost several opportunities for adoption from orphanages. If he wasn't chosen, then there was no need for anyone to adopt those children. That was his perspective. And thus he acted. This mindset extended beyond the orphanage. It permeated his school life as well. He would not allow others to surpass him. A notion that might seem normal to some adults. Children can be willful after all, but if such thoughts were to manifest into reality, they would be deemed abnormal by the majority of rational adults. A child may exhibit greed and stubbornness, even openly display such traits. Yet they should not harm other children to obtain the fruits of their avarice. Such behavior is not characteristic of a typical child. If the child is not inherently troubled psychologically, then they must have been taught poorly from a young age. Tom Marvolo Riddle was raised in an orphanage. He was not instructed to seize the possessions of other children. After all, if those orphans had any personal belongings, they were likely mementos of deceased relatives, things that should not be taken. Thus, while the child possessed a modicum of conscience, it was scarcely evident. It was precisely because he often pilfered from other children that they kept their distance. His conversations with snakes, often intimidating his peers, were commonplace. Otherwise, why would the orphanage matron in that era have allowed him to be adopted by a wealthy family? A handsome and healthy boy had a high probability of being adopted. Of course, Tom always insisted it was the fault of others. Why should the other children flaunt their possessions before him? He found it intolerable, grew angry, desired kinship, and thus seized items from others, pretending they were heirlooms from his parents. Such justifications were merely for the ears of the overly kind-hearted. Children are not so innocent. When they desire something, they seize it outright. All the explanations in the world do not come without consequence. Just as he could easily manipulate those pure-blood families in his adulthood, he now began his disingenuous flattery. Potter, you see, I am merely a teenager. I truly do not wish to harm anyone. He severed me from himself, and I certainly do not wish to be his subordinate. You are no different, young man. I do not wish to elaborate too much. He glanced at Dumbledore. Professor, I know you have always held a bias against me, but you must understand. I was just a child back then, selfish, willful, and greedy. But I will mature. I recognize my past mistakes, and I know you do not believe me. Yet you must judge my future actions rather than the past or the severed version of me that he dictated. Those are not me. Well articulated, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Tom, I understand they are not you, but perhaps you might become them. TSK, an old fool impervious to reason. Dumbledore continued, Tom, you see, you are still deceiving even now. The young Voldemort twitched his lips in exasperation. At that moment, the elder beside Dumbledore interjected, So, at your tender age, you desire immortality? Does that imply you've realized you can never surpass Albus in this lifetime, and the only way to outlive him is to outlast him? Ah, whose old man is this? Hurry to your demise. Tom Marvolo Riddle's eyes reddened with rage. Though merely a fragment of Voldemort, 16-year-old Tom was still a stranger to many, apart from Dumbledore, whom he already recognized, and Harry Potter, frequently labeled his rival. He could also identify Lucius Malfoy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Abraxas. This resemblance did not imply they were indistinguishable in features, but rather that they appeared strikingly alike, much like young Malfoy, who, if silent, resembled Mr. Malfoy, albeit with some differences in appearance. However, it was this shared demeanor that led the 16-year-old Tom to conclude he was indeed Abraxas' son. At 16, Tom and Abraxas were fast friends, and at that time, Abraxas had yet to find a wife, making the sudden encounter with the late friend's son particularly poignant. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. For at last, 16-year-old Tom learned of the name Voldemort from others. He quickly realized that this moniker was simply a rearrangement of the letters in his name. He had always been dissatisfied with his name, but now he discovered that Voldemort resonated with him quite well, bringing him satisfaction. But Harry immediately inquired, Did you just now realize that this name is an anagram of your full name? Tom shot Harry a cold glance and turned to examine his diary, which bore his name. Harry pressed on, I believe you must have intended to change your name long ago. How is it that at 16 you haven't thought to rearrange the letters? Tom was nearly driven to madness by him. The savior was insufferable. Dumbledore was bothersome. And the old man beside Dumbledore was even more so. He coldly scoffed. I suppose I would have thought of that name in less than 2 days. What of it? Less than 2 days? Why is this being said? Harry gazed quizzically at Tom, who turned to look at Zhao Cuixi beside Harry. Zhao Cuixi shrugged. What's up? Tom asked, clearly displeased. Why is this happening? Though unvoiced, his meaning was unmistakable. Everyone present, save Zhao Cuixi and Harry, was unaware of his query. Yet his question conveyed his intent with utmost clarity. Zhao Cuixi chuckled. Silly goose. Are you daft? You're truly a simpleton, taught by a doltish instructor. Dumbledore. The Hogwarts graduates. Zhao Cuixi, devoid of any guilt for her pointed remark, guffawed. Use your meager intellect and ponder this. I am his adoptive mother. If I could pluck you from your precious diary, would I allow you to siphon his life force during your conversations? These words nearly caused Tom to hemorrhage. Zhao Cuixi continued. Let me be clear. I stand here, and not a single soul present, not even the house elves. Will you manage to pilfer a scintilla of their life essence? Tom's form seemed to grow even more translucent. He was genuinely incensed. Had he known he wouldn't receive any life force, he would have preferred to be informed earlier. To exert himself for naught, expending his own vitality in the process, felt like an act of sheer malevolence. Of course, the world abounds with acts of greater malevolence. Tom's experiences were limited. The later Voldemort would undoubtedly have navigated this situation with greater finesse. At any rate, the pureblood families with amicable ties to the Blacks, particularly the Malfoys, had already observed Voldemort's current state. This 16-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle, a non-typical antisocial youth who happened to commit murder, was an anomaly. Subsequent iterations of Voldemort would likely prove far less amusing. Lucius Malfoy mused, the cup's creation date remains uncertain. In addition to it, there should be other Horcruxes, as 3, 7, and 9 are magically significant numbers. 3 is certainly not his target, and 9 is too numerous. I doubt he could fragment his soul to such an extent. Therefore, 7 seems like a plausible choice. The locket, the diary, the cup. The remaining items are for you to deduce. Tom Riddle's diary, now encased within a jade amulet, seemed to find solace in its coolness. Within the amulet, he resembled a digital pet, capable of movement, speech, and frolicking. This existence was far more agreeable than his confinement within the diary, prompting him to engage in conversation. What could they be? Based on my understanding of myself. Now that Hufflepuff's cup is secured and Slytherin's locket is ruined, I certainly wouldn't overlook the remaining founder's relics. Scour for whatever Gryffindor left behind. If I can't acquire Gryffindor's relic, I'll undoubtedly seek Ravenclaw's. Indeed, oneself is the most profound source of understanding. While enemies may gain insight through one's actions, self-knowledge allows one to anticipate their own future endeavors even before they transpire. However, for some inexplicable reason, the diary Tom's accent suddenly took on a different flavor. Snape furrowed his brow, averting his gaze in discomfort, as if to conceal the peculiar glint in his eyes. Yet, Harry seemed oblivious to Snape's thoughts, declaring matter-of-factly, Professor Snape. This is primarily due to the jade amulet used by Cuixi's mother. Its origin has influenced his accent and personality. I believe this is beneficial. If it gradually alters him, his aberrant mind may gradually normalize, you see? Snape raised his eyelids, casting a glance at him, and inquired, pray tell, esteemed vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Could you enlighten this unfortunate, luckless old professor as to why a mere stone could alter a person, a fragment of a soul's mind? Perhaps this stone possesses medicinal properties? Indeed. A paradigm shift. Harry immediately perked up. Of course, it can alter him. Professor, this is related to a mystical, esoteric concept, Qi. We must begin by discussing Qi. This topic promised a lengthy discourse. Harry embarked on an explanation of one's temperament and aura, then transitioned to the spiritual energy of jade, discussing the reciprocal relationship between humans and jade. Ultimately, he concluded that while humans, and even ghosts, might not be influenced by jade, fragmented souls certainly would be. Voldemort. That unfortunate soul splintered into multiple pieces was particularly susceptible to its influence. The jade originated from Harry and Zhao Cuixi's homeland. In northeastern China, introverts, in the conventional sense, are a rarity. Even those who are introverted possess hidden, limited edition qualities. Even for someone like the intrusive author, whose hometown is sparsely populated and whose family home and ancestral graves are located on their own land, requiring a sprint of 2 miles to reach a neighbor's house. Introverts still live with smiles on their faces. After all, northeastern introverts are like hidden figures in a blind box, rarely encountering those who allow conversations to fall silent. Thus, even a clod of earth in this region contains peculiar magic. Consequently, the 16-year-old Tom was infected by this strange enchantment. Moreover, jade itself is inherently imbued with spiritual energy. This particular jade holds a prominent position in Hongshan culture, arguably one of its cultural progenitors. As such, this cultural ancestor and the jade share a common origin. Therefore, subduing a mere fragment of Voldemort's soul was an effortless feat. Consequently, the 16-year-old Tom became unexpectedly uninhibited, though not entirely by choice. His already precarious form and the dwindling willpower of his fragmented soul were swiftly eroded by a simple Shillian jade. For some unknown reason, the once handsome and elegant Tom Marvolo Riddle, due to his altered accent and garrulousness, lost his veneer of elegance and beauty. He now resembled the foolish son of a landlord, reverting to his true identity, the eldest son of the Riddles. However, the eldest son of the Riddles, upon opening his mouth, was filled with despair. He had strived to emulate the aristocratic pure-blood wizards, correcting his accent, refining his demeanor, and observing Abraxas's every move to learn from him. Later, deeming him somewhat of a dandy, he began to observe others. At the time, he considered Dumbledore the most suitable model, but his Slytherin classmates deemed Dumbledore insane, forcing him to seek alternative examples. He had studied for so long, diligently suppressing his habit of fixating on whatever he desired, and this was the outcome? Upon opening his mouth, it was as if a mudslide descended from the heavens, inundating everyone, with him as the mudslide itself. Harry began to cackle. Dumbledore also chuckled. "Oh, Tom, you've become quite lively." Indeed, the 16-year-old soul fragment of Tom now frolics within that jade plaque, and it is quite amusing to witness his antics through the gem. After all, those in the magical realm have never experienced television or cinema. They seldom encounter such a uniquely agile form of live broadcast. It is essential to note that even photographs and crystal balls merely capture moments and cannot sustain their essence for long. However, a soul fragment can endure indefinitely, as long as the jade remains intact, allowing him to perform endlessly. How delightful! Lucius Malfoy seems to envision a new avenue for wealth. He certainly does not wish for those who pose a threat to him to continue living unscathed. This method appears far more advantageous. Others may have forgotten, but he recalls vividly, his father, though succumbing to dragon pox, was afflicted due to the very nature of the disease that wizards sought to avoid. His contracting the illness was indeed thanks to Fenrir Greyback. Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf. A vicious werewolf. A werewolf who attacks indiscriminately. Lucius remembers how swiftly his father declined, seeking vengeance but understanding the formidable challenge of eliminating such a creature. Ultimately, he followed his father's counsel and aligned himself with the Dark Lord, partly due to the Dark Lord's claim of being a descendant of Slytherin, which made it quite natural for wizards from Slytherin House to follow him. Additionally, his father assured him that the Dark Lord would provide protection. As long as he remained by the Dark Lord's side, Greyback would not target his family. As for why Greyback chose to attack his father, he remains uncertain. Yet now, it seems only fitting to confine Greyback within these plaques, observing his frantic demeanor as he entertains his father's portrait with jokes, a most splendid form of retribution. Of course, such a scheme requires careful planning. Lucius remained silent. Yet his mind began to devise a strategy to enlist the aid of the Savior's adoptive mother in executing this plan. Soon, everyone began to strategize to acquire the Hufflepuff Cup. At the very least, they aimed to complete the tasks within their control and with the cup within reach. Seizing it seemed quite straightforward. The Lestrange family still harbored some living members, yet they held no claim to inheritance. Thus, a modest plan was in order. However, before proceeding, Harry resolutely brought the 16-year-old Tom to the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor of Hogwarts. "What are you doing?" Tom shrieked. "You want me to stay here alone? What on earth are you planning?" The abandoned restroom echoed with the sound of dripping water, appearing far from clean, despite the house elves' repeated efforts to tidy it. Harry's feet splashed through the shallow water on the floor, creating a cacophony of slapping sounds. "Hey," moaned moaning Myrtle, her sharp voice cutting through the air. "What are you doing here again? Where did you all go? You vanished so suddenly." Harry chuckled. "Hi, Myrtle. I just came back from vacation to say hello." "Oh, you truly are a wonderful person," she exclaimed, suddenly floating before him, her large, clear eyes sparkling through her ghostly glasses. "I've had a splendid day. Peeves has tea barged into the girls' restroom, and I haven't tea gone out." "Oh, little boy, you're simply adorable." I'm even happier now. Gleeful. Myrtle floated upwards, perched atop the stall door, surveying the area. The view is splendid here. If you were to die, I'd grant you a door. What do you think? Harry replied, That sounds marvelous, Myrtle. Though I'm a boy, your invitation is exceedingly generous, and I assure you, I want to look around inappropriately. Hee hee. Myrtle giggled even more, her non-existent legs swaying as if she were indeed moving. To an ordinary wizard, it appeared as though her knees were wobbling. And though it produced no actual force, the old door creaked as if it were responding to her movements. In that moment, Myrtle was joyous. Her happiness had not diminished due to her demise. Even if she had perished from unhappiness in life, her joy now stemmed from the kindness of the living. Harry retrieved the jade plaque containing the 16-year-old Tom, rinsing it in the sink, a most effective tactic. Suddenly, the young Tom emerged from the water, drenched like a rat caught in a downpour. A pitiable, incomplete soul floated in midair, yet remarkably handsome, eliciting a smile from Myrtle, who could not help but admire attractive boys, something she found entirely normal. Myrtle floated closer to the 16-year-old Tom, her eyes fixed upon him. You seem somewhat familiar, she remarked, her voice high-pitched and distinct. Are you here to keep me company? The incomplete Tom replied, somewhat defensively, No. I mean, I'm sorry. His apology came quickly, laced with an accent, giving it a peculiar quality. Myrtle stepped back, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Why are you apologizing to me? Did you mock me alongside Olive Hornby? He laughed at me. Did you join in? She tilted her head, her gaze directed upwards at Tom. You truly seem familiar. I should remember you, but I'm not quite sure. With your good looks, I'm certain many girls have secretly admired you. Did you really laugh at me with Olive Hornby? The 16-year-old Tom shook his head in confusion. Well, that's quite good, Myrtle said, blushing as she giggled. I mean, it's really nice that you're so handsome, and didn't he say I look ugly? That's truly kind of you. As the true perpetrator responsible for the demise of Tom Riddle, the 16-year-old Tom found himself at an impasse. Despite possessing a maturity beyond his years, he remained merely a 16-year-old boy, still incomplete. In terms of his cognitive patterns and behavioral mannerisms, he did not embody a fully realized adolescent. The praises directed at him were merely reflections of his mimicry, of which he held no genuine interest. It was not a mere lack of interest. He was, in fact, an individual driven by pragmatism. That charming exterior, elegant discourse, and carefully curated demeanor, all of which he maintained with diligence, were of no utility to him. Even at such a young age, Voldemort had become a pragmatist. His efforts to enhance his image were purely for their current utility. He could not afford to abandon the carefully crafted persona. Long had he grown weary of the superficial concerns of pureblood wizards. Should he truly become as depicted in books and reports, he believed he would eventually mar his own visage. Was the human face truly beautiful? He did not think so. Was human aestheticism genuine beauty? The 16-year-old Tom had already begun contemplating such profound philosophical inquiries regarding human aesthetics. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for humanity. It is certainly not to say that he has suffered greatly at the hands of humanity, for that would be a misrepresentation of the truth. In fact, it is simply Mr. Tom Marvolo Riddle's profound disdain for humans that prevails. Of course, he has feigned victimhood. What else could have convinced everyone that he was a pureblood wizard? It was nothing but his fabrications and his theatrics of sorrow. He proclaimed to all that his adoptive father bore the surname Riddle and was a muggle, which brought him shame, leading him to voluntarily sever ties with his muggle family, all while he failed to locate his biological parents. At the tender age of 11, he recounted these tales with tears streaming down his face, inciting pity and sorrow among his peers in Slytherin. Thus, they harbored no doubts about his lineage. Even Abraxas contemplated the notion of having his father adopt him, but he declined. After all, he was well aware that the ability to speak Parseltongue was highly esteemed within Slytherin. He was indeed a descendant of Slytherin himself, requiring no assistance from the Malfoys. At this moment, Tom was not particularly clear about his future ambitions. His sole desire was to achieve immortality. He did not wish to perish, nor did he wish to confront Dumbledore. Yet, it appeared he had failed in that regard, for Dumbledore remained alive, and he had not achieved eternal life. Discouragement and anxiety surged within him, and as he sought an outlet for his frustrations, he was unexpectedly halted by the gentle yet timid expression of moaning Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Regardless of how he attempted to present himself as flawless, noble, and graceful, or how he plundered others' possessions, he instinctively pondered whether his actions might reveal his true self to those more powerful than he. Such a pleasing persona was indeed beyond his control. though the 16-year-old Tom's need for approval was only triggered in the presence of those stronger than himself. And he bore grudges for an extended period. He undeniably possessed this trait. Thus, under Harry's watchful gaze, he soon found himself apologizing to Myrtle once more. "I apologize for your death, which I caused. Warren, it was not intentional." Despite his adeptness at eloquence, this statement was delivered with utter conviction. He had not deliberately killed Myrtle. Had he truly planned it, he would never have chosen a Muggle diary as the vessel for his soul fragment. Nothing could be less advantageous. Suddenly, Myrtle's sharp, gasping sobs echoed, resembling a mournful siren. "Wah. So you are the one who killed me. I thought you were a good person who would never mock me." "What? Wah." Harry interjected. "Myrtle, is it possible that even if he is not your murderer, he still does not mock you?" Myrtle lifted her tear-stained face from her hands to gaze at Harry, asking softly, "Really?" Harry nodded earnestly. "Indeed, he mentioned to me that he actually liked you back then, but lacked the opportunity to express it. Otherwise, he would not have mistakenly caused your demise. You see, only he knows you are here, weeping in solitude. And the misunderstanding between you is vast. How about this? Since you are now a ghost, and he possesses a fragment of a soul, let him be your boyfriend for half a year, shall we?" Myrtle gasped, covering her face once more. "Really?" The 16-year-old Tom retorted, "Be a person, savior. Is it because the main soul could not outdo him that it lacked shame?" Harry assured, "I promise it is true." He would certainly agree, wouldn't you, Tommy? Tom snapped back. "Tommy, you wretch. You are the real Tommy. Your entire family is Tommy." 16-year-old Tom did not grasp the significance of Harry asking him to be moaning Myrtle's boyfriend for half a year. He held no affection for Myrtle, who was enamored with handsome boys, and they were ill-suited for one another. At 16, he harbored fantasies of marrying and having children, wishing to perpetuate his noble lineage. Yet he feared the possibility of Muggle blood lurking within his ancestry. After all, Tom was not a fool. He was acutely aware of the implications of his name. Harry, too, had no intention of revealing his thoughts to Tom. The decision for Tom to act as Myrtle's boyfriend was arrived at collectively. Initially, Harry believed Myrtle did not deserve such a fate, but Dumbledore's persuasion quickly altered his perspective. Myrtle had always been a lovesick girl in search of a handsome boyfriend. Regardless of the authenticity of such affections, she had experienced the pangs of youthful love and, perhaps, could even entertain multiple suitors. Why not? She was no less deserving than any other girl. Having withered before experiencing the bloom of youth, she now found herself liberated from the familial burdens that living women faced, allowing her the freedom to love. As for Tom, Dumbledore did not believe that a mere romance could rekindle the scant conscience he had possessed since childhood. Yet he felt Tom ought to experience the essence of romance. After all, Myrtle was certainly more vivacious than the women from the pureblood families. She was a uniquely different ghost, capable of thoughts that eluded others just moments prior. The notion of a clever Ravenclaw toying with a clever yet arrogant Slytherin was, in itself, rather amusing. Of course, this was not merely a result of the peculiarities brought about by Voldemort's torment. Well, perhaps it was a peculiar delight. Thus, Harry unceremoniously assigned 16-year-old Tom Riddle to be Myrtle's boyfriend, with no room for dissent, for the locket was now in Harry's possession, and Tom was bound to comply with Harry's wishes. With the new school term, Harry's busy academic life resumed. During Christmas, he received a sweater from Mrs. Weasley, knitted in green and adorned with the initials HP in shimmering silver thread, an imaginative design indeed. It seemed he was not the only recipient of Mrs. Weasley's knitted gifts this year. He had previously written to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley regarding Ron's academic struggles, assuring them he would provide tutoring, even suggesting that the elderly Dumbledore may be suffering from rheumatism. He inquired whether the skilled seamstress, Mrs. Weasley, could knit a pair of knee pads and socks for Dumbledore, sending along some yarn he had procured from Mungos. Evidently, Mrs. Weasley appreciated his willingness to assist Ron, as she not only crafted an aesthetically questionable sweater, but also knitted protective gear for Dumbledore. As Harry navigated the peculiarities of his world, the atmosphere became increasingly strange, especially when Dumbledore, now referred to as Gale, obstructed his path on his return to the dormitory. "Hello, Gale," Harry greeted, opting for a casual salutation. Given that the old man currently bore no surname, Dumbledore frowned, his wrinkles capable of capturing a live snidget. "What troubles you, Gale? Are you displeased?" Harry inquired innocently, feigning a demeanor of purity and kindness. The elderly man, whose personality starkly contrasted with Dumbledore's, grunted coldly, grasping Harry's collar. "So, you are now Albus's favored student, are you?" What nonsense is this? Harry exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, Gale, what are you doing? I am significantly younger than his grandson, assuming he even has one. This remark effectively released Dumbledore's grip, for if that individual were indeed Albus's son and had survived, his son would certainly be older than Harry. Dumbledore sighed softly, remarking, "This is merely an introduction. No need for a response, young Potter. You may call me Little Zhao." Referring to me as Little Potter feels distant, Harry chuckled. "I shan't involve myself in your affairs. This is between the two of you, and it would be excessive for us young ones to meddle, wouldn't it?" Naturally, Harry's sentiments garnered Dumbledore's approval. He was pleased with the boy's sense of propriety and intellect. Perhaps many dared not speak ill of him, fearing the consequences. Yet he understood he was not a tyrant, despite his violent past. Truth be told, these matters were not easy to articulate. As events grew more complicated, he found himself confined to a tower, a tragic juxtaposition of horror and valor, reminiscent of an ancient Greek tragedy, both captivating and melancholic. Thus, the old man refrained from claiming innocence, for he was not entirely blameless, yet if one viewed only the love stories, they could easily be manipulated. But the astute child before him proved difficult to exploit. Consequently, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. "While I have little to occupy my time, I genuinely wish to assist Albus. Dear Harry, you are his pride and joy, hence you must aid me. What do you think?" "Sounds reasonable," Harry nodded. "Do you have a plan?" "Of course I do," the old man replied, for he was no ordinary elder. He had discerned the intricacies of the school and its inhabitants, fully aware of the presence of Arthur and Mordred, and how Arthur consistently avoided encounters with Mordred. Thus, they were either engaging in role-playing or were indeed those historical figures. This peculiar old man from Austria was not one to cling stubbornly to the known. Many illogical phenomena could hold the key to understanding the truth. The old man speculated that the two might indeed be the historical figures they resembled. The pressing question was why they were alive. He wished to avoid any strange occurrences within the school, yet he did not want Albus to realize he was eliminating potential threats to Hogwarts. Hence, he needed someone familiar with the supernatural to investigate, someone like Harry, who was still untapped for such advanced matters. "What?" Harry exclaimed. "Are you suggesting that those two could genuinely be King Arthur and Sir Mordred? That is absurd." He rolled his eyes. "Even if it were true, we cannot acknowledge it. Especially since we are preoccupied with Voldemort's affairs. Let us set them aside for now. It cannot be said that one must truly set aside the matter. Yet Mordred is akin to a living corpse, while Arthur remains a living man, albeit when enveloped in an air of mortality. Thus, in Harry's eyes, as long as his mother, the vibrant and ethereal Sia, is present, there is little to fear from these two. As for the pitiable Voldemort, he is of even less consequence. After all, he is the bane of Voldemort. Given that such conjectures have arisen among all, it is time for him to act decisively. His first course of action is to provoke the Death Eaters residing in Azkaban. Harry, having formulated his own ideas, embarks on executing his plan. Though he has considered the old man Dumbledore's perspective, he does not intend to adhere to that strategy, for it is flawed in many respects. The most significant flaw lies in the old man's fixation on Arthur and Mordred, a path that could lead him back to his former ways, which would indeed be most unjust to Headmaster Dumbledore. For the sake of the old man's plan, Dumbledore had already made a sacrifice once. While he subsequently imprisoned the old man himself, this matter diverged from their initial strategy, one that had not accounted for so many lives lost. Therefore, while Harry is puzzled as to why the adversaries Arthur and Mordred should resurrect at this juncture, he does not regard it as an urgent matter requiring his intervention. It is their affair, not his, and he must first clarify his own situation before presuming to meddle in others' concerns. With a touch of cunning in his smile, Harry rapped upon Snape's door. While Snape's office is situated in a communal area, his private quarters are far more secluded. Within his office, there is a small chamber for rest, and outside his bedroom, potions can be brewed, indicating his propensity for labor, though this penchant for work extends beyond potion making. Indeed, his sleeping quarters are complemented by a rather intimate little room that encroaches upon his bedroom space, connected directly, thus offering a remarkable degree of privacy. It is precisely because of this seclusion that Harry, upon entering Snape's domain, makes a beeline for this hidden chamber. "Who granted you the privilege to roam freely in my private sanctum?" Snape's momentary fury flared. Harry chuckled softly, his face aglow with a rosy hue. "Professor, I truly have matters of import to discuss with you. We require a quiet space, if you please." The demeanor of a 12-year-old child engaging in such a man he despised that sensation. However, Unbeknownst to Severus Snape, there exists a life that seems disconnected from all others. A life that poses a threat to any existence it touches, its influence so potent that merely uttering a word makes it difficult not to be ensnared by it. At this moment, Snape remained untouched by such contagion. His voice, deep and rich like a fine black tea, became remarkably smooth when blended with milk. "Professor, you ought to speak more and say something pleasant. You know, your voice reminds me of the winter ground back home," Harry praised him. Snape imperceptibly furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Harry continued, "And, Professor, I mean we need to let the people in Azkaban know about Voldemort, don't you think?" Upon mention of Voldemort, Snape involuntarily tensed, his muscles reacting like a cornered feline, alert to danger. Yet, this was merely a fleeting moment. He quickly relaxed, as if the tension had never been his. Harry, seemingly oblivious to Snape's inner turmoil, babbled on. "I was just thinking. Those people want a pureblood family to rule the world, yet the big shots they follow aren't even purebloods. It's quite amusing. And about speaking Parseltongue. Now we all can, even my mother. Not only does she speak Parseltongue, but she also speaks Dragonese. What is the big deal? Is she proud of it?" Snape internally scoffed. Indeed, it's quite something to be proud of. After all, no one speaks Dragonese anymore. Who knew the Chinese could? Harry inquired, "So, Professor, what do you think?" Snape narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze imposing, almost disdainful, which unsettled Harry slightly, but he quickly suppressed his irritation. Snape retorted, "This seems to have little relevance to me." Harry shook his head fervently. No, it's quite pertinent, Professor. I desperately want those people to know the truth, and you, Professor, are different from them, yet not so different, right?" This statement rendered Snape's eyes momentarily vacant. They returned to normal in an instant, yet now bore a scrutinizing gaze as they met Harry's seemingly naive eyes, which concealed a subtle mockery and a hint of calculation beneath their apparent innocence. Snape found himself perplexed by this supposed savior before him. The Potters he remembered were certainly not of this ilk. Harry, unfazed by Snape's scrutiny, cheerfully explained, "You see, you are the head of Slytherin, and most of them hail from Slytherin, correct? I must be right." He was indeed correct. But this correctness was laced with a mocking undertone. Harry continued, "Let us put it this way, Professor. I want Bellatrix dead, with no ulterior motives. She's a lunatic. Dealing with Voldemort is one thing, but we cannot overlook these Death Eaters, these obstinate Death Eaters. If they pose a minor threat, we might let them be. However, the Lestranges," he shrugged, "I know this is a tough task, especially since I'm just a child, so I don't plan to take matters into my own hands. I merely wish to be present. After all, according to our Chinese definition of a savior, it's never just a singular effort. The greatest significance of a savior is to serve as a symbol. Most saviors are placed on that pedestal. While some can actively save others, some are merely positioned there, with others making the calls." Harry defined himself as the latter. Snape was taken aback by his words. Was this boy truly only 12? Or was Chinese education genuinely that remarkable? This self-disciplined Potter, possessing keen self-awareness, held a sense of justice yet would never overreach for it. Most importantly, this Potter would not wield justice as a means to bully others. Truly, a rare occurrence. Snape exhaled deeply, asking, "Why must you kill Bellatrix?" The matter of the Longbottoms was merely a pretext, yet the desire to eliminate Bellatrix was genuine. Harry pondered daily on how to achieve her demise. Of course, Voldemort was also on his list, but a serious issue loomed. He had already killed Voldemort's main soul. Now that he understood Voldemort had created Horcruxes, and with the main soul deceased, alongside the destruction of 2 other fragments, though Harry did not count his own fragment, having consumed it long ago, and he intended to keep that to himself, Dumbledore only knowing he had consumed Voldemort's main soul with his mother now. The primary focus was to locate the remaining Horcruxes and use what Bellatrix knew about Voldemort's treasures to provoke her. Thus far, the only items he could use to create a stir for Bellatrix were the locket and the diary. Bellatrix was well aware of Voldemort's possessions. She had taken the cup herself, and she knew what others had claimed. "So, Professor, I know the Malfoys trust you greatly. Let us devise a plan," Harry said with a smile. Snape, feeling a stirring in his stomach from Harry's words, found his emotions returning to a semblance of normalcy, something that should not have been able to disturb him, yet facing this young Potter, he felt a pang of guilt. He loathed him, harbored malice towards him, even wishing him suffering, yet simultaneously, he could not bear the thought of the boy facing death. It was inherently wrong for a child to bear such a burden, to be a sacrifice from the age of 1. The very thought made Snape's stomach churn. He detested this reality. Gradually, however, he appeared more tolerant, particularly towards young Potter, to an almost excessive degree. Now, with Potter proposing collaboration, the nauseating feeling he had long endured began to miraculously dissipate. How peculiar. Snape composed himself and dryly inquired, "What plan?" Harry replied, "Here's the deal. I'll flaunt the locket to Bellatrix, telling her I know where the other items are, and that I'll soon acquire her cup. However, during this, I will omit the diary. Professor, could you help me find out if there are any other Horcruxes hidden within this school?" Snape's expression momentarily became vacant. Though it was brief, Harry clearly noticed. Harry boldly stated, "I've done my research." The Dark Lord returned to Hogwarts in 1946, but he failed in his application for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. However, during that time, he was out of sight. "So I believe he must have hidden his Horcruxes here at Hogwarts." Snape squinted as he regarded him, this time. The look in his eyes was no longer filled with doubt, but rather with scrutiny. Harry, seemingly indifferent, allowed him to examine him, let alone his master's soul. He must have found Quirrell in Albania. Ah, Quirrell. As for why it was Albania, I had inquired with Professor Dumbledore. Voldemort had also ventured to Albania. What could possibly draw him there? He scoffed, recalling how Barrow had informed him on the first day of school that he had died in Albania. Barrow, a ghost who had perished nearly 1,000 years ago. In such a distant land, Professor, every coincidence is predestined. Snape's voice tightened slightly. "So, what do you think Albania represents?" "Ravenclaw," Harry asserted decisively. "During my chat with Barrow, I learned that both he and the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw met their ends in Albania, and the Grey Lady was, in fact, Ravenclaw's daughter. Thus, I sought out Miss Ravenclaw for a conversation, and she revealed that the precious diadem of Ravenclaw was lost in Albania. The pendant belonged to Slytherin, while Gryffindor's sword is safeguarded in the headmaster's office, and the golden cup is attributed to Hufflepuff. Therefore, the conclusion is clear. Voldemort truly does not desire the diadem." "Well said. Excellently articulated." Snape twitched the corner of his mouth. So? He had already surmised young Potter's thoughts, yet he remained somewhat skeptical about the matter, thus refraining from pursuing the conversation further. Harry shrugged. "Professor, I refuse to believe you are unaware of what should follow." Indeed, he ought to know. Snape's taut muscles relaxed slightly. If young Potter continued in this manner, he could avoid becoming a sacrificial lamb. After all, those who raised him held deep affection for him. The love he received was from those who did not merely regard him as a mere pawn. That is not without merit. Snape's smile was almost imperceptible, the arc of his lips barely exceeding 5 degrees. Soon, under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry, accompanied by Zhao Cuixi, along with Rita Skeeter, made their way to Azkaban. The commotion they had stirred had grown increasingly wild. Cornelius Fudge, despite his attempts to suppress them, found himself utterly unable to control the situation as Minister of Magic, which left him in a state of panic. He yearned for absolute authority, yet now he found himself struggling to maintain control. However, precisely because he sought to dominate yet found it elusive, he could not refuse the demands they put forth, especially with reporters in tow. Upon their arrival, the imprisoned Death Eaters, who had been incarcerated following Voldemort's horrific attacks, erupted with excitement. The earlier incident involving Sirius's removal had sparked the imaginations of the less resolute among them, and although Peter Pettigrew had subsequently been imprisoned due to Sirius's affair, they remained steadfast in their belief that they might have a chance at freedom. Therefore, when the four reappeared, their hopes surged once more. Yet, one must acknowledge that such fantasies were not easily conceived, particularly when they stood at the entrance to Bellatrix's cell. Despair engulfed them. Anyone could potentially escape, but not Bellatrix. That was their collective thought. They voiced it aloud. "Ignore that lunatic. She is a true Death Eater." Someone shouted, "Look at me, look at me. Let me out. I am innocent." Whether one was innocent or not was of little consequence. In any case, Harry would not spare anyone else a glance. He strode swiftly to Bellatrix's cell, crouching down to observe the madwoman. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, her flamboyance setting her apart from Mrs. Malfoy, resembling a great white shark bearing its fangs. She would not remain still, even in prison, and despite the lurking demeanors above, she exhibited no signs of tranquility. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Bellatrix's laughter was piercing, mingling with her shrieks, powerful enough to penetrate the non-existent eardrums of the Dementors. Before Dumbledore and the others could speak, she erupted into manic laughter. For such wild mirth was the only means by which she could alleviate her taut nerves. Typically, most would keep their distance from someone like her, yet often, even if one tried to maintain that distance, they could not escape her madness. The primary issue was that those who needed to lose their minds could not. while she, a woman who could command storms in a patriarchal family, was allowed to unravel. This baffled many. At the very least, Dumbledore could not comprehend her. However, Harry and Zhao Cuixi understood her remarkably well. It was not that this mother and son duo truly grasped Bellatrix, rather, their lack of understanding led them to concoct a grand drama in their minds, which, more often than not, proved to be unexpectedly accurate. Such was the case at this very moment. Alas, how tragic. Zhao Cuixi exclaimed to Bellatrix, "What are you after? You are quite a striking lady. Yet look at what you've made of yourself, how pitiful." Her voice dripped with regretful gossip as she produced a small stool, plopping herself down. "Honestly, given your predicament, have you ever considered whether this situation is suitable for you?" Mother Harry interjected, "Let her ponder whether this situation is truly advantageous. We cannot use the term suitable. She might think she is particularly suited to imprisonment." As he spoke, he too retrieved a small stool to sit upon. Only Dumbledore remained. He felt slightly awkward, but after 2 seconds, he conjured a handkerchief into a chair, sitting down with perfect propriety. Only Rita Skeeter remained unbothered, clutching a small notebook, her exquisite makeup accentuating her professionalism. "Ms. Bellatrix Lestrange, greetings. I am a reporter for the Daily Prophet, and it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to interview you in Azkaban." Bellatrix stiffened. Harry erupted into laughter. "So, Bellatrix Black, you see, I truly do not comprehend your choices. You carved out a space for yourself in the Black family, in such a traditional and ignorant milieu. You established your foothold there, which is no small feat, yet, with a mere turn, you married and seemingly disregarded the Black family status. Remarkable, indeed. What is it? Could you not survive without a husband?" This statement could infuriate anyone. Indeed, it nearly drove Bellatrix to madness. She believed her thoughts were beyond the comprehension of others, especially not this person before her. The so-called savior. What could he possibly understand? A boy who had been cherished by his parents since birth, the sole heir of the Potter lineage, and later a savior. Such a boy could understand nothing. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. Zhao Cuixi clasped her hands within her embrace, the farmer's gesture both practiced and adept. "Child," she mused, "do not blame her entirely. Consider this. Having grown up in a family that valued sons over daughters, no matter how she might act out, her family grants her superficial respect while harboring unspoken intentions to discipline her. Otherwise, would they treat her as an outsider the moment she steps outside? It's not as if they hold her in any regard." A sharp pang of realization struck Dumbledore, leaving him momentarily breathless. Rodolphus Lestrange, drawn in by the conversation, struggled on all fours to approach, emitting a series of grunting sounds as if to intimidate. Yet, upon catching sight of Dumbledore, he quickly recoiled, crawling to position himself beside Bellatrix. "Get away," she commanded, pushing Rodolphus aside, her husband. "I am here to inform you of something." Harry seemed to have a moment of conscience, refraining from provoking her further. "Look at what I hold." He revealed the Slytherin locket, lifting it by its chain, allowing it to swing through the air. Bellatrix immediately recognized it, lunging forward, gripping the prison bars with both hands, her voice a piercing shriek akin to nails scraping glass. "Where did you obtain that? Tell me where you found it." Harry smirked. "Of course, I retrieved it from its rightful place. Bellatrix Black Lestrange, do you know? In addition to this, I acquired Ravenclaw's diadem, and what else? Oh, I believe I still need a golden cup. Hufflepuff's cup, isn't that right? Where might it be?" "You shall not possess it," Bellatrix screamed. At that moment, a Demented descended upon her. "Ah, no. Please," she whimpered, the sound tremulous like a solitary leaf resisting the cold wind. Harry laughed, reaching for the Dementor. Though classified as a magical creature, it was, in essence, a form of humanity, albeit in a different sense. After Zhao Cuixi had captured 6 Dementors, they had diligently studied them, even sending one to renowned shamans for their examination, leading to a fateful meeting in London where astonishing conclusions were drawn about the creatures. Nevertheless, the Dementor's current plight was well-deserved. Yet, he dared not allow it to consume Bellatrix's soul. Having secured the Dementor, Harry patted the pocket containing it, beaming at Bellatrix. "Relax, Mrs. Lestrange. You must understand that your struggles are futile. I shall undoubtedly acquire the cup. The most elusive prize is the diary. It resides within Malfoy Manor, and I currently lack access. But fear not, I shall devise a plan." Bellatrix was on the verge of a breakdown. Since her imprisonment in Azkaban, she had maintained her composure. Even when appearing erratic or occasionally resorting to violence against fellow Death Eaters, these were mere aids. She believed her master would not perish. The notion that he could die was intolerable to her, and even contemplating it was unbearable. However, regarding his Horcrux, the artifacts he entrusted to them, Bellatrix's throat emitted a series of desperate gurgles, as if her breath were failing her. Bellatrix was entirely unlike Regulus. He believed in the importance of pure blood lineage and understood the significance of the soul, likely a result of the starkly different upbringing between boys and girls in the Black family. Upon learning of the Dark Lord's creation of Horcruxes, he immediately resolved to oppose him, whereas Bellatrix was utterly devoted. She idolized the Dark Lord, her obsession transcending mere admiration. She would do anything for him. Even after marrying Lestrange as per family expectations, her loyalty to the Dark Lord remained unwavering, offering her husband no more than a fleeting glance. As for whether she was aware that the items bestowed upon her were Horcruxes, others likely remained oblivious. Yet Bellatrix understood that those objects bore a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. She toiled tirelessly for him, earning his treasures, his soul. Even a mere shard of it was of immense value to her. Thus, upon discovering that 2 of her master's soul-bound treasures had been destroyed by that pitiful savior, her fury erupted. "How dare you?" Bella screeched, consumed by rage, wishing to annihilate the boy before her savior. "What a farce! How dare he?" Harry cackled. "Bellatrix Black Lestrange, you see, you will never carry the name Riddle. Oh, by the way, are you unaware of who Riddle is? Allow me to enlighten you. Riddle, Tom Marvolo Riddle, is your true love, the one you call master, the Dark Lord whom you dare not name. Do you know why he forbids the utterance of his name?" He stood, though his height was lacking. Yet at that moment, Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters were forced to remain low to evade the Dementor, allowing Harry to loom over her. Though his imposing presence was not initially great, he radiated an intensity far surpassing his years, gazing down at her coldly. "Bellatrix, your master, your beloved. The man you adore, his name is Tom Riddle. His father was a muggle, the very lowborn you speak of, yet you have fallen madly in love with him. How tragic. Yes, he speaks Parseltongue, but do you know, Harry produced a snake from somewhere and tossed it at Bellatrix's face, emitting hissing sounds. Ah, Bellatrix screamed, not from fear, but from the brink of madness. What shattered her further was the sight of the Eastern woman beside Harry also hissing as the snake on her face performed various movements, its actions far too anthropomorphic. Curling its tail, winding around, flicking its tongue across her visage, brushing against her nose and eyes. These motions were clearly dictated by the savior and the woman beside him. And the snake complied obediently. Isn't it a charming little serpent? The Eastern woman extended her hand, and the little snake coiled onto her wrist, as if it were a bracelet. At this moment, Bellatrix had completely unraveled. She wore a coarse expression, tilting her head as her eyes, filled with pain and malice, roamed over the savior inch by inch, wishing she could pierce through the dreams of the boy who shattered her illusions with but a glance. Zhao Cuixi regarded the woman before her, who resembled a madwoman, and said with a mix of sympathy and disdain, "Do not think you can escape, Bellatrix. I shall have the Dementors watch you closely. As for that Tom, I can locate each of his Horcruxes. Your group's reverence for Parseltongue and other animal tongues is to me utterly laughable." She crouched down, meeting Bellatrix's gaze, but the calm in her eyes instilled genuine fear in Bellatrix. "Speaking the language of animals is trivial. It is merely a skill you small creatures believe to be remarkable. I can assure you, my understanding of animal languages extends far beyond merely speaking with serpents." Zhao Cuixi chuckled ominously. "I could summon a real wolf to devour the werewolf among you. Care to test that? What is true terror? This is true terror. After all, fear primarily stems from the unknown, and this Eastern woman, it must be said, Easterners, particularly the Chinese, possess a certain insularity. As if truly isolated from the world. Only a few emerge to mingle among the elite of the wizarding community, each appearing exceptionally formidable, yet upon inquiry, they are revealed to be graduates from Japanese or Hong Kong magical schools, hardly representing the native wizards of China. Thus, Bellatrix remained oblivious to their true prowess. She shivered, instinctively retreating a step. At that moment, Rita Skeeter interjected, "Ah, dear Miss Zhao, may I inquire if many among you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue? As I understand, China is an ancient land with a rich heritage, thus." Zhao Cuixi nodded. "Indeed, our wizards exhibit a variety of skills. We hail from the north, where 3 magical schools reside, and the Southwestern School not only teaches Parseltongue but excels in potion making, though we do not merely refer to it as potions. Moreover, they are particularly adept at taming animals, which they nurture from a young age to perform numerous tasks as they mature. Therefore," she shrugged, "I genuinely fail to comprehend the Death Eaters. Whether in pursuit of immortality or some form of power, it is rather delusional. The question of whether the Death Eaters are indeed unhinged holds little significance, for they have already fulfilled their mission. Rita Skeeter promptly documented these revelations in an article. 3 days later, Narcissa hurriedly approached Azkaban with a newspaper in hand, her expression grim. She had forsaken her heeled shoes for a pair of lightweight flats. Treading cautiously as if to avoid disturbing anyone, glancing around furtively. Narcissa's demeanor radiated a spy-like caution, each of her evasive movements betraying her intention to approach Azkaban discreetly. Sissy. Bellatrix spotted her sister from afar, her bright golden hair standing out starkly against the oppressive darkness of Azkaban, making her seem like the sole beacon of light in a dismal world, causing Bellatrix's heart to race. Sissy. She waved eagerly. Bella. Narcissa rushed forward, grasping her hand. Oh, Bella, my dear sister, your hands are as cold as a corpse. What has happened to you? She whimpered softly, her small face paling as if she genuinely cared for her sister. How could you have changed so, Bella? My poor Bella, look at you. Your complexion is dreadful. Narcissa retrieved a cup of wine from her small bag, offering it to Bella. You must calm yourself. Bella, you appear far from well. She choked on her words. I saw this report and used my connections to find you, Bella. Are you all right? Bellatrix downed the wine in one gulp but still felt uneasy. Passing the cup back to Narcissa. Another, Sissy. I'm on the brink of collapse. I must drink more. Indeed, she knew her sister well, after her request. Narcissa produced a bottle of wine, gently uncorking it to pour another glass for Bella. Drinking alone isn't good for your stomach, Bella. I brought you some food. Please try to relax, all right? Bella chuckled softly. You remain so gentle, Sissy. I truly adore you. If it weren't for Malfoy, who is indeed quite remarkable, he wouldn't be worthy of you. Narcissa pulled out a small plate containing a piece of bread, an olive, half a lemon, a small wedge of cheese, and a sliver of smoked fish, all artfully arranged. Bella picked up the lemon and took a lick, shivering slightly before swallowing the bread in one bite. After consuming a morsel, she drank another glass of wine, then began to chew on the olive, sipping again. Narcissa swiftly poured more wine for her. Bella's pace of drinking slowed, and she asked, Sissy, does Malfoy know you've come? Narcissa shook her head. I didn't seek him out. I paid to come to the island. Bella, I know you wouldn't want him here. As she spoke, she craned her neck to glance behind Bella. Take a look at this report, she said, spreading the Daily Prophet before Bella. I understand life here is difficult. Bella, is Lestrange all right? What could possibly happen to him? Bella countered. He is ignorant but obedient. After sipping her wine and finishing the smoked fish, Bella exhaled deeply. Sissy, you know my master. He gave Malfoy that diary, do you not? Narcissa nodded. Yes. It's secured in the vault, well hidden. No one will find it. Rest assured, no one will locate it. A vault such as this does not belong to the wizarding world, and Lucius has stored it in a... She lowered her voice. I cannot disclose that. It's simply unspeakable. Bella's eyes lit up. She quickly licked the cheese clean from the plate, reclined against the railing, and turned to Narcissa with a genuine smile. This is splendid, Sissy. Come back tomorrow. I'm still hungry. Narcissa, with a resigned nod, turned and left. For 3 consecutive days, Narcissa brought her food and engaged her in conversation. On the 3rd day, Narcissa awkwardly mentioned, I fear I must wait until next month to visit you again, Bella. You know my galleons are nearly spent. Bribing the ministry again would exceed my budget. Upon hearing Narcissa's words, Bella erupted into laughter, though she had not consumed any alcohol that day. Her demeanor resembled that of a drunken reveler, a manic delight illuminating her face. Sissy, you are simply adorable and so honest. I truly cherish you. I love you, Sissy. And I wish to gift you my most treasured possession. She laughed heartily, tugging at Narcissa's clothing to draw her closer. Make sure to keep my gift safe with the diary. Do you understand, Sissy? Poor Narcissa, she was utterly terrified by Bella. Trembling slightly, her voice quivered as she spoke. Bella, what do you want me to do? Bella released her grip on Narcissa's clothing, even taking a moment to gently smooth out the wrinkles caused by her hold. Indeed, Sissy, my master entrusted me with a treasure, and I cannot bear to leave it unguarded. Your family's diary is hidden rather well. Yes, it is truly remarkable. No one would suspect such a thing. Thus, it is only fitting that my precious item resides with you. Do you not agree? Narcissa, however, displayed her fear. No, Bella, this is not something to jest about. That is something entrusted to you. How could you? I can. Bella interrupted loudly. I need you to retrieve my goblet and place it in your vault. Sissy, you must do this at once. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. I could burst out of here. You know me, I am capable of such things. She pointed to the sky, where the Dementors loomed above. If I rush out, they will come down. Sissy, you must think carefully. After much inner turmoil, Narcissa finally nodded. This was indeed a favorable development. She had to feign great distress. Bella's delight in Narcissa's conflict and agony was evident as she retrieved a key from her bodice and handed it to Narcissa. Take it, Sissy. You may access all in the vault, but you must ensure my goblet's safety. I swear, Narcissa declared, her tone resolute. I will protect your goblet, Bella. I swear to Merlin. Bella seized Narcissa's hand tightly, her voice low and ominous. You must swear to me. You must vow by your magic. By your son. Make the most sincere oath, Bella. Narcissa retorted, gripping her hand in return. I can swear with an unbreakable vow, but I cannot vow using my son. Speaking firmly, Narcissa extended her hand to Bella, grasping her wrist and looking intently into Bella's eyes. Let us swear, Bella, with the unbreakable vow. I promise I will absolutely protect your goblet and will not damage it in the slightest. Bella clutched Narcissa's wrist tightly, their gazes locked in a tense standoff, their eyes reflecting one another's essence. Bella remained silent and still, yet Narcissa's lips trembled with fear, though she resolutely stated, Let Rodolphus be our witness, Bella. He is right there, with my wand. At that moment, Bella erupted into laughter. Ha ha, my dearest Sissy, my poor sister, my little treasure. You need not invoke such a dreadful spell, Sissy. You simply need to swear to me that if you break your vow, you will divorce Lucius Malfoy. How does that sound? Narcissa tightened her grip on Bella's wrist and solemnly affirmed, I swear, if I break my vow, if I do not protect your goblet, I will divorce my husband, Lucius Malfoy. Bella, I swear to you. How beautifully spoken it was. Bella delicately handed the key to the Lestrange family vault to Narcissa. The gesture as gentle as a breeze caressing the sun-kissed Thames, stirring ripples without disturbing a thing. Go now, Sissy, retrieve the goblet and place it properly. I trust you will manage it well. Bella feigned affection for her sister. Oh, and if it is possible, help me find something. A large snake. Named Nagini. See if you can locate it. Narcissa swallowed hard, feigning terror. Is it the snake that accompanies him? Bella scoffed. Yes, indeed, that very snake. She rolled her eyes, a look of disdain crossing her face. We have all been to Azkaban. My master has vanished, yet the snake, has slipped away, Sissy. I wish to see it and inquire if it is searching for my master. Though merely a snake, the possibility of it understanding human speech through Parseltongue made it plausible. Bella merely sought to have the snake seek out the Dark Lord, and Narcissa felt compelled to agree, albeit with trepidation. I may not be able to find that snake. Bella, you know, I do not possess such courage. Hee ha ha. Very well, Sissy, I know you well. It is of no concern. Just gather information for me. Worst case, you can take everything from the vault and pay someone to assist. Is that not simple? Bella's words were light, yet they seemed to ease Narcissa's anxiety. Soon, Narcissa departed from Azkaban. Upon her exit, she took the Lestrange vault key and followed Snape to Gringotts to retrieve an item. However, within minutes they returned to the vault, where Snape extracted a bag of potion ingredients before finally exiting Gringotts once more, as if the task had been completed. Narcissa swiftly returned to Malfoy Manor with the goblet taken from the Lestrange family vault, placing it beside the diary, which was no longer a Horcrux. Horcruxes should not be carelessly brought into contact with one another, though many lacked understanding of this. A connection existed between Horcruxes, and should they meet, they would yearn to consume each other, striving to become the stronger entity, ultimately achieving a semblance of life. Thus, when the goblet was placed beside the diary, it instinctively sought to devour it. However, the soul fragment within the diary had already vanished. It was merely a book of paper. This peculiar scenario reached its zenith when the goblet, in its hunger, found itself consuming mere paper. No one could bear the notion of something they desired turning to naught, especially when anticipating a sumptuous feast only to be left with a mouthful of sawdust. This was utterly intolerable. The soul fragment within the goblet was driven to madness, seething with rage. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry was laughing so hard he nearly lost his breath, rolling on the carpet, unable to contain his mirth. If you keep laughing, I'll cast a curse upon you. Young Malfoy is on the verge of tears from laughter. My dear little dragon. The reason for my laughter is neither you nor your mother. I am laughing at your aunt. Little dragon, do not be angry. We all like you. Harry insisted Ron confess his fondness for young Malfoy, though Ron's face turned green with discomfort. Yet Harry remained unfazed. He straightened his posture, finally suppressing his smile, and said, But to be honest, I know that great serpent. My mother encountered her. Hermione paused, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. Her? That great serpent is a person? Harry cast an approving glance at Hermione and remarked, whether she can truly be classified as a person is now a matter of ambiguity. My mother saw that serpent when she took me from Godric's Hollow. However, she mentioned that the serpent had forgotten its former humanity and appeared rather peculiar. How should I put it? Harry shrugged, recalling that at that time, his mother lacked the power to revert her transformation and could only exert herself to cast a spell that restored a sliver of her sanity, but to what extent, it was difficult to ascertain. Hermione was bewildered. But she is a person. How could she become a serpent and remain one indefinitely? And to commit such malevolent deeds for Voldemort, even devouring humans. When discussing the serpent Nagini, who was associated with Voldemort, some felt compelled to voice their opinions. The name Nagini is indeed quite rare. Yet if it belongs to a serpent, it becomes intriguing. After all, such coincidences abound, and it might not be mere chance. Dumbledore had visibly relaxed after witnessing the extraction of a fragment of a soul from a cup, which was then compressed into a cookie. Subsequently, he learned from Narcissa that Bellatrix sought to locate Voldemort's serpent named Nagini. Nagini? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He also knew a person named Nagini, a woman, or perhaps more accurately, a girl, who was quite young, having only recently reached adulthood, and was tormented by the blood curse, suffering sleepless nights, yet firmly believed she could escape her cursed fate. The curse she bore was the beast blood curse, or rather, she was a blood-cursed beast. Those afflicted by such a curse were witches, who would undergo various strange transformations, some perishing prematurely, others becoming animals, and some turning into monsters. The Eastern girl named Nagini would transform into a serpent, and if she bore a daughter, her daughter would share the same fate. Voldemort's serpent was also named Nagini. Dumbledore had never connected the two Naginis, for they were vastly different. However, Harry's assertion that the serpent named Nagini was a woman raised the possibility that they might be one and the same considering the events of that time. Particularly his duel with Grindelwald, which had garnered widespread attention. Many were aware of it, and there were numerous records scattered about. Thus, the fact that a girl named Nagini had gone missing during those circumstances was easily discoverable. As for Voldemort, Tom, he was exceptionally skilled at stirring the hearts of men. Therefore, Dumbledore had long suspected that he named the serpent Nagini to instill unease among those who stood by him, his old friends and allies who trusted him. Yet, the chasm between a serpent and a human was immense. In truth, apart from Dumbledore and a select few like Newt Scamander, nearly no one knew that Nagini was a blood-cursed beast. Thus, he felt fortunate that Tom's scheme had not succeeded. However, if, as Harry's adoptive mother claimed, the serpent Nagini was indeed the woman Nagini, that was profoundly sorrowful. In reality, Voldemort had not possessed Nagini for as long as one might assume. Dumbledore became aware of the serpent's existence less than a year before learning of the prophecy, and at that time, he was unaware that the serpent was called Nagini. It was only after Voldemort became privy to the prophecy that the serpent emerged, serving as a tool of intimidation. Indeed, Dumbledore's thoughts regarding the name Nagini and its implications were fleeting, as he was preoccupied with other matters. Yet, in hindsight, he realized he had been far too inattentive. Had he paid closer attention, perhaps he could have saved Nagini. Dumbledore shuddered to think of the immense suffering the unfortunate Nagini endured in solitude. She was such a kind and beautiful girl, yet was compelled to consume humans. This was unfathomable 50 years ago. With a sigh, Dumbledore rose and turned to return to his office. What's wrong with him, Professor Snape? Harry inquired. These Voldemort cookies smell delightful. Why does Professor Dumbledore seem reluctant to partake? The situation was intricate, and people were diverse. It was understandable if one wished to abstain from Voldemort's offerings, considering that once compressed, a soul was no longer merely a soul, and allergic reactions were not unheard of. Harry also sighed, deciding to break the cookie into pieces to distribute to those in need later. At that moment, a streak of red light burst from the headmaster's office. Streaking across the sky, it was Fawkes. Snape glanced upwards, seemingly speaking to himself. Dumbledore is searching for that individual. Harry was taken aback. Which individual? Professor. Does Dumbledore have an even more formidable ally? Snape regarded him knowingly, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, that would be Dumbledore's once favorite student. The Savior Potter, you are now bestowed with such an honor. Harry grimaced at the mention of this honor. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Zhao Cuixi were summoned to the headmaster's office after class the following day, where they encountered an unfamiliar face among those already waiting. It was a remarkably handsome elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, his face adorned with freckles that resembled droplets of honey. And his curly hair exuded a defiant spirit, illuminating his entire being, rendering his somewhat formal attire ineffective in maintaining his composure. "Come here, Harry, meet Newt, Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. You will be studying his book." Dumbledore beckoned Harry, smiling as he introduced, "Newt, this is Harry, Harry Potter." Beside him is his adoptive mother, Cuixi Zhao, who hails from China and currently teaches a course on the basics of shamanic magic at Hogwarts. She was the one who discerned Nagini's true nature. "Perhaps you should." Before Dumbledore could finish, Newt rushed over to shake Zhao Cuixi's hand. Hello. May I call you Cuixi? I am Newt Artemis Scamander, currently residing in America, and I hold your ancient homeland in the highest regard. I have only encountered the Chinese fireball and the qilin. I truly have yet to study other magical creatures unique to China. I am genuinely intrigued by them." "Newt," Dumbledore interjected with exasperation, "the priority now is Nagini." "Oh, right. Nagini." Newt gently patted his cheek, a shy smile creeping onto his face. "I truly apologize. I may have overstepped my bounds," he admitted, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his expression. "Nagini. Yes, Nagini hails from an exotic Eastern lineage. I find myself longing to know her whereabouts, and I wish to offer her assistance." Initially, Voldemort had no pets. His understanding of them was limited to a rabbit he had hanged during his childhood, which belonged to another child at the orphanage. He found it amusing to watch that child converse with the little rabbit and felt a sense of disgust at the sight of gentle caresses, often resorting to intimidation until he ultimately took the rabbit's life. Dumbledore was well aware of this episode. Thus, when he learned that Voldemort had acquired a pet, he was incredulous, convinced it was impossible. However, upon discovering that the pet was a great serpent, he reconsidered, finding it not entirely implausible. This serpent had remained by Voldemort's side for over 6 months before Dumbledore learned its name was Nagini. Dumbledore had always harbored a peculiar apprehension regarding Tom, fearing that he might follow in Gellert's footsteps. Not that there could only be one Dumbledore in the world. Anyone embarking on a grand endeavor inevitably encounters allies and adversaries, who may interchangeably assume both roles. These dynamics are seldom predictable, and even when foreseen, they can dissipate into chaos. Therefore, Dumbledore felt compelled to keep an eye on Tom. His vigilance led him to recognize that this boy was indeed unlike any other. He was not a quintessential Slytherin, and one could argue he was not even a commendable student at Hogwarts. Slytherins were adept at manipulating rules, exploiting loopholes to secure personal gain. Yet this did not inherently render them malevolent. If truth be told, their greatest talents lay in dealings with muggles, particularly those of higher status, from whom they could extract considerable benefits. Consequently, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, many pure-blood families would leave themselves and escape route upon sensing danger. It seemed that among pure-blood families, the Blacks suffered the most, but that is a tale for another time. At that moment, Dumbledore genuinely believed that Nagini was merely a method employed by Tom to undermine him. After all, the original Nagini had vanished around 1950, while Voldemort's Nagini emerged in 1979, with Dumbledore not discovering the serpent's name until 1980. In truth, the original human Nagini was aware of Tom Riddle. She had never encountered him, as she could no longer control the duration of her transformations or her behavior following them, thus retreating to the basement of the Hogshead Inn. There, Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth, treated her as if she were his own daughter, yet they were powerless to alleviate her beastly affliction. Dumbledore recalled the last time he had spoken to Aberforth. "I cannot help her, Aberforth. I cannot restore her. I am sorry." Following this, Aberforth had erupted in fury, even going so far as to physically eject him from the Hogshead, only to later extend an invitation to Dumbledore to visit, providing him with a safe haven. However, Dumbledore could keenly sense his brother's ire, perhaps more acutely than ever before. Just as now, he dared not divulge to Aberforth the matter of his elder status at Hogwarts. But I digress. We must return to the issue of Nagini. Before Dumbledore stood Zhao Cuixi, who might possess a potential solution. The beast blood curse? Zhao Cuixi furrowed her brow, urging Dumbledore to elaborate on this curse. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore responded. The beast blood curse is a hereditary curse transmitted exclusively among female witches within a pure bloodline. It is passed down through maternal lineage, enabling those afflicted to shift between human and animal forms freely. However, as they age, this ability becomes uncontrollable, ultimately leading to a complete transformation into a beast, devoid of human consciousness and memory. This curse is irreparable. To my knowledge, not a single individual afflicted by the beast blood curse has ever managed to break free. Zhao Cuixi pondered for a considerable time, realizing there were indeed precedents for such phenomena recorded in various Chinese texts. These occurrences were not uncommon, indeed. They were often taken for granted, with only a few documented as curiosities. In her homeland, there were tales of men transforming into cranes, one of whom was a documented figure who, after selflessly distributing grain during a famine, ascended to immortality. Additionally, numerous accounts existed, with transformations predominantly involving wolves, tigers, leopards, and occasionally bears and birds. Though snakes were mentioned, they were rare. Such transformations were indeed passed down within bloodlines, predominantly from mothers to daughters, with paternal inheritance being less frequent, often limited to a single generation. Conversely, the transmission of this transformative ability from mothers to daughters was remarkably stable. Of course, this phenomenon was not only prevalent in China, but also amenable to remedy. While it could not be wholly resolved. Wait. Zhao Cuixi suddenly had a flash of insight. You mentioned that the woman is a serpent. What kind of serpent? How large? Dumbledore contemplated for a moment before conjuring an image of Nagini's serpentine form in the air. It was a serpent measuring at least 12 feet in length. Its scales reminiscent of a reticulated python, though it was clearly not one, as it revealed massive fangs when it opened its mouth. These fangs bore a peculiar grayish hue, and its venom was unlike any ordinary toxin. It possessed a distinct coloration. The case is cracked, Zhao Cuixi exclaimed, smacking her thigh. The others present looked on, astonished at her revelation. Have you all forgotten? This was the very snake I encountered 10 years ago when I found Harry. It was late that night, and unable to sleep due to my weight, I went for a run and spotted this serpent. Otherwise, how could I have taken Harry? She cleared her throat. Of course. When I reached the stairs of that doorstep, I sensed something unusual about Harry. He was wailing, and any decent person would never abandon a child like that. Dumbledore interjected. Ahem, please continue. Zhao Cuixi continued. So, I saw this poor child crying in the middle of the night, and, upon noticing the terrifying serpent, I decided to take Harry away. To my shock, the serpent attacked me. In that moment, I felt a strong magical presence emanating from her. That must be what you refer to as the beast blood curse. Thus, I attempted to perform a banishing charm, only to discover she had been cursed into a state of lost human awareness. Zhao Cuixi sighed. But can you find Nagini now? Harry suddenly asked. He often contemplated killing Nagini, but upon learning she was a woman, he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. At this very moment, Nagini lay perfectly still atop the roof of the Potter residence, now transformed into a monument, with a statue on one side and half a house on the other. It was an ideal hiding spot for her. After all, the Muggles could not see the monument, and even if the wizards could, they would hardly fly about in the presence of Muggles. Thus, her position on the rooftop would remain undiscovered. Moreover, her current markings could easily be mistaken for vines, allowing her to remain concealed quite effectively. This was rather fortunate. Her mind was a tumultuous cacophony. At times, she could remember being a living person, a state she found quite unappealing. Yet, there were moments when she felt detached from humanity, with an insatiable desire to consume a human being, and a lingering nostalgia for her dear friend, Tom. These conflicting thoughts clashed within her, causing her considerable anguish. Yet, what troubled her most was the peculiar affection she harbored for the dark-haired boy. How terrifying it was. Once a human, she now existed as a serpent. Moreover, she felt she was of considerable age, thus deeming it immoral to harbor feelings for a young boy. A serpent burdened with a strong sense of morality truly lived a challenging existence. She muttered to herself, perhaps I should seek out someone who knows me. Tom. No. He occasionally does things that upset me. While he does engage in conversation, his insistent talk of consuming humans is quite disheartening. It had been ages since she had conversed with anyone, be it a serpent or a human, and, lacking an audience, she often spoke to herself, unperturbed by the absence of understanding from others. Yet, I feel I do not belong here, and I am uncertain of my true origins. Ah, it is so sorrowful. She knew her name was Nagini, but where she hailed from remained a mystery. As she contemplated, she caught sight of two familiar figures below, prompting her to withdraw and remain still, ceasing her self-dialogue. The newcomers were Lucius Malfoy, who discreetly entered the Potter residence's backyard, turning to slip into a shadowy alley. After a brief exploration, he found his way into a dilapidated house that resembled a ruin. Nagini stealthily maneuvered herself to slide into the house from the side. Inside, the sound of two voices reached her ears. How dare you? A gruff male voice erupted, though restrained, causing discomfort to those who heard it. "I do not comprehend your words," responded after encountering the woman who brought her here. She found her memories of when she was still human becoming increasingly vivid. 60 years ago, her homeland was engulfed in the smoke of war, losing its peace and tranquility. She was the last witch in her family capable of transforming into a beast. Any witch in her lineage who possessed such a gift was to be sent to the sovereign nation for training. Consequently, she was dispatched to China, but to her dismay, that nation was also invaded, forcing her to be relocated to even more distant lands. She was meant to learn how to control her transformation. Yet the invaders' ambitions spared no land. The sorcerers, mages, witches, Taoists, monks, and even magical creatures in China did not refrain from battling. However, their numbers were limited, and the weaponry of the common folk proved overwhelmingly powerful. Ultimately, she fled to Southeast Asia, where she was captured by a circus and imprisoned. Thus, her early life was a relentless quest to evade war, only to find herself unwittingly embroiled in conflict when she lost her consciousness. How ironic. Nagini rambled on to Zhao Cuixi about many things from her days as a human. Occasionally, she would intersperse some phrases from her native tongue, but fortunately, Zhao Cuixi's best friend's great-grandmother spoke that language as well, allowing her to learn a few phrases. Although she was not fluent, basic communication was manageable. Yet, that evening held an element of torment for Nagini. A man in a black robe, his hair slick and greasy, had stood beside Tom, occupying the first position to his left. Despite appearing stern and aged over the years, she was certain it was him. This man forcefully pinched her mouth, compelling her to expel venom into a jar cloaked in frog skin, only releasing her once she had emptied her reservoirs. Serpents possess rights too. Nagini huffed as she coiled beside the fireplace. My chin. Even if a serpent's jaw can be unhinged, it should not be forced. Severus Snape, who understood the language of serpents, curled his lip ominously and summoned the serpent he had taken in. The creature, upon touching the ground, expanded dramatically. It managed to control its size, avoiding its full dimensions, yet it nearly filled the entire living room. In comparison, Nagini appeared as a mere hatchling. What is this? Nagini shrieked. Help. Is it you? Are you the one speaking ill of my master? The serpent creature grunted, bringing its massive head close to Nagini. You little brat, what do you intend to do? Nagini felt terror grip her. Her eyes rolled back, and when they returned to focus, she had transformed into her serpentine form. In this state, her awareness was entirely from a serpent's perspective, leading her to promptly prostrate herself, pressing her head against the ground. Her forked tongue hesitantly flicking. I submit to you, please spare me. We are not wild beasts, accept my fealty. See, even with a beast consciousness, a modicum of human intellect remained. The serpent creature, basilisk, displayed a temperament akin to a disgruntled beast, lifting its head high, its amber eyes glinting with a sinister light. Now, I accept your fealty, per snake. Your appearance is so tragic, you cannot reconcile with yourself. I pity you. Now, do you pledge loyalty to me, or to your former master? In less than a second, Nagini the serpent replied. To you, I pledge my loyalty. The basilisk turned to Snape. Master, do you wish to inquire of her regarding anything? Indeed, Snape had a crucial question for Nagini. He rose, holding a glass of wine, and leisurely spoke. Lena, ask this snake about that person, its former master. Aside from the Slytherin locket, the diary from its childhood, and the Hufflepuff cup, what other significant items exist? Nagini the serpent rolled her eyes, seemingly attempting to evade the question. Yet Snape's piercing gaze left her no avenue for escape. Hurry, speak up. The basilisk growled impatiently, or shall I devour you? Nagini the serpent once more prostrated herself. Yes, he also created, his wand. Yes, his wand. He placed that wand in Godric's hollow. Basilisk. Snape commanded sharply, kill this foolish snake. Devour it. No, don't. Nagini the serpent screamed, please don't eat me. Yet, the basilisk had no intention of heeding her pleas. It lunged toward Nagini the serpent. It's the ring. Despite her affection for Tom, Nagini's loyalty did not reach the point of self-sacrifice. Their acquaintance had lasted less than 3 years. Tom had treated her kindly, but she recognized his ulterior motives. Faced with death, she ultimately divulged Tom's secret. It's the ring, the Gaunt family ring. Unlike others, Voldemort held no suspicion toward Nagini. His excessive fondness for her was evident. If one were to believe he possessed normal emotions, his affection would undoubtedly be directed toward Nagini rather than Bellatrix. As for whether Nagini loved him, that was another matter entirely. Snape had not anticipated extracting any significant information from Nagini, for she and her serpentine form must be viewed separately. The latter was no longer the pure Nagini of old. She could perceive the world through a human lens. Even if she only acknowledged herself as a snake, she was acutely aware of her past as a woman, regardless of being animal or human. The intricacies of existence are often fascinating. This is akin to those tales of unwelcome sons-in-law who, prior to achieving any merit, feign humility, while those who merely pretend to be unwelcome sons-in-law are, in truth, powerful figures, genuinely playing the part of the meek. This analogy applies suitably to Nagini. She had believed herself merely a snake, entirely devoted to Tom, cherishing her master, for few humans could converse with her. Yet, she recognized she was not just a serpent. She had once been a woman with a beloved, even if, in her serpent form, she did not favor her former lover. No one, particularly not Tom, devoid of any fateful beauty, could compare. Indeed, the human Nagini had loved a child of the Dumbledore family, who had produced two silent ones, Ariana and the one she loved. Such is the irony of fate, perhaps because snakes are cold-blooded creatures. Their thought processes differ from warm-blooded beings, leading Nagini the serpent to divulge Voldemort's private information rather quickly. However, at this moment, Snape was not alone in this endeavor. All who wished for Voldemort's complete demise had gathered. Dumbledore, with a smile, led everyone to the second floor of the Hog's Head Inn, bringing along all but his own elderly companion, including the Malfoy couple and the ghost of the Black family. Sirius bore the soul of Regulus within his own body, effectively sharing a part of himself with Regulus to experience the world. This phenomenon sometimes manifested as a disjointed presence, indicating that Regulus was momentarily taking control without fully mastering Sirius's body. Additionally, several prominent figures from the Wizengamot were present, all of whom were supporters of Dumbledore. Following the transition of the Minister of Magic to Cornelius Fudge after the Second Wizarding War, there was palpable concern among them. Fudge was not regarded as a man of true integrity. Despite his commendable conduct during the war, many were acutely aware of his true nature. It could be said that this gathering included not only former members of the Order of the Phoenix, but also former Death Eaters, and even some individuals who had previously maintained a neutral stance. After enduring several crystal ball blasts, it was clear to everyone that the Dark Lord had diminished chances of success, leading these individuals, motivated by self-preservation, to converge here. "Dumbledore, what are your plans?" asked Gellert Grindelwald, seated at the table. Their relationship was relatively amicable, at least within the confines of the Wizengamot. She was a supporter of Dumbledore, having backed his ascent to the position of Minister of Magic. This stance rendered her somewhat adversarial in Fudge's eyes. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Gellert, I have made new discoveries and devised fresh plans. Observe." He then produced Nagini from a large chest before the assembly. The snake, known to be the companion of the Dark Lord, instilled shock and likely terror among the attendees. Many in the room harbored an almost visceral fear of this man-eating serpent. Lucius Malfoy had witnessed Nagini devour a Muggle-born wizard, a fellow Hogwarts alumnus who had worked in the Ministry of Magic on Muggle affairs until he was captured and consumed. Thus, Lucius's trepidation was palpable. However, seeing Nagini in Dumbledore's possession raised alarming questions. Had Dumbledore succumbed to the Dark Lord's influence? Not only Lucius, but others felt their skin crawl with fear at the sight. "Albus Dumbledore," someone called out sharply, "what are you planning to do?" Dumbledore raised a calming hand. "Please, everyone, do not panic or fear," he said, directing his gaze toward his brother, Aberforth, who was seated by the door. "Aberforth, could you come over and confirm something?" The moment Dumbledore revealed Nagini, Aberforth's excitement was palpable, and he rushed over. Nagini's distinctive patterns were reminiscent of a reticulated python, yet her features bore the characteristics of a viper. Aberforth was well acquainted with her appearance, having cared for her during a time when she could only exist as a snake while retaining some human awareness. Thus, he promptly recognized her. "Damn the Dark Lord!" Aberforth exclaimed after inspecting Nagini, realizing she was indeed the creature he had tended to for years, now an agent of the Dark Lord. This realization filled him with rage, though a member of the Order. He had never directly faced the Dark Lord and thus had not known that this snake was the same Nagini. The fact that the Dark Lord exploited her for malevolent purposes only intensified his fury. "Aberforth, what is the meaning of this? Do you recognize this snake?" asked Alastair Moody, a seasoned Auror with a prosthetic eye, raising his wand. Aberforth, filled with righteous indignation, responded, "Alastair, do you not recall the Asian girl named Nagini who fought alongside us against the pureblood fanatics?" Moody retorted, "Don't tell me that girl is this snake. How could she not be?" Aberforth's eyes flared with anger. "She was Credence's beloved, and I have cared for her for nearly 30 years. I cannot be mistaken." Alastair Moody, a veteran Auror, bore scars that told tales of his battles against evil, signifying his valor. In the magical realm, though marked by injuries inflicted by dark magic, he was not a truly fearsome figure. His sense of justice surpassed that of many others. Thus, he recognized the snake that accompanied Voldemort, which put him on high alert. However, he trusted Aberforth Dumbledore, who had resolutely decided to protect the serpent. "Alastair, she truly is the heart's companion of Aurelius. They have suffered greatly." Dumbledore began, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I did not summon you all to defend her, but rather to share insights about the Dark Lord. We have identified a viable course of action against him. Regardless of Nagini's past, she had lost her human consciousness and was entirely under the Dark Lord's control. Yet, he placed complete trust in her. Therefore, our focus must be on eradicating the Dark Lord." Dumbledore's words struck a chord. He was not one to mince words. Had the opponent been a child, he might have guided them gently toward the right path, but in this case, he faced an older Auror who required no such delicacy. "Albus," Moody interjected, "you are right. I must concede that. But are you certain it is wise to have this child present?" He gestured toward Harry, who sat beside Cho, his discontent evident. "He is just a child." Dumbledore blinked, his glasses reflecting a glint of shrewdness. "Harry," he began, "you are aware that I was present during Voldemort's initial downfall, and at every subsequent return, I have been there. I believe my greatest role has been to witness his defeats." As he spoke, Harry felt a surge of pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am destined to counter Voldemort. Perhaps I should adopt a fitting title, something like Voldemort's Bane." "That name suits you, dear child. Do not alter it," Cho chimed in. "In this world of wizards, where magic intertwined with the extraordinary, even Moody, the seasoned Auror, believed in the existence of peculiar connections between individuals. After all, how could Voldemort fail to kill a mere infant? It must have been the infant who possessed some extraordinary quality." Upon realizing this, he ceased to question Harry's presence at the Order's reconvened meeting. Regarding the presence of the Malfoy couple here, it must be noted that Malfoy captured young Barty Crouch and delivered him to the Ministry of Magic to coerce Fudge into reinforcing the entire process surrounding Azkaban. While the seasoned members of the Order of the Phoenix may not have unanimously agreed, a significant 80% were indeed in favor of the Malfoys joining their ranks. Despite their awareness of the Malfoys' lack of genuine integrity, the family had always been opportunistic, prioritizing self-interest above all. Although Voldemort perceived the Malfoys as obedient and respectful, the members of the Order knew that the Malfoy family possessed substantial assets in the Muggle world. This understanding stemmed from the diverse composition of the Order's members, which included wizards of Muggle descent and half-bloods, some of whom were involved in Muggle affairs. Consequently, they were privy to the operations of certain pure-blood families in the Muggle realm, families that, out of disdain, had no interest in Muggle enterprises and were reluctant to engage with Muggle-born wizards. This disparity in information allowed the Malfoys, as beneficiaries, to express their willingness to align with the Order. Although there was not complete enthusiasm, they accepted the family. For no one wished to cultivate additional enemies, provided the Malfoys remained loyal. The potential for collaboration was welcomed, especially considering the financial resources of the Order. Following the expression of opinions, Lucius Malfoy suggested a change of venue for their meeting. "I believe that if we seek true security, it would be more suitable to convene in the Muggle world." Seated in his newly acquired chair, Lucius proposed, "Perhaps you require an exceptionally secure room in the Muggle world. I possess a small theater, and its basement is quite splendid. You may find it to your liking. Perhaps after our meeting, you could pay it a visit." With this opening, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Aside from Moody, Remus Lupin spoke up. "So, how much of the issue has been resolved?" "We will have a new meeting space. And this matter, I mean, Nagini, regarding her current situation, should she not provide us with information about the Dark Lord?" "She can," Aberforth insisted. "But who can understand her words?" Moody interjected. Sirius suddenly burst into laughter. "That's no concern, Alastair. Several of us can understand Parseltongue. We can all speak it. Ha ha. This is truly amusing." Moody was left bewildered. What did it mean that they could all understand Parseltongue? What did it mean that they could all speak it? As Moody remained in a state of confusion, Sirius elaborated on the situation, waxing poetic about Regulus's heroic deeds, portraying his brother's tale as if it were an epic worthy of comparison to Beowulf. To everyone's surprise, even Moody agreed with Sirius's assertion. Thus, It became clear that their ability to speak Parseltongue was a result of Voldemort's influence. Oh, his demise has indeed yielded some benefits. Moody laughed heartily. Now, let us confirm how to utterly vanquish that fiend. Nagini swiftly divulged Voldemort's secrets to all present. He had crafted a unique magical object capable of slicing his soul and anchoring it within specific items. Although Nagini struggled to articulate this magical device, she provided a detailed account of the circumstances under which Voldemort created these artifacts. I witnessed him kill several individuals, unable to properly sever his own soul to create these objects, which led him to the island and the lake. I observed him compel a house elf to drink poison, after which he meticulously examined one of his magical artifacts. While Nagini spoke of this with a sense of normalcy, a hint of fear crept into her voice as she recounted the final magical artifact. You see, he yearns for immortality, yet he is aware that his creations are insufficient, which is why he has sought to use living beings as vessels for fragments of his soul. Her words prompted deep reflection among the others. Why use living beings? Someone mused. At that moment, Harry interjected, living beings? I doubt he genuinely intends to use humans as Horcruxes. You must understand, his perspective is quite unconventional. He possesses an aesthetic that regards snakes as superior to humans. Nagini retorted, I have not finished. You must grasp the truth to comprehend the entirety of this matter. She elevated her upper body, her tongue flicking about, her slit pupils scanning the assembly. First, his desire to utilize living beings as vessels for his soul fragments was not a whimsical notion. Previously, he had employed inanimate objects for this purpose. Yet upon securing them in safe locations, he found that the fragments merely offered him a cold, lifeless experience, devoid of any useful information. Indeed, Malfoy nodded. Once they acquired the diary, it was placed on a shelf beyond reach, typically reserved for uninteresting tomes meant to impress. With the diary being labeled as a record of his father's last moments, an account too embarrassing for even a thief to peruse, Nagini continued. Thus, he resolved to experiment with living beings. He sought various artifacts he had created, yet none revealed any connection to life. Ultimately, he brought me to a place I vaguely recall. He claimed it to be his true home, although he harbored a deep loathing for it. This statement piqued the interest of everyone present. Nagini finally revealed the origin of Voldemort's middle name, Marvolo. He stated that it belonged to his grandfather, a wizard from a place where a sorcerer named Marvolo resided alongside a muggle named Riddle. This can be easily uncovered with a bit of research. Her tone was light and filled with pride as she related this information. Nagini's words were translated into English with precision, capturing the essence of her message and dispelling the fearful aura surrounding Voldemort. How proud was he? Nagini mused to herself. Indeed, he was immensely proud. She suddenly raised her voice, addressing everyone. I suspect he might want to turn me into one of those magical artifacts, but he has never managed to do so. Or rather, he hasn't had the chance before being. Casting a glance in Harry's direction, that brat made him disappear. The individuals present were a diverse lot, possessing ample knowledge. Indeed, some could recite the histories of all pure-blood wizarding families with ease. Thus, when Zhao Cuixi finished translating the name Marvolo, some began to mentally sift through their knowledge for potential candidates. Within less than a minute, Amelia Bones spoke up. I know of a wizard named Marvolo. Among those who have never attended Hogwarts, Marvolo got. He attacked the Ministry of Magic and was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. It is said he died shortly after his release. He had a pair of children, a son who was rather eccentric and never attended Hogwarts, and a daughter whose magical prowess was hardly superior to that of a squib. They claimed to be descendants of Slytherin. She rolled her eyes, adding, just because someone speaks Parseltongue doesn't mean they are the true descendants of Slytherin. I recall someone from their family even ventured across the ocean to a place called America. Her position in the Wizengamot was quite significant, allowing her access to numerous cases. And most importantly, she meticulously documented everything related to Voldemort, even those who merely brushed against his influence. Voldemort claimed to be the true pure-blood descendant of Slytherin, and the family that matched this description was the Gaunts. Even though Voldemort insisted he was not one of them, she had not neglected to record the Gaunt family's circumstances, including their downfall. The last of the Gaunt line, Morphin Gaunt, perished shortly after his imprisonment in 1943. Bones expressed her disdain. He deserved it. Amelia. Someone beside her interjected. Only then did Amelia Bones continue. Morphin Gaunt was a rather peculiar individual, and I'm sure you all have heard of the Gaunt family. Indeed, the older members present recalled the Gaunts. This family was notorious for their frequent consanguineous marriages, fearing the dilution of their bloodline. They prided themselves on being the true heirs of Slytherin, indifferent to others' opinions as long as they believed it themselves. There were even tales of a Parseltongue who was killed by them after rejecting a family union. In such a family, the emergence of madness was deemed normal. Thus, could it be that Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, actually traces his wizarding lineage back to the Gaunts? At that moment, Dumbledore had an epiphany. I remember. I met Morphin Gaunt when I returned to the Gaunt estate at his request to investigate his case. I encountered the Riddle house. Riddle, that Riddle. Well, the truth was finally revealed. Amid the murmurs of Nagini, they peeled back the layers and finally discovered Voldemort's origins, as well as another Horcrux he had concealed, Nagini remarked. Only that ring possesses a certain vitality, albeit a dark one. I find it quite distasteful. Her words piqued Dumbledore's interest. What kind of vitality could a ring possess that would evoke such aversion in a creature, even if this creature was not a true animal, but rather a blood curse beast? Her heightened awareness of magic made her perception significant. So, what exactly was this ring imbued with life? Dumbledore could not claim to know every detail about various rings and magical artifacts, but he was well acquainted with the notable ones associated with vitality. The first and foremost was the Resurrection Stone. Although the Resurrection Stone was merely recounted in the tales of Beedle the Bard, Dumbledore had already uncovered the whereabouts. All eyes were fixed upon him, including that of Nagini, the serpent. The old man stumbled, using both hands and feet in a desperate attempt to retreat, wishing to faint on the spot, though such a luxury seemed elusive. For even with his heart pounding in terror, he persisted in crawling towards the grand estate's entrance. He appeared quite pitiful, resembling someone well over a century old. Dumbledore touched his nose, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Well, perhaps he has been guarding this place for many years. He approached with a demeanor of kindness, inquiring, "Good sir, is there anyone else in your home?" The old man, stricken with fear, shouted as he fled, "Young master, please do not kill me. You have already slain the young master and the lord." Clearly, no further questions were necessary. Everyone stood outside the gates of the Riddle estate. The desolate courtyard reflecting a sense of decay, much like the last remnants of the household, scattered and forlorn. The young master had killed both the young master and the lord. Tom Marvolo Riddle had slain Tom Riddle. It was easy to deduce who had been murdered, as the orphanage's caretaker had mentioned that Voldemort's name was derived from his father's name. He had killed his own father and his grandfather. Dumbledore found himself puzzled as to why he had first arrived at Little Hangleton instead of directly proceeding to Great Hangleton. But here he was, discovering the grandest house adorned with the Riddle name, leading to a natural unfolding of events. The old man who had fled, though he spoke but a single line, had revealed everything. "Albus, what shall we do now? Shall we proceed to the Gaunt residence?" Zhao Cuixi asked, noticing that everyone lingered at the gates of the Riddle estate. "Certainly," Dumbledore replied, extending his hand. "Come, my dear lady, let us make our way to the Gaunt Manor." The Gaunt residence lay in Great Hangleton, mere miles from Little Hangleton, and regardless of the route taken, one would inevitably pass by the other's entrance. It was perhaps for this reason that Maripi Gaunt had encountered the elder Tom Riddle. Whether their union was born of love or folly remains uncertain. Before long, they arrived at the Gaunt Manor. A dead snake was nailed to the entrance, desiccated and hanging like a shriveled hide, evoking a sense of discomfort. As they pushed open the door, the dilapidated house creaked ominously. From the outside, the derelict Gaunt Manor seemed merely a makeshift shelter assembled from a few rotting boards, hardly deserving the title of a house. Yet, it had indeed once been a home for the Gaunt family. Approaching the manor, one could hardly perceive any sunlight penetrating its interiors, which exuded an oppressive darkness, so foreboding that entry felt unwelcome. Yet, the group had no choice but to venture inside in search of the ring embedded with a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Though constructed haphazardly from wooden planks, the house stubbornly delineated spaces such as the living room, bedroom, and washroom, even boasting a precarious second floor that looked poised to collapse at any moment. It was truly terrifying. The house resembled a sinister den, devoid of any comforting presence, evoking only a sense of foreboding. No trace of goodness could be found. Even without a tragic history, the house's despair felt predestined. With the dust and filth overwhelming any semblance of attention, the group cautiously advanced within. Nagini hissed in distaste, striving to avoid the grime, yet the dust dulled her scales. Zhao Cuixi, expressionless, produced 2 gauze masks, donning one herself and affixing the other onto Harry, adorning it with a little bow tied at the back of his head, rendering him somewhat charmingly delicate. As they ventured further, the oppressive dust revealed its true malevolence. Cough, cough. Dumbledore began to choke. while Snape merely covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, his hair losing its sheen entirely. The dust was truly maddening. Even more disconcerting lay ahead. Leading the group, Dumbledore bore the full brunt of the dust while confronting a bizarre assortment of creatures, a horde of boggarts. Ordinarily, boggarts should not appear in such numbers, yet here 6 of them materialized. They approached one by one, transforming into each person's greatest fear, consuming that fear to emerge victorious and thus growing stronger. Such was the nature of boggarts. However, in this moment, the boggarts seemed to have become disoriented. It was unclear who they had chosen as their target, but suddenly, the 6 boggarts morphed into a singular poster, an enormous poster emblazoned with Chinese characters. Dumbledore and Snape instinctively turned to Zhao Cuixi. After all, Harry was still a child, and they overlooked his fears in favor of the one most likely to be affected, Zhao Cuixi. Yet, they were not mistaken. The transformation of 6 into one poster indeed stemmed from Zhao Cuixi's own trepidation, albeit the exaggeration was quite pronounced. Harry was baffled by this turn of events, while Zhao Cuixi understood it all too well. She stepped forward, raising her right hand into a fist by her ear and shouted, "Defeat the 4." With a resounding crash, the 6 boggarts erupted from the poster, shredding it to pieces and conjuring a small whirlwind within the dilapidated house. This whirlwind stirred up dust and revealed a trapdoor beneath their feet. The entrance to the Gaunt family's basement lay within their living room, a rarity indeed. Upon opening the trapdoor, what emerged was not merely decay and foreboding, but an overwhelming sense of despair and anguish. Worry not. It's merely the toxic gas that accumulates from lack of ventilation. Zhao Cuixi reassured the others, tossing in a match. Once the match ignited properly, it indicated that all was well. Dumbledore nodded, his smile perhaps a mere facade to ease the tension. Indeed, we typically descend directly. I had no idea that prolonged stagnation could lead to toxic gases. Yet, his smile likely masked a deeper discomfort, as in his youth, venturing underground for mining had been quite the fad, and wizards possessed spells to ward off inhalation of such gases. Zhao Cuixi countered, "No, wizards certainly have peculiar methods to avoid inhaling toxic fumes. Yet it's best to ensure proper ventilation. Most of the time, these gases are not fatal, but they can be hallucinogenic." Originating from a region rich in minerals, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding sealed underground passages. In the past, one would either bring a bird or a lamp into the mines. Invariably, the bird would perish first or the lamp would extinguish. Harry, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "That makes sense." It truly does. Snape cast a cold glance in his direction, deeming Potter somewhat foolish. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet unbeknownst to them, Zhao Cuixi was actually fearful of the potential presence of corpses within. She cast aside a match, though it was not merely a match, it was one dipped in Rooster's blood. As she tossed it down, it extinguished. She threw another, and it too went out. After discarding over 10 matches, she finally observed one burning bright, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Dumbledore led the way as the group cautiously descended the dilapidated stairs. Curiously, despite the Gunther residence being in a state of disrepair, the basement beneath was significantly more well-constructed, featuring bricks and stones, and the walls appeared to have been smoothed, a stark contrast to the uneven wooden floor above. It was indeed peculiar. Harry produced a crystal ball designed to focus light. At that moment, it illuminated the basement distinctly, casting a brilliance that felt particularly pronounced in the subterranean space. The basement was quite expansive, nearly mirroring the size of the house above. As if the above structure were a mere facade and this underground domain represented the true home of the Gunther family. The basement resembled a vast chamber, interconnected and spacious, with minimal partitions, only a few serpentine columns and half-walls adorned with shelves holding various items, from boxes to jars, exuding an aura steeped in ancient magic. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, beckoning, come to me." The voice seemed distant, yet was familiar to Dumbledore and Snape. It belonged to Voldemort. His voice resonated as if from another realm. "I can grant you anything you desire. Come to me. I can provide you with everything. Come, my child. Do not fear. I am the one who evades death, and I can teach you how." Such alluring words. Dumbledore shook his head, raising his wand and stepping around a half-wall. Then, silence enveloped them. Harry shivered, instinctively rushing forward, exclaiming, "Something's not right." However, Snape acted even more swiftly, leaving Zhao Cuixi and Nagini exchanging puzzled glances. "What's wrong? Speak up." Nagini, maintaining her composure, suggested, I believe Tom may have altered something again, perhaps setting a trap. Shouldn't we investigate? Although Nagini was not entirely trustworthy, her proposition warranted consideration. Someone ought to investigate, yet it was not meant for all of them, but rather for Nagini herself. Harry lunged forward, seizing Nagini by the neck and flinging her aside, when suddenly, a startled cry emerged from Dumbledore. Moments later, a ring adorned with black gemstones tumbled out, followed by Nagini's shrill scream. What on earth is happening? A mystery unveiled itself. It was a blood-cursed beast from the northeastern peninsula of Asia. Harry grimaced, recalling his childhood neighbor's catchphrase, a reminder of the feudal remnants he detested. Suddenly invigorated by the thought, he dashed forward to discern the unfolding events. Upon rounding the half-wall, he beheld Dumbledore seated on the ground. Eyes shut and tears streaming down his face, his mouth tightly sealed and breathing heavily, leaving Harry bewildered as to what had transpired. He quickly knelt, grasping Dumbledore's hands. Thankfully, they were pale, marked with age spots. As Snape approached, he witnessed Harry examining Dumbledore's hands while the old man sat silently weeping, and Nagini, having fallen, muttered obscenities in the corner. The ring, having rolled into a corner, continued to emit faint sounds, garnering little attention. Snape approached, extracting a potion from his robes and splashing it onto Dumbledore's face. Its icy nature jolted Dumbledore awake, prompting him to wipe away the potion and tears from his visage. Severus, you are exceedingly rude. At least allow me a moment to compose myself, Dumbledore sighed, tidying his beard. Harry exhaled in relief and, in a heartbeat, a joyful smile graced his face. Professor Dumbledore, you truly frightened me. Snape remained silent, exhaling sharply, turning to observe the resurrected stone ring, which, despite its substantial size, was unsteady as it lay on the ground, swaying back and forth while echoing a series of sighs. Come, wear me, and I shall fulfill your every wish. Come, wear me, and all your regrets shall be mended. Come, wear me, and I shall revive your loved ones, resurrect you, bring back everyone, summoning souls to your side, where you may see all those you cherish. They will chirp like larks, recounting the day. Can you recall it all? Can you remember everything that once was? The ring's incessant entreaties transformed in tone, no longer echoing Voldemort's voice, but instead resonating as ethereal whispers, as if drifting from a distant shore, captivating in their allure. Yet, one must not succumb to such enchantment. Snape's fingers nearly froze around the potion, a stark clarity enveloping him, though he dared not relinquish the icy vial. Wounds could be healed, but succumbing to the ring's temptation would render any remedy futile. Meanwhile, Harry's gaze grew distant, his eyes betraying a yearning as they fixated on the ring. Get away from that thing. Don't approach it. You're no fool. Resist the temptation, warned Nagini, hissing in alarm. Despite Snape's inability to decipher her occasional expressions, Zhao Cuixi, positioned behind the half-wall, understood her warning all too well, believing the three in front could manage the situation. She was incensed by Nagini's insistence that Harry, not being a simpleton, should not approach. Regardless of biological ties, she had nurtured him personally. Zhao Cuixi brandished a divine bell, shaking it vigorously in the basement. The bell resonated with the spirit world. Zhao Cuixi shook the divine bell with great fervor, yearning to summon the deity responsible for magic in this realm. With the world in such disarray, where was their god to intervene? The bell chimed melodiously, resonating with urgency. Shaman no Wangangu, I beseech the European deities of magic to come forth and punish the descendants of the Gunter family. She intoned thrice, feeling a sudden gust of wind, as if Harry had been frozen in place. Not only Harry, but everyone else was immobilized, leaving only Zhao Cuixi able to move. From the shadowy corner of the half-wall emerged a short-haired man clad in a checkered shirt. His golden eyes and elongated doll-like face bore a look of profound weariness. Zhao Cuixi ceased ringing the bell and fixed the man with a serious gaze, inquiring, "Who are you?" The man pressed his lips together, pausing for several seconds before responding. "You summoned me, yet you ask who I am?" He approached, picking up the resurrection stone ring from the ground, examining it briefly before tossing it to Zhao Cuixi. "Can't you handle it yourself? This chapter isn't over. Please turn the page to continue reading." Zhao Cuixi replied, "I can manage it, but just moments ago, my son almost fell under its sway. I feared I would be too late." She began to extract the soul fragments from the stone, asking, "By the way, you're a living person, rather rare. Are you not 1,000 years old?" "Not quite 1,005, the man extended his hand. Merlin Emery's." Zhao Cuixi shook his hand, stating, "I am Zhao Cuixi, with Zhao as my surname and Cuixi as my given name. The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were newly acquainted friends. Merlin blinked, restoring the previously halted motion, as if the suspension of time had never occurred. His golden eyes shifted back to a bluish-green hue. Thud. Harry fell to the ground. Regaining consciousness, something felt amiss. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, revealing a rare look of confusion. However, upon noticing an additional person in the basement, his bewilderment transformed into a warm smile. Ah, another new friend has joined us. Severus Snape, however, remained expressionless, his hollow eyes betraying a lifetime of exasperation. He dismissed his cloak and turned to leave. The ring. Oh, Mrs. Zhao, have you resolved the matter? Upon hearing Snape's inquiry, Harry quickly scrambled to Zhao Cuixi's side to inspect the resurrection stone ring. This time, no one heard the seductive whisper from the ring. It seemed to have lost its enticing allure. Zhao Cuixi remarked, I have just extracted Voldemort's soul fragment. Now, it is merely an ordinary ring adorned with the resurrection stone. However, I trust you all understand that the resurrection stone does not truly resurrect the dead, correct? If it could, it would never have been crafted into a Horcrux. Such powerful magic is beyond the reach of a mere Voldemort. She continued, thanks to our new member, you all have regained your senses. She gestured, introducing. Allow me to present Mr. Merlin. Mr. Merlin? Upon hearing this name, everyone present, except Zhao Cuixi, widened their eyes in shock. While some muggles might name their children Merlin, no wizard would dare to name their offspring after such a legendary figure, just as no believer would name themselves Jesus. Thus, when Zhao Cuixi introduced him as Merlin, astonishment filled the room. Merlin chuckled, I am indeed Merlin. Harry swallowed hard, his heart racing. The Merlin? The very same, Merlin replied, his blue-green eyes narrowing in delight, a smile gracing his elongated face. Dumbledore exclaimed in wonder, but legend has it that you vanished. Tales spoke of Merlin disappearing after King Arthur's death, some claiming he was ensnared by the enchantress Vivian, while others believed he ascended to a mystical realm. Each person held their own belief regarding Merlin's fate. Yet here he stood, seemingly untouched by such tales. Snape chose to remain silent. Whether this man was the genuine Merlin or an impostor mattered not to him. His own magic stemmed from his mother, and in times of anguish, he had received no aid from anyone, divine or otherwise. Thus, even if Merlin was a god of magic, a remnant of ancient powers, to Snape, he was merely a figure spoken of in hushed tones. Akin to a deity whose existence was abstract, like God, everyone exclaims, "Oh my God," but few dare to approach him with their innermost thoughts. Merlin could not perceive the thoughts of others, yet his smile echoed the compassion of a wise elder, albeit with a youthful visage, leaving Dumbledore untroubled by his identity. Most crucially, however, was the immense magic emanating from this young-looking man in a checkered shirt. His power was formidable. Dumbledore himself possessed great magical prowess. But he understood that every individual had a limit to their magical capacity. Even if one's lower threshold was modest, an upper limit existed, yet Merlin's upper limit was unfathomable, exuding an aura of limitless magic that was intimidating. Dumbledore felt fear. This individual seemed to possess boundless magic. Hence, he could only be Merlin. If he were not Merlin, then he could not be anyone at all, perhaps not even human. As for Harry's lack of skepticism regarding Merlin's identity, that was simple. He felt an intrinsic certainty that this man was indeed Merlin. It was akin to the sensation experienced during shamanic communion. The aura surrounding this individual bore the essence of divinity. If he claimed to be Merlin, then it must be true, after all, who among the gods would masquerade as another? Such a notion was preposterous. However, Merlin, this figure before them, was indeed Merlin, materializing within the wizarding world. What a revelation! Zhao Cuixi, oblivious to the significance, questioned the stunned expressions surrounding her. What is with your faces? What seems to be the issue? Clearly, there was no issue at all. Harry quickly shook his head. No? Dear mother, he is the Merlin from the saying Merlin's stinky socks. Merlin, are you polite? Harry quickly offered an apologetic smile and explained to Merlin, of course. It's merely a habit. No one genuinely thinks that way. It's just something said in passing. Merlin, very well. This conversation cannot progress any further. The air was thick with awkwardness, and silence resounded deafeningly in that moment. Fortunately, Zhao Cuixi, with her northeastern flair, could not tolerate the lapse in conversation. She hastily interjected. Whether socks smell or not depends on who is sniffing. Rest assured, Mr. Merlin, they certainly haven't had the chance to smell them. It's all mere fabrication and slander. If anyone dares to speak such nonsense again, I shall curse them with a leaky mouth while they eat. How malicious. Merlin found her curse rather vicious. The idea of a leaky mouth while eating meant daily laundry, which was indeed a torment. He had washed countless garments over the years, primarily belonging to one particular individual who engaged in duels and skirmishes daily, producing copious sweat. After a full day of training, that person would return home, their clothes drenched and then dried, resulting in a most unpleasant odor. Yes, the odor belonged to the turnip. Merlin felt a rush of emotion, his eyes reddening as he took a deep breath, suppressing the rising feelings. Yet, his eyes betrayed him. How could a revered figure in the magical realm be brought to such a state simply because others claimed his socks were foul? In that instant, Zhao Cuixi sensed that this matter could not be easily dismissed. She quickly consoled him. Why shed tears over such triviality? Do not cry, Merlin. From this day forth, should anyone dare to speak ill of your garments, I shall take it upon myself to educate them. Merlin, I am immensely grateful, esteemed lady. But this has nothing to do with clothing. I have lived for over 1,000 years. I shall not be disheartened by the words of children. I merely feel a sense of comfort when I see the young wizards of today. Well, since that is the case, they chose to refrain from further commentary. After all, Voldemort's Horcruxes had been dealt with, and the Resurrection Stone ring had been restored. Thankfully, the stone itself had not been destroyed. Seemingly casual, Merlin reached out to take the Resurrection Stone ring from Zhao Cuixi's hand, examining it. After tapping it lightly twice with his fingers, he returned it to her. While Zhao Cuixi inspected the ring closely, unable to discern what exactly it could resurrect. After a considerable pause, a meow suddenly echoed from below. Everyone looked down to find a pure black cat, its emerald eyes glowing mysteriously. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the cat was transparent. This. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, looking at Zhao Cuixi. She chuckled. Oh, I revived my cat, but it seems only its spirit has returned. In the West, a black cat is often associated with wicked witches. However, in the East, it is viewed differently, symbolizing protection and agility. A treasured guardian against malevolent spirits and a cherished companion for sorcerers. Zhao Cuixi's black cat was no ordinary creature. It had perished while saving someone, and now it had returned, albeit in a spectral form. Oh, do not worry, it is quite well behaved and does not scratch indiscriminately, she reassured them, intending to clarify. As she had heard of the Western aversion to black cats, she was unaware of the reasons behind this sentiment or the connections between black cats and Western wizards. But she felt compelled to explain nonetheless. Merlin quickly remarked, Oh, dear lady, this little one is indeed a well-mannered creature. We shall coexist harmoniously. Harry added, Mother, wizards are quite friendly towards cats, especially black ones. Having lived nearly 1,500 years, Merlin was well aware of the cultural distinctions between East and West, though he could not claim to understand them entirely. He at least grasped that he would not misconstrue the differences in perception. Thus, they swiftly set aside their inquiries and began discussing the current circumstances within the dilapidated basement of the house. As the current spokesperson for the magical world, Dumbledore felt responsible towards Merlin and thus naturally recounted everything he knew about Voldemort. He laid bare every detail, even mentioning Arthur, who had been coasting through life at Hogwarts, and the disorganized lectures of Mordred. Merlin was taken aback. If Arthur was one thing and Mordred another, their combination spelled disaster. I must go to this place you call Hogwarts immediately, Merlin declared, silencing the thoughts of others. I must put an end to the eternal conflict between the once and future king and Mordred. His face was grave, as if he spoke nothing but the truth. Everyone was awestruck. Even Zhao Cuixi, who boasted of her family's 4,000-year history, found herself shaken by his words, for he was indeed over 1,000 years old. As for Voldemort, he was no longer considered a threat. According to Nagini, the only remaining Horcrux was Ravenclaw's diadem, and she could specify its location, Hogwarts. It resided within Hogwarts. As for where exactly in Hogwarts, that would depend on who could find it first. Consequently, they were already on their way back to Hogwarts. And since the Resurrection Stone ring had been used, unless it was handed over to another, it would likely only summon a cat named Mimi until Zhao Cuixi chose to pass it along. Dumbledore deemed this quite satisfactory. No one could resist the temptation of resurrecting a loved one. It was an irresistible allure. Thus, when someone revived a cat using it, it was likely the optimal use of the stone. No one would go mad over it, and the tragedy of Cadmus Peverell would not repeat itself. Before long, they returned to Hogwarts. Merlin, clad in a plaid shirt beneath a hooded cloak, appeared polished and even somewhat bashful, hardly resembling a man of 1,500 years. Instead, He bore the semblance of a youthful university student. Their chosen entry point was the school's entrance. Upon stepping into the school, Merlin grew anxious. We must find them at once. Do not rush, Dumbledore chuckled, feeling remarkably relaxed now that his earlier concerns seemed trivial. Rest assured, they are getting along reasonably well. Although it may seem a bit awkward, they have maintained a respectful distance. Merlin did not share in this sentiment, for he had already spotted two figures engaged in a fierce duel, right within the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The bare-chested Arthur Pendragon, the once-and-future king who had lived for 1,500 years, wielded his kingly sword against the well-dressed man before him, who was none other than Mordred, the druid-born knight raised by Morgana. Mordred was no longer the same. At the very least, his body was no longer that of a living man. Merlin had evidently discerned the issues plaguing his body. A mere corpse, yet still capable of hosting a soul, was hardly a good omen. This was clearly a bit excessive. He turned to Zhao Cuixi and inquired, "Have none of you noticed his condition?" An undead, Severus Snape interjected suddenly. "We are aware. They both claim to be King Arthur and Mordred, yet we have oscillated between belief and skepticism. However, it is now evident that the great Merlin has revealed the truth to us. As for the matter of the undead," he inhaled deeply, "we still require his assistance concerning the undead. Indeed, the ability to infuse a corpse with a soul was precisely what everyone sought. It was the key to resurrecting Regulus. Otherwise, one would have to resort to murder to procure a fresh body, and wizards were few and far between, making the act of killing any of them no trivial task. Furthermore, Regulus would undoubtedly abhor the thought of inhabiting the cadaver of a Death Eater who succumbed to a Dementor's kiss. Merlin may not have comprehended their needs, but he knew how to subdue Mordred. In an instant, a golden sheen spread across Merlin's pupils, and the two combatants were abruptly separated, leaving the onlooking students in stunned silence. "Bloody hell," Ron exclaimed. "This magic is incredible." He turned towards the entrance of the Great Hall, suddenly elated. Harry! Harry!" He waved his hands vigorously. "We're over here." Beside Ron were members of the Slytherin and Gryffindor factions, all squatting on the sidelines, watching the duel as if it were an exhilarating spectacle. "Ron, what on earth is happening?" Harry shouted. Hermione rushed over, breathless yet composed, and replied, "It's Professor Mordred and Arthur. They're teaching us how to fight like knights. It's truly remarkable. I can't even begin to describe the sensation." The young girl waved her arms animatedly, seemingly attempting to reenact the thrilling moments. "You can't imagine Merlin's beard. It was simply spectacular." Merlin interjected, "Thank you for the invitation. But my beard can be conjured at will. Let's not dwell on that." "Merlin." A booming voice echoed throughout the Great Hall. The students wore blank expressions. They had grown accustomed to calls for Merlin, whether it be regarding his beard, his undergarments, or even his foul socks. Any matter pertaining to Merlin had been vocalized. Even his secret crush had been mentioned. Thus, a mere invocation of his name was hardly noteworthy. It was merely a shout of Merlin's name. Who would pay it any mind? Much like muggles exclaiming God or Jesus, wizards casually called upon Merlin without a second thought, so the uproarious call went largely unheeded. Yet, the one who bellowed Merlin's name was Arthur. The other duel participant, Mordred, stood frozen in shock, tugging at his garment as though to conceal something. Merlin furrowed his brow, initially concerned about Mordred's potential actions. However, while he was preoccupied with Mordred, Arthur lunged forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, twirling him around. In that moment, everyone was left astounded. Arthur, with his remarkable strength, lifted Merlin, tall and slender, though not frail, into the air, making him appear like a small, unformed boy in Arthur's arms. Yet, Merlin's excitement was not merely due to being twirled by Arthur. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that Arthur was alive. Even after he had personally placed Arthur's body upon the boat and laid him to rest, Arthur was now a living being, not a mere undead like Mordred. This was the source of Merlin's elation. He felt as though he might burst with joy. "You disobedient little fool. Do you have any idea how many of my clothes are piled up and unwashed? They're practically rotting." Arthur tightened his grip, striving to press Merlin closer to his chest. "Merlin, I truly missed you." Arthur beamed, as if the 1,000 years of absence between them had never existed. But how could that be? Over a millennium had genuinely transpired, casting a shadow between the past and the present, a divide that would never vanish. Merlin chuckled helplessly, shaking his head as he playfully tugged at Arthur's hair. "You, of the Pendragon lineage, engaged in a duel with him. Do you not realize?" Arthur quickly interrupted. I know. Of course, I know he was the one who killed me, but I'm alive now, and he remains dead. Indeed, aside from the students and a few professors, everyone was aware that Mordred was an undead being, especially among those involved in Regulus's resurrection plan. They understood that Mordred possessed the ability to resurrect Regulus, yet the revived Regulus would be, like Mordred, an undead. The undead, after all, always lack something. For instance, the undead cannot bear offspring. The Black family's hope for an heir rested solely upon Sirius's efforts. However, that was a matter for another day. Presently, within the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the sight of King Arthur had returned, accompanied by Merlin. Although it was rare for wizards to be named Merlin, the students did not regard this Merlin as the legendary figure. Thus, the students cheered, marveling at this wizard named Merlin who could cast spells without a wand. Deeming him remarkable, soon, they dispersed, preparing to return to their dormitories for rest, having only just encouraged Arthur to duel Mordred after dinner, given their fated names. Dumbledore gently ushered everyone back to their dormitories, confidently inviting Merlin to join him in the headmaster's office. For the arcane mysteries of the magical world required consultation with this master of magic. As for the others, it was best they retire for the evening. Harry let out a sigh of relief, scampering towards his single dormitory with little legs. His instincts told him that something was amiss. As for what was wrong, he could not articulate. Nevertheless, had he not been a shaman, he likely would not have felt such a powerful intuition. Yet, his current instincts were far stronger than most. He needed to hurry back to his dormitory, lie down, and prepare for the next day's classes. In the coming years, he was determined to refrain from wandering about, presenting himself as an ardent scholar with no time to spare. Upon reaching the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory, he found the password had changed. However, this posed no challenge for Harry, who addressed the serpentine doorknob in Parseltongue. Open, open, let me return swiftly. Hey, you should practice a bit of politeness, the serpentine doorknob retorted, unfazed by Harry's impatience. I can certainly grant you entry, but look, it's only been a few days since the term began, and you've already forgotten the password. Surely you know it? Of course, if you don't, I can still let you in. Then open the door. Harry had never realized that the serpent-shaped doorknob guarding the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon was such a chatterbox. Indeed, the serpent-shaped handle at the entrance was not a constant presence, it rotated its duties. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue the riveting content. Previously, this loquacious handle had been stationed at Snape's office, but after the school year commenced, it had taken up its post at the main entrance. After a lengthy exchange, the handle finally relented and opened the door. As Harry stepped through the entrance, Draco Malfoy, who had been lurking around the corner, emerged cautiously, his mouth covered, eyes gleaming, and breathing somewhat erratic. Draco, what's wrong? Blaise Zabini approached from the other side, concerned enough to consider escorting him to the infirmary. Potter, he. Draco gasped, he is a Parselmouth. With this revelation, his eyes began to redden. It was no wonder he had been sorted into Slytherin. Blaise widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? He is a Parselmouth. No wonder. Draco exhaled deeply, realizing why the Dark Lord had marked him. Blaise, they are rivals. Only one can be the heir of Slytherin, one who can inherit the powerful legacy. And thus the Dark Lord chose to mark little Potter. This explanation was strikingly astute. Blaise, surprisingly, acknowledged Draco's insight. Perhaps you were right, Draco. This is indeed significant. I must inform my mother. I must tell my father, Draco declared, racing towards his dormitory, eager to write to his father immediately. At that moment, Harry was hurrying down the corridor towards his assigned dormitory at the far end, wishing fervently for longer legs. Bang! It turned out that running with his head down made it easy to collide with something. Harry Potter, the savior and mascot, bumped his head against someone. Ouch! He exclaimed, rubbing his forehead vigorously, lifting his gaze. It turned out he had collided with a person. Oh, but how could it not be considered a collision? After all, the distinction between him colliding with someone and someone colliding with him was negligible. Yet this particular individual made all the difference. Harry's eyes widened in fear as he looked at the person before him, stammering, my apologies, Professor Snape. Snape regarded the 12-year-old boy with a dark expression. It was undeniable that Harry Potter appeared unmistakably like a 12-year-old boy from any angle. There was simply no distinction whatsoever. Yet, why was it so? Snape was certain that during the day, when Harry had rushed into the Gaunt's family basement, his focus had not been on Dumbledore, but rather on Dumbledore's hands before acknowledging the man himself. Why had he paid such attention to Dumbledore's hands, even both hands? Snape lowered his gaze, scrutinizing Harry with a penetrating stare. Harry chuckled awkwardly, instinctively retreating a step. "Oh, Professor Snape, I mean. I wish to return to my dormitory to study. I promise I will review the potions for tomorrow tonight." His words came out a bit too hastily, sounding nothing like the boy known as Potter, yet simultaneously not resembling the Dark Lord. Snape raised an eyebrow and turned to walk away. "Keep up, Potter. Do not make me repeat myself." His billowing black robe swept through the corridor, creating a suffocating wave, causing the other students to press against the walls, leaving Harry with no choice but to follow. This was indeed peculiar. Typically, he would be the one desperately trying to glean as much knowledge as possible. Yet today it was Snape who insisted he keep pace. Was he being summoned to ascertain whether that figure known as Merlin truly was the Merlin? Surely, seeking out his mother, Zhao Cuixi, would be far simpler. Harry scratched his unruly black hair, reluctantly following Snape. He found it baffling that everything had shifted so dramatically. Could it be that his sorting into Slytherin had altered Snape's demeanor towards him? That indeed seemed plausible. Harry mused that had he entered Gryffindor, it would have been expected. But his unexpected sorting into Slytherin during the hat's moment of indecision had caught everyone off guard. Thus, it was only natural for Snape's attitude to differ, especially since Harry seemed to exhibit a notable aptitude for potions akin to his mother's. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that his reasoning was sound, and the weight in his chest gradually eased. Fear not, there was nothing to dread. Moreover, with Voldemort vanquished so many times, only Ravenclaw's diadem remained undiscovered, and locating it would require a modicum of finesse. As for Nagini, she was currently luxuriating in a hot spring. Although Nagini, being a snake, was not particularly fond of human form, she did not wish to embody a mere snake either. Thus, during moments of heightened awareness, soaking in a pristine hot spring to cleanse the grime of the day was paramount. Why a hot spring? Harry mused that Shueishi's persuasive words could indeed deceive a snake. Thankfully, these foreign wizards were unfamiliar with the tale of Banyangzi. They were also not well versed in some peculiar scientific knowledge. The hot spring was rich in sulfur, and Nagini, being a snake, was perfectly suited to it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Harry found it difficult to restrain his tongue, launching into conversation. "Professor, did you know? Nagini is a snake. We have a story about a snake demon who later became a deity, Banyangzi. Quite impressive, really. Her tale is widely known. Likely a compelling story about a blood-cursed beast. However, she can transform freely between human and snake, unlike Nagini." Snape quickened his pace ahead. Harry hurried to keep up. There's a part of the story where, during one year's Dragon Boat Festival, China's Dragon Boat Festival, it was particularly hot. But snakes cannot tolerate excessive heat, so Banyangzi sent her sister, Shaoqing, back to the mountains while she remained on Earth to celebrate the festival with her husband. Who would have thought? Bang! Snape finally opened the door to his chamber. It was a space that served as both an office and sleeping quarters, with a small bedroom tucked away while the rest was designated for work and potion making. Exuding a diligent aura, Severus Snape seized Harry by the collar, yanking him inside before slamming the door behind them. "Ah, Professor, what is the matter?" Harry finally ceased his storytelling. It is not that he does not wish to continue the story, but rather that he is unable to do so. In truth, it is not an absolute necessity for him to narrate tales. He merely finds the atmosphere excessively oppressive. To refrain from storytelling feels akin to impending doom. This is decidedly unfavorable, leaving him with an unmistakable sense of discomfort. Now, having provoked Snape's ire with his tales, he wonders if there are other matters that might distract Snape from his displeasure. Stealing a cautious glance at Snape, Harry exhales deeply, sensing that he may have narrowly evaded disaster. Yet, he soon discovers that Snape's eyes are filled with derision, compelling him to stand erect and cease all speech. Though his gaze instinctively falls downward, no longer daring to meet Snape's eyes. The chapter is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Very well. Snape grips Harry's chin, lifting his head. The soul-sucking spell commences, beginning with their eye contact. However, eye contact must be avoided, for it would expose him. Harry strives to empty his mind, simultaneously conjuring a multitude of mythological tales to shield his true memories. There are indeed a plethora of Chinese myths, each tale lengthy enough to serve as a substantial cover. From the Monkey King to the Black Mother, from the immortal to the true shaman, from the illustrious to the humble, from the ancient to the contemporary. He would employ every conceivable tale to bamboozle. Well, Harry, poor Harry. Snape is amused by the chaotic jumble of memories, though his smile bears little distinction from anger. How long do you think you can conceal your true memories behind these trivial recollections? You ought to clear your mind entirely, rather than merely obscuring it. He forcefully shoves Harry against the wall, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Harry's. Those memories merely attest to your ineptitude. You present them as a fade. But what if someone intensifies their scrutiny? Suddenly, the sensation of his mind being invaded intensifies. Harry gasps for breath, cold sweat pouring down his brow. His eyes yearn to avert their gaze, yet they remain ensnared by Snape's piercing stare. The consciousness invading his mind through magic reveals to him that this soul-sucking encounter is far more potent than any previous one. No. He wishes to scream the word, but finds himself unable to voice it. Good morning, Director Potter. Hey, Director Potter. We have just received a case. Several individuals have been murdered in Corkworth. A stack of Muggle newspapers and another pile of photographs from the magical world. Director Potter. Harry. You must not pursue that individual alone. Harry. The Savior. Ha. Behold, this is the Savior. Images flash before his eyes. Mere snippets of memories that Snape perceives. Yet even these fragments hold sufficient weight. The boy before him is Potter. That Potter. No. Harry roars, unleashing his potential once more, reversing the invasion and penetrating Snape's consciousness. This time, he channels even greater magical energy, bolstered by a stronger soul force, allowing him to delve deeper. What he encounters is death. He glimpses death. The emerald green eyes he sees before that demise evoke profound sorrow within him. Look at me. He hears it again. He hears that curse, more terrifying than any spell. Harry cannot fathom why he hears this curse. It feels as though his entire existence has been ensnared by it. He cannot allow others to comprehend the anguish this curse has inflicted upon him for countless years. Then, his perspective shifts. The desaturated hues envelop him, making him feel as if he is suffocating. Why does the color of his vision transform into a dismal gray? This peculiar viewpoint elicits a novel sensation. Yet Harry knows it is not a pleasant one, for it is steeped in an unsettling chill. Through this frigid gaze, he witnesses the final battle. He sees himself struck by Voldemort's killing curse, then rebounding the curse, and then nothing follows. He observes the layout of the headmaster's office, devoid of silverware, devoid of fox, devoid of swirling smoke. Yet it is indeed the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The office belonging to Professor McGonagall after everything has concluded. This office is familiar to Harry. But why does Snape's memory contain Professor McGonagall's office? Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him. He gazes vacantly at Snape, the thoughts of his earlier counter-invasion beginning to coalesce. Snape, having experienced Harry's mental intrusion, finds the ordeal revolting. He releases the boy, scarcely taller than his chest, and fixes him with a venomous glare. It seems the Savior is, as ever, predictable. Predictable? Harry's words tumble forth. No, I had no intention of prying into your privacy, Snape. You were the one who peered into my mind first. This is hardly fair. Indeed, from Harry's perspective, this seems quite unjust. Yet, when viewed from Snape's angle, it becomes even more inequitable. What nonsense are you spouting, St. Potter? Snape hisses through clenched teeth. You are nothing more than an interloper. You are not the 12-year-old Harry Potter. Harry spreads his hands, unperturbed. Indeed, I am not the 12-year-old Harry Potter. But are you truly the 32-year-old Severus Snape? He curls his lips into a sardonic smile. I am not the 12-year-old Harry Potter, but rather, I am Harry Potter Zhao at 12. I have been adopted by a Chinese family, Professor Snape. You are merely 32, even if we consider your previous age. You would be around 40, for if time had allowed, you would not have allowed my mother to perish due to your blunder. He knows precisely how to strike Snape's sore spots. Snape's eyes redden, not with tears, but with rage. He is genuinely incensed. To provoke someone does not elicit satisfaction. Yet inciting Severus Snape may indeed restore some semblance of his composure. If his anger is directed at the mischief of the small trolls, Snape would not require any composure. He would unleash his fury and administer a stern punishment, ensuring they are rendered quieter than mice. Yet when faced with a genuinely formidable opponent, Snape's calmness would resurface. Of course, there are moments when he lacks this quality entirely, but that is reserved for the quartet of highwaymen. Nevertheless, this does not impede his judgment. Snape narrows his eyes, the chilling darkness of his gaze causing Harry to shudder involuntarily. It must be noted that although Harry has served as an Auror director for many years, he is not an inherently domineering individual. At least, in his later career, he certainly does not exhibit such traits. Not only is he not overbearing, he even manifests a remarkable gentleness. Akin to a benevolent soul, this is truly attributable to his reputation as the Savior, for if he were overly harsh, the press would certainly take note. In truth, he was acutely aware that he had taken on the guise of a somewhat tyrannical bully. However, he merely approached matters with a different demeanor. This autocratic demeanor, he even felt, had been imparted to him by Snape. Some individuals require a lifetime to heal from their childhood. Hermione had once conveyed this to him. Thus, even after mastering the art of feigning a pleasant facade, he found it exceedingly challenging to maintain composure in the face of Snape's brooding countenance. It was simply impossible. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Even after becoming a professor at Hogwarts, Neville still feared Snape the most when confronted by a boggart many years later. Consequently, Harry faltered under Snape's gaze, adopting his accustomed approach while displaying a resigned smile. All right. Severus, I believe we should sit down and have an earnest discussion rather than engage in this tense standoff. You see, we ought not to harbor any secrets. He spread his hands and casually transformed a few discarded papers from the table into 2 chairs. Come, let us converse, shall we? As he spoke, a hint of pleading resonated in Harry's tone. Snape fixed a penetrating stare upon him. Nonverbal magic. This was not something an ordinary wizard could accomplish. Yet from his memories, he undoubtedly perceived Harry Potter's recollections, devoid of any traces of the Dark Lord's past. Hence, it was evident, the Dark Lord had indeed perished, and his history was not something known through first-hand accounts. Gradually taking a seat, Snape exhaled slightly, though he did not truly lower his guard. Harry rapped his wand against the chair, summoning 2 cups of hot tea from the house elf. Let us sip on something warm. It might alleviate the atmosphere. I find our current discourse far too tense. His tone feigned ease, yet the tautness of his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Well then, Mr. Savior, you are indeed dead, Snape remarked with an even tone, as if the earlier anger and tension had evaporated into thin air, making him appear genuinely relaxed in that moment. Hey, Severus, who among us can escape death? Harry exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail.